Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Chapter 1324, I will teach you today. The voice did not fall. Han Li rushed out. Wang Si followed closely. Kill. Although the other Emperor Wu is relatively weak, it is still okay to wave the flag and shout and rush to strengthen the momentum. I really don't know how to write it out of my ability. Well, I will teach you today. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth, raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers. In a flash, one by one, terrifying figures appeared. It was Su Lang's clones. These avatars surrounded everyone in the world of Jijun and Dongzhang, and the quasi-emperor class aura was overwhelming. What? With so many quasi-great emperors, how can this be possible? Who is he? Is it the emperor? No, it is impossible for the emperor to have so many quasi-emperor subordinates. Could it be that Emperor Lang is a supreme emperor with hidden cultivation base? It's over, we're done, we actually provoke a supreme emperor. No, don't kill me, I'm being held hostage, please forgive me. I didn't want to do it. I was intimidated. Senior, you are aware of it. I didn't do it, I just shouted a slogan, seniors go around me. Quote. Under the pressure of more than 70 quasi-great emperors, almost everyone fell down instantly. Only Han Li and Wang Si can buckle and try to support them. However, the two of them also gritted their teeth, their faces were pale, and their eyes were full of panic and despair. They didn't dare to think about it, that they would meet such a weird powerhouse and summon so many quasi-great emperors with their hands. And each of those quasi-great emperors is stronger than them, almost close to the emperor level. More than 70 subordinates who are extremely close to the great emperor level. This is something they can't even think of. Ha, you two don't get down yet, do you want to die? Su Lang looked down at the desperately supporting Han Li and Wang Si, with a sneer and killing intent on his face. The junior dare not. Han Li trembled all over, gave up resisting, and fell down obediently. When Wang Si saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched, and then tremblingly gave up all resistance and lay down obediently. So far, everyone was lying at the feet of Su Lang. Seeing this scene, the maid Mengyu standing behind Su Lang couldn't help but her eyes brightened, revealing an expression of incomparable worship. From now on. Su Lang's voice was indifferent. Ji Junxing and Dong Junxing are my territory, do you have any objections? The audience is silent. It seems that you all agreed. Then you are also Emperor Wu under my command. I like to convince people with strength, and I also like to convince people with morals. Su Lang finally smiled. Since you are under my command, I will give you a big gift. Talking, Su Lang's body burst into endless radiance, and the 73 clones also unfolded the Mingguang world. In a flash, hundreds of Wudi on the court were bathed in an incredibly comfortable light. The damage suffered in the battle just now began to gradually recover. Those who were seriously injured and dying Wudi immediately eased their breath. Some Wudi had an epiphany and broke through a small realm on the spot. Suddenly, one after another, Emperor Wu began to worship Su Lang with a sincere heart, and his will has been overwhelmed by piety. What magical power is this? Horror, terrible, it's hard to imagine. Han Li and Wang Si, as the quasi-major level, have strong resistance to the Mingguang 10,000 realms, and they have maintained their original minds for a short time. Seeing that everyone worshipped Su Lang spontaneously, he was shocked. But panic is useless. They can only gradually be assimilated into Su Lang's believers under the light of Mingguang myriad realms. Time passed slowly. Finally, the two quasi-great emperors Han Li and Wang Si were completely assimilated by Su Lang, and became good subordinates who could go through the waters and thunder. Talk about it. What is going on in this broken universe of life? Su Lang pointed to the messy battlefield and asked Han Li and Wang Si. Return to the Lord. Han Li replied, this is an undeveloped life planet that suddenly appeared in this void not long ago, and has just been eroded by the power of the boundless universe. According to our investigation, Wang Si went on to say, the universe of life that is wandering here should come from a fallen emperor. This broken planet of life must have many treasures. Han Li said again, so the two subordinates will have a dispute, and the Lord will punish them. Please punish the Lord. Wang Si lowered his head and said. Chapter 1325. Our luck is really good. What? Su Lang couldn't help but smile as he looked at the two people who were like the second general. Soon. Forget the punishment. Su Lang waved his hand. You two will take everyone back to each house first, here I will deal with it alone. Yes, Lord. Han Li and Wang Si knelt on one knee at the same time to lead their orders, and then left with the emperors. Meng Yu was also driven away by Su Lang. Before, Su Lang needed her to lead the way to bring her over. After everyone left, Su Lang looked around the densely packed broken continent, couldn't help but smile. Immediately afterwards, more than 7,000 clones spread out and threw them directly into the storage space when they saw a broken continent. At the same time, in the emptiness, groups of spatial ripples suddenly appeared. A dark and slender ship emerged across the space, and it was the second Vanguard fleet of the Dark Sky world. The strength of the second Vanguard fleet is slightly inferior to that of the first Vanguard fleet. However, the new leader Anderson is stronger than Arid, the leader of the first Vanguard fleet. Under Anderson's leadership, the Dark Sky warriors of the second Vanguard fleet were full of confidence. They want to invade one world, show great strength, and win the title of First Fleet. At this moment, on the flagship Thorn Sky, Anderson sat in a luxurious seat, holding a cup of scarlet pungent drink and slowly drinking it. Master Anderson, the reconnaissance ship has discovered the world close to each other. A rank 9 Emperor rank commander cautiously reported. 2 worlds, our luck is really good. The order continues, anchor the coordinates immediately, and jump into space. Anderson drank the drink in one breath, grinned, mouth full of scarlet, at the same time. My luck is really good. It's really a broken world at a great emperor level. Su Lang looked at the various treasures in a large number of fairy sources in the storage space, and couldn't help his eyes glow. In the distance, more than 7,000 clones are still like industrious little bees, constantly wandering in void China, collecting pieces of broken continents. Waited a few more time for incense sticks. All the continental fragments were put into the storage space. My storage space is so awesome, unlimited storage, tut. Looking at the emptiness, Su Lang couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth and smiled brilliantly. Immediately after, Su Lang began to deal with this unexpected gain. First of all, a broken Emperor-class planet. Judging from the collected continental fragments, this great Emperor-level planet is about the same size as an Emperor-level life planet, but the hollow part is much smaller. In addition, there are many more treasures, with 199,000 seats. You know, at the beginning, Su Lang almost killed the entire Emperor Wu of Jingtianxing, and only then obtained more than 163,000 precious places. This great Emperor-level planet is just one, worthy of the life's hard work of dozens of martial emperors on the Mirror Star. Tisk tusk, this luck can no longer be described as good, it is simply the Emperor of Europe. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly, and immediately began to put the treasure lands into the 10 directions of life universe. The 5-element treasure land is put into the universe of the 5 internal organs, the treasure land of the wind system is put into the universe of the feet, the treasure land of light and dark is put into the universe of the hands, and the other treasure land is put into the pubic universe. Suddenly, in the universe of life, the planets are vicissitudes of life, the world is turned upside down, and the world is changed in seconds. All the planets have changed a lot, and the size of them has grown a lot. Take Blue Star as an example. The surface of the entire planet is very different. The 7 continents are all covered by various treasures, forming countless blessed places. The ocean, which originally occupied 70% of the planet's area, has been filled to only 1/10. This is because this 10th was reserved by Su Lang deliberately, otherwise he would not let it go. Except for Blue Star, the rest of the planets expanded even more, especially the life planet in the 5 elements universe. Because most of the treasures that Su Lang collected were of the 5 elements attribute. Except for a few placed on the blue stars to maintain a regular balance, all the rest are allocated to these 5 planets. At this time, the volume of the 5 planets was almost half larger, and the original appearance was no longer visible. Chapter 1326, The Great Emperor's Bing Tianjia 8-round shield. Su Lang clearly felt it. After one's own life planet is cultivated, the power of the rules for backfeeding becomes more pure and rich. He felt it clearly. In addition to the almost meaning of the light and dark universe, the 5 elements and the wind system avenue can be condensed soon even without the system function, power of the avenue. Of course, for Su Lang, it was faster to use the power of the Great Tao. After arranging the treasures into different categories, Su Lang began to organize the recent harvest. The first is the gains from the Battle of Tianchuangxing, killing hundreds of Wudi and quasi-Great Emperor Arid. The Wudi in the Dark Sky world were generally poorer because they were all exploited by Wu Boruo for a long time. All the fairy sources add up, there are 30,000 high-quality fairy sources, and countless materials. The second was the battle to eradicate the Gushan Chamber of Commerce. In addition to taking back the various synthetic materials sold before, Su Lang also received an additional 60,000 high-quality fairy sources. In the end, it was this unexpectedly harvested Emperor-level stream of life universe. Only the superior Shanyuan found 900,000, in addition to a large amount of advanced materials. What caught Su Lang's most attention was a kind of destiny causal Emperor-level material. This kind of material is called Tianjiao Shi, and there are more than 300 copies. Through the system function, treasure recognition, Su Lang could see through its characteristics at a glance. This turned out to be a very unlucky gem. As long as it is an attack that occurs around this gem, it will fall on it under the power of weird destiny. In other words, this is a material that contains the characteristics of almost lie-down gun. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he felt that the world has everything. Putting the heavenly stone aside, Su Lang checked other materials. As a result, some great Emperor-level materials were discovered. However, the materials discovered this time did not have any characteristics, but were of very high grade, no different from the ordinary Great Emperor grade materials synthesized by Su Lang. In addition to the Emperor-level materials, there are many Emperor-level materials. Even Su Lang found a container storing 30 Wudi souls. With the spirit of Emperor Wu and so many materials, Su Lang guessed that the fallen Emperor level might be preparing to forge the Emperor's soldiers. However, he was killed before starting work, and in the end all his belongings were cheaper than Su Lang. Finish all materials. Su Lang fell into thinking. So many destiny materials. There is no shortage of other materials. Su Lang thought for a moment, his eyes lit up. It's completely possible to try to refine the Emperor's soldiers with destiny attributes. In fact, he is still very greedy for Broken Dream Knife, and the hit rate that hits the target can be said to be open. It is a pity that the side effects of Broken Dream Knife are so severe that he dare not touch it at all. In this time, Tianjiashi also possesses a strange characteristic. Although it seems very unlucky, attacks that are not directed at it will hit it inexplicably. But after thinking about it, this is a very awesome feature. If it were made into a shield, wouldn't it be possible to catch any attack? Broken Dream Knife cuts out immediately. This shield is made from the celestial stone, and it is very likely to show the defensive characteristics often water leaking, and impermeable to air. Su Lang couldn't help but brighten his eyes when he thought of this, and immediately made up his mind to refine the weapon. Just do it. Su Lang immediately issued an order. System, use these materials to refine a shield for me. Ding. Consumption, Wudi Soul 30, Wushan Soul 300, Heavenly Stone 200, Empty Cicada Bowling Gold 100, Bone Ice 50, Fire Yang Rainbow Light Road Jade 20, Purple Sunshine Water Daoyu 20. Ding. Successful refining, you will get the Great Emperor's Army Heavenly Armor and 8-sided shield. The system prompts to end. A circular shield the size of a pan appeared in Su Lang's hand. The shield was completely dark, almost like a black hole, and even light was swallowed. But there is a white circle on the dark shield surface. This white circle is very conspicuous on the black shield surface. Any existence will be attracted by a glance. Tisk tusk, it's as dark as Yudian's sword. Su Lang continued to tusk, and immediately used weapon recognition to observe carefully. Soon I discovered the most obvious characteristics of the 8-sided shield. As expected, it has the characteristic of catching attacks 100%. Chapter 1327, The Cowardly Spirit. Of course, catch it and return it to catch it. If you can't stop it, let's talk about it. If the enemy is really too strong, the shield may be pierced like a piece of paper, and there is no point in catching it. However, in order to destroy the existence of the 8-sided shield of the sky, it is estimated that at least an extremely senior Emperor-level powerhouse. In addition to the characteristics of 100% catch the attack. Su Lang did not see other characteristics for the time being. This made Su Lang a little nervous. The weapons of fate are a little weird. Even Rank 7 Emperor Soldier Broken Dream Knife can make Emperor Wudi of Rank 9 be recruited and become a Super Hulk. On this day, the 8-edged shield didn't know if there were any hidden side effects. Just ask Qi Ling. Su Lang took a deep breath and immediately patted the shield. Qi Ling, don't you come out to see your master and me. The host. A black ball flew out of the shield and rolled several times in front of Su Lang. It looks like this is very normal. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and then patiently taught the black orb Qi Ling, so that it learned some common sense from a completely blank Qi Ling. Immediately after, Su Lang whispered, "Come on, little black ball, let's transform into a human body first." "Yes, master." The black orb spirit rolled once again, and then began to elongate and deform. Soon, Qi Ling became a slender black human figure. This humanoid spirit is still pitch black, even his face is completely black, only a pair of big eyes are very white, forming a sharp contrast. It didn't wear any clothes, and the black mist around its body made it hazy and it was almost invisible. However, its big white eyes are more conspicuous and more eye-catching. In addition, although the black humanoid Qi Ling is slender, he rickets slightly, with his head down, a very declining appearance. I knew I would have you transmogrify a certain image." Su Lang looked at the black body and white-eyed Qi Ling in front of him, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. But the deal was done, and the spirit had only one chance to transform into a human form, and could no longer modify it. "So be it," Su Lang sighed, "I'll give you a name, and you will be called Ajia from now on." "Yes, Ajia pays homage to the master." The black spirit immediately bowed down and looked very humble, very cautious, and seemed to be accustomed to bullying. Seeing Ajia's appearance, Su Lang couldn't help but twitched his mouth again. But he also knew that this was Ajia's natural character, which was determined by its own characteristics, and there was no need to change it. Seeing that Su Lang did not speak, Zhang seemed to be afraid of Su Lang being angry, and the whole Qi Ling became more cringe, almost trembling. "Don't be afraid of me." Su Lang smiled faintly. "Come on, let's try your special effects." "Yes, master." Zhang nodded tremblingly. "Do not be afraid," Su Lang soothed, and then flew back a distance. After the two sides have moved apart, with a wave of Su Lang's big hand, irregular waves of thunder and lightning enveloped the eight-sided shield of the sky. What? Don't hack me, don't. Seeing so many thunders around him, the timid and humble Ajia suddenly yelled and shivered in fright, completely neglecting his identity as a great soldier. Immediately after, those thunder and lightning began to attack aimlessly. However, as long as all thunder and lightning are close to the eight-sided shield of the sky, they will immediately be drawn by the mysterious force, and they will directly turn their direction and fall on the eight-sided shield of the sky. Boom boom boom, a violent thunder blasted. There was no damage to the eight-sided shield of the sky. However, Qi Ling Ajia was frightened like a cat with blown-up hair. While crying hoarsely, he jumped up and down in a very funny posture. Tianjia's eight-sided shield also kept moving with the movement of Qi Ling Ajia. But no matter how the shield hides, it will accurately catch the thunder and lightning. As a result, Ajia was frightened even more terribly, and sprinted faster, just like the ***** rat that flashed by. I fork. Su Lang looked speechless, unable to cry or laugh. The spirit of this device is indeed relatively normal, but this character is too strange. Fortunately, Su Lang had seen all kinds of wonderful artifact spirits, like Ajia, not bad. Chapter 1328, Broken Dream Knife sees the sun again, come. Su Lang calmed down and snapped his fingers to collect all the lightning. Suddenly the void became clean. But, don't hack me, don't hack me. Qi Ling Ajia was still jumping up and down, screaming with fear. Su Lang once again ran past 10,000 Naima beasts, and the corners of his eyes and mouth twitched at the same time. Ahem. Su Lang finally sighed and said soothingly, Ajia, it's all right. It's safe. What? As the lightning strike finished. Master, you don't want to hit me in the future, okay, Ajia is afraid. Zhang came back to his senses, squatting on the spot looking at Su Lang pitifully, like an Alaska that had been taught a lesson. Su Lang rolled his eyes and said, Good, I won't hit you anymore. Ajia nodded quickly, then let out a long sigh of relief. All right, you go back to the body and rest. Su Lang also let out a long sigh, waved his hand to retract the eight-sided shield. In general, Tianjia's eight-sided shield is still a great soldier. Su Lang is very satisfied. Next, Su Lang's eyes fell into the storage space again. Because the refining of the eight-sided celestial shield only consumes 200 celestial stones, and there is still a lot left. It's useless to keep it. How about upgrading the Broken Dream Knife? Perhaps. What changes will happen after the upgrade? After thinking about it, Su Lang made up his mind. He is really gluttonous. Dream knife cut out the characteristics of the instant, then. Relying on his previous experience in refining tools, he carefully selected a large number of materials. In addition to these materials, there are some destiny materials obtained by decomposing fair balances. I hope to clear Thegreen had attribute. Su Lang licked his lips, then took out the sealed dream knife from the storage space. After carefully breaking the seal. Wow, I'm out. After broken dream knife saw the sky again, Qi Ling rushed out with excitement. This was the first time Su Lang saw the spirit of broken dream knife. It is like a boy with a harmless individual animal, and it is as alive and green as the body. At first glance, it seems to be some kind of plant spirit. As soon as broken dream blade spirit came out, he saw Su Lang, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Great powerhouse, the broken dream knife is willing to become your servant and fight for you. The emerald green boy knelt in front of Su Lang, and a green aura spread towards Su Lang. Please accept my contract. Fuck off, I warn you, immediately collect magical powers, or I will kill you. Su Lang retreated hundreds of feet like a snake and scorpion, staring at broken dream knife with alert and disgust. Great powerhouse, don't abandon me. Seeing Su Lang's continuous retreat, broken dream device Ling suddenly chased after the lost child when he saw his parents. I fork, one-click decomposition and preparation. Su Lang stared at him, his thoughts moved, and the one-key decomposition function immediately enveloped broken dream knife. No, don't kill dreams. Broken dream is very poor. Feeling the crisis of life and death, broken dream tool Ling immediately stopped, standing in place with tears in his eyes, looking pitiful. My day. So horrible. Su Lang patted his heart, and said, I warn you not to move. Next, I will help you get promoted. If you have no side effects, I will accept you. Promotion. Great powerhouse, you are a great emperor-level refiner. Broken dream tool Ling swept away his frustrated expression and became extremely excited. Not bad, you cooperate a little bit. Su Lang nodded slightly. As long as you have a little change, not only will you not be promoted, but you will be broken into pieces. Broken dreams absolutely dare not. Broken dream Qi Ling quickly promised that all the green complexion on his body was also put away. Go back to your body. While arranging a close-fitting formation to protect himself, Su Lang took out the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and Xianxia's 8-edged shield, then ordered. Yes yes yes. Broken dreamer Ling was like an obedient baby, and immediately got into the body. Chapter 1329, busy for nothing. Immediately after, Su Lang, who was covered with formations, took the body of the broken dream knife into his hand, and quickly issued instructions. The system uses designated materials, retains designated characteristics, and promotes broken dream sword to Emperor Soldier. Ding. Consume the soul of Emperor Wu 30, and the stone of heaven 180. Ding. Broken dream knife has evolved into a great Emperor Soldier. The system prompt disappeared in a flash. The broken dream knife in Su Lang's hand suddenly burst into a terrifying green light. What a green light! Su Lang instantly unfolded the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and the heavenly 8-edged shield at the same time, and then threw the broken dream knife out. Wow! As the soul-chasing Emperor Palace unfolded its own protective light shield, the sky and 8-sided shield also waved in circles, filling the void. Suddenly, the light of broken dream knife was completely blocked outside. Su Lang carefully observed it and found that the green light was actually harmless, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But protection is still necessary, and it will be miserable if you get infected. Immediately after, Su Lang used the system function, weapon recognition, to investigate the broken dream knife after promotion. Su Lang soon discovered the feature of being cut out. This feature seemed to have become stronger and more difficult to crack. In addition, Su Lang did not find other characteristics. The weird power of green destiny was not discovered either. Su Lang was very worried. So he took a deep breath and said loudly, Broken dream knife spirit, come out immediately. Yes, the broken dreamer Ling appeared. His face was shocked. Obviously, he never expected that he would be promoted to the rank of Emperor Soldier. This is simply something you can't even think of in a dream. You said it yourself. Su Lang asked, are your side effects that made the host's opposite sex relatives and friends crazy cheating? This. The boy's spirit hesitated. Even a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. I know. Su Lang silently patted his forehead. Is it still there? Do not. Dream Breaker looked at Su Lang with eyesight. that power seems to have become stronger, and I can't control it as always. Stronger. Su Lang's mouth twitched. How strong is it? Broken Dream Qi Ling lowered his head and said, so strong that once it touches my body, it will automatically form a contract. Strong. You are strong enough. Su Lang rolled his eyes and said in his heart that I was completely busy. Broken Dream Qi Ling's head was lower, and he didn't dare to look at Su Lang or speak. He knew that he couldn't become Su Lang's weapon. If he wanted to find the master, he could only find other people to cheat. Then. Su Lang didn't speak, Broken Dream didn't speak, Horcrux could not speak, Ajia was timid and didn't speak, and the scene became more and more awkward. After a long time, oh, forget it, I will not kill you either. Su Lang sighed, let's seal you. As soon as this remark came out, Dream Breaker Ling suddenly looked depressed. But this was the best ending. He had no choice but to nod it helplessly. You are the Emperor's soldier now, it is even more difficult to seal you. Su Lang spit out, and said in his heart what evil I did. Immediately after, under the active cooperation of Broken Dream Knife, Su Lang arranged formations one after another, and specially refined the sealed container with precious materials, and finally sealed the Great Emperor class Broken Dream Knife again. There was no trace of the dazzling green, and Su Lang was finally relieved. Waved his hand to decompose the bodyguard formation, and the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and xianxia 8-edged shield were also collected into the storage space. Next, Su Lang dispatched a clone and replaced it with a clone to the world of Jijun. It's time to do business, and look for people who have returned from the exile. Su Lang hovered in the sky above Jijun world, and with a thought, he began to summon the woody powerhouses of the whole Jijun world. The minister waits to see the Lord. The emperors of the Jijun world stepped into the air, headed by Mengyu, kneeling before Su Lang. Not bad. Just because Su Lang said that Mengyu was his maid, Mengyu's status immediately surpassed Han Li, the strongest man in the world of Jijun. In this regard, Su Lang didn't bother about it. Chapter 1330. Palpitation. I have some questions to ask, so listen carefully. Su Lang looked down at the crowd and said lightly, 30 million years ago, there was a great emperor in a place of exile who returned from the remnant star of heaven, and then there were rumors about him in the world of Jijun. How much do you know about the emperor? Return to the Lord. There are indeed rumors of this person. The experienced quasi-major Han Li said, 30 million years ago, I was just an ordinary martial emperor in the world of Jijun. At that time, the great emperor suddenly came, and our Jijun world could not resist. Fortunately, the great emperor did not indiscriminately kill the innocent, but asked for a large amount of healing pills, and then disappeared again. By the way, the great emperor also valued the blood of a Xianxiang emperor, stayed there for a while, and then took the blood away. At that time, the Xianxiang clan was only an immortal clan, and with something left by this great emperor, Emperor Wu appeared. What Han Li said in front made Su Lang frown, because it was useless. Only the last two sentences made Su Lang's eyes brighten. Where is Emperor Wudi of Xianxiang clan? Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and looked around the crowd. The minister is here, knock on the Lord. An old man stepped out and crouched respectfully in front of Su Lang. Su Lang asked straightforwardly, what did the emperor leave behind? Return to the Lord. It's a peculiar avenue rule gem. Xianxiang Wudi immediately replied, it was with that treasure that the first Wudi of our Xianxiang clan condensed the avenue. A boulevard rule gem. Su Lang looked at him for a moment, and he couldn't help but think of the crystallization of the power of the great Tao he plundered when he killed Emperor Wu. The two are absolutely very similar. Of course, it is definitely not the same thing. Su Lang estimated that it might have been created by some powerful organizations in the place of exile to nurture the Emperor Wu. The gem is still there. Su Lang continued to ask. Not anymore. Emperor Xianxiang Wu shook his head, that's a consumable, and it's gone after one use. Are there any more? Su Lang frowned slightly, do you Xianxiang Emperor clan keep things related to that great emperor? Have. Emperor Xianxiang Wu hurriedly said, the room that the great emperor once stayed in, the chair he sat on, and the teacup he used were all carefully protected by us. Take me right away. Su Lang stood up, the rest are waiting for the meeting to disperse. The ministers obey orders. All the emperors retired one after another, but Xianxiang Wudi was flattered, and at the same time carefully led Su Lang. Not long. Su Lang came outside a palace-like building. There is nothing special about this palace. Especially after the Xianxia clan was promoted to the imperial clan and built more magnificent buildings, the palace became more ordinary, but the palace is well protected. Layers of emperor-level formations enveloped it, even the underground. There are also some huge incense burners outside the formation with incense burning inside. This palace was used as an ancestral shrine by us. Xianxia Wudi introduced. The subordinate is the third Wudi of the Xianxia clan, and the first two ancestors have been sitting in the ancestral temple one after another. Okay. Su Lang nodded faintly, waved his hand, the formation of layers was controlled, and immediately opened automatically. In the horrified and awed gaze of Emperor Xianxia Wu, Su Lang slowly walked into the ancestral hall with his hands on his back, and the layers of formation behind him closed automatically. After entering the ancestral hall, Su Lang immediately found two emperor-level bones, presumably the first two martial emperors of the Xianxia Emperor clan. The two skeletons crawled in front of a set of seats in a very humble posture, seeming to worship something. This is the chair that the emperor sat on. Su Lang looked at the chair, and his spiritual power also poured out, filling the entire palace. Suddenly, Su Lang felt a palpitating breath. That breath seems to have spanned a long period of time and has been wiped out a lot, but it is still vast and profound. After such a long time, it still makes my heart palpitations. Su Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. This person deserves to be a strong man who can be slain from among the many great emperors in the exile. Soon, Su Lang waved his hand and released a large number of treasure-hunting flying gliders. A dense cluster of golden flying squirrels appeared in this palace, like a swarm of locusts. Chapter 1331. Treasure Hunting Flying Soul Tracking, using the ability to seek for the soul to pursue the master of this breath. Su Lang thought, and gave instructions. One by one, the treasure-hunting flying gliders immediately collected part of their breath, and then poured out of the palace one after another, flying in an unknown direction. Su Lang turned and walked out of the ancestral hall, and came to the Xianxia Wu emperor who was waiting respectfully, what is left of the blood that was taken away by the great emperor. In order to be safe, Su Lang planned to search the whereabouts of the blood of the Xianxia ethnic group that was taken away at the same time. Have, Xianxia Wudi replied, before the blood was taken away, a piece of jade was left behind, and it was kept in the hands of the elders of their line. Go and get it. Su Lang's tone was light, but he couldn't refuse. Yes. Emperor Xianxia Wu immediately took the order and resigned respectfully. Soon after, he came to Su Lang with a piece of remnant jade and offered it with respectful hands. Su Lang didn't bother to pick it up, and directly let the breath collected by the treasure-hunting flying strays use the soul to pursue the target. Soon Emperor Xianxia Wu returned the remnant jade back. Finish it all. The clues obtained from Jijun World have all been used. Next, just wait for the result of the treasure hunt flying soul. Su Lang also planned to stay in Jijun World for a few days to relax. But at this moment, suddenly there was movement in the hand talisman on his body. Genshin Road. Su Lang knew that it was Genshin Road who sent the message without looking. Because at present he also saved the contact information of Genshin Road. I took out the sending hand sign and saw a message on it, Master Langdi. Just now, the Freedom Fleet Commander Wushu and others received information from the Dark Sky World, allowing the survivors to drive the ship back to the Dark Sky World. The great Emperor Wushu pretended to answer, and put out some words, and learned that the Dark Sky World once again sent the Void Fleet, and the way forward is our side. According to the speed of the Void Fleet, it should reach the sky canopy soon. After reading the message, Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Here again, and it's the Void Fleet of the Dark Sky World. I really haven't learned enough lessons. Soon, Su Lang planned to return directly to Tien Canaxing. But at this moment, Master, there is an invasion of a different world fleet. It was Han Li who had gone and returned, looking for him anxiously. Okay, what's the matter? There is also an invasion of another world fleet here. Su Lang frowned and looked at Han Li who was kneeling on the ground. Do you know who the intruder is? The servant doesn't know. They appeared on the front lines of war established by the world of Jijun and Dongzhen, a total of 300 warships. Han Li replied, according to the observations of frontline personnel, all those warships are Imperial soldiers, and they definitely come from a certain big power. Han Li just finished speaking. Suddenly another Wudi flew from outside. The lower servant, please see the Lord. Wang Si reported that a large number of invading warships appeared in the void between the world of Dongzhen and the world of Jijun. At this time the invading fleet has been divided into two groups, all the way to Dongzhen Star and all the way to Jijun Star. The person who came to report was also Emperor Wu of Jijun World, and Han Li's face turned black after hearing his words. As soon as I heard it, I knew that Emperor Wu was in collusion with the world of Dongzhen, of course. At this time, everyone regards Su Lang as the co-leader, and they are all their own, and he is not easy to have an attack, understood? Su Lang nodded slightly and asked, is there anything special about the invading warships? Return to the Lord, Han Li replied, those battleships are dark and slender, and they look very nasty. Dark and slender, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, is that this? As he said, he turned into a dark sky battleship in front of him. It is this kind of warship. Han Li nodded immediately, seeing Su Lang's extensive surveillance, and his eyes full of admiration toward Su Lang. Ha ha, it looks like it should be the second fleet that Zheng Tianlu said. Just, why does this fleet appear here? Su Lang groaned on his face. He didn't go into the reason why the Dark Sky World invaded Tian Kanxing, just as the Dark Sky World, who likes to invade, happened to be eyeing Tian Kanxing. Chapter 1332, Disregard the heroes and watch the world. But now, the Dark Sky World hit a wall in Tian Kanxing, but didn't want to take revenge, but instead shifted the target to focus on other worlds. This is simply not in line with the violent and characteristics of Dark Sky World. Unless, what is the reason for Dark Sky World and Wu Boruo to give up the Heavenly Remnant Star? Except besides, the Dark Sky World invaded all the planets on the cantilever of the Eastern Star Territory in a short time. It is very likely to be targeted. If it's really purposeful, why does the Dark Sky World use troops against the East? Could it be that Wu Boruo is already going to do something on my Kenglan Star? Only encountered other planets on the way to invade? Su Lang kept speculating, but there were still some things he couldn't figure out. For example, why did the Dark Sky World give up the place to retrieve the Tian Kanxing? There must be something hidden in it that I don't know. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and shot out a dangerous light, but no matter what, Dongzhen and Jijun are now my world, and the invading fleet must be cleaned up. Thought of this, Su Lang looked at the two Han Li who came forward to report, and said lightly, let all of you retreat, I will do it myself. Yes, the two of Han Li immediately took their orders and retreated. As soon as the two of them left, a world vision appeared in the sky, like circles of twisted aurora, very terrifying. Has it entered the scope of world consciousness? Su Lang smiled coldly, dispatched the clone directly, and then used the clone of buying to pave a void road, quickly. The forefront clone discovered 150 ships, which were the warships of the Second Fleet of Dark Sky World. These warships are more numerous than those of the First Fleet, but the average rating is lower. Su Lang came to the front of the fleet as a clone, and began to investigate carefully. It turned out that the Emperor Wu on the battleship was also slightly weaker than the Emperor Wu in the First Fleet. On the headed 9-turn Emperor-class battleship, there is a Dark Sky warrior named Fergus who has just entered the quasi-Great Emperor class. This person is much weaker than Arid. What Su Lang didn't know was that this person was the original leader of the Second Fleet, and became the deputy leader because of Anderson's parachuting. Fergus' mission is to lead half of the ships to attack the world of Jijun. While Su Lang was observing the fleet ahead, the fleet also quickly discovered the existence of Su Lang. Someone is standing in front, like a quasi-Great Emperor. Who dares to stand in front of the powerful Second Fleet? It's probably the strong man in the previous world, who came to intercept us alone. I really don't know how the dead words are written. Quote. Among the warships, the arrogant Dark Sky clan warriors showed cruel sneers. In the command room of the temporary flagship, the deputy leader Fergus was even more distorted. This person is broken into pieces, his bones and ashes. Fergus had stayed well in the Second Fleet, but suddenly an Anderson parachuted in, so naturally he was very upset. Seeing the enemy at this time, he immediately couldn't wait to vent his anger and resentment. Then, under Fergus' order, the 150 fleet moved forward frantically, encircling Su Lang in a blink of an eye. No nonsense. All the warships activated the attack system at the same time, and countless energy beams slammed Su Lang fiercely. 150 Imperial-class battleships, each with a large number of attack formations. At this time, they all fired together, covering the sky, which is equivalent to thousands of woodies simultaneously shooting. However, Su Lang smiled coldly, and didn't even bother to take out the shield. Aotian War God Technique. With a thought in his mind, Su Lang suddenly lit up a golden flame, and an aura that looked down upon the world burst out. Next moment, countless energy beams blasted on Su Lang's body. With Su Lang as the center, the aftermath of the terrifying attack exploded wildly, as if even the planet could be destroyed. Except for a violent explosion, there was no other sound in the entire void. Dead, even the quasi-great emperor who dares to take on such an intensive attack will undoubtedly die. HMPH, these quasi-great emperors on remote planets have no tricks at all, and they have definitely turned to ashes. I think so too. Chapter 1333, Death is Your Only End. Among the warships, many warriors talked a lot. Of course, these warriors are basically people with relatively shallow knowledge, and they can't imagine how big the gap between a small realm of emperor level is. Senior Woody such as Fergus is different. They didn't think that Su Lang would die in the bombing of more than 100 Imperial-class warships. Of course, they didn't think that Su Lang would be unscathed, no matter how minor he would be injured. But, the fact is beyond everyone's expectations. When the energy beams of the battleships died out, Su Lang, who was surrounded by golden flames, appeared in the eyes of everyone. Everyone can clearly see that Su Lang has not received any harm at all, and even his hairstyle is not messy. This person is so powerful. My god, our 150 Imperial-class warships were showing off at the same time, and they didn't even blow off his hair. This person is terrifying, incredible. But with Sir Fergus, this person is still bound to die. Not bad. Quote. After everyone on the battleship was horrified, they looked at Su Lang again with dead eyes, at the same time. Fergus was also very shocked. What kind of trick is this? The defense is so strong. This person should not be underestimated, I have to do it myself. Fergus narrowed his eyes into a slit, revealing a trace of jealousy, and then he stepped forward into the void. Fergus. Su Lang looked at this person, draped his eyelids with his hands behind his back, and said slowly, "Do you want to die alive?" Such an arrogant and disdainful look immediately made Fergus, who was already extremely upset, instantly angry. Originally I wanted you to die, but now I want you to live. Fergus' eyes were cold, as if he could freeze the entire void. I want you to live and enjoy all the pain that can be found in the world. Yo, I'm so scared. Su Lang sneered, his sarcasm intensified. Humph, see if you will still laugh out after a while. Fergus snorted coldly, and the black armor on his body twisted and turned into a sharp spear. The next moment, Fergus' figure disappeared from the spot, and the sharp tip of the spear fell on Su Lang in an instant. Motivated by the terrifying power of Fergus' quasi-great emperor level, this trick seems to be able to penetrate even the sun and the moon. However, boom buzzing, it was like a hammer falling on a thick drum, a muffled noise centered on Su Lang, spreading towards the surroundings. The tip of Fergus' spear was firmly nailed to the center of Su Lang's eyebrows, but he couldn't break the defense at all. You can't even break my skin, how can you fight me? Su Lang sneered. Fergus was really too weak compared to Anderson. If he didn't use his whole cards, he was just a rookie who had just entered the quasi-great emperor level. How can that be? How can you, the quasi-great emperor in a remote star field, have such a strong defense? Fergus looked at the tip of the spear dumbfounded. It was incredible. There are so many things you can't imagine. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth, for example, this. The voice did not fall. One by one, terrifying figures exuding the aura of quasi-great emperor appeared around. A total of 73, it was Su Lang's clone. What, 73 quasi-great emperors? Fergus's hair was horrified for a moment, and his soul was in danger. The warriors on the fleet were even more silent, so scared that their thinking would stop working. The quasi-great emperor level is not Chinese cabbage. Even in the mighty dark sky world, the quasi-great emperor is no more than 10 fingers. But now, more than 70 quasi-great emperors suddenly appeared, which really exceeded everyone's imagination and broke everyone's three views. Great Origin Demon Emperor, please. After the shock, Fergus came back to his senses, and immediately activated the soul body armor. But, too late. Su Lang smiled coldly, death is your only end. More than 70 avatars used Po Yi's sword at the same time, directly slashing Fergus to pieces and wiped out the ashes. Ding. You get the Great Emperor's Soul Fragment 610. The Senior Martial Emperor's Soul 1, Life Universe 1, Rule Immortal Crystal 1, Power Avenue 1, Theravada Shanyuan 79,295,486, Supreme Immortal Jade 83,621,988. Emperor level materials. Xian level materials. Seeing that the powerful Fergus fell directly without the strength to fight back, the rest of the Dark Sky clan warriors were instantly shocked. Chapter 1334. Wu Boruo feels distressed and vomits blood again next moment. Su Lang thought, the formation of more than 100 warships was closed. The clones poured into the battleship and started a massacre. Because these warriors have soul fragments on their bodies, the hidden dangers are too great, so Su Lang will not leave them behind. Those who have said strange things. Those who recover and want to escape. Those who have resisted. Everyone is dead. Even dozens of warships tried to escape but were overtaken by Su Lang, breaking them down in the howls of the spirits. The powerful Emperor-class fleet fell apart within a few breaths. So far, hundreds of Wu Emperors and thousands of Zun Emperors have become the souls of Su Lang's sword. Only more than 100 terrifying Imperial-class warships remained. So weak, Su Lang curled his mouth, waved his hand to collect all the warships, and immediately flew to the real world. There is still half of the fleet waiting for him to deal with it. Time moves forward a moment. In the distant dark world, Origin Demon Emperor Wu Boruo was eating some flesh and blood, eating bloody, disgusting. According to the speed of the second fleet, it should have begun to attack the two newly discovered worlds. After the fight is down, we must first kill all the creatures on the planet, and then let the bottom Dark Sky race to colonize. I act behind the scenes. Presumably the world consciousness of that planet will soon be weakened or even assimilated, and I can only let me take over. Wu Bo Ruomei thought about it, and the frustration in his heart due to the loss of the first fleet finally dissipated a little. But at this moment, okay, Fergus is begging for strength. Met a great enemy. What? Suddenly interrupted. Fergus is dead. Wu Boruo's expression that had just been soothed instantly solidified, and the pair of terrifying giant eyes widened. Immediately after, he found the most sad thing. Soul body fragments. Shards of my soul body. Damn, my soul fragment has lost contact again. In addition to Fergus, a large number of warriors died, and their soul fragments were also lost. Wu Boruo couldn't help but disbelieved, and was dumbfounded. A heart was cold and painful, as if he had stuck a knife. The endless fire of anger ignited from his chest, and the endless killing intent began to boil, almost completely devouring Wu Boruo's mind. Block the world, I must destroy you. He clutched his heart and stood up, a terrifying roar from his bleeding mouth. The entire foggy mountain shook crazily, countless rubble fell, and the nearest churches collapsed and became ruins. Immediately after, Wu Boruo activated the secret method and his will directly descended on Anderson's body. The void near Dongzhengsheng, 150 Imperial-class warships stepped into the range of world consciousness, causing a violent world vision. Although Wang Si, the strongest in the world of Dongzhen, was very worried, he did not act rashly under Su Lang's order. All the powerhouses in the real world stayed near the atmosphere, as if facing a big enemy. The Void Fleet, the 9-turn Emperor-class flagship, Anderson was holding a glass of scarlet drink that had just been poured and tasted it very elegantly, at this time. The breath on, his body was suddenly chaotic, and then it began to soar. The Great Origin Devil, Anderson's face changed drastically, and he dropped his cup and knelt on the ground. The martial emperors around are even more stubborn, wanting to shove themselves into the floor to show their humbleness and respect for the Origin Devil Emperor. Wow, the consciousness in Anderson's soul armor gradually recovered and strengthened. The black and hard armor also became like the muscles of living creatures, crazily twisted. Anderson, Fergus has fallen, what happened? The Origin Devil Emperor asked his will, his tone of irritation and intent to kill. What? Fergus has fallen, how come? I just separated from him, and there is no time for a stick of incense. No, I didn't question your meaning, the stalwart Origin Demon Emperor. I just can't believe it. Besides, I don't know what happened. Anderson knelt on the ground, sweeping away the appearance of the older brother, and interpreting the roles of younger brother and younger brother in a superb manner. Chapter 1335. Emperor Anderson, if you can kill Fergus in such a short period of time and destroy 150 warships, the opponent may be the great emperor. The Origin Demon Emperor suppressed his anger. Anderson, you are my most optimistic guardian, I give you strength and power, go, kill him, I will watch it with my own eyes. Yes, Great Origin Demon Emperor. Anderson took the lead immediately. Immediately after, the origin of the Devil Emperor's will has recovered most of it, leaving only a trace of attention to Anderson. A powerful force gushes out from the soul body armor and poured into Anderson's body. At the same time, there is also the power of soul fragment that Wu Boruo opened to Anderson. In a flash, just like the original Arid, Anderson's body began to swell wildly, and his breath was also step by step. Blood fusion. The ever-growing Anderson came to the outside of the battleship, using the authority granted by Upporo. Suddenly, except for Anderson, all the warriors of the Dark Sky tribe have undergone abnormal changes. The soul armors on them all seemed to come alive, turning into black muscles and flying into Anderson's soul armor. After being integrated into the soul armor of all people, Anderson's size has swelled to a height of 3 kilometers, and his strength has directly reached the realm of a great emperor. A brand new realm and terrifying power have ignited Anderson's fighting spirit. However, carry on. Upporo's order came. Yes, Anderson didn't dare to neglect, he immediately activated the secret method, break the shackles. Boom. Anderson's huge body collapsed instantly. The aura on his body also condenses, becoming more and more terrifying. The billowing emperor-class breath spreads, trembling in the void. This moment, Anderson's combat power has reached its limit. Go and destroy that planet. Wu Boruo gritted his teeth and ordered, let him pay some price first. Yes, Anderson took the order, his body moved, and he flew towards Dongjungsheng. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the void not far away, which was one of Su Lang's clones. Okay, the Great Emperor. Through the sharing of perception, Su Lang immediately felt Anderson's powerful breath, and a hint of surprise rose in his heart. Immediately after, he saw the fleet in the void, and the dark warriors who had lost their soul armor. Like Anderson, used the secret technique. However, this person is really strong and cannot be dealt with by ancient times. With a thought, Su Lang opened Anderson's attribute panel. Name: Anderson Race. Dark Sky Clan Qualification Level. Unparalleled Realm Level. Quasi-Great Emperor Attack Level. 1 Great Emperor plus Defensive Level. 1 Great Emperor Shenfa Level. A Great Emperor plus Endurance Level. 1 Great Emperor Spirit Level. Realm of Kongani Mastering Techniques. Sacrifice to the Source Heart Sutra. Breaking Shackles Emperor Level. Consummation Fierce God Battle Spectrum Emperor Level. Consummation Wanren Tianqiang Finger Emperor Level. Consummation Blood Shaking Change Emperor Level. Consummation The God of Piercing the Immortal Thorn Xian Level. Consummation Attack Level 1 Great Emperor Plus. And master the 4 Emperor Level Consummation Techniques. Sure enough, better than Anderson. Su Lang squinted slightly, with a hint of caution in his heart. Of course. Just be cautious, Su Lang will not be afraid. Swallow the clone, Su Lang thought, and immediately swallowed 35 clones, leaving only one as a substitute for death. A breath of horror continued to rise, and Su Lang's combat power rose wildly, directly crossing the realm of the sky, reaching the level of the Emperor. But this is not over yet. Su Lang's breath is still soaring. While breathing, another burst of majestic aura bloomed, sweeping the surrounding void. So far, Su Lang's combat power stopped growing. Properties panel. Su Lang immediately opened his property panel to view. I saw that the attack level had reached the 2nd Great Emperor level, and the defensive body stamina was all at the 1st Great Emperor Plus level. Well known, at the level of Emperor Wu, a small realm gap is enough to cause crushing. At the Emperor level, the gap in the small realm is even more terrifying, and a slight gap can determine the final victory. At this time, Su Lang's combat power has already overwhelmed Anderson. If there is no accident, it can be said that he will win. Chapter 1336. Upporo Crazy Brain Supplement, Clone Replacement. When Su Lang thought, he arrived at the starry sky of Dongzhen World in the next moment. And after Anderson used the secret technique to enter the Great Emperor's level, his speed became very fast, he had almost entered the vicinity of the cave realm, and was in contact with the atmosphere. Under Anderson's horrible breath, the world consciousness of Dongzhen planet urges a more dramatic vision of heaven and earth. On the planet, thunder and lightning, dark clouds, as if the whole world is roaring in anger. The countless creatures on the earth were terrified, and even the powerful warriors who stood above them were extremely hesitant. Only the emperors headed by Wang Si can calm their minds. They fanatically believe that all these disasters can be easily resolved in front of the great Langdi. Many creatures. HMPH, I want to kill enough today. Anderson looked down on the planet, like a giant void beast eyeing an inescapable prey. At this time, clone dispatch, clone replacement, Su Lang activated two system functions one after another, and his figure appeared directly in Dong Zhengxing. Your Majesty the Great Langdi. Worship the Great Langdi. His Lord Lang has descended, and all evils and disasters will be purified. Quote. When Wang Si and others saw Su Lang, they felt more relieved. At the same time, standing in the atmosphere, Su Lang looked at the approaching Anderson with his hands behind his back, and the Emperor-class aura on his body continued to diffuse. What? This whole true star actually has a great Emperor level. Moreover, this person's breath is even stronger than mine. Feeling the breath of Su Lang, Anderson, who was originally extremely arrogant and aggressive, suddenly changed his expression. Wu Boruo, who looked at all this through the fragments of the soul body, was also full of horror. How is this possible? How can there be a great emperor in this small world? The heavenly remnant star has great emperor level weapons, and the world of Jijun has suspected great emperor level powerhouses. This whole true star actually has a great emperor level. When did the existence of the great emperor become everywhere? Could it be that these great emperor ranks are all chess pieces laid by the world of the sky? I originally thought I was laying out the Zetian continent, but in fact, it was the Zetian continent that had already set up traps and waited for nothing. Zhiren Tiandi, really a difficult opponent. In addition, the breath of the great emperor in front of me seems a bit familiar. Yes, I've seen it in the inheritance time before. However, the auras are very similar, but the young man is only a rank 7 martial emperor at best, but this person is at the great emperor level and is by no means the same person. Perhaps, the young man who killed Kuang or Lu was his younger disciple. And this person may be the ruthless emperor that the young man once mentioned, the second emperor of the heaven-shading world. Quote. Just feeling the breath of Su Lang, Wu Boruo filled his mind with countless thoughts. He became more and more jealous of the world of the sky, and he even regretted taking a shot at the world of the sky, but at present, the arrow is not only on the string, but has been launched, and there is no way to stop. At this moment, Su Lang and Anderson, two great emperor-level statues, one stepped in the atmosphere, the other suspended in the void, facing away from a distance. The space was trembling. The great emperor. It's terrible, but I'm not scared by Anderson. What's more, behind me is the great origin demon emperor. Anderson stared at Su Lang, the horror on his face gradually calmed down and turned into a strong fighting spirit. The duration of the swallowing clone is not long, it must be a quick decision. Su Lang looked at Anderson faintly, and a powerful fighting spirit also rose from his body. At this time, dead. Anderson punched out without any fancy tricks, and instantly tore the space to reach Su Lang. The pitch-black armor turned into hideous spikes on Anderson's fist, fiercely inserted into Su Lang's eyes. Kunlun is invisible. Su Lang's heart moved, and his speed exploded instantly. Anderson's terrifying giant fist blasted directly, dispelling the afterimage left by Su Lang, but Anderson's attack did not stop. Chapter 1337, The Blood is Shocking. Humph, you can avoid it, but the planet can't avoid it. With extremely cruel and violent thoughts, Anderson blasted Dong Zhengxing with all his strength. Although it is impossible to burst the star with the power of a great emperor, it is very easy to kill the creatures on the surface and cause the disaster of star destruction. Once the real star is hit by Anderson, the latter will definitely become a dead place. Only, humph, do you think I will let you destroy the stars? Su Lang smiled contemptuously, his eyes condensed suddenly, seal the sky with one thought. Silently, mysterious power is permeated, strange space is formed, and Anderson is directly drawn into it. Everything in the outside world has lost its color, as if it had become an illusory shadow. Anderson's punch fell fiercely on the star of the hole that lost its color, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea, without making any waves at all. What? My attack just disappeared. Anderson looked around in disbelief. What the asterisk is this? This ruthless emperor actually has such an incredible method. Not only Anderson, but even Uporuo, who has lived for nearly 100 million years, was horrified. Just when the two were horrified, broken a sword, Su Lang pointed his right hand into a sword and swiped it lightly at Anderson. Stabbed, a sword aura containing a terrifying aura flew out directly, and fell on Anderson's body in an instant. Boom, crack, there was a sound of hard objects cracking in the violent explosion. I saw that under Su Lang's breaking sword, the black armor on Anderson's body had cracked like a spider web. How is this possible? This is the flesh and blood of the great origin devil emperor. Anderson's hair was instantly horrified, and he stood upside down. Wu Boruo was also shocked by Su Lang's sword, because he had never seen such a powerful sword move. This ruthless emperor's method is really sharp. If he is at the same level as me, my defense will never hold him back. Such a person absolutely cannot let him grow up. A deep fear rose in Wu Boruo's heart, and at the same time, his desire to kill Su Lang became more determined. The thoughts of Anderson and Upporo were in an instant. In the next instant, Su Lang had already swung a sword again, broken a sword. Stabbed. Another sharp sword aura stabbed Anderson's armor fiercely. Crack. Another crack opened, and Anderson's expression changed wildly. If this continues, he can only be destroyed by Su Lang's sword, and finally beheaded. Whole cards must be used. Anderson slammed his heart, blood shaking changes. The secret of horror is activated. The flesh and blood wrapped in Anderson's armor instantly melted into blood. The thick, smelly blood water in Anderson's soul body armor rolls like a violent sea, causing a terrifying tsunami. There was even a trace of blood overflowing along the cracks in the armor, dyeing the armor blood red, making it look hideous. At the same time, the surging power continued to erupt, raising his various attributes layer by layer. Su Lang has not been idle. A large number of broken sword attacks fell on Anderson's body, but the broken sword that was able to cut through a large number of cobweb cracks before caused less and less damage. Die me, Wan Ren Tianqiang finger. Seeing that he had resisted Su Lang's attack, Anderson suddenly roared, piercing fiercely with both hands and fingers. This finger has almost exerted the power of Emperor Wudi. Aotian War God technique. Su Lang's pupils condensed and immediately activated the defensive technique. Layers of golden flames rose, setting him off like a ***** of war. Next moment, Anderson rushed to Su Lang, and the two great emperors collided fiercely. Rumble. The void burst instantly, and the space shattered like glass. The more terrifying aftermath of the battle carried the power to destroy the world and spread. Fortunately, Su Lang's Nianfeng space cannot be dictated by common sense. The aftermath of the battle that disperses cannot interfere with the outside world, and cannot harm the creatures in the world of Dongzhen, but although Nianfeng space cannot interfere with each other inside and outside, however, the scene inside the Nianfeng space can be seen from the outside world. Chapter 1338. Su Lang looked dumbfounded at this time. All the creatures in the world of Dongzhen have seen the epic battle between Su Lang and Anderson. The moment the two sides collided, it was almost like two planets colliding. The scene was surging, and even more spectacular. This collision has become an unerasable memory in the world of Dongzhen. Under the gaze of countless creatures in Dongzhen, the two sides collided close to each other, regardless of the outcome, and the battle in the void continued. Fighting God. Anderson was almost crazy. With his perfect fighting skills, every part of his body was a deadly weapon. But Su Lang's fighter skills are not bad. He has practiced too many techniques, and countless skills make his combat skills impeccable. Coupled with Po Yi Jian, Kunlun invisible steps in Aotian War God's secret art, which can be offensive, defensive and avoidable, and Anderson cannot cause any damage at all. This person is so powerful. I have reached the limit, and I still can't beat him. Under Anderson's fierce and crazy appearance, a trace of fear gradually grew. His current combat power is obtained through the use of secret techniques, and soon the combat power will fall, and it will be his death date by then. Su Lang naturally knew that Anderson used the secret technique. How terrifying is the secret technique that can increase the battle power of the great emperor? How huge is the consumption? Not to mention it is half an hour. It can be regarded as against the sky if it can support it for 5 minutes. Therefore, Su Lang sat down on the Daoyutai completely and waited for Anderson to play himself to death. Waste. Let me do it. Suddenly, Wu Boruo's will came from the armor of the soul body. Great origin devil. No. Anderson heard Wu Boruo's voice, and suddenly there was endless despair. The origin devil emperor can control any warrior parasitized by the soul armor. These warriors are his tools, food, or clones. You can't help but choose. Wu Boruo's indifferent voice came. Anderson immediately felt the cold and ruthless will permeate from the soul body armor, and began to crazily corrode everything about him. However, Anderson used the blood-shaking transformation at this time, and his whole body turned into blood water, completely losing the last resistance. Under Upworlow's terrifying will, Anderson just struggled for a moment before he was completely dead. Everything about him was taken over by Upworlow. This process was so fast that it was almost imperceptible, even Su Lang only felt a little strange. Boom. Anderson, no, it should be said that Wu Borluo hit Su Lang's chest with a fierce punch. Getting stronger. No, it's because I have more experience in combat. I unexpectedly thought of the direction of my avoidance. Su Lang, shocked all over, stepped back a few steps, and a hint of surprise rose in his heart. At the same time, he also guessed that Anderson's change was probably because Upworlow was making trouble. The ruthless Emperor, you are so talented. Unfortunately, today you will undoubtedly die, unless the Emperor of Heaven can arrive in time. Wu Borluo kept attacking Su Lang, even with ease, able to say some words that were mind-damaging. However, Su Lang listened to Wu Borluo's words, but his expression was dumbfounded. What? I am the ruthless Emperor. Isn't that made up based on a certain novel in my previous life? Why did I become a ruthless Emperor? There is also the Heavenly Emperor. What the asterisk is this? What happened that I didn't know? Quote. Su Lang stared at him, while constantly avoiding or resisting Wu Borluo's attack. His mind was foggy, of course. Su Lang has doubts, but also his understanding. He guessed that Anderson was very likely to be controlled by Wu Borluo before he would say this kind of top secret. Then Su Lang took the time to glance at the opponent's attribute panel, and found that the name column had changed to Wu Borluo clone. Sure enough, Wu Borluo took over the body. It seems that Anderson is dead, but it's a pity that he has an emperor soul. In addition, Wu Borluo is convinced of the title of Ruthless Heavenly Emperor, and also mentioned, extremely human Heavenly Emperor. Perhaps, after Ihukan Zishan continent, Wu Borluo really went to investigate, and he really found a world called Zishan. According to Wu Borluo's attitude, the Heavenly Emperor is definitely not easy to provoke, and the world of Zishan must be a powerful world. Chapter 1339, The Power of the Five Elements World. Countless thoughts flashed in Su Lang's heart, and felt a little painful about this misunderstanding. It can be said that it was his flicker that caused Wu Borluo to investigate the world of the sky, and then a confrontation. In the midst of this misunderstanding, the Zishan continent is a spear-laden existence, so he will definitely hate him. Of course, Su Lang didn't know that the Emperor of Heaven didn't know that Dark Sky World was because of him. Because the world of Dark Sky is notoriously infamous, it is not uncommon for anyone to start. Su Lang didn't even know that the Emperor of Heaven had already begun the layout of the Dark Sky World, and he united a great emperor with a vertical and horizontal plan, and he was about to do something about the Dark Sky World. At this moment, under Wu Borluo's constant attacks, Su Lang had put aside his distracting thoughts and dealt with it intently. I have to say that Wu Borluo is really too strong. His long age has brought extremely rich experience. This makes Wu Borluo's fighting skills even better than Su Lang, who has practiced hundreds of exercises. After just a few dozen breaths, Su Lang fell into a passive 1,000 stars shower. Suddenly, Wu Borluo launched a terrifying move, and thousands of attacks erupted in an instant, each of which was a full blow. Bang bang bang. Su Lang suffered thousands of punches in an instant, and was blasted out tens of millions of miles. Even the golden flame of Aotian war god Ju was going out. Only this level, then you can go to death. Wu Borluo's grinning voice came from the armor, and at the same time, the attack on his hand continued to slay Su Lang frantically. Suddenly, another countless attack approached Su Lang. The power of the world. Su Lang stabilized his figure, opened his arms, and danced wildly. Next moment, the five universes of Chengxing, Qiming, Yingwo, Tai Sui, and Zhengxing opened a gap at the same time. Su Lang's body began to bear the weight of the world. At this moment, he can't speak the same thing at all. It was completely different from when Kuang or Lu could only bear 1/1,000,000th of the weight of Mars. Every life planet, Su Lang can bear 1/10 of its weight. The sum of the 5 elements of life planets is 1/2 of the average weight of life planets, which is probably a terrifying 5 trillion tons. Withstanding a weight of 5 trillion tons, it means that Su Lang's weight at this time is almost half of Saturn's core. This is the real power to suppress everything. And the 5-element life planet unfolds at the same time, which brings not only weight, but also the power of the 5-element avenue. The 5 elements avenue complements each other, is endless, full and complete, and stable. Boom. Wu Boruo made a full blow and hit Su Lang in the head. If this had happened before, Su Lang would definitely fly thousands of miles away, and his head would be dizzy. But at this time, Su Lang didn't move at all, even showing disdain. "Did you not eat?" Along with the words, there is a fierce slap in the vagina. Boom! Unprepared, Wu Boruo was kicked directly in the crotch, and countless cracks appeared in the blood-red hideous armor again. He flew out instantly, smashing through countless space cracks all the way, and finally stabilized his figure in a void. Of course Su Lang would not let go of the opportunity to beat the dog in the water. Point to your toes and slam the fist that surrounds the golden flame. Although after bearing the power of the world, the speed will become very slow. But Su Lang can use the perverted secret Kunlun invisible step without any restrictions, which directly compensates for this shortcoming. It was almost an instant. Su Lang's fist fell in front of Wu Boruo again. Cross la la. The space is shattered in layers under the power of horror, like a soft cake. It's the power of the world. Wu Boruo's pupils shrank slightly, and the experienced he had already guessed Su Lang's method. After all, for the Orthodox Emperor, using the power of the planet of life was the most conventional trump card. Although Wu Boruo's own cultivation system is slanted, he relies on tool men from all over the world to practice. But in fact, he is inseparable from his ancestry. He also gave birth to the universe of life. Of course, as a tool man, Anderson has no life planet. Just like Arid, there are only some broken continental fragments. Therefore, Wu Boruo controlled Anderson, almost unable to explode the power of the world. Under Su Lang's fist, which contains billions of tons of world weight, if Wu Bo cannot resist, he can only use secret methods to temporarily avoid the edge. Chapter 1340. There seems to be no bones left. Blood meteor. Within a single thought, Wu Boruo burst out the secret method and avoided Su Lang's fist. But he himself paid an extremely terrifying price. The ****** body directly consumed 1/3. This not only caused his endurance to drop sharply, but even his strength was affected and began to weaken. Wu Boruo finally changed his face. "No way, if this continues, I will lose. This ruthless emperor must die, even if it pays a higher price." This thought flashed through Wu Boruo's heart, and the final power burst out immediately. The heart explodes. Rumble. A majestic blood flame ignited from Ubuluo's heart. The hard armor instantly turned into muscles and flesh, and continued to melt. The whole person turned into a red candle. Anderson and Arid are different. The soul parasitic on his body is one of Ubuluo's heart fragments. At this time, Wu Boruo chose to sacrifice this piece of soul body fragments permanently, and immediately exploded with power far beyond the limit. The monstrous breath spreads, like a wave of horror constantly beating. There are countless ripples in the space, constantly twisting and folds, breaking a lot of Li Feng. Even the unreasonable Nianfang space is faintly unstable. This is the power of the three great emperors. Su Lang's expression changed drastically, and he didn't even want to immediately retreat strategically after the outbreak of Wu Boruo. The other party will undoubtedly die. The situation on the battlefield reversed instantly. Su Lang did not hesitate to pull away and left, but if Wu Bo could let it go, he pointed out in a flash. This is Wu Boruo's real full force, so strong that even the three great emperors can't shake it. After one finger, this clone will fall to the great emperor level and even die directly. This finger turned into a majestic phantom. Even the space became the surface of the water. Let it be broken. It seems that even the sun, moon and stars have to be crushed by one finger. Su Lang even felt that all his chi machines were locked, and there was nowhere to escape. Although soul-chasing Emperor Palace and Xianxia 8-edged shield were great emperor soldiers, they were only a huge emperor rank, and they could not be resisted when they were taken out. It also takes 0.1 seconds to replace the clone, so it can't be used at this level of battle. The only way. Su Lang took a deep breath and took out the broken dream knife, Nan, to seal the space. In a flash, the object of Nianfang Space's blockade has changed from Wu Boruo to Dream Breaker. The ****** Wu Boruo loses its color and turns into a black and white silent TV. I hope I can hold it. Under the finger of the Emperor over three greats, Su Lang was not sure that Nianfang Space could isolate Wu Boruo's attack. If you really can't resist, you must stay behind. The next moment, Wu Boruo's terrifying fingers shredded the void and fell on the Nianfang Space. The unreasonable Nianfang Space started to tremble and made a terrifying buzzing sound. Lying down, Su Lang's pupils shrank suddenly. While breathing, the buzzing suddenly disappeared, and the space of Nianfeng turned into ashes and annihilated. The huge finger that restored the color and ***** flame fell directly on Su Lang. Rumble. In the violent explosion, the endless aftermath of the battle spread, and the void was riddled with holes like paper. A terrifying storm was set off on Dongzhengxing in the distance. If the battlefield had not been moved to a far place, Dongzhengxing would have died at least 80% of the creatures. Looking at the explosion center again, Su Lang disappeared directly, as if there was no bones left. Only a long emerald sword drifted with the wind, flying towards the depths of the void. At this time, ha 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 ha, the great soldier. I didn't expect this ruthless heavenly emperor to have a great soldier. But now it belongs to me. The ruthless heavenly emperor has fallen, and the definite heavenly emperor will definitely be very angry, and the Zetian continent is also considered to be broken. GG, I finally got back around. Muscle suddenly entangled the broken dream knife and flew towards the distance. This muscle is the surviving Wubaluo clone. After he performed the strongest blow, he had fallen to the critical point of the Great Emperor and was about to fall to the Great Emperor. He quickly flew to the place where the fleet stayed, and in the horrified eyes of a large number of Dark Sky Clan warriors, he unfolded a ***** secret. Chapter 1341. Upgraded octagonal shield. The muscles spread apart, like evil tentacles. They captured the terrified Emperor Wu and Zun Emperor and swallowed them all. In a flash, Wu Boruo recovered a lot of energy and blood, and his state improved a lot. However, his clone is now like a leaking bucket. Even if it is full of water, it will quickly weaken. In the end, it is doomed to decline. Okay, someone is watching. Could it be that the death of the ruthless Emperor Tiandi spurred the Jueran Tiandi? Humph, it's the best policy to go. Suddenly Wu Boruo felt someone peeping at him, and didn't want to immediately use 150 battleships to activate the ultra-long teleportation array. Boom, the huge beam of light flashed away, and some advanced battleships and Upporo disappeared immediately. The remaining battleships all exploded and turned into bright fireworks. Enter Ji Junxing. Humph. Su Lang saw everything through the perspective of an avatar, and couldn't help showing a sneer. Next moment, he stretched out his right hand and opened it, and a trace of blood-red breath rose in it. Immediately after, squeaky, countless treasure hunt flying gushing out, scrambling for the blood-red breath. But, Su Lang did not immediately dispatch these treasure hunt flying gliders. Because Wu Bo Ruo is destined to return to the world of Dark Sky, and the coordinates of the world of Dark Sky, there are captured free and other leading parties, there is no need to worry at all. Pursuing the specific location of Upporo will not be needed until he arrives in the Dark World. Except for Li Shenyang, all the clones have been consumed. The clone avatar cannot be replaced by the clone. You have to wait an hour for the cooldown. Su Lang thought silently, and then took out the 8-sided shield. The original intention of this Great Emperor soldier was to fight, but this first Great Emperor level battle did not come in handy. The key is that Su Lang somewhat underestimated Anderson's strength after being controlled by Wu Boruo. Just the next quasi-emperor level can burst out a terrifying blow to crush the 3 Great Emperors. If it is Wu Boruo's body, I don't know how strong it is. In the future, we are destined to fight Wu Boruo. If we want to do well, we must first sharpen our weapons. We must be ready. Su Lang squinted his eyes. Zan even started to upgrade the 8-sided shield of the sky. At the same time, in the Dark World, in a temple not far from the Mist Giant Peak, boom! A terrifying light broke out in the tall church, and even more intense spatial fluctuations spread. When the light dissipated, the entire church was wiped out and replaced by a huge space channel. The only muscles of Wu Boruo's avatar entangled in the broken dream knife flew out from it, followed by several high-level Imperial-class battleships behind him. Around the church, there were strong men arranged by Wu Boruo himself, and he immediately stepped forward to take over the battleship. The blood-colored muscles wrapped around the broken dream knife flew directly into the misty peaks, expelled the thick mist, and came to Wu Boruo. Immediately after, scarlet muscles loosened the broken dream knife, the cultivation base vented to the end, withered rapidly, and finally completely wiped out. This means that one of Wu Boruo's personal guards, the quasi-emperor level powerhouse Anderson, has fallen forever. Ha 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 ha, let me see what this emperor soldier has. Wu Boruo had no sorrow for Anderson's death, and his attention was all on Dream Broken Blade. In his opinion, even with the loss of 2 large fleets and 2 quasi-emperor-class guards, the Emperor's soldier alone has completely earned it back. What's more, he also killed the ruthless Emperor, who covered the world. Seeing the vigorous, dazzling emerald long knife in front of him, Wu Boruo only felt that his heart no longer hurts, and his head no longer felt dizzy. It was so refreshing. Where is the Emperor weapon spirit? Roshan-like Wu Boruo stretched out his huge right hand and pinched the broken dream knife to his fingertips, as if pinching a toothpick. Big Sir, I'm here. Broken dream knife spirit transformed the image of the emerald green boy and looked at Wu Boruo tremblingly. Too strong. The Roshan man in front of him is terrifying. It has just been promoted to the Great Emperor by Su Lang by means of defying the sky, possessing the power of the Great Emperor. It can be said to be full of energy. However, after seeing Wu Boruo, Broken Dream Knife realized that he was completely a frog at the bottom of the well. Chapter 1342, 10,000 Broken Dreams Are Willing. This person is a real Great Emperor level veteran powerhouse, much better than Langdi. Langdi doesn't want to be my master. It would be great if the strong man in front of me is willing to be my master. It's a pity that this person can't help me get promoted. The most ideal master is Langdi. Quote. Broken Dream Dao Qi Ling thought a lot in the blink of an eye, and a flattering look appeared on his face. What's your name? Looking at the green boy spirit, Wu Boruo was even more happy. Return to the Lord, the younger one is called Broken Dream Knife. The emerald boy smiled flatteringly, humble as a bug. Broken Dream Knife, nice name. Wu Boruo smiled. Your former master was killed by me, do you resent me? What? No resentment, of course not. Because you killed my enemy, he killed my master, but I would rather die than be controlled by him. At the last moment of the war, he took me out to do a dying struggle, I didn't help him. The emerald green boy had the same hatred on his face, and even his chest was constantly rising and falling with anger. Oh, so that's it. Then you are willing to truly serve me as your master. Wu Boruo showed the dominance of the world. In my hands, you will not be covered with a sword, but you will be famous in the world, making countless people tremble. I do. 10,000s of broken dreams. Broken dreams see their master. The emerald green boy has no discipline, his head is like a chicken pecking at rice. Well, from today, you will follow me to fight the stars. Wu Boruo squeezed the body of the broken dream knife and waved it lightly, and the terrifying green knife aura penetrated the misty peaks, penetrated the atmosphere, and disappeared into the depths of the void. With a very superficial understanding of the rules of fate, he didn't even notice that a mysterious force appeared on his head. At the same time, on a planet 20,000 light-years away from the dark sky world. This planet is called Lanneling, and it was originally a wonderful planet of life. But because it was too close to the world of dark sky, it was eventually captured by Ubaluo and became a resource star and colony. There are a large number of dark sky warriors and a small number of indigenous warriors living in the world of Lanneling. Under the drastic changes in the scouring of time, the world consciousness has become very blurred, and even the most basic world visions cannot be triggered. At this moment, Lanneling in the world, 2 adventurers dressed as natives were walking on the dirty streets. This is the Lanneling world under Dark Sky World. Yes, there is a star teleportation array directly to the Dark World, which plays a huge role in our raid plan. Where did you find the star teleportation array? Not yet. No one knew that the 2 who were talking were actually terrifying Great Emperor level powerhouses. One of them was red-robed and white-haired, and it was Li Qiwei of the Zetian continent. There was another person in black clothes and a black crown, with a clean face, and Li Qiwei's ally, named Yi Chen. In fact, Li Qiwei had found more than one person than Yi Chen. However, he is an irritable old man, and he is poor and picky, and his popularity is not good. In addition, Li Qiwei's plan was not meticulous, or even reckless. So in the end, Yi Chen, who was also suffering with him, agreed to join him to deal with the Origin Devil Emperor. At this time, they then passed the information obtained by various intelligence organizations to this side of Lanneling world. It is not only the 2 of them who are here, but also the army hidden in the universe of life. As a senior great powerhouse, their universe of life is very perfect. As long as the life races of the boundless universe don't stay in it for years and months, they will never go wrong. On the street, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen wandered around like ordinary adventurers, occasionally meeting some interesting things, and stopped to bargain. In fact, their spiritual power has spread all over the world, scanning frantically, hoping to find that huge star teleportation array. It's a pity that Wu Boruo is a chicken thief, leaving no flaws. In this regard, the two of Li Qiwei were not surprised. If it is really easy to find the star teleportation array, then they will have to wonder if it is a trap. Just as the two of Li Qiwei kept searching, suddenly, a powerful spatial fluctuation flashed away. It's a star teleportation array. Yes, definitely a star teleportation array, but only a slight fluctuation was sensed, and it was impossible to determine its location based on this. Perhaps, someone used the star teleportation array. It should be an important person in the dark sky world. Maybe it is the Origin Devil Emperor himself. We have to look forward to it. Well, what you said makes sense. Chapter 1343, Rafati. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen looked at each other and showed a slight smile at the same time. Next, they simply found a place to start playing chess, secretly looking for the important figure in the dark world who used the star teleportation array. Hard work pays off. After half an hour, one person finally appeared in the two men's mental observation. This is a woman of the Dark Heaven clan who wears a strange armor, has a very explosive body and a very charming face. This woman is not only a good-looking woman, but also a real quasi-great emperor. Its breath is even more terrifying than Anderson, the quasi-great emperor of the dark world. Jia, it's finally time to wait. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen smiled at each other, and at the same time dropped the chess pieces in their hands. Soon, under the surveillance of the two, the Dark Heaven clan quasi-great emperor flew towards Lanneling, not knowing what he was going to do. Come on, there was a flash of light in Yi Chen's eyes. Is this to follow? Yi Chen, this woman is the quasi-great emperor of the dark sky world, and she must have a strong connection with Wu Boruo, so she should be careful and startle the snake. Li Qi was absolutely surprised by Yi Chen, knowing that Yi Chen is a very careful person. Don't worry, Yi Chen smiled. Recently in this Lanneling world, I have been studying those warriors parasitized by the Origin Devil Emperor. Li Qiwei's eyes lit up. Oh, so what? So I have already worked out a method. Yi Chen was proud. It can temporarily cut off the connection between the Dark Sky Warrior and the Origin Devil Emperor. Good job. Li Qi could not help but admire, as expected of the Son of Luck in Hongtian continent. It's nothing amazing. That method is very effective for ordinary Dark Sky clan warriors. Yi Chen smiled modestly, but for the quasi-emperor level woman, it might be a big discount. It's okay. There is no other good way anyway. Li Qiwei said with a smile, we came here, destined to go to war with the dark world. The raid is just to gain a little initiative. Yes, there is no perfect thing in this endless universe. Yi Chen stood up, shook his head and smiled, let's go. Soon, the two left Lanneling Star and followed the whereabouts of the Dark Heaven Zun Great Emperor woman. How fast are Li Qiwei and Yi Chen? In the void hundreds of light years away, the two soon chased the woman of the Dark Sky clan. Boom. The terrifying emperor level aura permeated, and all of the women's retreats were blocked for a short time, and even the space was imprisoned, unable to transmit and shuttle. What? The great emperor exists. The quasi-emperor woman was shocked and immediately deployed all defenses, and tried to communicate the will of Wuboruo in the soul armor. However, she was horrified to find out. He couldn't communicate Wuboruo's will at all. This also means that she has no way to use the soul body armor to improve combat power. How is this possible? The quasi-emperor woman was incredibly desperate. She was already very weak in front of the two great emperors, and now even the final hole cards are blocked, completely out of play. He, the little ladies can't communicate with Upporo. A sneer came from the void. Brother Yi Chen's method is really amazing. The quasi-emperor woman followed the sound, and saw two streamers in the distance approaching her fast. Who are you guys anyway? I am the forbidden Lafiti of the great origin demon emperor Ubuluo. The quasi-great emperor woman did not give up her hope. She yelled sternly, if you dare to move me, Wubo will surely break your corpses, and your race will perish, and even the entire planet will die. While shouting, Rafati didn't forget to take out the hand talisman to make contact. However, Yi Chen's methods were really too strong, and even the interrogation hand charm was blocked. Lafiti suddenly understood that if he wanted to live, he could only rely on his own little mouth. At this time, Li Qiwei had already flown with Yi Chen not far from Lafite. Humph, you say you are the forbidden of Upporo. Li Qiwei stared at Lafite, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Yi Chen. But a strange excitement flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Not bad. Lafite took a deep breath and said, I am Lafite, the most beloved woman of the great origin devil. Chapter 1344, Betrayal begins to spread. Oh, nice to meet you. We have nothing malicious in fact. A kind smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. On the contrary, I have settled this brother Wu Boruo. What? Lafite's expression stagnated, and he obviously didn't expect Yi Chen to come to such a sentence, and suddenly he was a little confused. The corner of Li Qiwei's mouth twitched, saying that Yi Chen's peculiar hobby had indeed committed another. Don't be surprised, Sister Rafit. Yi Chen's face is harmless, I'm telling the truth. Ghosts believe. Lafite wasn't a fool, and suddenly looked cold. You blocked me and said there was no malicious intent. It's ridiculous. I just like my smart sister. Yi Chen smiled. Actually, I'm just not malicious to you, Wu Boruo, it's hard to say. This statement came out. For some unknown reason, Lafite suddenly felt something strange in her heart. A strong boredom and irritability suddenly appeared, mixed with a trace of expectation. The emotion of boredom is for Ubuluo in the world of dark sky. She had long been tired of being Wu Boruo's forbidding, and she never even wanted to. Everything is forced. The entire dark sky world is also disgusted by her. That is a hell, involuntary, completely lost all the hell. This kind of disgust has long been bred in Lafite, but he was afraid that Wu Boruo would know it, so he kept it in his heart. But now, under this situation, unexpectedly appeared. Is it because of being temporarily quarantined from contact with Upporo? Did my heart relax? Yeah, this is an excellent opportunity to escape. If you can escape from the dark sky, even if you become a poor person wandering into the starry sky, it is worth it. The two people in front of me are the opportunities I could not ask for years. Rafit looked at the two men in front of him, especially the clear man in black, his heart gradually speeding up. Hey, Li Qiwei yelled a little irritably, and was about to start to force a confession. Slow. Don't be so rude. Yi Chen caught Lafite's fault immediately, and immediately grabbed Li Qiwei. As soon as this remark came out, Lafite's heart beat even harder. The word rude is deeply engraved in Lafite's heart, because the origin devil always treats her like this. At this time, the black man said not to be so rude. A simple sentence moved her. At this time, Sister Rafiti, Yi Chen continued to speak, we hate the cultivation system of the dark sky world. Lafite listened quietly, his tight body slowly relaxed, and his eyes gradually softened. Immediately, in Li Qiwei's horrified eyes, a man and a woman started to talk, even frowning. In fact, Yi Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Rafiti was such a good strategy, as if someone was advancing in the dark. But he didn't think much about it, and summed up everything to his charm that was nowhere to be placed. After the two talked for a while, Yi Chen proposed to go to Lanlingxing to have a detailed chat and have an in-depth exchange. Then in Li Qiwei's stunned expression, Lafite actually followed Yi Chen to Lanling Star. At the same time, in the dark world, even the resource star of the dark world, the mysterious green destiny is madly pervading. No way, originally, the side effects of Broken Dream Knife could not be so terrifying. However, the cultivation system of the dark sky world is too weird. Almost every dark sky clan warrior is parasitic with Wu Boruo's flesh and blood, and the relationship is far beyond ordinary friends. It can be said that every female warrior in the dark world is closely related to Wu Boruo. So, the range of side effects of Broken Dream Knife is infinitely enlarged. In each city, under the mysterious power, countless women of the Dark Sky clan met a man of Dark Sky clan by chance. They seem to have found true love, bursting out a strong and fiery affection. They gradually tasted the intoxicating taste, and can no longer extricate themselves. And once, there are countless times. Even if I find a true love, I will find other true love. Betrayal begins to spread. This tragic event appeared in every corner of the dark world and the satellite planet. Because this fact is too much, it was quickly discovered. Chapter 1345, Wu Boruo griefs and weeps blood. What? Kissed? No, no, 100,000 years of love, no more. A certain poor Dark Heaven clan man witnessed the tragic thing with his own eyes and let out a mournful cry. How dare you betray me? You all have to die, you all have to die. In a certain city, a strong man found his partner betrayed, and a terrifying killing intent broke out in an instant, and the entire city began to tremble. Ha 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 ha. In a luxurious room, a dark sky man showed off. Man, I participated in a multiplayer sport just now, it's cool. Oh, you are cool, some people are cool too. The dark sky man on the side shook his head and said, it's still your closest person, who is also a multiplayer sport. What? This is impossible. This is an image stone. Do not, quote. The green horror permeated the entire dark world. Originally, under the aloof rule of Wuboruo, and under the restrictions of the special cultivation system, there was almost no internal war in the entire dark sky world. But at this time, everything has changed dramatically. Countless men from the dark sky race burst into anger and murdered frantically. The chaos of war appeared in every city in an instant. The angry people gradually lose their minds, continue to attack, and incidents continue to erupt. As the Lord of the World, Wuboruo immediately noticed this change. What exactly is going on? Wuboruo was holding the dignified dream knife with a green light, and his mental power covered the entire dark sky star. In his mental power, countless women from the dark sky clan derailed, and countless men attacked each other. Among them, there are even more powerful players, destroying every city. In an instant, countless people died on the entire dark sky star. These dead are all the tools and food of his Wuboruo. Simultaneously, seeing countless women derailed, Wuboruo was shocked and panicked. Goo, my forbidden things, no way. Wuboruo swallowed with difficulty, and immediately began to use the flesh and blood of his soul to contact every one of his forbiddens. The first is his favorite Lafitte. Okay, so I won't be able to contact Lafitte. It seems that an emperor-level power has isolated my will. Wuboruo felt something wrong with Lafitte, and instantly secretly said something was wrong. Soon, he immediately activated the secret method, and he forcibly opened a crack from the strange blockade. The distant Lanolin star, in a certain hall. In the armor of Lafitte's soul body, Wuboruo's will forcibly regained a trace. Immediately after, an unbelievable scene appeared in Wuboruo's vision. His favorite forbidden Lafitte was riding on an alien man. The unsightly scene seemed to pierce Wuboruo's heart with a sharp blade instantly. Do not, Lafitte, you are looking for death. I want to kill you, I want to kill you, quote. Wuboruo exploded with terrifying anger, but Rafferty's soul armor was blocked by strange means, and he was too far away to interfere. He can only watch. Even the alien man noticed something strange and showed a smug smile. Puff. Among the misty peaks, Wuboruo spurted out a mouthful of blood from the boss. Wuboruo could hardly accept that scene. He had lived for nearly 100 million years and had never suffered such a terrible shame. This is not true. This is definitely a nightmare. No one dares to betray me and humiliate me like this. Wuboruo roared wildly in his heart, and immediately contacted the other forbidden soul armors. The next moment. No. Wuboruo's face is distorted, and the whole person looks like crazy. Because he saw with his own eyes that every one of his forbiddens was either betraying him or on the way to betray him. The host. Master, what's wrong with you? Don't worry about it. The emerald green boy rushed up with a look of concern. What? Someone tricked me. That alien man must be that alien man. Wuboruo's eyes were about to split, and he gritted his teeth fiercely, and countless blood burst out of his huge mouth. Alien male, no matter who he is. The emerald boy said with the same hatred, dare to plot against the great master, he must die. Ah, I will kill and then soon. Wuboruo roared frantically, his huge body stood up, and the entire misty peak trembled frantically, almost collapsed. At the same time, enter Ji Junxing. Clone's cooling time has finally passed. I don't know if Wubo was hit. If he is hit, it will be miserable. Su Lang looked into the depths of the distant starry sky, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Hey, why am I so vicious? Chapter 1346, Cultivation Realm Quasi-Great. Smiled. Su Lang retracted his gaze from the distant look, and looked at the eight-sided shield of Tianzhao he was playing with. This great emperor soldier has been promoted to the rank of the 6th great emperor. If you don't count the loss, you can even resist the 7 great emperor's full attack in a very short time. Of course, the price of upgrading the 8-sided shield is very terrifying. Su Lang almost consumed all the resource of the refiner obtained in many battles. Not only did he use up the materials obtained from the decomposition of the justice balance, but also posted some old books to evolve the 8-sided shield. At this time Su Lang has become a pauper again. Tianzhao's 8-sided shield has improved, but my own strength has to keep up. While thinking about it, Su Lang looked at the mysterious black space. Since the one-key practice function has been upgraded to level 38, the practice speed has been seen to be against the sky. The cultivation base accumulated for 1 hour of cultivation is equivalent to more than 36 trillion hours of cultivation for other unqualified martial artists of the same level. After conversion, it is almost equivalent to 4 billion years, which is comparable to the lifespan of the blue star. At this time, Su Lang had accumulated more than 1 hour of cultivation. The cultivation base he currently has is enough for him to soar into the sky and reach the Great Emperor level. Of course, from Wudi to Great Emperor level, the most important thing is the power of Tao. This must be gathered enough to be able to enter the Great Emperor level with confidence. In addition, after the one-click martial arts function has been improved, the efficiency of martial arts has also increased dramatically. It takes a full half a month for the previously placed Great Emperor level exercises to be completed. But now, it only takes nearly 2 days. The cultivation base is completely sufficient. So, should we raise the realm first or condense the power of the Tao first? Su Lang looked at the golden martial arts villain, feeling a little entangled. But he doesn't like sluggish. After a few breaths, he resolutely decided to raise his cultivation level first. After all, the realm of cultivation is the foundation of everything. System, I want to break through. Su Lang held his breath and gave instructions. The voice just fell. Boom. Endless energy appears in Su Lang's meridians. Immediately, these energies turned into cultivation bases without any barriers. Su Lang's realm instantly improved from the 2nd rank Wudi to the 3rd rank Wudi. But this is not over yet. Because the cultivator is still golden all over. Continue to break through. Su Lang's eyes condensed, before giving orders again. Boom boom boom. Countless energies poured into Su Lang's body like opening floodgates, and instantly transformed into cultivation. So 8 times in a row, Su Lang's cultivation realm has directly reached the quasi-Great Emperor level. The elevation of the realm has brought his innate quality and quantity to a higher level. The flesh, muscles and bones are moisturized and become stronger and tougher, as if they were made of the best materials in the world. Except besides, the Shifang life universe has also received a lot of cultivation bases. On 10 life planets, the concentration of aura has increased linearly. On the blue star, this originally thin planet has now become a paradise on Earth, with spiritual fog everywhere. Su Ling'er and Xiao Mei, who were staying on the blue star for the time being, were immediately shocked. The rest of the life planets, their surface is all composed of precious land, and there are some peculiar lives left behind. At this time, the strong spiritual energy was poured, and the growth rate was greatly accelerated. On Jupiter, large tracts of plants grow out, transpiring to produce rich vitality, as if taking a breath can prolong life. On Mars, fire life is gestated one by one, drifting around with the gale. On Mercury, a large number of water system ice creatures appeared, cruising in the ice or the sea. In addition, Venus, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and the light and dark planets, there are also remnant creatures that are nourished and begin to grow. The planet of life can already survive unique creatures. Unfortunately, these creatures are too single to form a complete ecological circle. When you have time, you still have to spend some time to guide the building. Quote. Su Lang looked at his 10 directions of life universe from the perspective of the creator, thinking silently in his heart. At this time, he already possessed the spiritual cultivation base of the broken nirvana, and even practiced the small mystery method, and had long been qualified to guide extraordinary lives from the genetic level. However, the power of the great Tao was not perfect, and the accident came so suddenly that he had to put it aside temporarily. Chapter 1347, 3 Great Emperors of True Combat Power. After seeing the unique life on the planet of life, Su Lang glanced at the cultivator again. I saw that the cultivator was still golden all over, obviously still storing a large amount of cultivation base. Next, let's gather the power of the avenue. Su Lang took a deep breath and ordered, the system, using the power of the avenue function, condenses the avenue of wood. Ding! The avenue of wood is beginning to condense. Immediately, a large number of rule anomalies appeared beside Su Lang. With him as the center, countless vines full of vitality filled him, setting him off like the ***** of life. The full and quiet breath, the kind and sunny atmosphere, dispelled the murderous aura from Su Lang, making him appear more peaceful. When the wood series avenue is condensed and completed, an ink-colored seed appeared in Su Lang's palm. Like the translucent fireworks when the fire system was condensed before, this seed is also the manifestation of the road. Su Lang could feel it clearly. This seed is full of endless vitality, countless possibilities. The avenue of fire represents destruction. Wooden avenue represents vitality. This seed is simply the best weapon to nurture plant life. If there are time rules to assist, it will definitely create a large number of perfect plant intelligence races in a short time. Su Lang thought silently, and with a thought, the ink-colored seeds in his hands immediately disappeared into his body. Next, system, condenses the golden avenue. Su Lang concentrated his attention and gave the order again. Ding! Golden avenue is condensed, the same as the manifestation of countless regular anomalies, as if a large number of naturally formed sharp metal minerals appeared around Su Lang. They contain the characteristics of sharpness, toughness, and their breath is breathtaking, making breathing stagnant. Finally, after the golden avenue was condensed, Su Lang manifested it as a golden ore that looked like a handleless dagger. There is still a lot of cultivation base left, continue. Su Lang waved his hand to close the golden avenue, and continued to condense the avenue. Time passed slowly. The cultivation base accumulated by the cultivation villain was finally consumed. Su Lang condenses Jinmu Water and Soil Avenue, Wind System Avenue, Light and Dark Avenue, Spirit Avenue, Radiation Avenue, Thunder System Avenue, Poison System Avenue, and Unreal Avenue. Plus the previously condensed Avenue of Fire System, Avenue of Space, Avenue of Destiny. At this time, Su Lang has mastered 15 avenues, plus the previously condensed Avenue of Fire System, Avenue of Space, Avenue of Destiny. At this time, Su Lang has mastered 15 avenues. This level is almost enough to promote him to the level of the Emperor. Of course, Su Lang would not be satisfied with this. He is a person with more than 700 rules. As long as he has enough cultivation level, he can fully condense all of them into the power of the Great Tao. With such conditions, why bother to just break through to the Emperor level like this? 15 great powers, plus my quasi-great Emperor level cultivation realm. Su Lang licked his lips with excitement. System, open the attribute panel. Properties panel. Name, Su Lang race. Human qualification level. Turbidity realm level. Quasi-great Emperor attack level. 3 great Emperor plus defensive level. 3 great Emperor's Shenfa level. 3 great Emperor plus endurance level. 3 great Emperor's spirit level. Realm of broken nirvana mastering the exercises. The Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 laws into one. Unnamed, great Emperor level. Founding activated system functions. 1 key training function level 38, 1 key training function level 38, clone dispatch function level 37, 1 key treasure hunt function level 37, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key refining function 15 levels, 1 key refining array function 15 levels, 1 key synthesis function 15 levels, 1 key empowering function 16 levels, up to 3 small levels on average. Su Lang's eyes lit up. Yes, it's higher than I thought. There is almost an insurmountable gap between Emperor Wu and the Great Emperor, and the gap between Emperor Wu is even more terrifying. The power of 15 avenues, coupled with the improvement of the cultivation level, can increase the real combat power across a large realm and continue to improve 3 small realms, which completely made Su Lang overjoyed. Chapter 1348, like being scorched by lightning. With the basic combat power of the 3 great emperors, if you use the devouring clone in the future, you will definitely be able to rise to a more terrifying realm. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a slight smile. Of course. He did not slacken his arrogance. The power of the 3 great emperors can be exploded by a clone of Wu Boruo, although it is at the cost of life, but that method is enough to make people eye-catching. Wu Boruo himself is even more of a veteran emperor, and maybe there is something weird that is hard to guess. Su Lang dare not take it lightly. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will win all battles, so let's investigate Upporo's information. While thinking about it, Su Lang dispatched his clone to return to the sky canopy. Heavenly Star Underground Palace. Su Lang's figure suddenly appeared. Even though he had reduced his aura, the breath he accidentally leaked still made the entire underground palace tremble. The old man pays homage to Lord Langdi. Zhang Tianlu felt Su Lang's breath and knelt down instantly, his whole person was too shocked. In a short time, Su Lang only went out for a trip, and he became so powerful. That kind of terrifying aura, Zhang Tianlu only felt during that great emperor's war. Master Langdi has made a breakthrough, or has he cast a great emperor weapon again? Zhang Tianlu couldn't help but guess that he was more inclined to Su Lang's refining a new great emperor soldier. After all, the difficulty of the quasi-great emperor breaking through to the great emperor level is really terrifying, and he can't go out on Zhang Tianlu in this step. Moreover, Zhang Tianlu noticed that the aura on Su Lang's body was definitely not the aura of a great emperor, but a more powerful aura of the great emperor. It is already very difficult to break through from the quasi-great emperor to the great emperor level, and it is absolutely impossible to break through to become a senior emperor directly. Get up, Su Lang waved his hand gently, and a force of strength lifted Zhang Tianlu. The old man thanked Lord Langdi. After Zhang Tianlu got up, he still maintained the most respectful posture. How about ancient? Su Lang asked lightly. Return to Sir. Zhang Tianlu replied respectfully, ancient in the Free Fleet, and Wushu together to prevent the second vanguard fleet in the dark sky world. Oh, tell them not to guard, come and see me. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled, because the second vanguard fleet of dark sky world has been destroyed by me. This statement came out. Zhang Tianlu was stunned for an instant, his whole figure seemed to be scorched by lightning. Incredible, it's incredible. From the time he reported to Su Lang about the information of the second vanguard fleet of the dark sky world, it has only been time to burn incense. At that time, the second vanguard fleet did not know where it was. But if you just guess it, you know it must be far away in the void. However, in such a short period of time, Su Lang found and destroyed the fleet. You know, the opponent lost the battle for the first time, and the second wave of people sent there must be even more powerful. It's not even something ancient can handle, but that powerful enemy was killed silently by Su Lang alone. All this is beyond Zhang Tianlu's imagination. If he hadn't seen Su Lang's all sorts of extraordinary, he must regard Su Lang as an arrogant person who is not afraid to speak big words. At this time, knowing that Su Lang was mysterious and extraordinary, Zhang Tianlu's heart of reverence became even stronger and firmer. I will contact them now. Zhang Tianlu replied respectfully. Immediately, he contacted Ji Yu and asked him to come to see Su Lang with no restraint. Quickly, the great Emperor Bingu and Wushu appeared in front of Su Lang. Ancient has seen Lord Langdi. The servant is unrestrained, knock on the master. The bronze-colored big man and the sallow-looking muscular man knelt in front of Su Lang, kowtow respectfully. At this time, they had learned of Su Lang's deeds of destroying the second vanguard fleet of the dark sky world from the message of Genshin Road, so they were already more convinced. Okay, Su Lang looked at Wushu, your cultivation has already fallen to the rank 9 emperor rank. The servant is useless, please punish the lord. Without restraint, his whole body trembled, and he lowered his head deeply. The unconstrained cultivation base that had lost the fragments of the soul body regressed greatly, and at this time it turned into a ranked 6 martial emperor, and there were even signs of continued weakness. Chapter 1349. Find out about the enemy first, then make plans. In fact, all members of the Freedom Fleet were greatly weakened except for Unrestrained. If it hadn't been for the Imperial class warship, the overall strength would not even be as good as the Heavenly Remnant Star. It is a good thing to lose the power given by Upwaruo. Su Lang smiled faintly. Of course, as a fleet commander, you must have sufficient qualifications. This statement came out. Wushu immediately touched his head to the ground, with a face full of shame. The servant is useless. Please let the master cut off the position of commander and let Wushu start as a small soldier. Do not. The position of fleet commander is still up to you. As for the cultivation base, as a master, I will give you some resources. You have no realm bottleneck, and you will surely be able to cultivate back soon. Su Lang smiled faintly, waved his hand. A large amount of perfect quality emperor level pill was poured down like rain. Thank you Lord Longan. Without restraint, Wushu saw so many emperor level medicines, he was stunned and knocked to the ground. Well known, the dark world is very barren under the exploitation of Upwaruo. Although Wushu is the commander of the first vanguard fleet, the pill that he has seen may not be as small as half of Genshin Road. How can you not be shocked when you see so many emperor level pills? Not only was she shocked, Wushu was moved to tears, and she was about to cry. Collect the pill. Su Lang looked calm, I have a question to ask you. Yes, Lord, nodding freely, with red eyes, he put all the pills away. Su Lang asked. The first question, do you have the coordinates of the dark sky world? Return to the Lord, yes. Wushu immediately took out a piece of jade slip and gave it to Su Lang respectfully. It includes not only the coordinates of the dark sky star, but also the coordinates of 9 resource stars and a detailed starry sky map. Well. Su Lang took the jade slip, swept away his mental strength, and immediately wrote down all the information inside. Second question. Su Lang collected the jade slips and asked, the strength of the origin demon emperor Wu Boruo. Return to the Lord. The servant doesn't know what level of strength Wu Boruo has reached. I only know that when I first stepped into the path of cultivation, he was already the master of the dark world. Even, the Emperor Wu next to him has changed from one crop to another, but he stays still and keeps the dark sky world forever. Wushu said here, a deep fear rose in his eyes, and the shadow that Wu Boruo left on him was too serious and too deep. Never mind, that kind of existence will certainly not easily reveal their true strength. Su Lang shook his head faintly, and immediately asked, the third question, how is Wu Boruo's connections, can there be great emperor-level allies? The servant has survived in the world of dark sky for nearly 20 million years, and I have never heard of Wu Boruo having allies. However, the commander of the first fleet is also the commander of the first fleet when the servant is in the highest position. So, even if the odds are small, it is not certain that Wu Boruo has no great emperor-level ally. He hung his head and said, perhaps because he almost didn't know 3 questions, so he was very ashamed. Forget it. Su Lang waved his hand, go down. Yes, withdrawing to the side without restraint, full of shame. In fact, Wushu is only the Emperor Wudi of rank 9, not even Wu Boruo's guard. Asking him about Boruo's secrets is a bit difficult for him. However, Wushu is the strongest in the leading party, so I can only ask him. Fortunately, I got a piece of jade slip, which not only contains the coordinates of the dark sky star, but also the coordinates and star maps of 9 resource stars. The dark world is full of disasters, and I must destroy them. It shouldn't be too late. I will set out now. I will find out the enemy's situation first, and then make plans. Su Lang looked around at everyone, his eyes fell on Zheng Tianlu. Genshin Road immediately bowed and saluted. Lord Langdi, please bring the old man. Ro, from today, you are the supervisor of the Free Fleet. Su Lang nodded. He had promised Genshin Road to let him watch Wu Boruo fall with his own eyes. The old man worships Lord Xie Lang. Zheng Tianlu turned to kneel in prayer, his eyes full of expectation. In his opinion, although Wu Boruo is very strong, Su Lang is more mysterious and unpredictable, and even more confident. Therefore, if you go this way, you can definitely kill Wu Boruo. Chapter 1350. No one is worse than Boruo. Set off. With a big wave of his hand, Su Lang took Wushu, Jiyu and Genshin Lu into Blue Star together. Immediately after, he flew out of the underground palace again and came to the outside of the sky canopy, collecting all the Freedom Fleet into the Blue Star. In the Dantian universe, a large number of huge ships suddenly appeared in the empty Blue Star sky. For a time, there was a feeling of alien invasion. Wow, many battleships. It's the battleship of His Majesty Langdi. It's so mighty and powerful. If only I could become Lord Langdi's battleship commander. Quote. Su Ling'er and Xiaomei looked at the sky bluffing, and then Yingying Yanyan started talking. Being imprisoned in a dangerous area and tortured, Shikejia also saw the dense sky of ships. This caused his jaw to fall in shock immediately. A quasi-great warship of the Emperor's rank. There are also 200 Imperial-class battleships of different levels. Even the most logistics battleship is at least the quasi-Emperor class. With such a powerful void fleet, it is easy to destroy the Mirror Sky Star. Oh my god, in a short period of time, where did Emperor Lang get so many advanced void battleships? Shikejia was really dumbfounded. His memory still remained at the time when Su Lang was tortured crazily, so seeing this scene, his head was about to crash. Su Lang knew exactly what happened on Blue Star, and couldn't help showing a hint of playful emotion. Not long ago, Shikejia was still his archenemy, and he even triggered death substitution. But at this time, Shikejia had become a weak second and third-rate player in his eyes, and he could just press his fingers to death. Of course, Su Lang would not kill him easily, and his resentment had to be vented by this guy. It looks like you are used to this level of torture, so I will give you a little excitement. Su Lang overlooked xianxia on the blue star from the perspective of the creator. With a thought, countless torture methods fell on xianxia. The scream came suddenly. Su Lang smiled coldly, no longer caring about xianxia, who was crying bitterly. Clone dispatch. Buying avatar. The functions of the two systems were displayed at the same time, and there were 7,300 clones one after another, paving the avenue of stars for Su Lang. Soon, when Su Lang moved, he came thousands of light years away. So back and forth, he kept getting closer to the dark world. At the same time, in the dark world, boom, a violent explosion sounded, and a palace in the mountain range it was in were directly wiped out. Die to me. A giant man with muscles and knots spouted out a terrifying flame of anger, and squeezed the dog and the man in his hand. This giant man is Wu Boruo's clone. Although Wu Boruo was extremely angry, he could not easily leave the mist giant peak. Therefore, only a clone can be condensed to kill the imprisoned that betrayed him. What he pinched to death just now was one of the prohibitions that was betraying him. He squeezed the dog men and women into meat, but Wu Boruo still felt very weak. The whole world is in riots in the dark world. Although he is the lord of the world, he can control every dark sky clan warrior parasitic with flesh and blood. However, he couldn't control everyone at the same time, he could only control some people at a time. As a result, Wu Boruo, the lord of the world, could not quell the ridiculous internal riots. Except for a few elites who are restrained by him, 90% of the entire world is still angrily attacking each other. In a short period of time, another tenth of the world's population died. There have even been rumors in the sky that it was Wu Boruo who was secretly engaging in ghosts, because only Wu Boruo had this ability. But the sky is pitiful, he is also a victim, okay. In just such a few sticks of incense, it has been greened more than 100 times. At this moment, he is still being green. It's the one he likes most, who is still greening him on Lanneling Star. He even cooperated with the alien lover to independent Lanneling Star and seized his family property. That is a whole resource star. To be miserable, no one is worse than Upporo. Roar. Damn alien. On the mist giant peak, Wu Boruo looked up to the sky and roared, one more day, one day. I can leave the mist giant peak and smash your corpses into thousands of pieces. This roar turned into thunder, spread throughout the world, and immediately stunned countless horrified birds. What? The Origin Devil Emperor has activated magical powers again. Quickly, quickly, take care of your wife, I can't stand it. Huh, come here, kill this turtle son. Quote. Chapter 1351, Origin Demon Emperor Furious Killing, what? When he found that his own roar once again intensified the riots in the dark sky world, Wu Boruo really exploded with anger. Die to me, die to me. Wu Boruo couldn't help it anymore and started killing people frantically. All the Dark Sky Clan warriors who spread the rumors, the soul armors on their bodies have come alive. The black armor turned into hideous muscles, like terrifying pythons, strangling each warrior to death. At last, these black muscles have become stronger and stronger, with the energy of the entire warrior, flying towards the misty peak. The mist giant peak is not only very tall and simple, it is also the foundation of Upporo, a very advanced growth-type emperor soldier handed down from ancient times. Only through the mist giant peak, Wu Boruo can easily distribute and recover the flesh and blood of his soul. Of course, no matter how convenient it is, it will take some time. Therefore, Wu Boruo couldn't take back all of his soul and flesh in a short time. At the same time, the scope of his body's activity is also limited to the dark planet due to the misty peaks, and cannot travel to other planets. Under normal circumstances, he used his own guards, or used flesh and blood clones to do things. In addition, the dead warrior must be killed himself in order to recover the flesh and blood of the soul through the mist giant peak. Otherwise, you can only touch it yourself, and then blend into your body. For the 20% of the population who died because of the outbreak of war in the Green Terror, that part of the soul and flesh needs to be found by Wu Boruo, or simply find it in person. At this moment, Wu Boruo's deity began to use his soul and flesh to kill people, and the clone was also massacring. Suddenly, countless Dark Sky Clan warriors died in the hands of Wu Boruo. Even in some cities, the whole city has become deadly silent. The Origin Devil Emperor is furious. Oh my god, the entire city in front of you is destroyed. My armor is alive. No, I don't want to die. Great origin devil, I did not spread rumors, it was not me, I was innocent. Delang, don't die, you will only have me and brother Simon when you die. Quote. Countless warriors all over the world died quickly. Despair and fear permeated everyone. Only the wise man had a glimmer of hope in his heart at the last moment of death. The Devil Emperor will always be the disaster of the Dark Sky Star, and disaster will only happen sooner or later. This time the Dark Sky world changes drastically. Where will it go in the future? Will it get better? But no matter what the ants cry, beg for mercy, or expect, the lofty origin Devil Emperor will never listen. The crazy massacre continued, and the Dark Sky world, which had killed 20% of the population, died again by 70%. At this point, only 10% of the population of the prosperous Dark Sky Star remained. The originally prosperous Great Emperor-class planet suddenly became desolate and deserted. The remaining population is still in fear, because the origin Devil Emperor is still killing people. It's just that this time there is a selective killing. In the eyes of the origin Devil Emperor, anyone who is worthless is food. Only the warrior with great potential will let him go and make him grow into an excellent tool man. Just as the origin demon emperor Wuboruo slaughtered wildly and gathered the soul and flesh. Lanolin Star. In a beautiful valley, in an ancient pavilion with black tiles and cornices. A man and a woman are cuddling with each other. They are talented and beautiful, so happy. Not far away, a single dog with red robe and white hair was looking impatient. These three people, it was Li Qiwei, and Yi Chen and Lafiti who had just got together. Tear, Yi Lang, a man and a woman looked at each other affectionately. Enough. Li Qiwei jumped up and flew the lid of the ancient pavilion up. We are here to discuss things, to invade the world, not to talk about love. Oh, sorry. Yi Chen smiled apologetically, then calmed down Rafiti next to him. Baby, we will continue to communicate tonight. Lafiti blushed. She liked Yi Chen more, because this handsome man didn't even care that she was formerly Wu Boruo. Don't be too far away. Li Qiwei had blue veins on his head and his breathing was rough, like a dog that had been running for a long time. Chapter 1352, Light Bulb, Li Qiwei, ahem. Yi Chen winked at Li Qiwei to make him feel safe, and immediately looked at Lafiti. Tear, let me ask you some questions. Yeah, Yi Lang, you ask. Lafiti nodded. I must know that everything is endless. Okay, I want to ask, how strong is Origin Demon Emperor Wu Boruo? Also, are there any whole cards? Are there any weaknesses? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and asked, if we attack Dark Sky World, what do you suggest we do? Seeing that Li Qiwei had finally entered the topic, he suddenly pricked his ears. These three questions, understand. First, I don't know the true strength of Wu Boruo, I only know that he usually has the power of the 5 great emperors. Secondly, if Wubo has a whole card, he has a 6th great emperor soldier named Ming Hongqi, which is a terrifying assassination weapon. In addition to this great emperor soldier, he must have other means, such as this soul body armor, which is one of them. Third, if Wubo has a weakness, his deity can't easily leave the old nest of Misty Peaks. Although the clone is also a great emperor, it is not worth mentioning to Yi Lang. In addition, Wu Boruo hides the terrifying strength because of the soul armor, but to burst out this strength, he must collect all the soul armor. His soul body armor is all over the Dark Sky World and the 9 resource stars, and it will take a long time to collect. Especially the soul armor on the 9 resource stars, unless he concentrates on one person and kills them one by one, then there is no way to collect soul armor on a large scale. In the past few years, most of the population in the Dark Sky World has colonized the 9 resource stars. Although these people are relatively weak, they also carry more than half of Wuboruo's soul and flesh. So, if you want to deal with Wuboruo, I suggest starting with other resource stars, cutting off the party feathers, and reducing his strength. Wuboruo is extremely cruel. Under his rule, people don't live their lives, and their lives are desperate. I hope that Yi Chen will treat the Dark Sky Clan people kindly and stay alive when he starts with the big resource star. Speaking of this, Lafiti looked at Yi Chen affectionately, her eyes flushed slightly. Seeing this, Li Qiwei twitched his mouth and turned his head. Do not worry, as long as they are not the stubborn opponents, I will definitely save them. When Wuboruo is wiped out, I will take you to my world and live a stable and happy life with everyone. Yi Chen grabbed Lafitte's hand, and said with a deep expression of affection. Lafitte nodded, looking forward to Yi Chen's promise. Scum. The corners of Li Qiwei's mouth twitched more severely. Because he knows exactly who the everyone in Yi Chen's mouth refers to, and not the woman who was snatched by men and women, of course. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen stood by, so naturally they wouldn't take down the stage. Follow tier your suggestion. Next we are going to work on the other 8 resource stars. Yi Chen continued, the war is too cruel and dangerous. Just stay here and I will send someone to protect you. No, I don't want it. Lafitte kept shaking her head, I want to follow Yi Lang, I'm useful. Also, Yi Chen waited for these words, I will definitely protect you. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Li Qiwei said in a sullen voice, the origin devil knew of our existence, and he must have been preparing for it a long time ago. We can't waste time. Well, let's do it now. Just as Wu Boruo slaughtered wildly, the dark world lay 100 billion corpses, when Yi Chen turned into an adulterer, abducted Wu Boruo, snatched Lanling Star, and worked with Li Qi on the other 8 resource stars. Su Lang has also approached the dark sky world. Although the dark sky world is hundreds of thousands of light years away from Ji Junxing, it is not too far in front of his clone dispatch and clone replacement. After all, Su Lang can go to a place more than 3,000 light years away with a single replacement, and after a few hundred replacements, the destination is here. Chapter 1353. I am Su Lang and I am shocked at this moment. Somewhere in the dark void, a blue meteor dragged its long tail across. Su Lang sat on the fast-moving meteor, holding the Xinghai Wanfangyi in his hand. Although he remembered the star map of the dark sky world, it was more difficult to determine his position in the empty void. Therefore, Su Lang added the map he remembered to Xinghai Wanfangyi. One of the most important functions of Xinghai Wanfangyi is to locate one's position on the map. In this way, there is no need to worry about getting lost. The dark sky star is 1,000 light years away, and there is a resource star in between. Su Lang thought while checking the map, then go to resource star first. Originally, Su Lang planned to go directly to dark sky star, anyway, he would not be rejected by the world consciousness, and could perfectly lurch in. But since there is a resource star blocking it, you might as well go take a look and understand the situation first, then. After Su Lang made up his mind, he stepped on the broken meteor and flew towards the distant resource star. Not long, Su Lang came to the near void of this resource star. This resource star is named Shaohai, and the sea above it occupies 90% of the area. Only a huge mountain range protruded from the sea, surrounding most of the planet. At first glance, Su Lang felt that the planet looked like a bulging pufferfish, and that long mountain range was the fin on the pufferfish's back. Go down and take a look. Su Lang hid his figure, flew into the atmosphere, and landed on the sea. The spiritual power of the realm of broken nirvana burst out, instantly spreading across the entire planet. Immediately, a large number of creatures appeared in Su Lang's field of vision. The largest number is the Dark Sky Clan. Secondly, it is the native life Shaohai clan who originally ruled Shaohaixing. In addition, there are other intelligent races. The aboriginal life of these Shaohaixing basically has the characteristics of fish creatures, and the Shaohai tribe is directly like a mermaid. They are the most suitable life on this planet. But this planet no longer belongs to them. Even the combined number of the Shaohai clan and the rest of the wisdom races is less than 1/10,000th of the Dark Sky clan. At the same time, Su Lang also felt the weakness of the world's will. From the Dark Sky clan, we can see some drawbacks. Because these alien races are basically not disturbed by world consciousness. Unlike the Ziming clan on Kanglan Star, it was a catastrophe and bad luck under the suppression of the world consciousness. Shaohaixing's original world will belong to the Aborigines. At this time the Aborigines are basically dead, and the will of the world is weakened. However, under the impetus of time, the will of the world will surely grow again. Of course, the will of the world at that time already belongs to the Dark Sky clan. Su Lang pondered silently, and suddenly he had a stature. Because he saw a scene of catching rape. Derailed, Su Lang suddenly thought of broken dream knife. So, his eyes brightened and he probed carefully. Next moment, Su Lang was completely dumbfounded. Lying down, all the women of the Dark Sky clan are cheating. Almost all Dark Sky men have been green. Countless Dark Sky clan warriors are killing each other. Su Lang was dumbfounded, with shock on his face, it seems. It is really the broken dream knife. But are the side effects of broken dream knife so terrifying? After some shock, Su Lang began to organize his thoughts. Soon, he guessed the truth. Wu Boruo must have become the owner of the broken dream knife, and it has a side effect. Wu Boruo's cultivation method is too special. Every Dark Sky clan has a close relationship with him, so they are all recruited. I didn't expect the side effects of broken dream knife to be so powerful. Even Wu Boruo was planted. Su Lang took a deep breath and couldn't help but shiver fiercely. Immediately after, another thought appeared in Su Lang's mind. Even this resource star is so messy. The Dark Sky star must also be in trouble, but I don't know if Wu Boruo has suppressed it. Su Lang continued to explore while thinking. Chapter 1354. Obscure the Sky Hongtian Void Fleet quickly. Through the dialogue of some Dark Sky tribe warriors, Su Lang learned about Wu Boruo's murder in the Dark Sky world, killing 99% of the population. Hiss. Kill 99%. Why did Wu Boruo do this? Even in a riot, you don't need to kill so many people. Why is he killing so many people? Is it to reclaim the flesh and blood of the soul and accumulate strength? Then, what is the purpose of his accumulation of strength? Does he know that I am coming to trouble him? But this is not right. In his eyes I was killed. What's more, I have demonstrated the strength of the three great emperors at best. It seems that other enemies have appeared. Quote. Through the clues, Su Lang quickly inferred some clues. And just now, rumble, a roar came from the sky. Su Lang looked up, only to see yellow warships penetrating the clouds, revealing a huge figure. Void battleship. Obviously it is not a battleship in the dark world. Sure enough, the world of Dark Sky has been invaded by other worlds. Su Lang hadn't been completely sure of his inference before, but when he saw these warships, he immediately became sure of his previous thoughts. Immediately after, Su Lang did not act rashly. Those who dare to invade the world of Dark Sky may be a more terrifying force, so we must figure it out first. Then, Su Lang concealed his figure in the illusory road, quietly observing in secret. I saw that the yellow warships landed on the sea, and a large number of alien warriors flew out of them. These alien races are not the same race, but they are dominated by one of them. Obviously, this is an army from a certain planet. Properties panel. Su Lang's gaze swept one by one, and he immediately obtained a lot of information. The main race of the invaders is named Luguang, with two quasi-great emperors as the chief and deputy commanders. Go negotiator, tell them what we are here. The quasi-great emperor commanded a bird's-eye view of the earth and gave a light command. Yes, a woody of the glazed light clan flew out from the battleship and came to the sky over the stretch of mountains. The appearance of the yellow battleship has already alarmed the warriors on xianxia. Facing the powerful invaders, the Dark Sky clan who were fighting inward basically stopped. Some people directly aimed their weapons at the yellow warship in the sky, while others hid silently, preparing to act by chance. Listen to xianxia. We are the coalition forces of the two great emperor-level worlds, Zishan and Hongtian. Our goal is to eradicate the evil Ubuluo, so that the Dark Sky Star and the 9 resource stars can get back on track. Now Wu Boruo is slaughtering the Dark Sky Star. I think your well-informed people have already learned about it. We are here to stop the tragedy and kill Wu Boruo. At present, we have regained Lanaling Star, and Rafati, the closest person to Wu Boruo, has led the entire planet to take refuge in Yi Chen Tiandi, an extraordinary Tiandi. Our coalition forces will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. We have a way to get you out of Uporo's control and a life that will die at any time. Now, please lay down your weapons and cooperate with us to arrange the isolation formation to prevent Wu Boruo from suddenly attacking you and killing you. The Emperor Wu of the Luguang clan used his exercises, and his voice spread far and wide, and his emotions were rich and contagious. The warriors of the Dark Sky clan have long been unbearable under the heavy pressure of Wu Boruo. And recently, there have been rumors that the Green Terror is Wu Boruo's ghost. The purpose is to give birth to more people. In short, Wu Boruo's image in the minds of the Dark Sky clan warriors was so black that it couldn't be more black. Therefore, despite the instinctive rejection of the warriors of the Dark Sky clan in the face of alien invaders, many people will believe them. Those who are well informed know that Wu Boruo is slaughtering, and believe in the words of Emperor Wudi of the Luguang clan even more. Unfortunately, the warriors of the Dark Sky clan, most of their strength comes from the gift of the Origin Demon Emperor. Many of them are already inseparable from the origin Devil Emperor. In addition, they do not know whether these intruders will not kill innocent people indiscriminately as promised. If he agrees and puts down his weapon, but the other party suddenly turns his face, wouldn't it be a lamb to be slaughtered by others? Chapter 1355, Heavenly Emperor Yi Chen. Therefore, under the influence of various factors, none of the Dark Sky clan warriors agreed, and all fell silent. The other side, the coalition forces of the Zishan continent and the Hongtian continent, the Heavenly Emperor and Yi Chen Tiandi. Su Lang, who was observing secretly, looked dazed. Zishan continent has hit the Dark World. What a coincidence. Although in the battle with Anderson, Su Lang learned of the real existence of the Zishan continent, he also inferred that the origin Devil Emperor had contacted or even fought with the Zishan continent. But he did not expect to be so coincidental that he could meet the coalition forces of the Zishan continent and other continents. But at this moment, suddenly a wave of spatial fluctuations came from one of the battleships. This fluctuation must be a remote void teleportation array. Su Lang, who had mastered the avenue of space, immediately noticed the anomaly and stared at that battleship. Immediately after, two men and a woman appeared in sight. One of the men and the woman were very close, very close. The other man was expressionless, but his eyes were a bit grumpy. Great Emperor rank. When they appear, there are two. It seems that they are Heavenly Emperor Peerless and Heavenly Yi Chen. That woman is also the quasi-Great Emperor, and she is also the quasi-Great Emperor of the Dark Sky tribe. Could it be the Rafati from the Wudi of the Luguang tribe? While thinking about it, Su Lang opened the attribute panel of one of the Great Emperors. Properties panel. Name: Li Qiwei race. Sky and Night race qualification level. Unparalleled realm level. 6 Great Emperor attack level. 6 Great Emperor defensive level. 6 Great Emperor's Shenfa level. 6 Great Emperor's endurance level. 6 Great Emperor's spirit level. Realm of Broken Nirvana mastering techniques. Tianyi Heart Sutra. No Si Shuiyu Great Emperor level. Dacheng Peerless Great Emperor Jing Great Emperor level. Xiaocheng Cast Melting Soul Record Great Emperor level. Xiaocheng. This person is the Emperor of Heaven. 6 Great Emperor, really powerful. Looking at the exercises he practiced, he took the path of soul-body integration. He actually practiced 3 Great Emperor level exercises. It's very fat. A gleam of light flashed under Su Lang's eyes, and immediately opened another Great Emperor's attribute panel. Suddenly, Yi Chen's message appeared in front of him. Luguang clan, son of the world. The 6th Great Emperor, the average combat power is also the 6th Great Emperor. In addition, he has mastered the major exercises Luguang Heart Sutra and the 3 Great Emperor level exercises, Drinking Stars Sea, Independent Human World, and Huntian Heron. Son of the world, I didn't expect to see this special person again. Maybe we can get Su Linger's secret from him. In addition, these two powerhouses are both 6 Great Emperors, and they must have hidden whole cards. Once they break out, they are definitely stronger. The 2 Great Emperors chose this sea star to recruit and surrender. They should have the idea of weakening Ubuluo. With their combat power being so cautious, it seems that Wu Boruo really should not be underestimated. Su Lang thought for a while, and then opened the attribute panel of the quasi-great woman to take a look. It turned out that the woman named Lafiti was an ordinary quasi-great emperor. The quasi-great emperor of the Dark Sky tribe, Rafati. There are a lot of Wu Boruo's soul and flesh on her body, but she is safe and sound. I think it should be suppressed by the Yi Chenshin emperor. Combined with the previous Luguang clan emperor Wu's surrender, it can be inferred that they really have a way to get the Dark Sky clan out of the control of Wu Boruo, at least in a short time. This group of people came prepared, and now they have laid down a resource star. They attacked this Xiao Haixing. The speed is very fast and the action is very decisive. Wu Boruo is in great trouble. ... Su Lang had many thoughts in his heart. After some thoughts, he decided to continue to observe in secret. Although he and Li Qiwei have a common enemy, Wu Boruo, it is hard to say that both parties can become friends. In particular, Su Lang is now only the quasi-great emperor's cultivation base, and his apparent combat power is only the 3 great emperors. If you really run out to find someone to make friends, you might be regarded as an ant. Still secretly observing, let them fight first and see if they can pick up the bargain. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth, revealing a slight smile. Chapter 1356. When the war is over, I will just when Su Lang was secretly observing. In the sky, surrounded by a large number of yellow warships and countless powerful men, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen volleyed down. Their body exudes the atmosphere of suppressing the world, and they carry various radiant rules and visions, very extraordinary. On the earth, all the wise creatures looked up at the sky, looking at the two powerful emperors. Among these people, there is no lack of Wudi strong, and there are also many. The lowest level warrior still couldn't feel the level of Li Qiwei and Yi Chen, only knew that it was terrifying and difficult to resist. But these martial emperors can more truly feel the invincible posture of the two emperors. It's an emperor-level powerhouse. Oh my god, two great emperors appeared all at once. Our dark sky world also originated from the Devil Emperor, a great emperor. I have seen the Origin Demon Emperor before, and the aura on his body impressed me deeply. At this time, compared with these two great emperors, it seems to be on par. The two great emperors attacked the world of dark sky to overthrow the rule of the Origin Demon Emperor and rescue us from the fire and water. I don't think I can believe what they say. The stronger the person, the less he cares about his face, and it is very likely that he will instantly turn his face and deny him. Yes, not to mention that although the Origin Devil Emperor controls our lives and can be taken away at any time, he also gives us the opportunity to practice, otherwise it would never be possible to be promoted to Emperor Wu with my qualifications. No, you are wrong. The Origin Devil Emperor is absolutely unable to resist the two great emperors. The person who knows the current affairs is a great master, so we should surrender. I think so too. The two great emperors must be fully prepared, and the chances of victory are absolutely very high, otherwise Rafati will not rely on them. Ha 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 ha, what are you arguing about? Do we ants have a choice? The only choice now is to surrender, otherwise it is death. Yes, it's ridiculous that I was arguing about this issue. On Xiao Haixing, the Wudi of the Dark Sky clan whispered and talked. Then, before Li Qiwei and Yi Chen had spoken, they sent a respected Emperor Wu to visit the two great emperors. Junior Dark Sky clan Markuna, meet two noble emperors. A wrinkled nine-turn martial emperor stepped up into the air, under the gaze of countless people, kneeled and kowtowed to Li Qiwei and Yi Chen. This scene immediately caused an uproar. Because this signal represents the surrender of Xiao Haixing's high level, and it also represents the surrender of the entire planet. Ha ha ha, you are very good, I will make you a temporary guardian of Xiao Haixing. Li Qiwei gave a long laugh, looking down on the earth, and his voice spread throughout the world. I will give preferential treatment to those who abandon the dark and cast the light. You can come here with confidence. Yes, Junior, thank you for your acceptance. Markuna said with gratitude, from now on, I will be the long sword in your hand. We will kill whoever you want us to kill. Even the same clan will never hesitate. At the same time, the other Emperor Wu Haixing of all races also breathed a sigh of relief. The other side didn't look like that kind of brutal coalition forces. They accepted them without putting forward harsh conditions and gave promises. It was refreshing. Great, a Wudi happily said, we now have two great emperors as backers, and we will definitely live a good life in the future. Yes, yeah, when the war is over, I will go back. Before the other Emperor Wu's flag was set up, he suddenly screamed, ah! Ah, my soul body armor. I saw that the soul armor on his body slowly came to life, turning into black muscles, exuding tyrannical anger. It's over. The soul armor is alive. The Origin Devil is watching our side. Ah, my soul body armor is also alive. What to do? I don't want to die. The Devil Emperor's punishment has come, and I said that I should not surrender. The Devil Emperor will always watch us and cannot tolerate any betrayal. Quick help. Great Zetian World Emperor, Hongtian World Emperor, please help. Chapter 1357, The Heart Has No Strength and 10 Admonitions. Each of the emperors had just been happy for a few minutes, and the armor on their bodies came back to life, and they started killing people frantically. In a short period of time, 7 or 8 Wudi died directly, including Markuna, who took the lead in surrendering, and was directly killed. Tisk tisk. The entire planet surrenders, the Origin Devil Emperor must be angry. Su Lang looked at the dying Dark Sky Clan Emperor Wudi, and shook his head indifferently. These Dark Sky Clan warriors are also pitiful. If you don't surrender, you will die, and you will die if you surrender. This is the sorrow of the weak. Crack to death. Die all to me. One by one Dark Sky Clan warriors died, and groups of souls and bodies merged together to form a huge humanoid flesh group. The humanoid flesh mass exudes an extremely cruel aura, as if it is a killing machine born for murder. Okay, are Li Qiwei and Yi Chen still not taking action? Seeing the dying warrior, Su Lang frowned slightly. Great Emperor, I beg you, save us. Those Dark Sky Clan warriors watched their companions continue to die, but also fell into panic, and began to cry frantically for help. At this time, Yi Lang, you are going to make a move. Rafferty shouted anxiously, if you don't take action, more people will die. Okay, don't worry. Yi Chen said slowly. In fact, he just wants the ants below to kill and injure some people, and then take action, so that those people can be grateful to him. I have to say that this person is really a dog. Of course, he would not allow these warriors to die too much, otherwise the trust Xiao Haixing had just established in the coalition forces would collapse. Banned. Yi Chen took a step, tapping his right hand lightly. Suddenly, a wave of magical power spread from the fingertips, like a mask, flying to the earth. In addition, a yellow battleship also launched a pre-set band formation. In a blink of an eye, one by one, the light covers the sea and the mountains. Countless howling warriors rushed into the mask like crazy. Under this weird method, Wu Boruo's magical powers formed by relying on the misty peaks were actually suppressed. Those soul armors that were recovering, one by one, died down and turned into armors again. Hateful. Seeing this scene, the humanoid flesh mass that was constantly fusing fragments of soul body hated and anxious. But Wu Boruo knew that just relying on this improvised clone was of no use at all. The best option is to escape. Quietly, a whirlpool appeared on the humanoid flesh mass and disappeared instantly. It's so fast. Li Qiwei was just about to take a shot, but unexpectedly the other party had escaped, and he couldn't help but feel a little upset. He can't run away. Yi Chen smiled, just let him live longer. You are really confident. Li Qiwei smiled. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised. I have never lost my life. Cut. Li Qiwei rolled his eyes. What do you say about a tie with me? A draw is not defeated, isn't it? Yi Chen blinked and said shamelessly. At this time, even Su Lang, who was observing secretly, couldn't help rolling his eyes. This Yi Chen is not only a dog, but also has a dark heart and a thick skin. He deserves to be the son of the world. Immediately after, under Su Lang's gaze, Li Qiwei talked with Yi Chen, and then took out the weapon at the same time. One sword, one shot. Su Lang's eyes lit up and immediately used the weapon recognition function. Suddenly, the information of the two weapons appeared in front of them. That long sword is called Shinju Wufeng, and it is a very rare 6th Great Emperor soldier. That spear was called Shijianzhengjun, and it was also a powerful 6th Great Emperor soldier. Awesome. With these two weapons, Li Qiwei is equivalent to 4 6th Great Emperors. Such a strong lineup, I don't know if Wubo can handle it. Su Lang looked at the 2 Great Emperor soldiers, thinking silently in his heart. At this time, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen walked into a forbidden mask while holding the Great Emperor's soldiers. What is this going to do? Killing? No, killing is impossible. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. It should be to solve the problem of soul body armor, otherwise their battleship will be dragged here forever. Chapter 1358, Rebellious. Really, after Li Qiwei and Yi Chen walked into a mask, they first attacked each Emperor Wu. Soul body armor is the root of all disasters. To get rid of the control of Origin Devil Emperor, you must slash yourself with a knife. Of course, you can't do it with your own strength, so we will help you. While Yi Chen said, he waved his spear and pierced into the soul armor of each Emperor Wu. Li Qiwei did the same, constantly smashing the soul armor. The two have great control over power. Obviously it is a great emperor level, and there is the power of destroying the heavens and the earth with a wave of hands. Of course, those Dark Sky Clan warriors still vomit blood crazily. Because the connection between them and the soul body armor is so close, almost all have become their foundation. Needless to say, it is a terrible thing for a warrior to lose his foundation. Many warriors have fallen in their cultivation bases, and even some of them are dying, and are about to fall. But Li Qiwei and Yi Chen were clearly prepared. They immediately used some secret techniques to prevent the soul body armor from breaking and causing the death of the host warrior. But weakness is inevitable, and they can't help it. The 2 great emperors made their moves very quickly. They could launch thousands of attacks in 1 second, and quickly smashed all the soul body armor. The warriors of the Dark Sky Clan lay on the ground, and there was a crowd full of people floating on the sea. For those broken soul body armors, Yi Chen and Li Qiwei did not let them go, and put them all away, which was quite useful for them. They collected the soul armor. Seeing this scene, Su Lang couldn't help but his expression moved. It seems that they must know how to use soul fragments. There are a lot of soul fragments in his storage space. But because I couldn't find a way to use it, I had to put it there and eat it. It must be used by them. Show the value of the soul fragments in my storage space. Su Lang licked his lips and continued to stare at Li Qiwei and Yi Chen. On this occasion, Dark World, Misty Peaks, Zishan Continent. Unexpectedly, the invading doggies turned out to be the allied forces of the continent. The Roshan-like Wu Boruo was lying halfway on the throne, with an embarrassing expression on his face. He was so cautious that he secretly dispatched the vanguard fleet to attack the opponent, but the opponent directly hit the door carelessly. Didn't he look down on him? Damn the terrible shit. You dare to look down upon me so much, then I will let you be buried in the dark void. Wu Boruo gritted his teeth, murmured fiercely, and immediately reached out and grabbed. A human-shaped mass of flesh appeared in front of him. Wow! Wu Boruo opened his blood basin, stuffed the meatball into his mouth, and chewed hard. After he swallowed it with a grunt, the breath on his body suddenly became stronger. Soon, he didn't hesitate, and immediately began to kill the people of other resource stars and reclaim his soul and flesh. It's just that he can't instantly kill a large number of warriors in a short time. He can only kill one by one from high to low, and the efficiency is not fast, of course. A great emperor is determined to kill. It is still very scary. A remorse was immediately set off on resource stars. The more powerful the Dark Sky Clan warrior, the first to be killed. Because they have the closest connection with the soul armor, and the soul armor they cultivated is also stronger. A soul body armor cultivated by Emperor Wu is more useful than an armor cultivated by 100 quasi-emperors. In a short time, a lofty Emperor Wu died miserably, without a trace of resistance. Rafferty is the most favorite of Upporo, and his status is very high, so he also created his own intelligence system. She learned of the catastrophic massacres of the major resource stars, and she was so sad that she couldn't help herself. Don't be sad, Lafitte. Yi Chen said with relief. Wu Boruo can only kill a few people in a short time, and there are many others waiting for us to rescue them. Lafitte nodded. I'm going to the third resource star. Chapter 1359, Li Qiwei's strange hobby, go. Yi Chen nodded solemnly, and then gave an order to the fleet to make a void jump. Many warships deploy powerful space means at the same time, gathering them into a magnificent and stable space channel. Immediately after, headed by Li Qiwei Yechen, the battleships entered the space channel one by one and began to shuttle. They took away all the Dark Sky Clan warriors on xianxia to avoid trouble. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens left on the huge xianxia, except for the eyeliner of the allied forces. All of them were aborigines. Each of these aborigines looked confused, and never expected xianxia would return to their hands in this way, of course. The aborigines are not too happy, because they know that the winner will return and they will still be slaves. And just now, a huge golden sun suddenly rose on the sea. The sun shines on the whole world, bringing warmth and peace. But this is not over yet. 60 or 70 suns appeared one after another, and the bright light covered the whole world. What a brilliant sun, so comfortable, so comfortable. Yes, I am healed from the dark wounds I was abused by the Dark Sky Clan warriors. Why do these suns appear? What on earth do they exist? They are the Great Langdi. Worship the Great Langdi. Quote. All over the world, countless creatures knelt to the ground, worshipping the dense sun in the sky. Have to say, Mingguang 10,000 Realms is really terrifying, especially after Su Lang's real combat power was promoted to the emperor level. At this moment, Su Lang's deity and the clone incarnate a total of 74 suns, assimilating everyone almost instantly. Including the eyeliner left by the Zishan coalition forces, they all became Su Lang's people, and there was no possibility of whispering. Silently, Su Lang touched the **** of Li Qiwei and Yi Chen, and directly stole a planet. Come, Su Lang thought, and the avatars immediately returned to the mysterious space. Immediately afterwards, he summoned the eyeliner left by the allied forces of Zishan continent. This eyeliner was the 9th turned Wudi of the Luguang tribe who had persuaded xianxia to descend, named Li Duo. My servant Rito pays homage to the Lord. Lido came to Su Lang. reverently throwing his 5 bodies to the ground, paying respects. He is actually one of Yi Chen's confidants, has the merits of Konglong, and is extremely loyal to Yi Chen. But at this time, his loyalty has been transferred to Su Lang, and he has even become more fanatical. A few questions for you. Su Lang nodded faintly. Do you know the coordinates of the Zishan world and Hongtian world? No. Without Su Langduo's words, Li Do immediately took out the star map and handed it to Su Lang. Su Lang glanced away and remembered it mainly records the star map of the sphere of influence of the Hongtian world, while the Zishan continent has only one coordinate. How is the relationship between Yi Chen and Li Qiwei? Su Lang received the star map and continued to ask, will they have problems with the allocation of resource stars? Li Qiwei and Yi Chen had shared hardships, and they can give their backs to each other. Rito replied, the following servants understand their understanding, they will not conflict with the allocation of resource stars. In addition to the good relationship between the two, there is another reason, that is, Li Qiwei loves energy gems, and he likes Shanyu and even Lingyu very much. The servant estimated that Yi Chen would give Li Qiwei an immortal source in exchange for the ownership of resource star. Oh, hobby energy gems. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, feeling a little strange. Energy gems are just ordinary training resources for warriors. Some treasures cannot even be purchased with Shanyuan, let alone a resource star. There may be something else hidden in it. Su Lang pondered for a moment, and continued, Li Duo, you continue to keep the original state. Pretending to obey Yi Chen's command, don't startle the snake. Yes, your servant obeys. Lido took the lead, and looked like he would give up his life and do good things. Is there a hand talisman for communication? Su Lang smiled and asked. Some. Rico immediately took out the hand talisman and handed it to Su Lang. Although the hand talisman for interrogation is relatively rare at the Emperor Wu level, Li Duo, as Emperor Yi Chen Tian's Konglong hero, still has it. Su Lang stamped the 2 summoning hand charms with each other, and then returned one of them to Lido. Get out, just tell me something. Su Lang waved his hand and said lightly. Yes. Rico retired respectfully. Chapter 1360, Pack and Steal Together. Next, go to that Lanneling star. After thinking about it, Su Lang decided to continue to steal the planet. Shao Haixing is the planet closest to Lanneling star. Su Lang dispatched a clone to pave the road, and soon came to Lanneling star. This planet is much more lively than the starfish. Because of Rafati, the Zishan coalition forces are strong enough here, so they did not take away a large number of Dark Heaven warriors. Except for a few strong men, the vast majority of Dark Sky clan warriors have stayed. Of course, their soul body armor was also crushed and taken away by Yi Chen and Li Qiwei. Tisk tisk, the population is so big. However, this world is mine now, dispatched by clone, Mingguang Wanji. The corner of Su Lang's mouth ticked, and his clone was immediately unfolded, incarnate as the 74 golden sun, shining and assimilating the whole world. Silently, Lanneling star also changed hands. At the same time, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen didn't know anything about it, they also rescued the Dark Sky clan warrior on the 3rd resource star. Although they are fast, but when they arrived, all the Dark Sky clan Wudi on this planet had been killed by Wu Boruo. The strongest rescued by Li Qiwei and others was only at the quasi-emperor level. Without time to sigh, the coalition forces took the rescued Dark Sky clan warriors and continued to the 4th resource star. Just shortly after they left, a figure suddenly condenses. It is Su Lang's clone. It's another planet to start with, so beautiful. Su Lang rushed over through the clone replacement, with a bright smile on his face. On this occasion, Wu Boruo is still killing people, and at the same time madly integrating power. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying, and he had steadily reached the realm of the 6th great emperor. I have to say that Wu Boruo's cultivation method is too capable of storing combat power, and it has stored the combat power of a great emperor's small realm. And this is not the limit. His strength is still improving. If you add in the massive population that was caused by Su Lang and Li Qiwei, his strength might be raised to the 7th great emperor. In addition, this part of the combat power should be regarded as his basic combat power, other methods have not yet been calculated. In short, Wu Boruo went miserably, but he was a strong one after all. The long river billowed away. As the white horse passed the gap, an hour passed in a blink of an eye. At this moment, the coalition forces of Li Qiwei and Yi Chen have reached the last resource star Gouda. Because time dragged on for too long, Wu Boruo was given a chance, and he had almost killed the Dark Sky clan in Judo world. The remaining Dark Sky clan warriors are the strongest and only at the martial god level. As a result, the indigenous warriors of Judo Xinghu have been exploited and oppressed all the year round. Rise up and almost kill the Dark Sky clan. See this scene. Rafferty was furious and wanted to kill all the aboriginal warriors. Yi Chen intends to keep these aborigines. He needs someone to help him manage this world. So he talked badly and persuaded Lafferty to come back. Immediately after, under Rafferty's plea, Yi Chen and the two found out the only tens of thousands of Dark Sky clan warriors on Judo Star, and helped them get rid of the control of Origin Devil Emperor. So far, the 9 resource stars of the Dark Sky world are completely out of the control of Wu Boruo. Go and go. It's time to meet that Rao Shizi Wu Bo Ruo. Li Qiwei's eyes flickered with cold light. I dare to covet the world that covers the sky. If I don't kill you, I won't be called Jueran Tiandi. At this time, Rafit got the news. Almost all people in the dark world were killed by Ubaluo. These fleets can't play any role in the past together, so let's just stay here in Gouda. Yi Chen said. Lafiti also stays in Judaxing, it's safer here. Also, Li Qiwei nodded. The two of us are more than enough to deal with Wu Boruo. Then, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen embarked on the journey to the Dark Sky world, and everyone else stayed in Judo Star. I fork. There are so many void warships in the coalition fleet, and so many powerful men are all left behind. Somewhere in the void, Su Lang, who was observing secretly, showed surprise, and immediately licked his lips. Would you like to take these people to his subordinates? After some thinking, Su Lang made up his mind. One word, do it. Anyway, they have already stolen 8 resource stars from others. If you want to say that you are offending, you are already offended to death. So just don't do 2 things at all, pack up and steal the entire coalition fleet together. Jia Jia. Chapter 1361. I'm embarrassed. In order to prevent accidents, Su Lang waited for a stick of incense in secret, and then appeared from the hiding place. He would not give anyone a chance to spread the news, and directly dispatched Gabaing's clone to create more than 7,000 clones, surrounding the entire Judo Star. Even if the Buying clone is used, the clone's strength decreases, but there is also the level of the second Great Emperor. In other words, this Judo Xing was directly surrounded by more than 7,000 second Great Emperors. As soon as these avatars appeared, they immediately unfolded the Mingguang 10,000 realms, as if more than 7,000 terrifying suns appeared in the sky. In the extremely dazzling light, the people on Judo Star were almost blinded. At the same time, all the creatures on the entire planet were assimilated into their own people in an instant. For those above Emperor Wu level, come and see me. Su Lang let the clones maintain the light of the world, consolidate the results of the battle, and at the same time send a call to the entire world. Suddenly, a single figure rose from the ground, or flew out of the void battleship, and came to Su Lang one after another, quickly. A full 1,000 ordinary Wudi and 9 quasi-great emperors appeared in front of Su Lang. Your subordinates see your majesty Langdi. Headed by the 9 quasi-great emperors, all Wu emperors bowed to Su Lang. Because the Dark Sky clan masters on Judo were almost killed, all these Wudi were all coalition members from the Zishan and Hongtian continents. A whole 1,000 Emperor Wu, Zishan continent and Hongtian continent are awesome. And this number is not the limit of these 2 worlds. They will definitely leave enough combat power to defend their homes, and they will never be inferior to this coalition. Su Lang praised it, saying that the veteran Great Emperor level planet is awesome, and the background is really terrifying. After feeling, Su Lang looked at the novice who was kneeling in front of him. Among the 9 quasi-great emperors, 4 are from the Tianyi clan, from the Zishan continent, named Qingyang, Zhu Ming, Bai Zhang and Zan Ying. There are also 4 people from the Luguang clan, from Hongtian continent, named Zuyu, Changying, Mo Zhe, and Zhou. The last person is Rafate from the Dark Sky clan. In addition, there are 36 Emperor Wudi in the 9 revolutions, and the lower the cultivation base, the greater the number of Emperor Wu. They are all masters. It makes me embarrassed. Having got so many powerful subordinates easily, Su Lang rubbed his hands in embarrassment. Immediately after, Su Lang asked the new subordinates about Yi Chen and Li Qiwei. The information obtained is almost the same as that obtained by asking Rito before, the difference lies in more detail. The 8 quasi-great emperors are Yi Chen and Li Qiwei, who are close to the body and mind, and naturally no more than the 9-turn Woody Lido. Su Lang now understands the information and characteristics of the two people better. For example, Su Lang knew the reason why Li Qiwei liked energy spar. In fact, Li Qiwei had no choice. The book, No Snow Feather, he cultivated was a great emperor-level secret technique with a side effect called Emperor's Erosion Tribulation. The Emperor's Erosion Tribulation will appear every once in a while. If you don't immediately replenish a large amount of the source of immortality, Li Qiwei's cultivation power will fall to the low emperor level. In addition, Su Lang understood Yi Chen more deeply. This dog is the son of luck in the Hongtian continent. Because he is very lustful, he has been growing up with flowers and grass, and has harmed countless women. He especially likes other people's women. Taking someone else's woman will make him feel very fulfilled. In Su Lang's view, this guy is a super scumbag with a heavy taste. Tisk tisk, I can't agree. Su Lang shuddered all over, then looked at Lafiti. Of course he couldn't have the same hobbies as Yi Chen, he just wanted to ask some questions. Lafit, Su Lang said lightly, tell me all the information about Upwaruo. Yes, Your Majesty the Great Langdi. Lafiti was like the most humble servant, crawling under Su Lang's feet, and showing everything about Upwaruo, quickly. Su Lang knew a lot of information about Ubaluo. For example, Wu Boruo's usual strength reached the 5 great emperors. For example, Wu Boruo possesses 6 great emperor soldiers, Ming Hongqi. Chapter 1362, Arrived in Dark Sky Star. It's almost as I expected. After listening to the information provided by Lafiti, Su Lang nodded slightly. Well, you go down. Su Lang waved his hand, and then ordered everyone, you will stay in Gudixing. If you have anything, please contact me directly. Soon. They exchanged contact information with 9 quasi-great emperors. At the same time, Mingguang Wanji has also consolidated the results of assimilation and can ensure that no one can get rid of control. Then, Su Lang planned to go to Dark Sky Star and be a fisherman who would make a profit from the snipe and clam. Come. With a big wave of his hand, Su Lang retracted his clone, turned and flew out of Judu Star, and hurried towards Dark Sky Star. The same is to use clone dispatch plus clone replacement, paving a shortcut to reach the Dark Sky Star. The difference is that in order to prevent being discovered by Li Qiwei and Yi Chen on the road, Su Lang deliberately went around a big circle. Dark Sky Star far away is void. The vast black planet slowly rotates, and the surface is covered with a large amount of thick gray fog, with a deadly mystery. This planet is very huge, at least 10 times that of Kenglin Star. In other words, this planet is about the size of 10 solar systems. Emperor-class planet, it really is no small thing. There was a wave of spatial fluctuations, and Su Lang walked out of the void. Soon, he immediately hid his figure and flew towards the near-field void of the dark sky world. The closer he gets to the planet, the more Su Lang can feel the strong resentment. What a strong smell of blood, what a strong resentment. Wu Boruo is really a ruthless person. He really seems to be cutting leaks, killing 99% of the population of his own race. Su Lang was hidden in the void, looking down at the entire planet, frowning slightly. But he also knew that this is the rule of the boundless universe, the strong takes all. With emotion, Su Lang continued to observe the dark sky star. He not only possesses the spiritual power realm of the broken nirvana level, but also masters the spiritual power avenue and the illusion avenue. It is not a difficult task to explore the dark sky without disturbing anyone, quickly. Su Lang's mental power penetrated the dark sky star's atmosphere, entered the gray thick fog, and finally detected the dark sky star land. There are vast cities on the ground, and there are a large number of black spires, which are very spectacular. However, there is no one in every city. Only a few places left traces of fighting and corpses. These people died of cannibalism because of the outbreak of war in the Green Terror. Su Lang knew that most of the remaining missing people were killed and swallowed by Wu Boruo. As Su Lang continues to probe, he quickly grasped the basic information of the entire dark sky star. This vast planet was originally incomplete, but now the incomplete part has been filled, and it should be the fruit of Wubaluo over the past 100 million years. Of course, completion does not mean perfection. Just like Su Lang filling the Kenglin star, he only filled up the pit, which was regarded as a temporary solution rather than a permanent cure. In addition, there is only one city in the dark sky star at this time, and there are still people alive. That is the city of origin. The city of origin is the lair of the origin demon emperor Ubaluo. This black fierce city built around the misty peaks is the base for all dark sky clan warriors to accept the flesh and blood of Wu Boruo, and is the beginning of their tragic fate. Wu Boruo is on that giant peak. Su Lang cautiously explored the city of origin, but he did not explore the misty peaks rashly. It should be understood that this is Wu Boruo's real nest. You don't need to think about it and know that there are anti-detection methods. Su Lang's gaze turned to the only people left in the city of origin. These people are very few, less than 10,000. All of them exudes the breath of Quasi-Emperor, and the breath is exactly the same. Something wrong. Why didn't Uporuo kill them? If you want to concentrate your strength, you must kill all of them. What do you leave these people behind? Su Lang instinctively sensed something wrong. But just as he was about to explore further, black tentacles shot out from the misty peaks, entangled the nearly 10,000 people. Su Lang only had time to gather some breath, and the nearly 10,000 people were pulled into the mist by the black tentacles. Chapter 1363. What the is ruthless Tiandi have eaten? Or is it another use? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and guessed secretly. Of course, in the absence of basic information, you can only guess at random. Time passed slowly. A few more hours passed in an instant. On the mist giant peak, Wu Boruo's breath became stronger and stronger, and gradually leaked from the mist giant peak. Su Lang sensed the suffocating terrifying aura for the first time. The breath of the peak of the 6th Great Emperor. It seems that it is possible to enter the 7th Great Emperor realm at any time. Su Lang took a deep breath, his eyes a little solemn. Sure enough, if Wu Bo can't be underestimated. At this time, suddenly, there were very violent spatial fluctuations in the void in the distance. Coming. Su Lang's expression moved, and he turned to look. I saw endless ripples in the void, like a tsunami suddenly occurred on a calm sea. Immediately after, the void suddenly tore apart, forming a huge space channel. Immediately afterwards, two silhouettes, one red and one black, came out, exuding a terrifying atmosphere of the Great Emperor. It was Li Qiwei and Yi Chen. Zishan world. On the mist giant peak, Wu Boruo took care of the Emperor Wan Zun, raised his head fiercely, and let out a low roar in his mouth. Uporo. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen looked down on the dark world. Their gazes were like swords, seeming to penetrate the thick gray mist, and they looked at each other with Wu Boruo. This moment. This is the first time the two sides have met. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen came together with confidence. Although Wu Boruo saw that the other party had 2 great emperors, and they were all 6 great emperors, he was not to be outdone. Uporo. You scumbag, in the dark world, killing people like Num, you have no sense of responsibility, and responsibility as the lord of the world. Today, we are going to eradicate your cruel demon and put the world of dark sky back on track. Yi Chen stepped forward, the words in his mouth snapped out. This kind of high-sounding words, he has long been proficient no longer. Humph. It's ridiculous just because you want to kill my Wu. Today you will definitely die in my hands, just like the ruthless emperor of your world. Wu Boruo's huge body stood on the misty peak, and his huge house-like face revealed a thick sneer and murderous intent. Ruthless emperor. What the hell? Is there a ruthless emperor Tiandi in our world? Li Qiwei and Yi Chen were stunned at the same time, and their hearts were full of mist. However, the two of them, as the emperor level, are absolutely calm on the surface, making Wu Boruo unable to see the depth. Humph. Pretend to be calm, thinking I can't see through the anger and resentment in your hearts. The ruthless heavenly emperor is not old, he is already a powerful 3 great emperor. He died in my hands. You must hate me very very much. Wu Boruo laughed wildly. My favorite is the way others resent me. Come on, resent me to your heart's content, let me be the shadow of your life. Hear this. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen looked at each other immediately. This product should have misunderstood something. It must be a misunderstanding. That ruthless emperor is not a person in our world. Did someone wave outside under our banner and was killed by Uporo? No, dignified great emperor level figure, wouldn't he do such a dishonest thing? Quote. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen looked at each other and exchanged a lot of glances, at the same time. The void in the distance. Su Lang was holding a smile on his face. No way, Wu Boruo's serious face was really funny, at this time. Uporo. Don't talk about those useless, let's see the truth under our hands. Li Qiwei roared, and his whole body flew out in a flash, traversing the distant and near void, and blasted towards the misty peak with a palm. Yi Chen followed closely behind, also holding a powerful move, to kill the mist giant peak. That's how the battle of the Emperor class begins. In Su Lang's secret observation, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen flew to the misty peak to launch a powerful attack. With a punch and a palm, it turned into a terrifying vision covering the sky and the sun, and it fell on the misty peak. Chapter 1364, Amazing Uproar. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, the entire foggy peak trembled crazily, and the rocks fell, as if there had been a dozens of magnitude earthquakes. At the same time, the mist that had been shrouded all year round on the mist giant peak was finally dispelled, revealing Wu Boruo's true face. I saw that the top of the mist giant peak was very flat, and a giant fat man sat directly on it, that is, Wu Boruo. At this time, Wu Boruo is even bigger than before the massacre, and the height has reached more than 3,000 feet, a full 10,000 meters. The key is that he is 10,000 meters high and 10,000 meters wide. The whole person is like a meatball with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Tisk tusk, this meatball is really big. Su Lang observed in secret. He made a tusk, and opened the property panel of Wu Boruo by the way. Name: Wu Boruo Race. Dark Sky Clan Qualification Level. Unparalleled Realm Level. 6th Great Emperor Attack Level. 6th Great Emperor Plus Defensive Level. 6th Great Emperor Plus Shenfa Level. 6th Great Emperor Plus Endurance Level. 6th Great Emperor Plus Spirit Level. Realm of Broken Nirvana Mastering Techniques. Demon Source Heart Sutra. Devouring Spirits and Casting Demon Sutra Great Emperor Level. Dacheng Wanwu Demon Body Great Emperor Level. Dacheng Without Shackles Great Emperor Level. Dacheng Fierce God Battle Spectrum Emperor Level. Consummation. 3 Great Emperor Level Cultivation Techniques. A dignified look flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Moreover, the 3 books are all masterpieces. Amazing Wu Boruo. Compared with Li Qiwei, Wu Boruo is more proficient in the control of the Emperor level exercises, and they are all at the Dacheng level. In addition, that, No Shackles, is obviously an upgraded version of Broken Shackles. Breaking the shackles can enable Arid and Anderson to break through to the Emperor level, so how powerful is the upgraded version of No Shackles? The two sides are afraid that they will get into a fight. Su Lang murmured, continuing to observe the battlefield. At this time, Ruquier Wu Boruo is raising his hands high. The combination of the terrifying physical power and the power of the Rule Avenue cancels the punches and palms of Yi Chen and Li Qiwei in one fell swoop. But Li Qiwei and Yi Chen launched an attack again in an instant. This time, the two of them took out their big guys at the same time. Shinju Wufeng and Shijian Zhengjun. The sword is completely dark, and although it has no edge, it contains an extremely fierce aura. The gun, the cold light flashes, and the lavender is lingering. It is very extraordinary at first sight. The two of them did not say a word, with one sword and one shot at the same time. Stabbed, the space was as fragile as toilet paper in front of the two great Emperor soldiers, directly smashing into countless pieces. The tip of the sword and the tip of the spear reached the top of Ubuluo's head in an instant. Small bugs, let you see my Wanwu demon body. Wu Boruo sneered. The flesh and blood on top of his head turned into black armor, and at first glance it looked a bit like a tertiary head. Ding! Click! One sword and one shot collided with the top of Wu Boruo's head, and there was a sound of hard objects breaking in the clang of gold and iron. Su Lang could see clearly. Wu Boruo's helmet split a gap, but he quickly recovered. Humph! Seeing that he could not achieve a single blow, Li Qiwei immediately issued another sword. 1,000 swords are extraordinary. This sword turned straight into countless arcs, and the storm generally fell on Wu Boruo. This kind of terror attack without dead ends directly covers all the vital points of Ubuluo. If it were an ordinary emperor, he would definitely be caught off guard and in a hurry. But for Uboruo, this trick has little effect. Condensation. I saw Wu Boruo let out a low roar, and all the fat on his body was transformed into black armor covering his whole body, and it was still the kind of thorns. The arc of Li Qiwei's sword energy fell on Wu Boruo's body, cutting out countless cracks. But Wu Boruo's armor was too strong to heal, and all the cracks healed within a millisecond. But Li Qi is definitely not fighting alone. His move was purely to distract Ubuluo's attention and strength. Tianxiang breaks the stars. Yi Chen held the 10 admonition Zhengjun in his hand, and turned into a purple meteor that fell from the sky and stabs Wu Boruo's head severely. This trick is a very terrifying single attack. Wu Boruo's power was constrained by Li Qiwei at this time. Once he was hit by Yi Chen, he might not be able to hold it. But Wu Boruo turned a blind eye to Yi Chen's attack. Chapter 1365. Both sides show their magical powers. HMPH, what's the use of Everbright? You have to be hard. Seeing that the 10 admonition Jungjin was going to penetrate Wu Boruo's head, Yi Chen suddenly showed a trace of sarcasm. But the next moment, the mockery on his face turned directly into horror. Because a crimson stalkless short thorn has silently reached his vest, even the emperor's robe has been torn. It's the 6 great emperor soldiers mentioned by Lafiti Ming Hongqi. Mystery of the whole sky. Without thinking about it, Yi Chen immediately launched the defensive secret technique. I saw that the flesh and blood behind him turned into a half-energy and half-spirit state in an instant, and it was constantly spinning. Ming Hongqi pierced Yi Chen's flesh and blood, but couldn't make an inch. And the 10 admonition Jungjin in Yi Chen's hand also made a loud bang and plunged into Wu Boruo's head. Wow! Wu Boruo's head shattered, and countless pieces of black armor flew away. However, there is nothing under the broken armor, and there is no expectation that the brains are white. Ha ha, you can break my armor, you deserve my true strength. Numerous scarlet muscles suddenly spurted out of the big neck wound in Wu Boruo Lake, entangled Yi Chen, who was caught off guard. This scarlet muscle is probably Wu Boruo's tendon, very tough and strong. Yi Chen couldn't get rid of it. Adding to the fact that Yi Chen was stabbed on his back and was constantly consuming Ming Hong weeping, Yi Chen was at stake. Heart sword has no edge. Suddenly a loud shout came, but Li Qiwei was holding the sword of Shinju Wufeng and piercing Wu Boruo's heart. Ding! Wu Boruo's armor did not move, not even a trace. However, Wu Boruo seemed to have been severely injured, his whole body stiffened, and the muscles entangled Yi Chen directly shrugged off. Great Emperor grade mental attack method. In the void in the distance, Su Lang's eyes lit up. We must know that although the spiritual power of broken nirvana is huge, it is in the state of broken nirvana, very scattered, and cannot be used as a means of attack in the same level, unless you want to die. But Li Qiwei's move condensed the spiritual power of the realm of broken nirvana, and carried out an emperor-level mental attack. This sword was completely beyond Wu Boruo's expectation, and he was hit immediately. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Drinking stars, the first shot in the independent world. Yi Chen immediately activated the secret skills, and countless lavender energy siphons generally poured into the 10 admonitions, and immediately turned into a thin line, piercing the fracture of Wu Boruo's neck fiercely. With this blow, the terrifying power of the 7 great emperors has erupted. In front of this gun, Wu Boruo's huge body is almost like a chicken, and it is completely vulnerable. Rumble, the 10,000-meter-high terrifying giant shattered every inch. Even Li Qiwei, who is fighting against Wu Boruo, must temporarily avoid his edge to avoid being accidentally injured. Next moment, the Yi Chen holding Shi Jianzhongjun thoroughly penetrated Wu Boruo's body and reappeared in the field of vision. His face is very ugly, because this move is too explosive and consumes too much. Moreover, Ming Hongqi still stabbed him on his back without any intention to leave. No, Upporo still has a whole card. Seeing this, Li Qiwei suddenly smelled a dangerous aura. Really, I saw Wu Boruo's broken body turned into twisted muscles, instantly forming a new body. This is, Su Lang was surprised, another use of Wanhua demon body. However, although Wu Boruo's aura was weakened a lot, he still maintained the level of the 6th great emperor. Unexpectedly, you still have such a trick, and Wu Mo admires it. Wu Bo sounded like a bell, but, if it were just that, you would be finished. Next moment, the size is huge, like a giant of 10,000 meters, Wu Boruo collapsed in an instant. This is, the secret method has no shackles. Su Lang stared at Wu Boruo, only to see Wu Boruo's combat power jump to the realm of the 7 great emperor. And it is still rising, almost breaking through to the realm of the 8 great emperors. The terrifying momentum overwhelms the entire world. Not good. Puff. Yi Chen's expression changed wildly, and he spouted a mouthful of blood. Because the Ming Hong Wei on his back seemed to be supported by a huge force, it pierced into his body in an instant. Only a little bit, it will penetrate his heart. Chapter 1366. I became stronger and bald, mystery of harmony. At the very moment, Yi Chen broke out the secret method again. I saw the souls of countless women emerging from him, with a resolute look, pounced on that Ming Hong sob. No one is allowed to hurt Yi Lang. Sisters, protect Yi Lang, rather than regret it. Quote. The surging soul of the woman seemed infinite, and even resisted the assassination of Ming Hongwei in a short time. My fork, this is a martial soul cultivated with incense. In the distance, Su Lang's eyes widened. I'm afraid it was not transformed by the woman Yi Chen has possessed since birth. He was right. Those women's martial arts are the women Yi Chen had in his life. Although this guy looks young, he has lived for 90 million years. I don't know how many women have been collected during such a long time. These women were sweet with him before they died, and after death they would also enter his life universe, cultivate them with incense and willingness, and continue to accompany him. It has to be said that although Yi Chen is passionate and lustful, he is not the one who has always been in chaos and abandoned. It is precisely because of this that even if those women are eroded by incense, they still persist in obsession, willing to die for him. What? Uporo, I will kill you. Seeing the women who used to accompany him were completely wiped out, Yi Chen was sobbing blood like a cuckoo, and his eyes were cracked. In the next instant, he launched an explosive secret technique. Broken World. Accompanied by the heart-piercing roar, Yi Chen stepped out one step at a time, turning his whole person into countless grit. Immediately afterwards, the gravel that Yi Chen had melted into the 10 admonishers, stabbed Wu Boruo instantly. This is the strongest shot in his life, and he has reached the peak of the 7 Great Emperor. At the same time, Li Qiwei also launched the secret technique at the bottom of the box, no Shuiyu. Boom! It was like the sound of a heavy hammer hitting a giant drum from Li Qiwei's body, followed by the majestic Qi Great Emperor breath. For exchange, his long white hair fluttered and disappeared completely. Then Su Lang saw Li Qiwei holding a bright bald head, holding a long sword with no edge in the heart, carrying the invincible power, and slaying Wu Boruo. I fork, I don't see Shuiyu's name so powerful, it turned out to be such a secret technique. Su Lang's eyes widened, and he murmured, could it be that this is the legendary secret technique Afi become stronger and become bald? Just as Su Lang was shocked, Wu Boruo's pupils shrank suddenly. Because Yi Chen and Li Qiwei both broke out the power of the 7 Great Emperors, and both reached the peak of the 7 Great Emperors. If he is alone, he is confident that he can block it safely, but the other party is 2 people. Moreover, the opponent still has 2 6th Great Emperor soldiers, and his Ming Hongqi has been shaken off by Yi Chen, and he can't count on it in this round of battle. Damn, you can only sacrifice the soul and flesh. With a single thought, Wu Boruo turned over a whole card again. I saw his body below the Dantian burst open in an instant, turning into an endless energy storm, supporting him to face the attacks of Yi Chen and Li Qiwei. Immediately after, under Su Lang's gaze, Li Qiwei and Wu Boruo collided hard. A terrifying explosion appeared on the surface of the dark sky star, and the violent light shone the dark void like daylight. The aftermath of energy swept across the dark stars, dispelling all the atmosphere, and completely exposing the entire planet to the void universe. The remaining creatures of other races on the dark sky star can't resist this world-destroying power at all, and they are directly turned into powder and disappear. On the surface of the planet closest to the center of the explosion, a huge hole appeared directly, imitating a number of black seabeds. When the light of the explosion reached the peak of brightness, the sound of the explosion finally reached Su Lang's ears. The medium in the void is rarely difficult to transmit sound. But the aftermath of the explosion engulfed air, dust, and energy abruptly, spreading across the entire dark sky near the void. The horrible explosion sounded even Su Lang upright, which shows how powerful the explosion center is. Tisk tusk, this power is probably infinitely close to the 8 Great Emperor. Su Lang looked at the center of the explosion that was still shining with dazzling light, and couldn't help being a little bit stunned. Chapter 1367. Open the trump card of the power of the world soon. After the light dimmed, Su Lang saw Wu Boruo and Li Qiwei who were tough. Both sides were bounced by powerful forces, and Wu Boruo's remaining upper body was chopped into 3 sections. And Li Qiwei and Yi Chen also paid an unimaginable price. Yi Chen, who played Broken World, even though he condensed his body again, he had already fallen off the 6th Great Emperor, and was seriously injured, making it difficult to fight again. But Li Qiwei's situation is no better than Yi Chen's. His secret technique has more side effects, and at this time it has already triggered the Emperor's erosion tribulation. The black hair grows out, so that the bald Li Qiwei soon has thick black hair. However, his combat effectiveness also plummeted, and in a short period of time, he actually fell below the 5 Great Emperor. Except for Li Qiwei and Yi Chen himself, their weapons were also dimmed, and they obviously suffered a lot of damage. Ha 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 ha, you are dead. Suddenly Wu Boruo laughed wildly. His body that was chopped into 3 parts, except for the dantian part, all the other parts turned into muscles. The muscles and muscles of these souls are almost endless, like the dense tentacles of the octopus. Countless muscles exploded with powerful force, killing Yi Chen and Li Qiwei overwhelmingly. This is not over yet. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Hongqi also directly killed the weaker Li Qiwei, and was bound to kill him. But the emperor level is the emperor level. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen still have cards. That is the foundation of being the orthodox emperor, the universe of life. The world, the power of heaven. The world, the power of humanity. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen shouted hoarsely, pain and helplessness loomed in their eyes. Next moment, the majestic power of the rules and the incredible weight emerged from the two. In addition, there is a large amount of mixed energy gushing out from the life universe, filling up the nearly exhausted Emperor Yuan of Li Qiwei and the two. From the mixed energy, Su Lang felt the breath of countless souls. This is sacrificing the extraordinary life inhabiting the universe of life. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen use the creatures in the universe as energy-saving tools. Su Lang's eyes widened. Those creatures are equivalent to a piece of storage battery. They sacrificed at this last resort to support their combat power. Su Lang was shocked. He never thought that the intelligent creatures he had cultivated so hard in the universe of life could still be used like this. He didn't know that this was a normal state among the emperors. Because the energy stored by these creatures is also a kind of humanity. The reason why Su Lang lacks this knowledge is entirely because he has never lacked energy. Especially after incorporating the sun into the cubic universe, the energy will never be used up. Therefore, he never thought about cultivating a personal accumulator to store extra energy for himself. Just when Su Lang was shocked, 2 powerful world powers were blessed on Li Qiwei and Yi Chen, and their combat power was restored instantaneously, even beyond that. Immediately after, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen blocked Ming Hongqi, and the other blocked the overwhelming soul-body muscles. Bang bang bang, another huge explosion spread. Under Li Qiwei's sword, the muscles and muscles of the soul and body continued to explode, like fireworks of flesh and blood blooming in the void. Do you think that you have the power of the world? Boruo, I am also the emperor who walks the orthodox road in essence. Wu Boruo was able to speak only a part of his abdomen, and Su Lang couldn't help but think of Xing Tian in the Chinese myth. And Wu Boruo looks even more awkward. Xing Tian just lost his head, but he has nothing above the chest and the lower abdomen. Closer to home, Wu Boruo burst out his own world power in a sneer. Rumble, a heavy feeling appeared on Wu Boruo's broken body, and at the same time, there were also the torrent of rules and the power of Emperor Yuan. Yes, Ubuluo also sacrificed the wisdom race cultivated by the life universe. His life universe is not perfect, so he can't survive the Dark Sky clan for a long time, so he deliberately cultivated another kind of life as a hog, which can provide incense power while alive, and energy when killed. Chapter 1368, How Could It Be You? At this moment, Wu Boruo and Li Qiwei can be regarded as the final battle cards. Their combat power is even more terrifying than before. Su Lang stared at the battlefield, waiting for the opportunity to shoot. I saw Wu Boruo manipulating a large number of muscles and the great Emperor Ming Hong weeping, constantly attacking Yi Chen and Li Qiwei. The attack containing the power of the terrifying world. Every blow can tear the void and blast the battlefield to pieces. Even the void where Su Lang was hiding was slightly distorted by the aftermath of the battle. Soon, time passed by. Su Lang felt that the aftermath of the battle from the center of the battlefield was getting weaker. It seems that the battle is over, it's my turn to play. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and sneaked into the center of the battlefield with a wicked smile. At this time, in the battlefield, Li Qiwei, let's withdraw. Yi Chen, who was fighting fiercely, secretly passed a message to Li Qiwei. It is good. Li Qiwei agreed very simply. Although they release the power of the world to increase their combat effectiveness, they must bear the weight of the world. They have already used secret techniques, and the side effects are very terrifying, and if they continue to fight like this, they will undoubtedly die. On the other hand, the Origin Devil Emperor, as if he had an immortal body, would not die if he was chopped into this way. It would be very troublesome and difficult to destroy him without thinking. In this case, retreat is the wisest choice. After communicating with Yi Chen, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen fled at the same time. I saw them merge together without warning, and flew out of the battle circle at the same time. Want to escape? There was a sneer from Wu Boruo's remnant body, and those tentacle-like muscles split again and turned into countless filaments to cover them. Open. Yi Chen and Li Qiwei took out a piece of residual jade at the same time and spliced it together. Suddenly, an emperor-level breath came, directly tearing the space apart, forming a huge passage. Seeing that the two of them were about to enter the space channel and send away, some of Wu Boruo's flesh and blood filaments exploded with a bang. The blood mist filled the entire void, and the space passage that had just been torn also covered a barrier. This layer of barrier, whether it is Li Qiwei or Yi Chen, can easily break open in a few seconds. But at this time, it is about to become the last straw to crush the camel. This moment, as if time freezes, the blood mist filled, Yi Chen and Li Qiwei's pupils shrank suddenly, their bodies tightened, and countless bloodshot stabbings came behind them, to pierce them with sore holes. Not far away, the sneer of Wu Boruo's remnant body has not disappeared, and the remnants are still there. In the next moment, the two sides will be divided between the victory and defeat, as well as life and death. But at this moment, boom, an extremely majestic breath enveloped the audience, and he reached the seven great emperor. What? Whether it was Li Qiwei, Yi Chen or Wu Boruo, they were all horrified at the same time. They never expected that when they were fighting to death, there would be a seven great emperor watching him. Seven great emperors, they can also fight for several rounds using secret methods, and escape is no problem. But at this time, everyone is on the verge of death. It is not the power of the seven great emperors at all. With a sense of horror and despair, Li Qiwei, Yi Chen, and Wu Boruo simultaneously looked in the direction of the breath. But I saw a handsome young man standing in the air, his breath gushing out like a tsunami. It was Su Lang, who had swallowed 35 clones. Ruthless God! Wu Boruo suddenly screamed in disbelief. No. How could it be you? Aren't you dead? Li Qiwei and Yi Chen also felt incredible when they heard Wu Boruo scream. Ruthless God! Li Qiwei was like falling into an ice cave, cold all over. It is he who has calculated everything. He is the master of the situation. Damn it! Yi Chen's eyes were horrified. Yi Chen hunts geese all day long, and today I am going to be pecked to death by the geese. Of course, when they were frightened, the two did not forget to escape either. Taking advantage of Su Lang's appearance and shocking the audience, they immediately attacked the blood fog barrier. At the same time, Boruo, go on the road. Su Lang smiled faintly, and pointed his right hand into a sword, and gently drew it out with a broken sword, and instantly arrived in front of Wu Boruo. Chapter 1369, But I have 2 or 5 boys. Ruthless Tiandi, you, great. Whooper will come back, I will come back for revenge. Wu Boruo couldn't resist Su Lang's Po Yi sword at all. At this time there was only one escape spell available. However, a terrifying gray-black incense aspiration burst out of his body in an instant. These incense aspirations are already strong enough to condense into crystals, forming a thick crystal shell on the surface of Wu Boruo's remnant body. And Wu Boruo, like a small bug in amber, was sealed inside the crystal. Su Lang's broken sword touched the outer shell of the crystal, and was blocked for an instant before piercing a crack and driving straight into it. Wanwu demon body, originating Dafa. Wu Boruo took this opportunity to launch the final escape secret technique, and the whole remnant exploded, and he even resisted the broken sword for a moment. Then, in the intense spatial fluctuations, a thumb-sized flesh and blood disappeared without a trace. Can you escape, Space Avenue? Su Lang sneered and used the power of the Space Dao. Although he could not stop Wu Boruo, he could get insight into the destination coordinates he sent. In a flash, Su Lang knew the coordinates, and immediately countless treasure-hunting flying flies appeared in the middle of waving his hands. Simultaneously, Su Lang's gaze shifted directly to Li Qiwei and Yi Chen. But after seeing Wu Boruo escape at the expense of everything, the blood fog barrier disappeared, and Yi Chen and the two had entered the space channel. If you can run, the monk can't run to the temple. Su Lang sneered even more. He conquered all Yi Chen and Li Qiwei's subordinates, and mastered the coordinates of the Zishan continent and Hongtian continent. If Li Qiwei and 2 of them chose to return to their own world, they would definitely be caught by Su Lang directly. If they choose to wander into the void temporarily, Su Lang also has a way to get their position. But Su Lang didn't intend to give them a chance to return to the world of heaven and earth. After all, those 2 worlds have been regarded by him as things in the middle, and it would be no good if they were destroyed. Space Avenue. Su Lang deduced the coordinates of the two escaped based on the remaining spatial fluctuations. However, Yi Chen and Li Qiwei used the space system Emperor soldiers, and they wiped out the traces completely, unable to deduct them. Humph, do you think I can't help it? You have great soldiers, but I have 2 or 5 boys. Su Lang shook his head disdainfully, then took out the talisman for the transmission and contacted the 8 newly subdued subordinates of the quasi-great emperor. Somewhere in the void of unknown location, a huge space passage emerged, and Li Qiwei and Yi Chen supported each other and staggered out. The ruthless Emperor Tiandi is thoughtful and cunning like a fox. Yi Chen took out a pill and swallowed it painfully. He probably did a survey a long time ago. Knowing our world coordinates, we can't go back to our current state. Find a place to heal your injury first. Li Qiwei's voice revealed a strong sense of weakness. When the ruthless emperor appeared, he first shot Wu Boruo. Presumably Wu Boruo is his main target. We should be fine if we hide. Well, find a place first. Yi Chen nodded, and was planning to search for a suitable retreat to heal his wounds, but suddenly he noticed that there was a movement in the interrogation talisman. I took it out and saw that it was a message sent by my subordinate Zuyu, asking about the results in a very concerned tone. We lost. Someone was taking advantage of the fisherman's profit, and we almost got caught in a pot. Yi Chen didn't have the slightest doubt about his most trusted subordinates, and even told Zuyu about the failure of his side without any hesitation. Soon, Zuyu asked how the 2 of them were and where they were, and then asked for instructions. Yi Chen was unprepared and informed Zuyu of his location, and then asked Zuyu to take people away from Juduxing immediately and return to Hongtian continent by detour. Finally, let Zuyu bring Lafiti with him. Li Qiwei also contacted Qing Yong, his subordinate, and asked him to join Zuyu and others, and finally parted ways and returned to the Zishan continent. Finish it all. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and then flew away, looking for a retreat. Chapter 1370. Decompose Ming Hong Weep. Dark sky beyond the stars. Oh, it's 30,000 light years away, it's really far enough. Su Lang took out the hand talisman and looked at the news reported by Zhu Yu, with a slight sarcasm on his face. Soon, he sent a treasure hunt flying to collect Li Qiwei's breath. Immediately afterwards, they dispatched the only remaining clone and 37 clone incarnations. The avatars all used buying avatars to transform into 3,800 avatars, paved a void road. Immediately afterwards, in the dispatchable map that was developed, Su Lang continuously used avatars to dispatch, allowing each avatar to quickly approach the location of Li Qiwei. But Su Lang's body moved quickly and flew towards the right side. He is chasing Ming Hongqi. This 6th great emperor soldier escaped by taking advantage of the chaos. It's a pity that Ming Hongqi didn't even know that Su Lang was watching all his actions. Although Ming Hongqi is an assassination weapon, its speed is very, very fast, and it also possesses powerful concealment capabilities. However, the strength of the 7 great emperors Su Lang crushed Ming Hongqi to a whole small realm, far faster than that. Moreover, Su Lang has also practiced the small mystery method, combined with the spiritual power of broken nirvana. The observation power is extremely abnormal, and there is no way for Ming Hongqi to hide. From all aspects, Ming Hongqi was completely defeated. Therefore, Su Lang quickly stopped Ming Hong's cry. Void, tisk tisk, dare you run away in front of me? Su Lang carried his hands on his back, with a faint smile on his face. Ming Hong weeping, as the great 6th great emperor soldier who has lived for a long time, why is your brain still not working? Ming Hong sobbed for a while. Please forgive me. The spirit of Ming Hong weeping came out of his body to pay respects to Su Lang, and its appearance was somewhat similar to Wu Boruo. Don't talk nonsense, Su Lang said bluntly. I lack an attack weapon. Are you willing to serve me as lord? Ming Hong weeping is willing. Ming Hong sobbed and knocked his head like smashed garlic, looking gratitude. Come here, then. Su Lang waved his hand to take Ming Hong away. Ming Hongqi was also very cooperative, and was cleverly taken by Su Lang. But just when Su Lang planned to play, suddenly an extremely fierce aura erupted from Ming Hongqi. Under Su Lang's defense, Ming Hongqi's body broke away from control and slammed Su Lang's dantian fiercely. Yo, I said, why are you so simple? It turned out to be approaching me and assassinating me. Look at your appearance and Wu Boruo's appearance, and your feelings are really deep. I don't know why Wu Bo Ruopan usually uses you for it. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly, turning a blind eye to Ming Hong, who stabbed his dantian. Go to hell! Ming Hong weeping device screamed, carrying the strongest strength, and reached Su Lang's lower abdomen in an instant. But just when the sharp blade was about to touch Su Lang's skin. What? There was a loud cry, even with a ding sound. However, I saw a small, pitch-black circular shield that blocked Su Lang's abdomen at some point, and was stabbed by Ming Hong weeping. This shield is exactly the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao, with the ability to block 100%. How is this possible? Ming Hongqi's spirit was unbelievable, and he immediately turned around and pierced Su Lang's chest. But he just stabbed out, and the round shield was in front of him again. Ming Hong's sob stabbed the shield with a ding sound again. This is impossible. Ming Hong's sobbing spirit was about to cry, I am an assassin-type Great Emperor soldier, and my speed is infinitely close to the 7 Great Emperor. Immediately after, he did not believe in evil and continued to assassinate Su Lang. However, no matter how he stabbed, he would stab on the body of the 8-sided shield. Then, the ding 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 rang for a long time. Ming Hongqi finally understood that there was a problem with holding the shield. He couldn't stab Su Lang at all. Even if he did, it would be a problem whether he could break the defense. So, he chose to escape again. This time, Ming Hongqi unexpectedly exploded at a faster speed, reaching the level of the 7 Great Emperor. Chapter 1371, The Soul of the Great. Tisk tusk, so fast. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Su Lang shook his head disdainfully, and then used Kunlun's invisible steps to come directly to Ming Hongqi, who was escaping quickly. Do not! Ming Hong's cry of horror let out a horrified cry, and Su Lang stretched out his hand to catch it. I wish to surrender. Great strong man, Ming Hong Wei surrendered. Ming Hongqi completely gave up and surrendered. However, I put the opportunity in front of you before. Su Lang's eyes were cold and his tone of voice was indifferent, but you not only don't know how to cherish, but you also use my kindness to try to hurt me. Do you think I will let you go? I know I was wrong. Ming Hong's crying spirit was crying and begging for mercy. Great ruthless God, please forgive me, I am willing to do everything for you. Ha ha. First, I am not a ruthless emperor, my name is Su Lang. Secondly, I won't forgive you. You can only be relieved if you go to hell. Su Lang smiled coldly and directly activated one-click decomposition. No, 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 ah. The spirit of Ming Hong weeping only felt that a terrifying life and death crisis had come, and was frightened suddenly. However, his screams could not save him. Ding! You get the soul of the Great Emperor 1, the soul of Emperor Wu 5000, the soul of Wushan 100,000. Emperor level material Ming Hong Jishaoyu 100, Wushangwulu 500, Evil Mind Heart 500. The system prompt came. Under the power of one-click decomposition of the mystery, the ashes of the Ming Hong Weeper flew out, and the body also fell apart, turning into pieces of raw materials. Wow! The soul of the Emperor! Su Lang's eyes brightened and he immediately took out the soul of the Great Emperor. However, the soul of the Emperor is 3 inches long, showing a transparent human form, crystal clear and very pure, like a perfect handicraft made of diamonds. Even the appearance of the Emperor's body is perfectly presented. At the same time, the transparent body of the Great Soul exudes very powerful and pure mental power, which makes people feel suffocating. This thing is really precious, much more precious than other Great Emperor level materials. To know that the soul of Emperor Wu is already very, very rare, the 5,000 souls of Emperor Wu who refine Ming Hong cry do not know how many thousands of years they have accumulated to reach this number. The soul of the Great Emperor is a whole level higher than the soul of Emperor Wu. The Emperor-level martial artist is inherently rare, and the probability of the soul of the Emperor is very low, which leads to the rarity of the soul of the Emperor is comparable to that of the unparalleled Emperor-level warrior. A real good thing. Unexpectedly, I will be the Emperor again today. Beautiful. Su Lang smiled, and collected the soul of the Great Emperor into the storage space. Soon, Su Lang checked the other Great Emperor grade materials again. Each one is very precious, and there are a lot of them. It's a pity that Xiaoyu was sealed. Otherwise, with the soul of the Great Emperor, she will definitely be able to promote her to many levels. Su Lang sighed regretfully, then turned his attention to the treasure-hunting flying gliders and the clones. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen. Because there are avatars for chasing, they are faster than treasure-hunting flying gliders, so they caught their little tail earlier. At this moment, The farthest clone has arrived at the exit of Li Qiwei's space channel. Clone replacement. With a thought, Su Lang immediately exchanged positions with the clone and came to this void. Immediately after, Su Lang waved his hand gently, and a large number of treasure-hunting flying appeared. These little flying squirrels collected the breath of Yi Chen and Li Qiwei from Su Lang's hands, and immediately dispersed and flew in all directions. Spread the breath in all directions, making me lose my direction. Hehe, I'm quite cautious. It's a pity that you underestimated my pursuit methods. There are more than 360 billion treasure hunters. Su Lang dismissed it with a smile. Countless treasure hunting flying out of thin air, flying around continuously. Chapter 1372, I caught you guys. The hunting soul ability of these treasure hunting flying gliders is totally unreasonable. No matter the target uses any means to hide, clear, or cut off the trace of breath, it is completely useless. Therefore, although the smoke bombs left by Li Qiwei and Yi Chen were numerous and complicated, they were gradually cleared under the search of countless treasure-hunting flying gliders. In a short time, some treasure-hunting flying strays followed their breath to the end, but did not find the target. But this also ruled out one of the directions where Li Qiwei and the two fled. Dozens of breaths passed. The treasure-hunting flying gliders cleared all the confusion and inducement methods of Li Qiwei and Yi Chen, found the true direction of their escape, and quickly pursued the past. Su Lang immediately dispatched a clone to keep up with him as quickly as possible. At the same time, somewhere in the void, the seemingly empty void actually hides a quasi-emperor-level portable cave. Yi Chen and Li Qiwei were healing in this cave. This battle made them all their cards and almost died, and their injuries could not be healed in a short time. Even if it is to stabilize the injury, it also needs to spend a lot of healing materials. Damn, I have eaten all my pills. Yi Chen, give me some. I have finished my meal too. How many emperor-level pill do you think I can have? Then you give me a little fairy source. The Emperor's eclipse is too terrifying. I feel like I am dying. Here you are. Hurry up and stabilize the injury. I always have an ominous premonition. Could it be that the ruthless heavenly emperor has caught up? This is impossible. I also think it's impossible. Maybe I'm worrying too much. Quote. After Li Qiwei and Yi Chen were suspicious, they calmed down again. But at this moment, a strange mouse suddenly flew from a distance. It seemed to have discovered something and squeaked with excitement. Li Qiwei and two of them, who were always alert to the surroundings, immediately noticed the movement of the wind. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and their hairs stood upright. This flying squirrel has no aura fluctuations. Li Qiwei was full of surprise. How can such a thing appear in the void? They ran away fast before, and they didn't see the scene where Su Lang chased Wu Borluo with the treasure-hunting flying fly, so they did not recognize that this was Su Lang's spiritual pet. There must be a problem. Yi Chen looked solemn. Don't move rashly, so as not to startle the snake. He still held a glimmer of hope, hoping that the flying squirrel just happened to appear here, and had not yet discovered their existence. Li Qiwei had originally planned to kill the treasure-hunting flying glider, but after listening to Yi Chen's words, he also felt reasonable, so he didn't do it. The two of them held their breath and took the concealment method to the extreme. Immediately after, they found that the strange little flying squirrel suddenly disappeared. There is no spatial fluctuation, it just disappeared. What the asterisk is this? Even I can't guess. It doesn't matter so much, just disappear, heal. Continue to heal. Quote. The two of them were horrified, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, an extremely powerful breath suddenly came, covering the entire void. No, it's the ruthless emperor. Yi Chen's expression changed wildly, and he took out half of the jade pendant. Li Qiwei, take out Pisces Xinghai Shuo. Li Qiwei's face was pale, and without a word, he took out the other half of the jade pendant. The two jade pendants are put together, and the power of terrifying space suddenly burst out. However, although the power of this space caused countless ripples in the void, it couldn't open the space channel. It's over, the space is confined. How is this possible? What level of space avenue is necessary to imprison Pisces Xinghai shuttle? Quote. The two were thunderous and terrified. At this time, caught you. Su Lang came to the place where the two of them were hiding by virtue of the void and emptiness. Open. A force swayed away, and the concealment method of the quasi-great emperor's soldier was immediately eliminated. A huge palace appeared in front of him, and the spirits on it exuded a panic. Chapter 1373. I want more than these, Li Qiwei, Yi Chen. Why are you two running so fast? It's in vain to rescue you with my kindness. Is this how you repay my life-saving grace? Su Lang's mental power penetrated the palace's protection directly, and fell on Li Qiwei and Yi Chen. Hear this. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen's tense emotions suddenly loosened, and the two looked at each other, and a trace of suspicion rose in their hearts. Could it be that the ruthless emperor really intended to save them, but was misunderstood by them? But as soon as this idea appeared, it was rejected by the two. In their eyes, Su Lang is the man behind the two worlds. This is a certainty. After all, just knowing their names had already exposed the fact that the ruthless emperor had investigated them. Believing that the other person is a good person at this time is tantamount to giving away one's life with both hands. However, it is not the best choice to break this layer directly. The slow strategy is, the ruthless Taoist friends calm down. Yi Chen took a deep breath and said with a smile, I was not in good shape at the time. In order not to cause trouble to the fellow Taoists, we had to leave first. Don't blame it. Yes, thanks to the ruthless Taoist friends for taking action and helping us block Wuboruo. Li Qiwei also agreed, this life-saving grace, after I recover, I will repay it 100-fold. I really know how to get on the pole. Since you want to repay me 100-fold, then I won't kill you. However, I don't want to wait for your injuries to heal before discussing this matter. Let's do it now. Su Lang smiled playfully, after all, I have to hunt down Wuboruo, so I don't have time to waste here. This statement came out. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen's face suddenly turned pale. I don't know what you want. Yi Chen swallowed hardly. We can give you all the treasures of heaven and earth, magic weapons, kung fu magical powers, and even the excellent double repair cauldron. I am too poor. There is only one sword with no blade of heart. Please don't dislike it. Li Qiwei gritted his teeth and handed out the long sword in his hand. Qi Ling fell silent and said nothing. Humph, I want more than this. I want you to be my subordinates and offer everything you have. Su Lang smiled faintly. In return, you will get endless training resources, more powerful weapons, and more powerful techniques. He didn't try to take care of Xinju Wufeng. He knew that this was Li Qiwei's conspiracy. Once the fight started, Xinju Wufeng would definitely fight back. You want everything from us. Let us dignify the sixth great emperor as your subordinate. This is impossible. The emperor's pride will not be shattered. Even if we die, we will not kneel down. The ruthless emperor, your resourcefulness is unfathomable, but you want us to surrender and dream. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen stared at Su Lang. Endless flames erupted from their eyes, and a terrifying fighting spirit broke out on their bodies. Have a backbone. Su Lang nodded slightly. He really felt the spirit of the two who would rather die than surrender, but many times, people who would rather die than surrender will be changed, so Su Lang plans to try. I want to kill you easily. Now that I stand here and talk to you well, I have already expressed my sincerity. Now, I will show you more sincerity. While Su Lang waved his hand, countless pills and exercises appeared in the void. The pill is densely packed like gravel, but each pill is at least a perfect quality emperor-level pill. Thousands of emperor-level pills are contained in it. Each pill contains different powers of great power, triggering a large number of colorful rules anomalies. These densely packed elixirs seem to form a brilliant and colorful miniature starry sky. Each elixirs are the stars inside. In addition to the pill, there are also nearly 600 emperor-level exercises. These exercises are all original and come in many forms. Some are like jade, some are like plants, some are like animals, and some are like water and flames. Chapter 1374, I Reject. Finally, there are 8 great emperor-level exercises. It is the Zaihua Hengsha, Hidden Scale West Hunting, the Great Emperor Sutra, and so on that Su Lang synthesized before. These exercises are also the original, each with a terrifying rule and anomaly. Ordinary warriors will die directly at a glance. At this moment, countless perfect quality elixirs, nearly 600 original emperor-level exercises, and 8 original emperor-level exercises all appeared in front of Li Qiwei and Yi Chen, making the two of them look stupid. Hiss. This, so many pills. There are only 3,000 emperor-level pill, and the emperor-level pill is more than 100,000. There are also emperor-level exercises. The cherished emperor-level exercises are close to 600, and they are all original. The most cherished one is the original 8 Emperor level exercises, and the original Emperor level exercises. This is the first time I have seen you after I have lived for 90 million years. Li Qiwei stared at the treasure in the void, and a heart jumped wildly. Gu, Yi Chen, swallowed in disbelief. He is the son of luck in Hongtian continent, and he has gotten many treasures along the way. After becoming the ruler of Hongtian continent, he became the richest person in the entire Hongtian great world. But now compared with Su Lang, he suddenly felt like a beggar. And at this moment, Su Lang said something that shocked the two even more. These are actually only part of my treasure, just the tip of the iceberg. As long as you are willing and convincing to be my subordinates, don't talk about these things, even if it is a treasure of the Supreme Emperor, I can reward you. With your qualifications, promotion to the Supreme Emperor level is also promising, but your world can only support you to the current level. Follow me. You stand higher up and see more beautiful scenery. Su Lang smiled faintly, and then his expression condensed. Speaking of which is enough, I only give you 10 breaths, so consider it. This statement came out, the atmosphere instantly solidified, there was silence in the field, and time flew quickly with one breath. The faces of Li Qiwei and Yi Chen were clearly struggling. As long as you surrender, it is possible to get a lot of rewards, the most important thing is to have the hope of chasing the Supreme Emperor. But, both of them have ruled the world of the Great Emperor for nearly 100 million years, and suddenly wanting to become someone else's subordinate is really very unacceptable. As the overlord who pressed countless times and stepped on countless Tianzhou Emperor Wu, the heart of the emperor has been deeply carved into the bones and soul. Sometimes, many things are more unacceptable than death. Self-cutting the heart of the emperor, surrendering to the feet of others, it can be said that life is better than death. Especially the opponent is just a 7 great emperor, not much stronger than them. If the opponent is a supreme emperor, perhaps they gritted their teeth and knelt down. But the strength of the two parties is similar, and the other party relied on resourcefulness to insulate themselves, which is really unacceptable. I reject. Yi Chen smiled coldly. I, Emperor Yi Chen, will never kneel to anyone. I also refuse. Although you are better than me, you are also rich, which makes me very excited. Li Qiwei's expression was indifferent, but my dignity cannot be trampled on. I would rather stand to die than kneel to live. Tisk tisk, it's really tough. Su Lang smiled faintly and collected the treasures. I am more interested in you. The voice just fell. Su Lang's aura was immediately overwhelmed. Crack, click. The quasi-great emperor's military palace couldn't resist even Su Lang's breath, and it directly cracked countless cracks. Kill. Yi Chen and Li Qiwei drank violently at the same time, and endless incense and aspirations emerged from their bodies. The incense power they have collected over the past billion years is their last card. I saw that under the action of countless incense aspirations, the injuries of the two not only recovered, but even reached the realm of the 7 great emperors. Coupled with the explosion of world weight, the two returned to their peak again. Chapter 1375. You guys want to be beautiful at the same time. With one sword and one shot, the two also arrived in front of Su Lang. Everything broke out, just for this blow. Su Lang saw through the state of the two, this was their last blow. Face this powerful blow. Su Lang faintly waved his hand, seal the sky with one thought. Suddenly, Yi Chen was pulled into the Nianfang space by Su Lang, while Li Qiwei was isolated. The next moment, in Yi Chen's unbelievable eyes, his 10 Zhanzheng long spear went straight through Su Lang's body, like a phantom. But Li Qiwei's heart, absolutely no-edged sword slammed into the 8-sided shield of the sky that did not know when it appeared. Infinitely close to the attack of the 8 great emperor, but he couldn't make Su Lang take a step back. Because he also has the power of the world. 10 life planets and 1 sun. It's over. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Li Qiwei suddenly looked desperate. Immediately afterwards, he saw the breath on his body regressing wildly, and the emperor's body was constantly cracking because it could not bear the weight of the world. Li Qiwei, outside the Nianfang space, Yi Chen couldn't help but see this scene. He and Li Qiwei have an irresistible relationship, acting as guardians of each other, and relying on each other in the cruel Star Sea. However, his old brother is going to die. Do not. Broken world. Yi Chen burst out with a hoarse cry. The whole person once again turned into countless grit dust, madly flooding into the 10 admonitions. Immediately after, this great emperor-level spear carried terrifying power and slammed at Su Lang. Under this shot, Nianfang space trembled, wrinkled, and shattered, and the gray and silent world outside recovered its color sounds. Nianfeng's space is broken. Su Lang looked at Yi Chen, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The next moment, Ten admonishes Zhengjin stabs Su Lang fiercely. This gun contains everything about Yi Chen, has broken through the shackles and reached the realm of the 8 great emperors. Unstoppable. Su Lang got the result immediately. If you have to resist, the only end is that the 8-sided shield of the sky will be broken, and he will also trigger a death replacement. But, I can't stop it, doesn't mean I can't avoid it. Su Lang directly used Kunlun's invisible steps, and his body skills instantly skyrocketed to the realm of the 8 great emperors. His figure flashed, and at a speed faster than teleportation, he dodged the tip of Shi Zhanzheng's gun dangerously. Stab, a sharp sound passed by the ears, and the space was shattered like fragile walls. The energy from the tip of the gun even made several blood marks on Su Lang's face. However, no hit is no hit. Ten admonishes Zhengjin flew into the distance, his breath vented wildly, and fell directly back to his original level. A large amount of gravel dust spread out, once again condensed into Yi Chen's emperor body. Seeing that his breath was about to fall to the emperor's level, his eyes changed from containing the intent of war to a pool of stagnant water, completely hopeless. Tisk tisk, it's over. Su Lang couldn't help showing a hint of amusement when he looked at the 2 people who were bereaved. Li Qiwei's voice was hoarse. I have already lost the 2 of you. If you want to kill, you have to do whatever you want. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chenzhuang was crazy, the ruthless god, come on, kill me. You guys want to be beautiful. Don't think I don't know, you must have left some means in your own world. For example, to rebirth from a drop of blood, to turn the avatar to the right, or to simply plunge into the avenue of incense. The corner of Su Lang's mouth outlines a curve. If I kill you now, wouldn't I have fulfilled your wish? This statement came out. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of bitterness in their eyes. The cunning rabbit still has 3 caves. As the masters of the great emperor-class world, they did have various means to survive. Once the deity falls, those methods will be activated. Humph. Yi Chen snorted lowly. Stop talking nonsense, do what you like. Ruthless heavenly emperor, you think it is necessary to torture us with all kinds of torture, and force us to confess what we left behind. HMPH, I don't know how much Li Qiwei has suffered. In my life, come on, let me see your methods. Li Qi definitely floated in the void like a dead fish, with a ferocious sneer on the chapped face. Chapter 1376, Macaw. Who said I'm going to torture you? I want to make you feel comfortable. Su Lang smiled and dispatched all the avatars instantly. Suddenly, more than 30 avatars appeared all at once, all of them exploded with the breath of the 3 great emperors. In this sudden scene, even if Li Qiwei and Yi Chen were already ashamed, they couldn't help being shocked and unbelievable. But without waiting for them to have more expressions, Su Lang and the avatars simultaneously unfolded the Mingguang world. Suddenly, it seems that a real star has appeared in this dark space. The endless bright light travels through the void, illuminates the vast dark void, and finally flies into the depths of the universe. But Li Qiwei and Yi Chen, who were in the center of Mingguang 10,000 realms, suddenly changed their expressions. This is, my injury is stabilizing. The ruthless Tiandi is saving us. Why does he do this? Something's wrong, this kind of light is eroding our minds. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen quickly noticed the harm of Mingguang myriad realms. This thing is simply a deadly sugar-coated cannonball, which seems to be beneficial, but in fact it is to deprive others of everything. If they are really eroded and become puppets, then any backhands left by the 2 of them will be invalid. After all, even their deity is controlled. Can't let him succeed. Yi Chen's face was grim, and he was about to commit suicide in the next moment. Li Qiwei had the same choice, but, you can't die without my permission. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and easily caught the 2 of them. Both Li Qiwei and Yi Chen were about to fall to the great emperor's rank. In front of the 7 great emperors Su Lang, they were almost indistinguishable from the ants. There was no way to commit suicide. Do not. Yi Chen burst into tears and roared, ruthless emperor, kill me if you have the ability. Come on, kill us. Li Qiwei was also unyielding, struggling frantically, trying to toss himself to death. Don't resist, just enjoy it. Su Lang smiled lightly, bringing Mingguang 10,000 realms to the limit. Half a quarter of an hour later, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen gradually stopped struggling, and their expressions became numb. It's just occasional expressions of contradictions, sometimes a trace of resentment, sometimes a trace of reverence. It turns out that you are not called Ruthless Tiandi, but Su Lang, Langdi. Yi Chen knew Su Lang's real name through Mingguang 10,000 realms, looked at Su Lang with a dull gaze, and muttered in his mouth, "It's really old and cunning." Yes, what an old traitor. Li Qiwei struggled, really strategizing, no, cunning like a fox, no, magical calculation. See this scene. Su Lang smiled uncontrollably, it seems that it has an effect. Then, Su Lang continued to display the light of the world, constantly assimilating and eroding the minds of both Li Qiwei. Another quarter of an hour passed. The expressions of the two finally gradually calmed down, and then became gentle, and there was no resistance in their eyes. In order to prevent the two of them from playing tricks and consolidate the results of the battle, Su Lang once again continued to display the Mingguang world for more than 10 minutes. Before the time limit for devouring the clone ended, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen were finally completely subdued by Su Lang. "My servant calls upon the great Lord Langdi." The two arrogant knelt down in front of Su Lang respectfully. "Tisk tisk, get up, use these pills to heal the wounds and restore combat power as soon as possible." Su Lang waved out a large amount of Great Emperor grade healing pills and rewarded them to the two. "Your Majesty knocks on Emperor Xie Lang for the reward." Li Qiwei and Yi Chen received the pill and saluted with great gratitude. "Remember." Su Lang smiled, "When you thank me in the future, you have to add the word, true fragrance, at the end, understand?" "Understood." Li Qiwei and Yi Chen saluted again. "Your Majesty, thank Your Majesty Emperor Lang for the reward, it's so fragrant." Chapter 1377. It's time to go to Ubuluo. Hey, wonderful, wonderful. Su Lang smiled knowingly. "Next, give me my soul and heart." For big players like Li Qiwei and Yi Chen, the control methods must be adequate. "Yes, Your Majesty." The two of Li Qiwei slowly forced out their souls and handed them to Su Lang. "Well, you two will continue to heal your injuries." Su Lang received his soul and nodded. Immediately, he took out another 500,000 high-quality Shanyuan to Li Qiwei. A large part of Li Qiwei's injuries were caused by the Emperor's corruption. This injury must be repaired by a large amount of immortal sources, but the other pills have no effect. Finish it all. Su Lang allowed the avatars to continue to maintain the light of the world, assisting the two of them to heal their injuries, while also consolidating the effect of assimilation. Soon, he took out the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and entered the quiet room. At this time, the time limit for devouring the clone had arrived, and Su Lang's combat power suddenly fell to the three great emperor. "Ah, I'm so weak." The feeling of losing power gave Su Lang a sense of emptiness, and made up his mind to ascend to a higher realm as soon as possible. Sit down in the quiet room. Su Lang thought. A cauldron and a large amount of materials appeared in front of him. It will take an hour for the clones to regroup. In this hour, he can only maintain normal combat power. So in order to be safe, I plan to wait a while before going to Wupuruo. Anyway, under the pursuit of the treasure-hunting flying glider, Wubo could not escape. Fire. With a flick of Su Lang's finger, the great fire system condensed and turned into the flame most suitable for refining. Immediately after that, it was a familiar mixer. At this time, Su Lang's cultivation base was not the same as before, and with the addition of the mysterious method, the refining speed doubled again. In the past, 3 parts can be refined in 1 minute, but 10 parts can be refined in 1 minute, which is equivalent to 1 in 10 seconds. You know this is a fairy-level part. It takes at least 10.5 days to refine the fairy-level treasure to be an ordinary emperor-level crafting master. Refining fairy-level parts every 10 seconds, this speed is so fast that there are no friends. In a blink of an eye, 1 hour passed. Su Lang refined 360 brand new immortal parts. In addition to the previous accumulation, the total number of parts has finally reached 20,000. 1/6 of the 120,000 parts of the superhumanoid weapon is now completed. Of course, if you want to complete the refining of all the parts at once, it will take 10.5 days. Relatively speaking, Su Lang decided to look for clues to the place of exile first. After all, in the place of exile, the 3 of Chu Xiaobei may be in danger at all times, and it is urgent to find the 3, at this time. In the mysterious space, the illusory purple villains condensed together, they are the clones of Su Lang. It's time to go to Ubuluo. Su Lang put out the fire, collected the materials for the cauldron, got up and walked out of the quiet room. The outside is still illuminated by the more than 30 avatars of Mingguang Wanji. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen not only stabilized their injuries, but also recovered. Some with the aid of the healing materials given by Mingguang Wanji and Su Lang. However, it is not possible to return to the whole body in a short time. Come, Su Lang thought. The avatars suddenly disappeared, and the void returned to darkness again. My servant knocked on your majesty Langdi. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen opened their eyes unfailingly, and then knelt before Su Lang respectfully. They also discovered that Su Lang only had the breath of the three great emperors at this time, but he didn't have a trace of distracting thoughts. He was obviously assimilated thoroughly and perfectly. Go! With a big wave of his hand, Su Lang took the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and the two into the universe of life. Immediately sent a clone, paved the way, and flew in a certain direction. At the same time, somewhere in the void northwest of Dark Sky World, a violent spatial fluctuation came. Immediately afterwards, a thumb-sized piece of meat flew out of it, the only remaining body of Wu Boruo. This is already the 3,000th time since he fled to tear the void and shift his position. And here is the ultimate destination of Upporo. Chapter 1378. Emperor Soldier Void Chamber, Void Room, Open. Wu Boruo took out a treasure from the universe of life and poured the last bit of Emperor Yuan into it. The faint incense is willing to sway, like ripples to spread nearby. A small space gradually emerged from the ripples, half empty and half real, like a mirage. This void chamber is a great emperor-level treasure spread from Void Sect. Its refining principle is very similar to that of Suyanfang City, and it can be regarded as a castrated version of Suyanfang City. It has a very small space, only 1 kilometer in length and width. But it is an excellent hiding place, almost safer than the universe of life. After all, at the level of the Great Emperor, almost everyone has the Space Avenue, and can easily capture the exposed universe coordinates of life. The Void Chamber is a safe house, but it also has disadvantages. That is, the people in the safe house cannot observe the outside world, and even cannot know any movement of the outside world. This is also the reason why Wu Bo had to transfer more than 3,000 times and only used the Void Chamber after confirming his safety. After releasing the Void Chamber, Wu Boruo's remnant body did not hesitate, and immediately got into this small space. Immediately after, I saw that the ripples slowly calmed down, and the half-empty and half-solid space was completely covered. And at this moment, treasure-hunting flying gliders quickly gathered from the void in all directions and surrounded the space he was in. Su Lang's treasure-hunting flying gliders are too many, and they will cooperate with each other before. They are like Su Lang's hounds, the general direction of Mibu Wuboruo's escape, constantly chasing, intercepting, and besieging. They even know to hide themselves so as not to startle the snake. This caused Wu Boruo to gradually relax his vigilance, thinking that he was completely free from Su Lang's pursuit. In this time, Wu Boruo entered the Void Chamber, unable to observe the outside world. So he didn't even know that this place, which he considered to be extremely safe, was immediately surrounded after being out of sight. Suddenly, a humanoid phantom condensed next to a treasure-hunting flying, which was one of Su Lang's clones. Is it here? Su Lang exchanged positions with the clone, his faint eyes fixed on the void in the middle. Squeak. The treasure-hunting flying nearby was squeaking with excitement. Good job. Su Lang touched the cute tails of the treasure hunt flying gliders, and soon gathered them all into the mysterious space. Soon, Su Lang came to the void in the middle with his hands behind his back. The strong and special mental power gave him insight into different scenes. I saw the seemingly empty void, and a special space constructed by the illusory avenue, the incense avenue, the spiritual avenue and the space avenue was firmly embedded in the bottom of the infinite universe. It has powerful concealment, confusion and defense capabilities. If it hadn't been for the treasure-hunting flying who had determined that Wu Boruo was here, Su Lang might have been concealed. After all, he has not yet condensed the avenue of incense. Fortunately, I have an unreasonable treasure hunt flying fly. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a sneer, and immediately activated the devouring doppelganger. It is still swallowing 35 clones, pushing their strength directly to the terrifying 7 Great Emperor realm. Open. Su Lang's eyes condensed, and the power of the endless space surged out, and the surrounding space instantly retreated to the surface, revealing countless spatial rhythm lines. It was as if a person had lost all flesh and blood, revealing a complete skeleton. In this skeleton, there is a special space inlaid, which is the empty chamber. Immediately, the metric lines of countless spaces seem to come alive, like strips of slender strange creatures. They crazily twist, combine, and weave into an indestructible space barrier, completely encircling the virtual and real space of Wuboruo, cutting off all retreat. Finish it all. The next step is to open the void chamber. To open the void chamber, you must have a lot of power. I have the most important spaces, illusions, and spiritual avenues, but I don't have the incense avenue. Furthermore, even if I converge on the avenue of incense, if I do it myself, I will be tainted with the power of incense, which is not worth the loss. Su Lang frowned slightly, and immediately opened the life universe, releasing Li Qiwei and Yi Chen. Chapter 1379, My Wubo is about to be born again. The lower servant knocks on the Lord. The two saluted respectfully and waited for instructions. Su Lang asked indifferently, You two understand the avenue of incense fire, right? Yes. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen nodded at the same time. Okay. Su Lang nodded faintly, which was in his expectation. Before, Li Qiwei used the incense willingness to forcefully explode the final blow. With the addition of incense willingness, the strength of the two even surpassed the peak. From this point alone, it can be inferred that the two are in control of the very deep incense avenue. You two should have reserves of incense aspirations, right? Su Lang said lightly. Li Qiwei must have a back hand in arranging incense, so they should leave some incense aspirations. There are some, but not many. Sure enough, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen nodded at the same time. That's good. Su Lang smiled. Cooperate with me to open this special space. Yes, Lord. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen took their orders solemnly. Humph. Wuboruo, I want a turtle in the urn, what are you doing again? Su Lang turned his head to look at the void room, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he smiled lightly, at the same time. In the void chamber, 10,000 Dark Sky Clan quasi-emperors were neatly arranged, all sitting cross-legged on the ground paved with white jade, almost covering the ground of the entire void chamber. The only remaining body of Wuboruo floats in the air, and a thin black and red line connects the soul armor of each quasi-emperor. Next moment, a weird wave suddenly spread from Wuboruo's remains. Immediately afterwards, Emperor 10,000 Zun was trembling all over, his face showed pain, and the skin began to show signs of drying. Soon, all the quasi-emperors gradually fell. Their bodies have become shriveled, like corpses dug out in the desert. Their spirits have been completely swallowed by the soul armor on their bodies. And this 10,000 soul body armor turned into a translucent muscle. They are like giant pythons, not only wandering and twisting, but finally entangled to form a huge mass of flesh. This translucent mass of meat is very large, occupying half of the void chamber, and enveloping the remains of Wuboruo inside. Immediately after, seeing the meatballs accelerate their peristalsis, and gradually differentiate into flesh and blood tissues of various colors. The original translucent meatball became colorful, and slowly evolved into various internal organs, skeletons, meridians, blood. It's almost finished. It's almost finished. My Wubo is about to be reborn. Damn the ruthless emperor, dare to calculate me. I will catch you one day and let you live in endless pain forever. The huge mass of meat gradually turned into the shape of a giant. A voice full of resentment came from the flesh and blood, and it seemed that every cell was resenting Su Lang. And at this moment, crack, in the darkness, a broken voice sounded. What? Someone is attacking my void chamber. Wuboruo tightened, and the eyes that had just grown were almost bursting. However, black cracks continued to appear in the sky of the void chamber, which healed quickly. At first glance, I thought there was a lot of black lightning flashing in the sky. Impossible, this is impossible. It should be the natural phenomenon of the boundless universe that has affected the void chamber. Wuboruo shook his head severely and stared at the sky in the void, but what happened next shattered all his hopes. Crack, click, the frequency of the breaking sound is getting faster and faster, and more black cracks appear in the sky. In the beginning, the void chamber could heal on its own, but gradually, those black cracks no longer disappear, all hanging in the sky, forming a black spider web. No, this is not true. Wuboruo trembled all over, and only felt that the black spider web was used to catch him. Under that spider web, he could not escape at all. The safe house he originally thought became a cage for him to death. At this time, boom, there was a terrifying loud noise from the sky. I saw the entire sky turned into countless fragments and disappeared completely. Instead, there is a huge black hollow, and in the middle of the hollow, 3 figures are suspended. It is Su Lang, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen. Chapter 1380, 10 slaps down. It's you, ruthless god, how could you find me? And, you too, you and ruthless Tiandi are walking together, are you in the same group? Wu Boruo's eyes were splitting, resentment, anger, fear, and surprise filled his heart. When escaping from Dark Sky Star, he clearly heard Li Qiwei and Yi Chen curse Su Lang and calculated everything, obviously not together. But now they are walking together, what is going on? The two sides reconciled. Uporo, I know you have many question marks. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, but I am not interested in answering the questions of the dead. You want to kill me. Do you know what space this is? This is the Void Chamber, a great treasure of Void Cult. Wu Bo Ruo gritted his teeth and threatened inwardly, Wu Bo Ruo is a chess piece arranged by the Void Cult. Do you dare to move me? Oh, someone from the Void, not to mention whether you lied or not, even if what you said is true. Su Lang sneered, I'm not even afraid of Zukongjiao itself, and I still fear you little Wuboruo. Aren't you afraid of Void teaching? You're so brash. Wu Boruo was shocked, and immediately gritted his teeth and said, if you dare to kill me, then you can do it. Hehe, as you wish. Su Lang looked down at Wu Boruo condescendingly, raised his right hand and slowly pressed it down. Rumble, a terrifying giant hand condensed by regular vision covered the sky of the entire Void Chamber. The close-fitting attack left Wu Boruo with nowhere to escape. You dare to kill me. Ruthless god, you will regret it. The Void Church avenged me, and you will die without a place to bury you. Your world will also die, and countless creatures will be miserably lost because of your reckless actions. Ruthless Emperor, you asshole. Wu Boruo jumped and cursed frantically, anxious and afraid in his heart. But Su Lang didn't move at all, and pressed his palm down hard. Come on. Wu Bo, who was just reborn, had no resistance and was directly crushed into meatloaf. However, the vitality of the great emperor was too tenacious, and Wu Boruo was a leader in this respect, so he did not die at all. Of course, there are also reasons for Su Lang's retention. To kill Wu Boruo, you still have to weaken him, assimilate him, let him confess all his opponents, and then kill him one by one. Wow, Su Lang raised his hand, revealing Wu Boruo like a meatloaf. I saw that the flesh and blood on Wu Boruo's body were like living creatures, constantly twisting, mending each other, and gradually returning to human form. But part of the flesh and blood was completely necrotic, turning into a pool of black and red pus and blood. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and he slapped his hand up again. Ha, ruthless god, you will definitely die. Wu Boruo screamed and turned into meatloaf again. As a strong man who once controlled the world of 10 directions, he was also very spine, and never begged for mercy from beginning to end. Su Lang turned a deaf ear to Wu Boruo's scolding, and continued to slap as if he was hitting a fly. After 10 slaps down, Wu Boruo's body was finally necrotic 99%. His breath has also weakened to the extreme, it can be called dying, it is estimated that he will belch after another slap. Su Lang finally stopped, and then dispatched avatars one by one, and at the same time expanded the Mingguang myriad realms to illuminate the miserable Wu Boruo. Wu Boruo also noticed something wrong with Mingguang 10,000 realms for the first time, and his eyes showed horror. But he was dying at this moment, and he couldn't even speak, so where could he resist? Wu Boruo could only silently endure the illumination of the Mingguang myriad realms. In the endless fear and despair, I watched my body and mind be transformed. At this time, Wu Boruo is many times weaker than Li Qiwei and Yi Chen before. Therefore, in just 10 minutes, Su Lang completely assimilated Wu Boruo. Uporo, Su Lang faintly called. The next servant worships the Lord. Uporo respectfully salutes. Su Lang asked with a smile, do you have any survivors left behind? No, the previous 10,000 quasi-emperor martial artists are the only backhands for the servants. Wu Boruo replied, the primitive blood and flesh tissues of their servants are parasitic on their bodies, which can differentiate into various organs. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Have you ever thought of specializing in the Road of Incense Avenue? Chapter 1381, A Huge Gain. Return to the Lord, no. Wu Boruo shook his head and said, because the rule of the servant is too cruel, the incense aspirations collected are almost all negative incense, so I dare not use it for rebirth. That's it. Su Lang nodded, then stand obediently, I'm going to kill you. Yes, Lord. Wu Boruo didn't have the slightest objection, and really stood obediently, waiting for death to come. Broken a sword, Su Lang would not suddenly feel pity in his heart. With a move of his heart, a broken sword fell from the sky and pierced through Wu Boruo's remnant body. The terrifying power of the Seven Great Emperor erupted, making Wu Boruo completely wiped out. Ding! You get the Great Emperor Soul Fragment 1000, the Great Soul 1, the Life Universe 1, and the Great Emperor Daojing 1. 7 Great Emperor Soldiers Void Chamber 1, Superior Shanyuan 12,561,548, Hinayana. Great Emperor Grade Materials. Emperor Grade Materials. A system prompt came, officially announcing the fall of Origin Demon Emperor Ubuluo. Good death. Dare to fight against our master, this is the end. The Lord is so strong, the two of us who couldn't be killed together, were easily tortured to death by the Lord. Yeah. Quote. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen winked their eyebrows, and their hearts were filled with respect for Su Lang. Su Lang frowned slightly. The Great Emperor's soul body fragments are only 1,000. Well, Wu Boruo is really too miserable, and his soul body is exhausted. Immediately after, looking at the other gains, Su Lang's brows immediately stretched out. Needless to say, the soul of the great is one of the most cherished harvests. The universe of life is also very cherished. This is the universe of life of the Great Emperor. Although Wu Boruo took the path of soul-body integration, the life universe certainly did not develop very well, but it was definitely more perfect than Emperor Wu's life universe. I believe that all kinds of treasures must be everywhere. Next, it was the Great Emperor Daojing. As the name suggests, this is a treasure similar to the Rule Fairy Crystal, but the level is too high. The Great Daojing contained all the power of the Great Dao that Wu Boruo understood. Such as the Avenue of Power, the Avenue of Space, the Avenue of Incense, etc. Those who get it can use this to comprehend the avenue and break through the Emperor Wu level with absolute ease, and there is no small hope for entering the Emperor level. But, this thing is tasteless to Su Lang, it is useless at all, and can only be used to sell money or reward his subordinates. Putting the Great Emperor Daojing aside, Su Lang took out the Great Emperor Soldier Void Chamber. The shape of the Void Chamber is very ordinary, just a gray cube box without any decoration. This treasure has no weapon spirit, or it is too chaotic, only a chaotic state of will. Su Lang guessed that it was estimated that the Void Chamber contained the Avenue of Incense, and too much incense aspiration power was used during refining, causing the artifact spirit to be corroded before it was produced. Except besides, because Su Lang forcibly broke the Void Chamber, a large number of cracks have appeared in the gray cube box, which seems to fall apart with a slight pinch. This Great Emperor Soldier is quite practical. If I hadn't had a treasure hunt fly, even I could lie to it. Su Lang satisfactorily tossed the empty room, but did not intend to repair it. Because he decided to decompose it and use it to evolve the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, hoping that the soul-chasing Emperor Palace could also have such a powerful concealment ability. System, decompose the Void Chamber. Just do it. Su Lang immediately broke down the Void Chamber. Ding! You get the soul of the Great Emperor 1, the soul of the Emperor Wu 5683, the soul of the Wushan 242,150. The Emperor Grade Material Zushin Lingyu Stone 123, the Zumi Heart Magic Water 652. Emperor Level Material, Yuanli Yuanjing 999,998. The system prompt sounded, and a series of material names were reported. This is the formula for refining the Void Chamber. It's really an unexpected joy to have the soul of the Great Emperor. Su Lang originally thought that there was no tool spirit in this Void Chamber, and probably couldn't decompose the soul of the Emperor, but he didn't expect to decompose it. This is really amazing. In addition to the soul of the Emperor, there are also many souls of the Emperor and the souls of the Emperor. They are indeed the 7 Great Emperor Soldiers. There is also this aspiration crystal, which is also condensed by special means. There are nearly 1 million crystals, which is amazing. Su Lang looked at the newly obtained materials happily, and he felt refreshed. Chapter 1382, Upgrade to Soul Chasing Palace. Immediately after, Su Lang drew it easily and took out a huge Emperor Soldier to chase Soul Emperor Palace. Next, is to upgrade the Soul Chasing Emperor Palace. I just hope that Li Yuanjing won't be used anymore. The spirit of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace is inherently stupid, but it can't be completely destroyed by him. Su Lang whispered, and immediately issued an order. The system, retain the specified characteristics, and use the specified materials to evolve the Emperor Palace. Ding. Consume Emperor Wu's Soul 3000, Zushin Lingyu Stone 100, Zumi Heart Magic Water 500. Successful evolution of Soul-Chasing Emperor Palace. I saw a flash of brilliance flashed from the Soul-Chasing Emperor Palace in his hand, and the aura level rose wildly. In a short period of time, this one great Imperial soldier directly evolved into a 7 great Imperial soldier. On its exterior, a miniature dark palace has also undergone a little change, surrounded by layers of hazy haze, making it more mysterious and unpredictable. Chasing the soul, come out and see me. Su Lang whispered. The spirit chasing the soul immediately flew out of the main body, and the spirit that was just a black shadow before had now turned into a human form. However, it is still just a humanoid silhouette, or a phantom that doesn't even have any senses. Moreover, its intelligence has not been improved, and it is still very dull. Sure enough, it is still the case. It seems that weapons made with soul-seeking jade materials are really difficult to produce weapon spirits. Su Lang nodded slightly. He had expected this a long time ago, and he would not be disappointed. Soon, Su Lang tested the various abilities of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. First of all, the inherent mental power isolation effect has been greatly increased. Su Lang estimated that as long as the spiritual power did not surpass the realm of broken nirvana, it would be impossible to break through the spiritual isolation effect of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Secondly, the soul-chasing Emperor Palace gained the concealment ability of the Void Do Chamber. Although this concealment ability is not as powerful as the spiritual isolation ability, it can also prevent the exploration of the spiritual power of the 8 Great Emperors level. The main reason is that this time promotion failed to use the incense will power, which caused this effect to be reduced. Otherwise, its concealment ability may reach a level that the 9 Great Emperors could not see. In the end, the defensive ability of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace was still mediocre, only at the level of the 7 Great Emperors. Of course, Su Lang didn't think of the soul-chasing Emperor's palace as a shield. The heavenly 8-edged shield was the main defensive weapon, so Su Lang's next step is to upgrade the 8-sided shield. Although upgrading the soul-chasing Emperor Palace consumes a lot of materials. However, the other gains from Upwaruo have not yet been counted. The newly acquired emperors Li Qiwei and Yi Chen have not yet paid any tribute. Collect them all first, then integrate them together. Su Lang's eyes rolled and fell on the two of them, Li Qiwei, Yi Chen. The servant is here, the two said in unison, kneeling and saluting. Take all of your belongings to me. Su Lang smiled and said, Li Qiwei, you don't need to give me your fairy source, you keep healing yourself. Yes, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen didn't hesitate, immediately put all their wealth into the storage ring and handed them to Su Lang. But Li Qi is definitely a pauper, so he can't bring out any treasure. All he can get is his own practice and a few commemorative items that he is reluctant to sell. You are really poor enough. The corners of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he simply returned these commemorative things to Li Qiwei. Soon, Su Lang opened Yi Chen's storage ring, and then smiled with satisfaction. Yi Chen deserves to be the son of luck in the Hongtian continent, and has collected too many treasures in the past 100 million years. In addition to the refining materials that Su Lang urgently needs, there are also alchemy materials, cherishing exercises, and a large number of high-quality fairy sources. Pick out the refining materials first, and temporarily put the others aside. Immediately after, Su Lang checked the refining materials again. Wu Boruo and Yi Chen are worthy of the great emperor-level overlords, and they have accumulated too many materials. Among them is the necessary material for the upgrade of the heavenly 8-sided shield, the Heavenly Stone. Especially Upwaruo, ruled a dark sky star and 9 resource stars, and carried out the most thorough oppression and exploitation, and gained countless resources. The materials harvested from the two of them are more than enough to upgrade the 8-sided shield of the sky. Su Lang took out the heavenly 8-edged shield and immediately issued an order without hesitation. System, keep the heavenly 8-edged shield characteristics and upgrade. Ding. Consumes the soul of Emperor Wu 1000, the soul of Wushan 50,000, the heavenly stone 1000, the empty cicada Baolan gold 1000, the carved bones and the ice 5000, the Fire and Sun Rainbow Light Road Jade 20,000, the Purple Sun Water Road Jade 20,000. Xianxia's 8-sided shield evolved into a 9-grade emperor. Chapter 1383, Improve System Functions. Suddenly, a brilliance flashed across the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao, and the levels went up. Ah, it's comfortable. Su Lang looked at the upgraded heavenly 8-edged shield with a satisfied smile on his face. With the 9-grade Emperor level Tianjia and 8-sided shield, you will be invincible when you encounter something like Wu Boruo. After playing with Tianjia 8-edged shield and soul-chasing Emperor Palace for a while, Su Lang put it in the storage space, and then took out Wu Boruo's life universe. This life universe is no different from other life universes, it is also a miniature spherical shape. In essence, Wu Boruo is also an orthodox emperor. The life universe is his foundation and his important development target. Therefore, Su Lang is full of expectations for this universe of life. Don't let me down. Su Lang opened the planet of life with a trace of expectation. What catches the eye is an extremely large space. How big is this space? There are 10,000 solar systems this big, and it is very stable, basically no different from the space of the boundless universe. In the very center of space, there is a colorful planet slowly spinning. This planet is also very huge, larger than Kanglan Star, and about the same as Dark Sky Star. It's just that the creatures above have all died. A silent city stood on the ground, with dead bodies everywhere. These corpses have become dry corpses, and have been absorbed all energy such as spiritual energy and blood. As long as the wind blows gently, it will immediately turn into powder and dissipate between the sky and the earth. Trillions of people, what a pity. It is estimated that the life planets of Li Qiwei and Yi Chen also look like this. Su Lang shook his head. If these people are still alive, you can use Mingguang 10,000 realms to assimilate them, and let them reserve incense for me. Although he will not use the incense aspiration power for the time being, this does not prevent him from saving some first and waiting for future use. Sighed, Su Lang's gaze shifted to the various treasures of the planet of life. The size of this life planet was 15 times the size of Kanglan Star, and it was larger than the great Emperor-level life planet that Su Lang had previously encountered in the world of Dongzhen and Jijun. The surface of the planet is full of treasures. Wu Boruo also planned the location of the treasures. The treasures of the same attributes are placed in the same place, and the various treasures are clearly separated. It is estimated that there are more than 200,000 treasures. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, dispatched all the avatars, and unfolded the buying avatars into the universe of life. Soon, these avatars began to continuously split the planet of life and put all the treasures on it into the storage space. Although the clones are buying clones, their strength has been reduced, but their strength has also reached the level of the great. With the hard work of 3,000 or 4,000 great Emperor-level clones, all the treasures on the planet of life have finally been put away. These treasures have various attributes, and there are more than 230,000 in total. Immediately afterwards, these treasures were classified by Su Lang into the universe of life. Chengxing, Qiming, Yingwo, Tai Sui, Zhengxing, Light, Darkness, Dantian, and the two wind-attributed life universes have all undergone tremendous changes and achieved tremendous development. Finish it all. Su Lang took back the life universe in Wu Boruo where only ordinary land was left, and planned to keep it to fill the broken planet. Immediately, Su Lang's gaze shifted to the mountains of immortal source and jade in the storage space. So many. System, deposit all Shanyuan Shanyu. Su Lang's eyes brightened, and he issued an instruction to deposit funds. Wow, I saw the mysterious black space, and the balance of funds rose wildly. The high-quality Shanyuan, which was originally only about 2 million yuan, has been directly increased by more than 10 times, reaching 23.5 million. So many Shanyuan can upgrade system functions again. Su Lang licked his lips in excitement, and immediately issued instructions. System, upgrade the 1-key training and 1-key martial arts functions. Ding. Consumes 10 million superior immortal sources. The 1-key training function is upgraded to level 39, and the training speed is increased to 733,184 trillion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Ding. Consumes 10 million superior immortal sources. The 1-key martial arts function is upgraded to level 39, and the training speed is increased to 733.184 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Chapter 1384, Condensing 30 Avenues. The rate has doubled again. And it's all level 39, Only one level away is level 40, and you can get new bonus features. Su Lang's face was filled with a brilliant smile, and he was in a great mood. Immediately, he quickly glanced at the cultivator and found that he had completely turned golden. If Su Lang wants to upgrade, he will be able to upgrade to the real emperor level in seconds. However, he still intends to condense enough great power. The system condenses. The avenue of life, avenue of death, avenue of incense. With Su Lang's order, the system function, power of the Great Tao, was activated, immediately condensing all these rules into a Great Tao. This time, there are 30 kinds of newly gathered powers. In addition, he had already mastered the power of 15 great avenues before, and Su Lang had comprehended 45 great avenue powers. But the accumulated cultivation base has also been consumed, and it will take a little longer. And the newly understood 45 kinds of powers of the Great Tao have brought a huge improvement to Su Lang's combat power. It's just that the current status of swallowing clone is still there, and the property panel in normal status cannot be viewed. But Su Lang could feel that his daily combat power should be replaced by a whole small level. Tisk tisk, raise so much at once. It might take 10 million years for an ordinary great emperor to rise to a small level, right? Su Lang kept tweeting, with an excited and content smile on his face. After being happy for a while, Su Lang took Li Qiwei and Yi Chen into the life universe, and turned to the dark sky world. The war is over, but the mess left behind has not been cleaned up yet. Next moment, Su Lang used the clone dispatch to appear in the dark sky near the void. The battlefield here is still a mess, the void is full of black holes, and the power of chaotic space is raging everywhere. Space Avenue. Su Lang immediately began to mend this void. After all, this is already his territory. At this time, he is still maintaining the state of devouring the clone. The combat power is very strong, and the effect of using the Space Avenue is better. In Su Lang's hands, countless spatial rhythm lines emerged, stitching the voids together. As time flows, Su Lang's swallowing clone state gradually ended. Those huge spatial holes in the near-field void have also been repaired. There are some remaining small space cracks that you don't care about at all. The boundless universe's self-healing ability will repair it in a short time. After repairing the battlefield, Su Lang flew to the dark sky star. The experience of this planet is much better than that of Ubuluo's life planet. Although the dark sky clan was killed completely, the other creatures were still alive. Because these creatures did not parasite the flesh and blood of Wu Boruo, they escaped. And all the creatures on that planet of life were Ubuluo's energy storage container, and naturally they were all killed. Hey, in this world, being weak is the original sin. Su Lang looked around the devastated world, shook his head and sighed. Soon, he released the Free Fleet in the Dantian universe. Servant wait to see the Great Lord. Headed by Wushu, many dark sky warriors all bowed together. In addition to this, there are also the GU of the Great Emperor's army and the quasi-Great Emperor Genshin Road. Everyone looked around at the surrounding environment. Genshin Road felt very uncomfortable. GU didn't feel much, but Wushu and others felt a very kind atmosphere. This is Dark Sky Star. We are back to Dark Sky Star. This is our hometown. Quote. The Dark Sky clan warriors showed excitement on their faces, but in order to prevent Su Lang from offending, they did not speak, only exclaimed in their hearts. Unrestrained, Su Lang said lightly, Wu Boruo has been killed by me, and the Dark Sky clan is completely free. Servants wait to thank the Lord for his liberation. Wushu and others were immediately grateful, creeping under Su Lang's feet, with a cheerful and relaxed look on their faces. This is good news, but there is also bad news. The Dark Sky clan has almost been killed, even if you add the people on the 9 resource stars, the number is not much. Now, I appoint you as the patriarch of the Dark Sky clan, and gather all the Dark Sky clan to live and develop on the Dark Sky star. Su Lang said lightly, the remaining 9 resource stars will be temporarily managed by their natives. Chapter 1385. Go to death on Genshin Road, yes. Knocking his head without restraint, the servant must complete the task and live up to the mission. Go ahead, Su Lang nodded. After the unrestrained salute, he took many Dark Sky warriors onto the battleship to gather the Dark Sky warriors from the major resource stars. Su Lang's gaze fell on Zheng Tianlu's body. Master Langdi, with a relaxed smile on Genshin Road, he bowed his head slightly to Su Lang. Wu Boruo is dead, however, I didn't fulfill the promise and let you watch Wu Boruo fall with your own eyes. Su Lang looked indifferent. So, you don't have to keep your promise, you can continue to live. For him, the soul and wealth of a quasi-great emperor were not so important anymore. If Zhang Tianlu didn't want to die, he could not die, and he could even get Su Lang's reward to extend his life and pursue the realm of the great emperor. No, Lord Langdi, although I didn't watch Wu Boruo fall with my own eyes, my old wish to stand on the dark sky star is over. Zhang Tianlu smiled and shook his head. In addition, the age limit has come, and I feel tired of living, so I also ask your Majesty Lang to give him his death. He seemed to have really let go of everything, with a touch of ease and joy in his tired eyes. Su Lang looked blankly. Are you really ready to meet death? Yes. Zhang Tianlu nodded seriously. It is good. Su Lang also nodded. Then what are your last wishes? Last wish. Zhang Tianlu laughed at himself. The old man only hopes that he will no longer be a human in the next life, because he is too tired to live. Haha. Su Lang smiled very understandingly. Then if you are asked to be a weapon spirit, would you like it? Age. If you don't have high intelligence, then you can. Zhang Tianlu smiled. If you are too smart and think too much, isn't it the same as a wise creature? Okay, I can satisfy you with your last wish. I am completing a special weapon. You will become part of its spirit. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly. Don't worry, after this weapon is refined, the spirit of the weapon will definitely be very mentally retarded. Listen to your lord. Zhang Tianlu smiled. The old man suddenly doesn't want to die. However, his vicissitudes of life and tired eyes did not hesitate or regret at all, but became more determined, as if saying, Your Majesty Langdi, come on, cut me. Haha, not much to say, let's get on the road. Su Lang smiled, patted the Kang Ran old man on Genshin Road and killed him. Ding, you have obtained the soul of Senior Martial Emperor 1, Life Universe 1. The perfect plunder was launched, and everything on Genshin Road became Su Lang's trophy. Immediately after, it took Su Lang a while to separate and deal with the life planet on Genshin Road. Finish it all. His eyes fell on Ji Yu. Master. Ji Yu knelt on the ground and saluted, and Genshin Road fell. According to the agreement, it officially became Su Lang's weapon, Ancient. Dark Sky Star is considered the first great emperor class planet I got. You will guard it for me in the future. Su Lang nodded. However, your current strength is still lacking, I will upgrade you again. Ji Yu Jin obeys orders. Ji Yu knocked his head. Su Lang nodded, and immediately pressed Gu's head to activate the weapon evolution function. The last time evolving Ji Yu struggled to get enough materials, this time because of the collection of the three great emperors, there was no shortage of materials and it went very smoothly. Ding. Consumption consumes Woody Soul 3000, Fire Yang Hongguang Dao Jade 100000, Purple Sunshui Xiao Dao Jade 100,000. The ancient evolution is the 7 great emperor soldiers. The system prompt came, and the aura on the ancient body also rose layer by layer, and soon reached the level of the 7 great emperor. At this level, it is almost the same as Wu Boruo in its heyday, and it is more than enough to guard the dark star. 7 great emperor. Ji Yu was stunned. He never thought that Su Lang could raise him to the level of the 7 great emperor at once. He originally thought that he could improve at most 1 or 2 levels. Chapter 1386. The Emperor level exercises completed. Su Lang ignored Gu's horror and said lightly, Next, you can find a place to guard the dark sky star, and you have to watch the 9 resource stars around. Yes. Ji Yu Kao thanks the Lord for his support in cultivation, and Ji Yu will go to guard the dark star. Ji Yu knelt on the ground and kept kowtow, and then ran away like the wind, to perform the task. Su Lang smiled slightly, and then planned to leave for the world of Zishan and Hongtian. But at this moment, ding, Zaihua Hengsha has reached the founding level. Ding, Hidden Scale West Hunting has reached the founding level. Ding, Pupils of 10,000 Worlds has reached the founding level. Ding, The Great Devouring Magic Skill has reached the founding level. 8 consecutive system prompts came. It is, Zaihua Hengsha, Hidden Scale West Hunting, Pupils of 10,000 Realms, Universal Annihilation Finger, Undead Emperor Sutra, Dying Dead Emperor Sutra, Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. The 8 great emperor level exercises of the Great Devouring Magic Skill have been practiced. Lying down, it can be regarded as finished. Su Lang was shocked, his eyes brightened, like searchlights. Immediately after, Su Lang felt that there was a strong warm current in his body. These warm currents are integrated into the limbs and souls, from the inside to the outside, nourishing and improving the whole body from the molecular level, and frantically enhancing Su Lang's combat power in all aspects. Su Lang only felt his whole body crackling, his blood boiled, and his soul changed drastically, suddenly imprinting countless profound meanings of his techniques. Next moment, Su Lang felt that he had mastered the 8 great emperor-level exercises, as if he had practiced for countless years and had formed an instinct. 8 emperor-level exercises. Su Lang took a deep breath, and immediately experimented with the first exercise, xianxia. Wow! Suddenly, Su Lang's emperor body turned into countless invisible gravel, just like using the leaf dust of Broken World. However, the nature of xianxia and Broken World is different. The latter is a purely explosive exercise, designed to force out all the power of every cell in the body. The former self-xianxia is a form-changing technique, which is more similar to the Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra, that can display the world's elements. At this time, Su Lang has turned into countless gravels, which can constantly change with his mind, and perfectly control the movement, aggregation and dispersion of every gravel. This can form a very peculiar attack and defensive situation in the battle, making the enemy impossible to defend. And this technique is not only very useful in battle, it can also play a powerful role in the Great Emperor-level soul-body fusion cultivation method. Soul-body fusion requires the soul of the broken nirvana to fuse every cell of the body to achieve the most perfect control. And xianxia can just divide the body into countless particles. This extremely powerful control is one of the pursuits of soul-body fusion. Come, Su Lang's heart moved, and the emperor's body immediately recovered. Immediately after, he performed the second great emperor-level exercise, hidden scale west hunting. But suddenly there was a second Su Lang figure in the void, followed by the third and the fourth. Almost within milliseconds, 1001 Su Lang appeared in the void. And at this moment, the first Su Lang suddenly disappeared. Then, the second, third, and fourth Su Lang disappeared. In the end, only 1001 Su Lang remained. It turned out that all those who disappeared were the afterimages left by Su Lang. In this milliseconds time, he used hidden scale west hunting 1,000 times. Every time you attack, there will be an afterimage that will be cast 1,000 times in 1 millisecond. Tisk tut, it deserves to be a great emperor rank technique. This attack speed is simply against the sky. The key is that achieving this attack speed is not based on sacrificing attack power. On the contrary, every attack can erupt with a stronger power, which is comparable to an increase of half a small realm. Su Lang took a breath of excitement and calmed down fiercely. Unfortunately, there is no suitable weapon. Yutian sword is sealed. Break dream knife. By the way, this product hasn't been sealed yet, let's talk about it first. Su Lang patted his forehead fiercely, and then cautiously took out the lost and recovered broken dream knife from the storage space. Chapter 1387. Be careful, I will choose for you. Master Langdi. As soon as the broken dream knife was taken out, Qi Ling ran out to ask for credit. Do you think I am not beautiful? Su Lang did not dare to answer, glanced at the green boy silently, and suddenly found that his color seemed to be darker. No, not only is the color darker, the level of broken dream knife has increased, reaching the level of the 4 great emperors. You must know that Su Lang only raised him to the level of a great emperor before. After the first battle of Wuboruo, he unexpectedly improved 3 small realms. Master Langdi, as long as I am fed back by the power of destiny, I can become stronger. This time, the power of destiny to feed back is too much, and it instantly improved me 3 small realms. Broken Dream Dao Qi Ling's face was flattering. Broken Dream, thank you Lord Langdi for giving me this rare opportunity. I am afraid I will never have such an experience again. Hear this. Su Lang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He understood that the broken dream knife would become stronger if it harmed others. When the broken dream knife was in Shikejia's hands in the past, although Shikejia was a 1-star master, there were not many women around him, so the improvement was not significant. But in the hands of Wubo Ruo, the entire Dark Sky tribe's women are closely related to Wubo Ruo. This caused the broken dream knife to trigger a wave of green terror in the Dark Sky world, which harmed the entire world. It itself also obtained unbelievable power from this green terror, and promoted itself to the 4 great emperor soldiers. Master Langdi, with your current strength, you can definitely control countless opposite sexes. If you accept me, I will become stronger and stronger and help you rule the entire universe of the boundless universe. Seeing that Su Lang still didn't speak, Dream Breaker had the courage to induce Su Lang. The key is that what it says is really feasible. As long as the more people affected by it, the stronger it will be. On the contrary, it can help its owner affect more people and become stronger. With this snowball model, the Broken Dream Knife can really become the world's #1 weapon. In the end, and basically there is no risk. It only needs its owner to keep getting to know the opposite sex, and immediately after getting to know the opposite sex, he will go off to find other goals. If it is a lone ranger, super single dog without any relatives and friends of the opposite sex, or a ruthless person who does not care about everything, the Broken Dream Knife is definitely the best and most domineering weapon. But Su Lang would not choose this way. He didn't want to be green with his head. Moreover, in addition to being green, the owner of the Broken Dream Knife has actually become a slave, just a tool for the Broken Dream Knife to become stronger. It can be said that Broken Dream Knife is really sinister. You just give up. Don't say let me be your master, you are lucky if I didn't kill you. Su Lang looked at Broken Dream Knife coldly. Next, you will die and be sealed. You choose. Master Langdi, you can't be so ruthless. If you don't want to be my master, then you can find another one for me. Broken Dream Chi Ling begged with a sad face, don't worry, I am in Sao Ying and I am in the Han, and I will stand in your camp all the time. Stop talking. Su Lang's killing intent splashed, be careful, I will choose for you. Then I choose to seal. Seeing that the conditions cannot be negotiated, the Broken Dream device can only admit it. I only hope that when you encounter the right enemy, you can remember the Broken Dream. Humph. Su Lang rolled his huge eyes, snorted coldly, and began to use various methods to seal the Broken Dream Knife. Although Broken Dream Knife is very familiar and very cooperative, but it was already the 4 great emperor's soldiers, and Su Lang spent the boss's exercises and a lot of materials to seal it. Finally, he threw it into an abandoned life universe, stuffed it into the corner of the storage space, and let it eat ashes. Finally, this catastrophe was dealt with. With a sigh of relief, Su Lang felt more tired than refining 100 great emperor soldiers. Finish it all. Su Lang once again focused on the great emperor level exercises he had just completed. Chapter 1388, Open Up the Pupil of 10,000 Worlds. Hidden Scale West Hunting, is followed by, the Eye of 10,000 Worlds. This is a very peculiar space-based emperor pupil technique. Its function is to preserve the independent space with pupil technique, so that it can be preserved forever from the erosion of the power of the boundless universe. For the preserved space, perfect repair, nourishment and development can be carried out. If a great emperor has practiced this pupil technique, he can continue to create space for his pupils. As time goes by, countless spaces will accumulate in the eyes, and it can be said that the real eyes contain the heavens and the world. This is especially true for Su Lang. Because of his perfect plunder, he can get a complete universe of life after beheading the enemy. And under the power of the system, these living universes turned into a miniature sand table spherical world, which is more conducive to taking in the pupil. Other great emperors may be able to get some of the life universe that is wandering, but this chance is very small, and it is very, very troublesome to take the life universe into the pupil. Try to see how it works. Su Lang held his breath and immediately used the Eye of 10,000 Worlds. In an instant, energy surged, and the power of various avenue rules exploded wildly, especially the power of Space Avenue. The opportunity was brought to the extreme. Gradually, Su Lang's eyes became pitch black, and even the white of his eyes turned into deep black. It was as if there was an endless black void in his eyes. This process lasted for a whole incense. Stick time. Su Lang's eyes gradually returned to their original state, and the whites of his eyes were no longer black. Only the pupils have a strong sense of depth, as if to **** everything in and swallow them. It's the first time. The pupil of 10,000 realms is opened up. Su Lang blinked. From now on, you can start pupil surgery instantly. Immediately after, Su Lang glanced at the storage space. In addition to the one that sealed the Broken Dream Knife, there were close to 150 life universes. Most of these life universes came from the Battle of Jingtianxing and the Battle of Gushan Chamber of Commerce. The latter provided 100 life universes at once. The life planets in these life universes have long been split by Su Lang, and the treasure land is put into his life universe, leaving only ordinary land. Try to get it in the pupil. Su Lang licked his lips and took out a universe of life from the storage space. This is a very rudimentary universe of life. It came from a certain elementary woody. The space is relatively small and it is relatively better to take in. Next moment. Photo. Su Lang thought, his eyes suddenly turned black. A powerful force dominated by the space avenue acts on the miniature life universe, and it is instantly absorbed into the left pupil. After seeing this life universe ingested into the left pupil, an invisible light spot appeared in Su Lang's pitch-black left pupil. It's easy. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised, and he smiled with satisfaction, probably because I have practiced the pupil of the 10,000 worlds to the founding level. Soon, Su Lang took out the other life universes in the storage space one by one. Except for the one that sealed the broken dream knife, all the others were brought in front of him, a total of 147. Immediately after, Su Lang once again used the Eye of 10,000 Worlds to incorporate all the life universe into it. In the left eye and right eye, there are 74 life universes in each of the pupils, which turn into tiny spots of light, adding a touch of brilliance to Su Lang's deep pupils. After these life universes were taken into the pupils of the universe, not only were they not corroded by the power of the boundless universe. On the contrary, it has been watered by Su Lang's various avenues, and it has become more stable. In addition, Su Lang discovered that after taking in these life universes, his combat power had not been increased. But he doesn't mind at all, because he knows very well that this is a cultivation type exercise, and when it gets there, it will involve a higher level. Next, Su Lang's gaze fell on the universe xianxia. This is a terrifying explosion-type secret method that can consume all of your body's power in an instant, play to its true limit, and cause a wide range of strong attacks. This exercise is too horrible and powerful, so I won't try it. Su Lang's attention shifted to the Undead Emperor, again. Chapter 1389. Use your mouth to kill the enemy. This is a very powerful body-building exercise method, which mainly increases the lifespan and endurance of the practitioner. After practicing to the founding level, not only the lifespan is greatly increased, but also the blood rebirth can be achieved. My current lifespan. Su Lang closed his eyes and felt it carefully, and whispered in a low voice, probably it has reached 100 million years. You know, Su Lang is only at the quasi-great emperor level now. Under normal circumstances, the quasi-great emperor can live at most 50 million years, and almost no one can exceed this number. For example, on Genshin Road, he used countless treasures of life extension, which were of little use. He could live for 100 million years at the quasi-great emperor level, and probably only Su Lang could do it for countless times. In addition, with the increase of Su Lang's cultivation level, his lifespan can be increased crazily under the influence of the undead Emperor Jing, far surpassing the warriors of the same level. Of course, lifespan is temporarily useless for Su Lang. After all, his current age is not even 20 years old, and he is too young for his lifespan of 100 million years. What Su Lang valued most was the endurance and the ability to rebirth brought by the undead emperor. These effects combined with xianxia are magical skills. Xianxia can make Su Lang break up into countless particles, and the undead emperor sutra can make Su Lang rebirth. In other words, even if a part of the gravel is accidentally killed, it can be quickly recovered under the action of the undead emperor. In this way, it has formed a state of defense of, it's hard for you to hit me, and it's hard for you to hit me to cause harm. Unless the enemy completely crushes Su Lang, it will be difficult for Su Lang to trigger death substitution. Tisk tisk, it's really hard to die. Su Lang smiled brilliantly, his gaze shifted to the Great Emperor Sutra of Death. This exercise is only one word from the Undead Emperor Sutra, but it is completely irrelevant. The Deadly Emperor Jing is a special fate causal technique, possessing extremely terrifying lethality. The two words should die are divided into should and death. Simply put, answer means death. When performing the exercise, if the enemy responds, it will trigger a mysterious causal attack and die directly. It's like the Shen Gongbao in the function that Su Lang had seen in his previous life, saying, Taoist friends stay on the trail, and I don't know how many people died. But the Emperor Ying's scripture is more rude and direct, and will take effect as soon as the enemy responds. Unlike those who were killed by Shen Gongbao, basically they died slowly, of course. The King of Death is very abnormal, but it also has restrictions, which are terrifying for ordinary people. The first limitation is that it is too difficult to practice. It is a special way of destiny, cause and effect, and it is difficult for ordinary emperors to even get started. But this restriction is useless for Su Lang. What kind of exercises can't be done with the one-click martial arts function? The second restriction is the prerequisite for performing exercises, which is to know the real name of the enemy. Real names are very important in the cause and effect of fate. At the Wudi level and the Great Emperor level, many people will hide their real names just in case. Even many warriors have forgotten their real names during the long years. In this way, you can avoid being used by your real name to do things. Unfortunately, this restriction is still useless for Su Lang, and it is also futile for people to cover up their real names in front of Su Lang. His most basic system function can overcome this limitation, and that is the property panel. As long as you open the property panel, the real name displayed above is definitely the real name. Even if I forget, the property panel can also find it out. Well, it's so perverted. Tisk tut, this technique is too powerful. From now on I will live a life where I can kill the enemy with my mouth. Su Lang tweeted his praise, and was no longer satisfied with the satisfaction of the Great Emperor. At this time, there was no enemy to experiment with Su Lang, so he temporarily put the Great Emperor Sutra aside and his eyes fell on the Great Devouring Magic skill. This is a technique that eats the enemy and feeds on war. Its function is to swallow the flesh and blood of other creatures, transform it into special energy, and promote the speed of the fusion of their souls and bodies. Chapter 1390. Colorful Burning Sky. It can be said that this is also a snowball-style exercise. Practitioners can keep chasing the flesh and blood of other creatures, constantly killing, devouring, growing, killing, devouring. Of course, relatively speaking, this exercise is more orthodox than Broken Dream Sword. After all, the boundless world has always been cruel, and killing is very common. Only devouring this point is more evil. Su Lang is determined that it is impossible to swallow others with big mouthfuls, and his mouth is full of blood. At most, it was only to devour some soul fragments that had been purified by the system and turned into treasures of heaven and earth. There are 2,299 soul fragments in the storage space. Su Lang glanced at the storage space. After you are promoted to the Emperor rank, you can try. Put the swallowing magic power aside. Su Lang began to check the last exercise, Burning Heaven Great Emperor Jing. This is a technique that Su Lang values very much, because its function is to blend different fires. Alien fire is a special flame that does not belong to the great Tao of fire, and even transcends the world rules of the boundless universe. It is very special. Su Lang's current different fires are very weak, and even the heavenly different fires have only the power of the martial arts level. But once these special fires merge and grow, they will surely form a very terrifying fire. I can't wait. Su Lang's eyes gleamed with excitement, and immediately took out the strange fire he had refined. Suddenly, groups of flames of different colors appeared beside Su Lang, slowly revolving around him. These abnormal fires have the green lotus dragon pattern, the mysterious cloud pure moon, the crepe myrtle indefinite, the rock blood dark sorrow, a total of 88 different fires. Various different fires have different functions, divided into two types, offensive and auxiliary. Next moment, Su Lang launched the Burning Heaven Great Emperor Jing. In an instant, a trace of translucent entanglement appeared on the palm of Su Lang's palm. It slowly turned, and it was impossible to find it without looking carefully. Immediately after, seeing the surrounding fire resembling a shark smelling blood, it immediately flew towards the translucent envelopment and got into it. Not long, 88 kinds of flames are completely integrated into the enchantment. The translucent encumbrance also turned into 7 colors, slowly rotating, like a miniature nebula. This is the fire of the new fusion. Su Lang glanced over, and immediately understood all the information of Xin Yi Huo. This is a growing type of abnormal fire called Colorful Burning Heaven and Wonderful Flame. It has all 88 different fire abilities. For example, the powerful attack ability of Qinglian Dragon Fire, such as the role of Xuanyan Jingyu Fire to purify the breath, etc. It can be said that the Colorful Burning Sky Magic Flame is a kind of almighty flame, possessing the omnipotent characteristics off-willing force. Moreover, Colorful Burning Heaven Miaoyan is not under the jurisdiction of the Flame Avenue, not restrained by the power of other avenues, and is completely self-contained. But, the current Colorful Burning Heaven Miaoyan is only at the level of Martial Immortal, because the fusion of different fires is too low level. It seems we need to pay attention to the existence of other strange fires. It's just that, in so many worlds, I haven't found more strange fires. Only on Blue Star. Maybe this is the specialty of the core of the infinite realm. Su Lang pondered silently, and immediately opened his attribute panel. He wanted to see what level his true combat power had reached after he had practiced 8 Great Emperor level exercises and gathered 30 great powers. Properties panel. Name: Su Lang. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbidity realm level. Quasi-Great Emperor attack level: 6 Great Emperor plus defensive level, 5 Great Emperors plus Shenfa level, 5 Great Emperors plus endurance level, 5 Great Emperor plus spirit level. Realm of Broken Nirvana. Mastering the exercises. The Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 laws into one. Unnamed, Great Emperor level, founding activated system functions. 1 key practice function, level 39, 1 key martial arts function, level 39, clone dispatch function, level 37, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 37, 1 key alchemy function, level 15, 1 key refining function, level 15, 1 key refining array function, level 15, 1 key synthesis function, level 15, and 1 key empowerment function, level 16. Chapter 1391, 2020 Rules, 1 Step to the 7 Great Emperor. Su Lang frowned slightly. It's a bit lower than expected. You know, he has practiced 8 Great Emperor level exercises and condensed 30 avenues. This only adds 2 or 3 small realms, which is indeed a bit low, but Su Lang soon figured it out. Because his basic cultivation realm is only at the quasi-Great Emperor level after all, and is still in the category of Emperor Wu. The cultivation methods of the Great Emperor and the Wu Emperor are different. It can be said that they are 2 levels of creatures. It is very, very incredible to build a mansion close to the 7 Great Emperors on the foundation of Emperor Wu. All in all, the cultivation realm has begun to limit the growth of Su Lang's combat power. Then, the next step is to condense the avenues as soon as possible, promote to the Emperor rank, and unlock the shackles that limit combat power. Presumably when the shackles are released, the exercises I have practiced will also bring a greater increase in combat power. Su Lang made up his mind in his heart and kept looking forward to it. Immediately after, he took out a lot of exercises from the storage space. These exercises were obtained in many battles during the recent period. They come from the Gushan Chamber of Commerce, the Remnant Star, Dongzhen Star, Jijun Star, Dark Sky Star, Zishan and Hongtian Continent. These exercises are relatively new to Su Lang, who came out of Kenglin Star. There are indeed a large number of exercises corresponding to the remote rules that Su Lang has not yet understood. The power of the Great Tao is the foundation of Emperor Wu and the foundation of the Great Emperor. The power of rules is the foundation of the power of the Great Power, and it should not be underestimated. Su Lang murmured, selecting all the exercises and piled them into a pile. He doesn't care what level these exercises are, anyway. One-click martial arts is too abnormal. As long as it is not at the Emperor level, the practice can be completed instantly. Quickly, Su Lang selected a total of 1,238 exercises, from the Holy level to the Emperor level. Immediately after, it's just practice exercises. With a thought, Su Lang randomly selected 8 exercises and threw them on the Wushu villain. Ding! Junshin Xianxia True Axis has reached the founding level. Ding! Quote. The system prompt came in an instant. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to randomly select 8 exercises to practice. Next moment. These 8 exercises have been practiced again. Time flies. In a short period of time, more than 1,000 exercises were divided into 155 times, and all the exercises were completed. Add the rules learned earlier. The power of the rules I have at this time has reached 2020. Although most of them are derived from the useless rules, but this number alone is exciting. Su Lang grinned, and then decided to do more exercises next time, comprehending 3,600 points at once. Although 3,600 is an imaginary number, it does not represent the true amount of the power of rules, but it is also very close to completion. And it's not that you can't add it in the future. When you encounter an unfamiliar rule that you haven't understood, you can understand it. I don't know what my universe of life will become after I have mastered all the rules of the boundless universe. Perhaps, it will become another very complete, boundless universe. Oh no. 10. Su Lang's eyes lit up. Then am I becoming a true master of the universe? Soon he had another question. the universe of life was created by Emperor Wu, so who created the endless universe? Wouldn't you live in the belly of a certain boss? This is an unsolvable question. Su Lang didn't want to embarrass himself, so he quickly threw it aside. Immediately after, he picked some more exercises before him. These exercises are all non-synthetic Emperor-level exercises and can be used to synthesize the Emperor-level exercises. There are a total of 390 exercises, mainly from the three worlds of Dark Sky, Zishan, and Hongtian. Can be combined 39 times. Perhaps you can get a technique that corresponds to the time rule. Su Lang raised his hand and scratched his head. He really didn't have much confidence. But anyway, the successful method is to drop. Chapter 1392. Another 8 Great Emperor level exercises. System, combine these 10 exercises into higher level exercises. Su Lang selected 10 spiritual exercises and issued instructions to the system. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will obtain the Great Emperor level cultivation technique, Ming Gong Zuo Hua Lu. Su Lang picked it up and took a look. Hey, this first exercise is really awesome. Ming Gong Zhao Hua Lu is a spiritual Great Emperor level exercise method. Its function is to create a spiritual world called Ming Gong, with spiritual power. This spiritual world can accommodate souls and maintain their survival and development. In other words, the Palace of Life can become a world where creatures continue to survive after death. Although Shangwo Avenue can achieve the same effect, the principles of the two are different. Souls that depend on the incense aspiration power, such as those female harem groups of Yi Chen, will definitely be eroded by the incense aspiration power. The souls that rely on the Palace of Life to survive need only to be attached to Su Lang's spiritual world and rely on Su Lang's spiritual power to survive and develop. As for Su Lang, once the Palace of Life is condensed and the soul is stored, more useful and interesting operations can be performed later. This exercise is the same as the pupil of 10,000 worlds. It is also a sustainable development method. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and decided to include this exercise in the next exercise. Immediately after, he once again picked out 10 Emperor-level exercises and synthesized them. But this time the combined technique was very common, so Su Lang glanced at it and temporarily put it aside. Time flies. Soon, the synthesis of the exercises was over, and Su Lang obtained a total of 39 Emperor-level exercises. In addition, 9 Great Emperor-level exercises obtained from Wu Boruo, Li Qiwei, and Yi Chen. Su Lang already has a total of 48 Great Emperor-level exercises. A total of 48 Great Emperor-level exercises, any one of them is a priceless treasure, which can cause countless people to loot and set off a monstrous ***** storm. But for Su Lang, these exercises have to be divided into different levels, depending on whether they are suitable or not, and you have to pick and choose to find the ones you like. In addition, Su Lang's most anticipated time rule exercises still did not appear. It still didn't show up. Su Lang rolled his eyes. I'm afraid I really have to wait for the Supreme Emperor before it is possible to synthesize the time rule exercises. Fortunately, although there is no exercise method corresponding to the time rule. But there has been a Great Emperor level exercise that specializes in the road of soul fusion, called Hua Dao Great Emperor Jing. This is a very orthodox method of soul space fusion, and it is a method that is urgently needed by fellow practitioners Su Lang on the two paths of soul space and soul body. I can't bear it. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and immediately began to choose the exercises he would practice. After careful consideration, Su Lang selected a total of 8 Great Emperor level exercises. They are Ming Gong Zhao Hua Lu, Hua Dao Great Emperor Jing, No Shackles, Drinking Star Sea, Independent Human World, Molding Soul Record of Casting Body, and Sword Breaking 9 Extremes. Among them, Melting Soul Record is the most orthodox soul-body fusion Great Emperor level cultivation technique, and it is also the type of exercise necessary for Su Lang to cultivate soul-body fusion. In addition, No Shackles, Drinking Star Sea, and Independent World are all explosive secret techniques. The 3 exercises came from Wu Boruo and Yi Chen respectively. The 2 had already performed them in the previous battle, and the effect was very impressive. Originally, Su Lang planned to learn No Snow Feather, but this exercise will turn people's hair into white, which is not a side effect, and cannot be eliminated by vomiting the old one. Su Lang didn't want to bear a white hair, feeling very non-mainstream, and might face the danger of hair loss, so he hissed off. Finally, sword breaks the 9 extremes, is a great emperor-level sword technique. Just like Po Yi Jian, this is also a one sword flow technique, which aims to be invincible at the emperor level with only one sword. In fact, there are other weapon exercises in Su Lang's combined exercises, all of which are available, and the moves are too cool. But Su Lang still chose this exercise. Because he felt that Po Yi Jian was about to keep up with the times, after deciding to practice this exercise method, he would perform the source of the exercise method again, so that he could upgrade Po Yi Jian and make it even more powerful. Chapter 1393. Arrived in the world, presumably, sword breaks the 9 extremes, will definitely bring Po Yi Jian to the next level. Su Lang imagined a bright future, and Zan even placed the 8 selected Great Emperor level exercises on the Wushu villain. Suddenly, the 8 martial arts villains worked hard to practice the exercises. Next, I just went to Zishan continent and Hongtian continent to have a look. However, it is necessary to take part of the combined fleet over, leaving a part to guard the 9 resource stars. Su Lang made a plan and took Li Qiwei and Yi Chen to Juduxing. Soon, the 9 quasi-great emperors Qingyang, Beizang, Zhu Ming, Xuanying, Changding, Mo Zhe, Zhu Yu, Zhou Zhao, and Lifidi were left behind. They will lead part of the fleet, each guard a resource star, and guard the dark sky star to form a defense system. The rest of the fleet and half of the manpower were taken away by Su Lang into the universe of life. The world of obscuring sky is not too far from the world of dark sky, at least in the eyes of the emperor-level existence. So upholding the principle of proximity, Su Lang decided to go to cover the world first. Clone dispatch. With a thought, Su Lang dispatched all the clones. Then more than 70 clones became more than 7,000 clones, paved the way for Su Lang to reach the world of heaven. After a few minutes, Su Lang crossed hundreds of thousands of light years to reach the vicinity of the obscuring star. Ta, he paced in the air, looking down at the huge sky-shielding star. The world of Zishan is very peculiar. It consists of a huge brown planet and a white satellite. The obscuring star was 3 times larger than the Kenglin continent and could not be compared to the dark sky star. Moreover, the star of the sky was mutilated, covering an endless wound of the world. But in such a world, why can a great emperor like Li Qiwei and many martial emperors be born? The main reason is that white satellite. This moon is called the Holy Moon, and its size is about the same as that of Kenglin star, and it is as big as the solar system. The Holy Moon is a complete planet, it has not experienced trauma. Therefore, it is relatively easier to practice in the Holy Moon. From the realm of martial god to the realm of Emperor Wu, it is easier to cultivate than in other worlds. The Holy Moon has become the most important place in the Zishan continent, no less than the Zishan star itself. Even the Holy Moon is still the place where the high-level warriors of the world of Zishan live. Only martial artists above the martial saint level can live permanently on the Holy Moon. Martial artists below the martial saint level can only live on the sky-shielding star, and then accumulate resources to occasionally visit the Holy Moon world. Become a Wusheng-level powerhouse and obtain the right of permanent residence in the Holy Moon, which is called ascension, in the world of Zishan. Ascending to live in the Holy Moon is the dream of all low-level creatures in the world. It can be said that it is the Holy Moon that has created the mighty and prosperous world of the sky. Without the Holy Moon, it is very likely that there will be no great emperor-level powerhouse in the Zishan continent. But the existence of Holy Moon also brings a disadvantage. That is, almost everyone wants to ascend to the Holy Moon. It is difficult to have the idea of repairing the sky-shielding star. Especially when it is too difficult to repair the heaven-shielding star, and even the emperor level feels very difficult, there is no one to repair the heaven-shielding star. Although Li Qiwei had the consciousness to mend the sky star, he was not strong. He spends more time practicing and earning money. This has caused Li Qiwei to reach the great emperor level for tens of millions of years, and the heaven-shielding star has not been repaired much, but now that Su Lang arrives, everything is different. In Su Lang's eyes, the obscuring star must be repaired. Because he had seen the dark sky star after the repair. The wounds of the repaired world, although still imperfect, still contain many twisted rules. But after tens of millions of years, it has become enough for the creatures to adapt. Many cities in the dark sky world are built on repaired wounds of the world. These cities provide a large population and are of great benefit to the development of the world. If the world of Zishan is repaired, there will be more people in the future. With the population base and the existence of the Holy Moon, the world of Zishan will surely become one of the best existences in the Great Emperor-class planet. Restoring the sky-shielding star is nothing short of great merit for the present and future generations. Chapter 1394. 7,300 Emperor-level clones. It just happens that I have accumulated a lot of ordinary land, which can completely fill the world wound. Covering the sky. However, before repairing the planet, I have to use Mingguang 10,000 realms to turn this place into my territory. Otherwise, it will definitely cause a lot of turbulence and even cause great losses. Su Lang smiled faintly, and soon dispatched all the clones. These clones maintained the buying clones, and the number was 7,300. The strength of the clone and incarnation is the same as that of Su Lang. At this time, Su Lang has the strength of the 6 great emperors, and the clones are the same. Even if they are divided into 100 shadow clones, they also have the strength of the 4 great emperors. In other words, now the entire Zishan world, including the Zishan star and Holy Moon, has been surrounded by 7,300 great emperor levels. Over 7,000 great emperor level. What a terrifying number. So Su Lang let the clones hide their breath, otherwise they would have to scare countless creatures to death instantly. At this time, seeing that all the clones were in place, Su Lang released Li Qiwei and Yi Chen. These 2 guys need to heal their injuries, let them illuminate the ears of the illuminating light by the way, and they will recover faster. After accepting the salute from Li Qiwei and Yi Chen, Su Lang immediately let the clones activate Mingguang 10,000 realms. On the Star of the Sky and the Holy Month, people are practicing the exercises, refining tools and alchemy as usual. Suddenly, boom, 7,300 suns appeared instantly, and the bright light directly illuminated the entire star field. All the creatures in the world covering the sky only feel that their eyes are white, as if they are blinded by the light, they can't see anything. At this moment, not only their eyes are blank, but their minds are also blank. No one knows what happened. Immediately after, an extremely comfortable feeling came, making people wonder and even groan. My God, what kind of light is this? I'm so comfortable. Ah, so cool, I feel that my cultivation speed is accelerating. My mental power seems to have become stronger, and I have inexplicably refined the best pill that far exceeds expectations. I practiced hard for 100 years without breaking through the exercises, but I broke through. Everyone has benefited. Is this a gift from the heavenly emperor of peerless man? No, it's not the emperor of heaven. I sensed another great existence. He is the Lord of everything. His incarnation spreads all over the world. He has blessed the creatures of the world. He is His Majesty Langdi. Your Majesty Langdi, oh, I swear, I never expected that there would be such a great person in the world. Yes, it's much greater than the heavenly emperor, who only knows to levy our spirit jade fairy stone. Worship the great Langdi. The weak, who occupy most of the world's population, fell instantly. They abandoned what they were doing and knelt on the ground in prayer. Some experts have seen the trap behind comfort. It's a pity that in the hands of more than 7,000 great emperors, they can't make any waves. No, this is a way to confuse. Weird, too weird, I can't resist at all. Ah, so comfortable. No, I don't need these lights. I meet the great Majesty Langdi. The Emperor of the Emperor can help. Only Emperor of the Emperor. The Emperor of Emperor is nothing. This is the holy land of His Majesty Lang. In a short period of time, even the Wudi level masters have fallen. The quasi-great emperors who stayed behind persisted for dozens of seconds, and immediately surrendered. So far, the entire Zishan world is under Su Lang's control. With the Lord's blessing, Li Qiwei said with great excitement, Zishan world will definitely become stronger and more prosperous. Yes, Yi Chen was envious of Li Qiwei. I really want Hongtian world to be blessed by the Lord. Haha, I will go to fuse Hongtianxing when the obscuring star is repaired. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately penetrated the atmosphere of the obscuring star and came under the sea of clouds. Suspended in the air, Su Lang overlooks the earth that obscures the sky, most of which are brown continents, and a small part are black and red world wounds. With a move, Su Lang came to the sky above the wound of the world. Soon after, he opened the storage space. Chapter 1395. Come to me and enjoy the blessing. Go with. Su Lang thought. Countless lands appeared out of thin air. These lands were derived from the great emperor-level lost planets that happened near the world of Dongzhang, and there were so many lands. At this moment, Countless lands were taken out by Su Lang and put into the wounds of the world. But because the world's wounds are full of distorted rules, the rules of gravity are extremely severely affected. Therefore, these lands are like large chunks of foam floating on the surface of the water, and they cannot sink. Su Lang immediately recruited more than 7,000 clones and forced the land to the bottom of the wound of the world. Soon, the edge of the wound of the world was filled with a new piece of land. Time passed quickly. With the help of more than 7,000 great emperor-level clones, Su Lang successfully filled all the wounds in the world of covering the sky. His Majesty Langdi is mighty. Seeing this scene, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen, who came right behind Su Lang, couldn't help but worship again. There are also a large number of powerful people on the heaven-shielding star and holy moon who have discovered the changes of the heaven-shielding star, and sincerely worship Su Lang. In such a short time, it actually condensed a very terrifying incense aspiration. Su Lang didn't want to mess with him for the time being, so he casually refined some incense statues and asked Li Qiwei to arrange the incense collection system. Li Qiwei himself was also a master at playing incense, and he was very proficient in this, and soon put down the statue of Su Lang. Zishan world's population far exceeds the sum of Kanglan star and Jingtian star. When I need to use the incense, I must have saved a lot. Once the side effects are eliminated from this thing in the future, it will definitely be the most defying energy. Now, the more we collect, the better. Su Lang thought about it, and simply refined a lot of incense statues. This time, he planned to cover all his statues with the dark sky star, the 9 resource stars, and the heavenly remnant planets. Anyway, there is a avatar dispatch function, and sending an avatar will be done soon. Then, Su Lang handed the statue to the clones and dispatched it to the target world. Soon, the avatars were covered with incense statues on 13 planets including Anshan, Lanling, Judu, Tionkan, Dongzhen, Jijun. As for the complete arrangement of the incense system, the Wudi who guarded the world will complete it together. There is no shortage of masters left by Su Lang at the quasi-great emperor level, and these things are equally easy. After 13 planets were covered with incense statues, Su Lang did not stop there. Because he also knows many worlds that he has not occupied, including Deviance, Jingshu, Yuhan, and the world of Liang and Quile where the old acquaintances of Genshin Road are located. In the dangerous, dark forest of the endless universe, these worlds are in danger all the time. Instead of letting them live in the flames of war in the future, it is better to protect them and make them safe and secure. Su Lang pondered, and decided to include those 5 worlds in his asylum area. He was very clear about the coordinates of the 5 worlds of deviance, and he sent a clone directly. The distance between the Emperor-level planets is often not as far as between the Great Emperor-level planets, generally less than 100,000 light-years, quickly. Su Lang's avatars arrived in the world of deviance, and then unfolded the 100 shadow avatars, displayed the light of the world, and assimilated the entire world. The rest of Jingshu, Yuhan and other worlds were also brought into control by Su Lang. What is surprising is that from the rulers of these 5 worlds, Su Lang got the coordinates of 3 more worlds, so he sent a clone to occupy them. So far, Su Lang has 8 more worlds under his command, bringing the total to 22 worlds. Tasting the sweetness, Su Lang asked Li Qiwei and Yi Chen to tell the world coordinates they knew. From the 2 of them, Su Lang once again obtained the coordinates of 18 worlds. It contains 15 Emperor-class planets and 3 Emperor-class planets. The rulers of those 3 great planets and Yi Chen Li Qiwei are all acquainted, and they are people in the same circle. The last time Li Qiwei went to join the Zhong Lian Heng Lian gang to meet up with Wu Bo Ruo, these were the people he was looking for. Since it is your old knowledge, then let them come to me to enjoy the blessing. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and immediately decided to bring all the 18 planets under control. If others say that, it is definitely a high-sounding voice. But Su Lang's words are completely okay. On the contrary, they are telling the truth. This can be seen from the southern continent of Kanglan Star alone. Seeing the big from the small, it can be foreseen that the world controlled by Su Lang will have a better future. Chapter 1396. Finally, I found it. It's an honor for them to be a servant of the Lord. Only under the leadership of the Lord can their world prosper and last forever. The Lord must be the greatest existence in the boundless universe, and will help them not far from hundreds of thousands of light years away. Quote. Yi Chen and Li Qiwei smiled and offered nasty flattery. Okay, Su Lang touched his chin and smiled. When I accept Hongtian world, I will take those 18 worlds to a better future. Next, Su Lang planned to leave Li Qiwei to guard the heaven-shielding star, and took Yi Chen to Hong Tianxing. But at this moment, what? He suddenly changed his expression, and his eyes flashed like thunder, the thousand-phase clan blood that the person who returned from the exile found it. In a flash, Su Lang used perception sharing and shared the perception of flying strays all the time. Suddenly, the picture before him changed. I saw a strange nebula in the dark void. This cluster of nebulae is like a mottled yellow-brown dye painted on a black canvas, covered with one layer, forming a cage-shaped barrier. And outside the nebula barrier, there are more than a dozen strong men under siege. Looking at the power between his actions, at least the quasi-emperor level, the strongest are 2 emperor levels, a 2nd great emperor, and a 6th great emperor. My fork, is it so common at the great emperor level? Su Lang murmured secretly, I'll find someone to meet 2 great emperors. And he guessed that the person hiding behind the barrier must also be a great emperor, or else there would be no way to stop the opponent's siege. Immediately after, Su Lang used his clone to dispatch and replace, and came to the vicinity of the battlefield. The besieger seemed to be very serious, and didn't even notice the arrival of Su Lang. Standing in the void, Su Lang's gaze swept over the dozens of people who were constantly attacking. It's a pity that these people are not Xianxia clan, but come from various intelligent races. The 2 great emperors and the 6 great emperors came from the Cicada Dragon clan and the Wuxia clan respectively, and their names were Yuan Longli and Yi Jin. Cicada Dragon race. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, even with a dragon character. The concept of dragon is absent in the more than 20 worlds under Su Lang, only Blue Star has this concept. And where is Blue Star? It is the core fragment of the boundless world. Therefore, Su Lang once speculated that the dragon should be a super creature living in the core of the boundless world, which is by no means known to ordinary people. And now, there is a race that takes dragons as their lives. Su Lang, who has the ability to speak and write, will never pay attention to wrong ideas. Moreover, Su Lang really felt a peculiar pressure from that Yuan Longli. This Cicada Dragon clan is not easy. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. However, no matter how simple it is, it can't stop me from searching for the 3 of Chu Xiaobei, at this time. Click. Under the siege of more than a dozen strong men, that piece of nebula barrier cracked and began to shatter in layers. Fast. Call me all. Yuan Longli showed excitement and shouted loudly. When everyone heard the words, various powerful attacks broke out, speeding up the collapse of the nebula barrier. It seemed that this Yuan Longli was the one leading, and the 6th great emperor actually obeyed his command. 2 great emperors and a dozen quasi-majestic attacks quickly caused nebula to collapse to the final level. Click. In an instant, even the last layer was broken. Through the fissure, you can see a gray-clothed boy sitting cross-legged inside. Yuan Longli, you hybrid snake, smelly rice field eel. The gray-clothed boy yelled at the people outside, even if I die, I won't give you the coordinates of the master. Ji Yu Ling, I don't need you to say it. Yuan Longli sneered, anyway, as long as I catch you, your master will definitely jump out. Void in the distance. Su Lang looked at the gray-clothed boy and couldn't help but twitch. Finally, I found it. Chapter 1397. Ji Yu Lingay. At this time, Su Lang's eyes appeared in front of the gray-clothed boy's attribute panel. Name: Ji Yu Ling. Race: thousands of phases. Qualification level: unparalleled infinite tires realm level. 3 great emperors attack level. 3 great emperor plus defensive level. 3 great emperor plus shenfa level. 3 great emperor plus endurance level. 3 great emperor plus spirit level. Realm of broken nirvana mastering techniques. Good fortune heart sutra. Emperor Lianjing sutra. Great emperor level. Shaocheng Benjiao Kongyun Lingjing. Great emperor level. Shaocheng Shadow Tour Magic Sky Axis Emperor level. Consummation. Ji Yu Ling. It was the blood of the immortal clan that the great emperor had taken away from the Qianxia clan when he was exiled. Special qualifications: infinite track tires. Perhaps this is why he was selected and taken away. The exercises this guy is practicing are not very powerful, but his combat power is half a small level higher than his own level. It seems that his physique is really extraordinary. Su Lang looked at Ji Yu Ling's property panel and nodded slightly. Immediately he looked at the broken nebula barrier, which was a defense formed by the great emperor's soldiers, which was completely broken at this time. Ji Yu Ling, come over to Lao Su. Yuan Longli sneered, although I won't kill you, but, hey, the suffering of flesh and blood is inevitable. Hybrid snake, you have the ability to withdraw from your subordinates, and fight with my justice. Ji Yuling took in the broken Great Emperor's soldiers with a cold expression and fixed his eyes on Yuan Longli. Justice is fighting, do you treat me as a fool? Yuan Longli sneered, strength is everything in this world, fairness. Just kids stuff, a guy with bad views. Ji Yuling gritted his teeth and growled angrily. It's ridiculously naive. Yuan Longli sneered again and again, old Yi, grab him. Yes, master. The sixth great emperor Yi Lao from the Wuya clan nodded and rushed towards Ji Yuling blankly. It's over. Ji Yuling's fingers trembled slightly, his expression pale. Not to mention that he has escaped here and is exhausted. Even if he is in his heyday, it is impossible to cross 3 small realms against the enemy. In fact, he himself is not afraid of death, and he is afraid that Yuan Longli and others will get the location of the master from himself and harm the master. Between thoughts flickering, Elder Yi had arrived within 3 feet of Ji Yuling, and his skinny black hand slammed his neck. See this scene. Yuan Longli couldn't help but smile, and the other quasi-great emperors also breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, seal the sky with one thought. A faint voice came from a distance, whispering seemingly powerful moves. Yuan Longli and the others were shocked in an instant, but they found that there was no change in the field, and their faces suddenly appeared astonished and weird. Suddenly. What? A scream came from Yi Lao. Everyone followed the sound and saw Yi Lao standing behind the bewildered Ji Yuling, his face full of incredible expression. What's up? Yuan Longli's eyes widened, and he asked uncertainly, Old Yi, I asked you to catch Ji Yuling, why are you running behind him? Master, I saw what happened, a quasi-great emperor said with a trembling. Lao Yi just passed through Ji Yuling's body directly, as if it were an illusory shadow. What? Go straight through Ji Yuling's body? So weird. Yuan Longli was not stupid, and immediately exclaimed, Ji Yuling himself can never do such an incredible thing, there must be someone helping him. This statement came out, everyone in the field suddenly became vigilant, guarding the surroundings. Immediately after, I saw a handsome man with long hair and deep clothes flying slowly from a distance. It is Su Lang, who, when Yuan Longli saw Su Lang, his pupils suddenly shrank, because he found that he could not understand the strength of the opponent at all. Obviously quasi-emperor level fluctuations are spilling on his body, but his aura is stronger than his own personal old servant. Ji Yuling, who inexplicably escaped the catch of old Yi, was pleasantly surprised. An unfathomable emperor, he is here to save me. Ji Yuling's face was excited, and the feeling of coming to life from a desperate situation was really exciting. Just now, he suddenly discovered that everything in his field of vision had turned grayish-white, and immediately saw Yi Lao pass through his body. At first he thought it was Yi Lao's weird secret technique, but after returning to his senses, he realized that he had been saved. Chapter 1398. Scared a quasi-great to death. Who came from? You dare to intervene in the affairs of our Cicada Dragon clan, don't you fear death? Elder Yi immediately returned to Yuan Longli's side, staring at Su Lang with great fear. Are you Cicada Dragons very powerful? Dare to ask if there is a great emperor in the clan? How many are there at the emperor level? Su Lang came close with his hands behind his back, with a calm expression, and asked slowly. Humph, where did the **** come from? We don't even know about the Cicada Dragon clan. He is really shallow. Master Yuan, I will tell you today that our Cicada Dragon clan has the bloodline of Shenlong, and it is the strongest emperor clan with the strongest cantilever. Furthermore, there is a great emperor in our clan serving as elders in the Void Cult, and there is more than one. Yuan Longli shouted expressionlessly, if you are more acquainted, you should retreat immediately, and we can forget the blame. In fact, Yuan Longli has never been such a talkative person. If someone provokes him a little, he will pay back 10,000 times. Those who dared to intervene in his affairs with Yuan Longli never end well. But he is not stupid, knowing that it is not appropriate to provoke the unfathomable Su Lang at this time, so he didn't even say to make Su Lang apologize, just let Su Lang retreat. In Yuan Longli's view, if he moved out of his own race and relationship, Su Lang would definitely retreat. But something unexpected happened to him. Su Lang not only didn't retreat, but sneered, let me retreat. The people who should be acquainted are you, right? Your Excellency insists on enmity with us. Old Yi said in a sullen voice, the fear in his eyes grew stronger. The opponent is not only unfathomable in strength, but also seems to have a particularly strong background, so he is not even afraid of the cicada dragon. Ha ha, am I enmity with you? You have no qualifications. Su Lang smiled coldly. Don't talk nonsense. Do you guys go by yourself, or do I do it myself? As soon as the voice fell, it really bluffed Yi Lao and others. The gray-clothed boy Ji Yu Ling's eyes were shining, and he was extremely excited, saying that I have met a super noble person. Suddenly, you nameless person, really arrogant. Yuan Longli waved the talisman in his hand with a sneer on his face. I just contacted my parents and generations, Xinghai Deu does not have yours at all. Who are you, the boss? Hear this. Ji Yu Lingyi's expression of excitement suddenly solidified, and a series of question marks rose in his head. It turns out to be an unknown person. Fortunately, I also treat you as a character. Old Yi's face was blue and red. After all, how do you want to die, little bastard? What's wrong with not being famous? Does not being famous mean not having strength? Su Lang shrugged helplessly. If this is the case, then I will let you see my strength. The voice fell off. Su Lang directly used the clone dispatch. Yes, it was dispatched by the clone, and Yuan Longli was not qualified to let him use the devouring clone. As soon as the clones were dispatched, 73 Six Great Emperor clones came and surrounded the crowd. Rumble. The breath of terror instantly filled the entire void. Yuan Longli and others' sarcasm and disdain, their expressions of anger and anger suddenly solidified. Ji Yu Lingye was stunned, his eyes were about to fall out. Summon 73 Emperor ranks instantly. Each one is the rank of 6 Great Emperor. But this is not over yet. A scene that everyone has never seen in a lifetime appeared. Among the 73 Great Emperors, 37 Great Emperors suddenly changed into 3,700 Great Emperors. A full 4-figure emperor is suspended in the void, surrounded by Yuan Longli and others, without dripping water. At a glance, it is all the existence of the Great Emperor. A terrifying Great Emperor just suspended there, letting the void twist and fold it. Goo. Yi Lao's shriveled mouth swallowed hard. Gluck. Yuan Longli's teeth were trembling constantly, his body was stiff, and he did not listen at all. Hiss. Such as, so many emperor ranks. I'm afraid I won't see so many great emperor ranks for 100 lives. Ji Yu Ling took a cold breath and trembled slightly, but he was excited instead of fear and despair. Chapter 1399. I'm willing to do anything, okay. As for those quasi-great emperors, they rolled their eyes and passed out. There was even a quasi-great emperor who fell in love with him and died directly. For the quasi-great emperor, the aura of a great emperor was unbearable, and the aura of more than 3,000 great emperors could really kill people. Immediately after, Yuan Longli, Yi Lao, and Ji Yu Lingye discovered another thing that made people think about it. That is, every great emperor is exactly like that handsome man with long hair and deep clothes. Are these all clones? Including the first man who appeared, they were all clones of an unknown mysterious existence. Even the clone is the 6th great emperor. How strong is that deity? Woohoo! Big, sir, I was wrong, I know it was wrong. Yuan Longli directly knelt down, shaking like chaff. Seeing this, Yi Lao next to him immediately knelt down. Honorable sir, we are blind and do not know Mount Tai. Please, my lord, please spare us once. Yes, please go around us once. I will let the elders in the clan give the elders satisfactory compensation. Yuan Longli's tongue was knotted and he was so scared that he could hardly speak clearly. The two of them knelt in front of Su Lang and kept kowtow, no longer the arrogance and domineering they had before. Ha, I didn't want to kill people originally. After all, a great man once said that being a man is to make more friends and fewer enemies. But, you actually call me a little bastard. Su Lang raised his chin and looked down at the two with his eyelids hanging. I can't bear this. What, senior, I know I was wrong, please forgive me once. I am willing to do everything, I really want to do everything. Yuan Longli was so scared that he almost fainted. Anything, okay. Su Lang smiled faintly, and said at the moment of surprise for Yuan Longli, then you go to death. The voice just fell. One of Su Lang's avatar moved his finger, and his sword aura penetrated Yuan Longli's head straight. Ding! You get the soul of the Great Emperor 1, Daojing of the Great Emperor 1, Life Universe 1, Superior Shanyuan 14,523,689. Yuan Longli couldn't even make a scream before he died. Elder Yi on the side should have desperately protected Yuan Longli, but his hands and feet were soft and he didn't have any courage to resist. A grandiose sixth great emperor, just like an ordinary old man, without a trace of resistance. Su Lang looked at the old man. Yijin, I have some questions for you to answer. Yes, senior, please ask. Yi Jin didn't know how Su Lang knew his name. This strange method made him even more frightened. First, everything you know about the power distribution of the Xinghai domain. Su Lang smiled slightly and said, second, the most detailed information of the void teaching. Yes, regarding the power distribution of the Xinghai domain, the villain has a detailed star map. And Zukongjiao is actually an organization created by the joint efforts of many powerful races. The power is very large, but it is relatively loose. The specific records are in this jade slip. Trembling, Yi Jin took out 2 jade slips and presented them to Su Lang respectfully. Su Lang took 2 jade slips and swept them away with mental energy, and it became clear immediately. The Xinghai area is divided into 12 cantilevers, one for each of Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Shu, and Hai. There are a large number of planets on each cantilever, which breeds countless creatures. The planets closer to the center of the Xinghai region are generally stronger, with few exceptions. The Cicada Dragon clan is located on the Cicada Dragon star near the center, and is famous for the power of the dragon flowing through its blood. It can be said that Cicada Dragon is the most powerful planet on the cantilever of Maoji. There is more than one 9 great emperor in the clan, and there is even more quasi-superior level existence. The strongest forces on the cantilevers of the remaining star fields are also roughly the same. The Void Sect was formed by the strongest forces of the 6 cantilevers, Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, and Si. And the other 6 cantilevers formed a camp of their own, establishing the Palace of Dependent Origination, fighting against the Void Sect. There are 6 quasi-superior emperor-level powerhouses on the inside of the Void Teaching, and the rest of the emperor-level powerhouses don't know how many. In short, Void Teaching is very, very strong. Chapter 1400. The first test of the Great Emperor Sutra, not bad. I will ask you one last question. After reading the 2 jade slips, Su Lang's voice suddenly became a little weird. Yi Jin, do you want to live? Miss you. The villain thank you. Yi Jin's action of buckling his gratitude stopped abruptly, and he had become a dead man. Ding. You got the soul of the Great Emperor 1, Daojing of the Great Emperor 1, Life Universe 1, and the superior Shanyuan 11,231,542, just now. Su Lang cast the Great Emperor Sutra. Yi Jin responded, so he died. Tisk tisk. The scriptures of the Great Emperor should be really easy to use. It is completely overwhelming. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and immediately asked the clones to solve those quasi-great emperors. Hiss. Not far away, Ji Yuling saw this scene and couldn't help feeling a deep fear. In his eyes, Su Lang didn't do anything, and Yi Jin was obviously good, but he suddenly died the next moment. The unknown method was really mysterious and weird. Ji Yuling. Infinite tires, not bad. Su Lang took all the clones and turned to look at Ji Yuling. The younger generation pays homage to the senior, and thank you for saving his life. Ji Yuling knelt down and kowtowed very acquaintedly. The junior is willing to go through fire and water for the seniors, and form a ring of grass. Although he was surprised that Su Lang said about his special physique, he felt it was reasonable. After all, people can even do the unimaginable things like having more than 3,000 emperor-level clones. I'm not going around the gate. Su Lang smiled faintly. I saved you because I was looking for your master. Look for my master. Ji Yuling's expression was stagnant, and his mouth closed suddenly. What happened? Is your master shameless? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he smiled. Yuan Longli and the others were looking for your master before, and they even arrested you for threats, so that your master might come out. Senior joked. Ji Yuling hesitated. Master, he is not very convenient now. Finished. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Do you think I look like a bad person? You have to believe me. Ji Yuling's mouth twitched, and he wondered if it was a bad person. Anyway, he would kill the emperor without blinking his eyes. My patience is limited, just say it. Su Lang frowned slightly, and said impatiently, otherwise, I will turn you into a puppet. I won't know everything by then. Yes. Ji Yuling sighed in his heart, and said, Master, he was injured in the battle, and he was temporarily hidden. War. Injured. Su Lang was surprised. How can your master fight with others and get hurt? Master respected him for revenge. He is a super genius with extraordinary qualifications. It is a pity that he was too popular when he was young and was persecuted and left to exile. Ji Yuling said slowly. After returning, Master has a strong strength, so he sought revenge from those enemies back then. From Ji Yuling's narration, Su Lang heard the return of a strong man, killing the quartet, invincible, not surrendering, and finally encountered a strong enemy, losing to the injured story. That powerful enemy is the Cicada Dragon. In the battle with the Cicada Dragon clan, the opponent moved out the boss of the Void Cult, so that Ji Yuling's master almost fell and had to flee. The Cicada Dragon clan did not give up, and sent many troops to pursue it. Yuan Longli and the group were one of them. They were lucky to find Ji Yuling, but they encountered Su Lang unfortunately. Then, the next thing happened. Where is your master hiding now? Su Lang said lightly. I want to ask him some questions. I can take seniors. Ji Yuling nodded heavily. He also has his own plans. The senior in front of him was very mysterious and powerful, and even the clone was the sixth great emperor. But Ji Yuling and master, he is in a very dangerous situation. They will be found by Yuan Longli today, and maybe another group will find them tomorrow. Hidden is not a solution after all, you have to find ways to break the game. And the senior in front of him is the hope of breaking the game. That's why Ji Yuling agreed and took Su Lang to find his master. At this time, I don't need you to take me over. Su Lang smiled and said, your speed is too slow. Tell me where your master is, and I will go straight. Chapter 1401. Quasi-Supreme Emperor Xianxia, yes. Ji Yuling nodded, and then gave Su Lang a coordinate. Well, you are not lying, you are right here. Su Lang pondered the coordinates given by Ji Yuling, and found that the treasure-hunting flying glider was indeed searching in that direction, and could not help but nodded. This statement came out. Ji Yuling was suddenly covered in cold sweat, and secretly said that this senior already had a clue, but fortunately he did not cheat on the coordinates, otherwise he would be dead. Let's go. Su Lang smiled faintly, and took Ji Yuling into the Dantian universe. Soon, he sent an avatar to pave the road and rushed towards the place where Ji Yuling's master was. 3 minutes later, Su Lang straddled a distance of more than 300,000 light-years and came to a void. This void is very different from other places, it is filled with an unknown and destructive atmosphere. The power of twisting. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, and he felt a very powerful twisting force. These twisting forces are very complicated, and there is a faint tendency to detach from the universe and not in the avenue. This twisting power is endless, and the Twisted Death Avenue is the most powerful, followed by the Unreal Avenue. The illusory avenue made everything in front of it both true and false, becoming the most elusive area, and even made Su Lang feel disoriented. Twisting Death Avenue tried to deprive Su Lang of the breath of life and let him die, but the 45 avenues that Su Lang had comprehended had reached perfection, supported by nearly 2,000 rules that were almost condensed, so he was not moved at all. Ji Yuling's master is hidden here, no wonder the Cicada Dragon clan cannot be found. Su Lang nodded silently, then waved his hand to release Ji Yuling, Sr. Ji Yuling's heart throbbed wildly, because he saw the terrifying sun in Su Lang's universe of life. Immediately after, he found that he had reached the place where the master was hiding, which immediately shocked him. Ji Yuling knew exactly how far away from here. Even with the treasures of the great emperor soldier space, it would never be possible to cross such a long distance in such a short time. But Su Lang did it. This is really shocking. Su Lang looked at Ji Yuling and asked, where is the position of your master? This, the juniors don't know. I only know that master is hiding somewhere outside the restricted area of this star field. Ji Yuling shook his head and said, his face was pale. Apparently affected by the restricted area of the star territory. Fine. Su Lang was noncommittal. Then you call out your master by yourself. It is good. Ji Yuling nodded, then contacted his master while resisting the power of twisting the avenue. After dozens of breaths, hundreds of figures flew in the distance, and finally gathered into a middle-aged man wearing a plain cloth robe. Su Lang glanced away and opened the person's properties panel. Name, Xianxia race. Jiaori qualification level. Unparalleled realm level. Quasi-Supreme Emperor attack level. 8 Great Emperor Quasi-Supreme Emperor defensive level. 8 Great Emperors Quasi-Supreme Emperor, Shenfu level. 8 Great Emperors Quasi-Supreme Emperor, Endurance level. 8 Great Emperors Quasi-Supreme Emperor, Spirit level. Realm of Broken Nirvana Mastering Techniques. Good Fortune Heart Sutra. Emperor Lian Jing, Great Emperor level. Consummation, Hunjiao Kongyunling Jing, Great Emperor level. Consummation, Chengri Taiching Emperor Record, Great Emperor level. Dacheng, Movie Tour Magic Sky Axis Emperor level. Consummation. Dare to ask the name of the senior. Qi Yunkai had already communicated with Ji Yuling, and he knew what Su Lang was coming from, and he also knew how powerful and mysterious Su Lang was. In Qi Yunkai's opinion, this seemingly young and handsome strong man is very likely to be a clone of the Supreme Emperor. Therefore, he directly respects Su Lang as a senior. In Sha Su Lang smiled slightly. I heard that fellow Qi Yunkai Taoist returned from the exile, so I came to ask some questions. But his faint words made Qi Yun happy in a stormy sea. Qi Yunkai is the kind of person who almost forgets his name, and has never told anyone his name. However, Su Lang explained his real name in one go, which is really frightening. In Qi Yun's happiness, he has determined that Su Lang is the kind of super old monster who has been dormant in the Long River. Senior, please, juniors know everything they can talk about. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yunkai said cautiously. Chapter 1402, Detailed Information on the Place of Exile. Seeing Qi Yun trembling, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. Obviously he is a quasi-superior level boss, but he was bluffed. With a light cough, Su Lang smiled with his hands behind his back. As a person who has returned from the place of exile, you must know the place of exile very well. This statement came out. Ji Yuling next to him suddenly raised his ears. Because his master never told him anything about the land of exile. It's true, it's just that, if I understand, I can only talk about the place of exile before I left. However, Qi Yun nodded and said, 30 million years have passed since the boundless universe, and the time flow in the place of exile is faster. I am afraid it has already been vicissitudes of life, and things are different. It's okay, I just want to know the ratio of the flow of time in the exile to the flow of time in the boundless universe. Su Lang said indifferently. Also, information about the size and environmental characteristics of the exiled land is not easy to change. Ji Yulingay swallowed, and curiously secreted it. That's it. According to the experience of the juniors, it can be inferred that the time flow in the exile is 10,000 times faster than the endless universe. Qi Yun nodded. At the beginning I practiced in the place of exile for a full 130 million years, but after returning, I found that the time of the boundless universe only passed 103,000 years. Wow, Ji Yulingay was horrified. Master has practiced for 1.30 billion years. Is it too powerful? As for the size of the land of exile, probably the size of the entire Xinghai area. The key is that the vast majority of the Xinghai domain is void. After a pause, Qi Yunkai continued, the land of exile is all mountains, rivers, plains and oceans. It can be called a truly endless continent. Hiss. Ji Yulingay was stunned. A continent as big as the Xinghai region. How big is that? Completely beyond imagination. However, Qi Yunkai continued to say, because the place of exile is too big. And the warriors can't leave the exile until they die. So in the land of exile, the warriors can grab the land at will and put it into their life universe. Even if they form a huge abyss, no one cares at all. It's not like there are unspoken rules on the planet of life. It is not allowed to grab the land of the planet and cultivate one's own planet. You can only find land without a master from the void. When Ji Yuling heard this, his eyes suddenly lighted up. My God, there is such a good thing. Wouldn't it be possible to cast the most perfect planet of life in a short time? When Qi Yunkai said this, he seemed to have entered a state. His eyes were loose and he fell into memory. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yunkai continued, there are often wars in the exile, which will destroy large areas of land. And the life planets left behind by the Emperor Wu will return to the exile at a very fast speed, forming huge mountains. Therefore, the topography of the exile is very rapid and complicated. A place that is a mountain today may become a deep sea tomorrow. Hiss. Ji Yuling took a deep breath. The planet of life is just a mountain range. Then the mountain range on my planet has become a pill. Qi Yun didn't stop talking. Of course, the place of exile is vast and boundless, but after all it is a cage, it also has edges. The edge of the exile is an endless turbulence of time, so are the underground and the sky. This kind of time turbulence is very scary, the deeper, the faster the flow. Even with the life of the Supreme Emperor, it can't stand the destruction, so it can be called death if touched, which makes it almost impossible to leave the place of exile. In addition to the turbulence of time and space in the place of exile, there is also the legendary unknown realm. That is the place where the coffin of the 9 dragons exists. Having said this, xianxia stopped and looked at Su Lang. That is to say, the place of exile consists of 3 layers. Su Lang thoughtfully said, the first level of the continent, the second level of time turbulence, the third level of unknown realm. Chapter 1403, Xianxia, talk about the past, exactly. Yun nodded. Su Lang smiled and said, then, tell me about your experience in the exile, I'm very curious. I am also very curious. Yu Lingei secretly cast a grateful look at Su Lang. Master never told me, I can finally hear it now. Xianxia took a deep breath and began to tell the memory, 103,000 years ago of the boundless universe. Because I was persecuted, I fell into exile by chance. At that time, I was just a quasi-great emperor. This level is almost a low-level existence in the exile. Later I met some people and joined an organization. Many of us practiced together and received the guidance of many emperors. The cultivation base has made rapid progress. But then, I finally learned of the existence of the end of the war, and knew that I was just a stepping stone to nurture. So, I escaped from that organization and found a place to hide. There are many people who choose like me, but although we escaped, no one came to catch us. Because no one believes that we can cultivate faster than those who are superior without any guidance. Anyway, we will not die. In the end, Yu Lingei felt a chill in his heart and secretly said, no one caught him after escaping. If he is truly assured, he must die. How desperate the master at that time should be. Su Lang thought the same way. He nodded and continued to listen to Xianxia's narration. I randomly picked a place to start practicing in retreat, and met some fellow practitioners. Later we found a lost xuanwu near the turbulent time on the edge of the mainland. In the end, each of us captured the lost xuanwu at the cost of consuming 200 million years of life. But then a civil war broke out, and everyone wanted to swallow lost xuanwu. Because only a complete lost basalt carapace can refining the most perfect gate of reverse exile, so that the turbulence of time and space returning to the endless universe is safer. In the war 1-1, I killed everyone, and those relatives and friends that I met in the exile fell into my hands. I deeply felt the deeper pain and despair, and almost decreed myself on the spot. Speaking of this, Yun opened his eyes faintly with memories and pains, and 30 million years have been unable to heal his wounds. See this scene. Yu Lingei couldn't help feeling distressed for Master. Su Lang also sighed slightly, and he couldn't help but become more worried about the 3 of Chu Xiaobei. Xianxia didn't notice Su Lang's different color, and continued, fortunately, I survived. I made up my mind to escape that hell. Later, I hid for a while, changed my face and joined a big power again, and secretly learned the art of refining tools. And I also got the refining method for the gate of reverse exile, and finally refined the gate of reverse exile. After refining, in order to ensure that I can pass the gate of exile smoothly, I still stay in the place of exile to practice. It's a pity that I have never been able to break through the Supreme Emperor's rank. The final battle is about to open again, so I can only make a desperate move and use the gate of reverse exile. The moment the door of reverse exile was opened, the time and space vision attracted a large number of great emperor-level powerhouses. Fortunately, the place I chose was remote enough, and the people who came were not as strong as me. In the end, I forcibly smashed a path of blood, got into the door of exile, and I really hit the Grand Canal and successfully returned to the boundless universe. Immediately afterwards, I found a place to heal my wounds, and after learning how old is this eve, I started preparing for revenge. Hearing this, Su Lang waved his hand. Okay, let's stop here. Yes, senior. Yun opened his lips, then closed his mouth. He actually wanted to tell people about his years. Unfortunately, in Xianxia's view, no one is qualified to listen, so he never said it. And Su Lang was the one who was extremely qualified. Xianxia couldn't stop talking about it. Chapter 1404. The place of exile is really strong like a cloud, okay. You can kill from the exile, you are really a good guy. Su Lang first praised it from the bottom of his heart, while thinking and pondering in his heart. Comparing with the ancient dreamland, it can be seen that what the two said can be connected together. Xianxia was the one who refined the gate of reverse exile, and Yu was one of Xianxia's dead souls, correct? Su Lang suddenly asked, the place of exile when you left is already close to the final battle. What level was the strongest person in the place of exile at that time? This, the juniors don't know, because they will hide their strength and prepare for the final battle, and will not easily reveal their true strength. Xianxia felt very happy to be praised by Su Lang, and said with a smile, the strongest person the younger generation has ever heard of is the Supreme Emperor named Chong Henvi. But the place of exile is too big, there are too many hidden powerhouses, and the girl of everlasting hatred revealed her true cultivation level in another accident. So the younger generation thinks that Chong Hate Girl is definitely not the strongest, and it can even be said that there are many people who are stronger than her. Are there many Supreme Emperor levels? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. The place of exile is really like a cloud. Yes, in addition to the warriors of the Supreme Emperor level, there are many godless soldiers left over from the final battle, of the past dynasties, one by one fiercer. A quasi-superior emperor like me is nothing at all, and can only serve as cannon fodder in the final battle. Qi Yun nodded in agreement, and then showed a fluke smile. Fortunately, I escaped, otherwise I am afraid that I will die for 300 billion years in the place of exile. Xianxia. Su Lang smiled and asked, from your perspective, what is the safest and fastest way for a person to travel from the boundless universe to the exile? Of course it is the gate of exile. Yes, as long as the strength is sufficient, the gate of exile is the fastest and safest method. Qi Yun said without thinking, predecessors, your cultivation base, you have to pass through the gate of exile to enter the place of exile. The security is almost 100%. Oh, Su Lang nodded slowly. Then, if a quasi-superior emperor, or simply a fellow of the 9 great emperors, has a high probability of passing through the gate of exile. Okay, did Senior have a little enemy who escaped through the exile gate? Senior, don't worry, it is basically impossible for the 9 great emperor to pass through the gate of exile. At least it has to be the quasi-superior emperor with the perfect fusion of soul and body, to have a 30% possibility, such as me as a junior back then. If the fusion of the soul and body is completed, and the soul and the universe of life are also fused to a certain degree, the possibility of passing through will be higher. Qi Yun said with a smile, with an expression of, Senior, rest assured, your little enemy must be completely dead. Oh, I got it. Su Lang nodded thoughtfully. In fact, he had a lot of thoughts in his heart. From Qi Yun's words, in addition to what strength can pass the gate of exile, Su Lang also obtained information about the quasi-supreme emperor. According to Xianxia, a great emperor who can completely complete the soul-body fusion can reach the quasi-supreme emperor level. But at this level, the next step is not to cross the sky and reach the supreme emperor level. It's soul fusion. This just echoes Su Lang's previous guess about the cultivation method of the great emperor. Only when the soul-body and soul-space fusion are completed can you be promoted to the emperor level. In other words, the emperor level is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is from a great emperor to quasi-superior emperor level. You only need to perfectly blend the soul-body, or perfectly blend the soul, to achieve it. The second stage is to continue to work hard at the quasi-superior emperor level. The soul-body fusion must complete the soul-body fusion, and the soul-body fusion must complete the soul-body fusion. Only when both stages are completed can you achieve a positive result and obtain the qualification to climb the ladder of the Supreme Emperor. As for the cultivation method of the Supreme Emperor level, it is temporarily impossible to infer, correct? Su Lang put aside his thoughts about realm, and continued to ask, do you have any extra doors of exile? Chapter 1405. Send you a bubble, back to Senior, no. But the younger generation has the refining method of the door of exile, which is matched with the door of reverse exile. Furthermore, one of the refining materials of the gate of exile is the wreckage of the lost Xuanwu, not necessarily the back shell. After the juniors refined the gate of reverse exile, there happened to be a lot of lost basalt materials left. Qi Yun shook his head but nodded, and immediately took out a jade slip and a storage ring. This jade slip records the refining methods of the gate of exile and the gate of reverse exile, as well as some experiences of the younger generation. In this storage ring, there are leftover materials that I refined the gate of reverse exile. There is still a lot left. Xianxia offered the 2 treasures with both hands. These 2 things are dedicated to Senior. Thank you, Senior, for saving my unsatisfied disciple. That's just a small effort. Su Lang smiled and accepted the 2 items. You have answered a lot of questions for me, I should thank you. Junior dare not be. Chi Young waved his hand modestly. I like someone like you who speaks nicely. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and a smile appeared. By the way, how do you plan to respond to the Cicada Dragon clan's pursuit of you? There is no other good way for juniors. The Cicada Dragon clan is one of the members of the Void Sect. The network is too wide, and there are too many quasi-superior emperors that can be drawn. The younger generation's current strength can't fight them at all. Only by going 1 or 2 on the road of soul fusion, can they have the power to fight. Therefore, the younger generation can only stay dormant temporarily, and after the injury heals, try the way of fusion of soul and universe. It's a pity that the younger generation has taken the step of soul-body fusion first. Soul-space fusion has become extremely difficult, and the younger generation does not have a soul-space fusion technique. What it was like for the younger generation to return from the exile 30 million years ago, what they are now, there is almost no progress. Speaking of this, xianxia looked at Su Lang blankly, as if he wanted Su Lang's guidance. But where is Su Lang the Supreme Emperor? He is not even at the Emperor level now, just a quasi-Emperor level, still at the level of Emperor Wu. Therefore, it is impossible for Su Lang to talk about his experience of soul fusion. But, Su Lang still intends to help Chi Yun open. You are not my disciple, so I can't teach you. Su Lang held his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. However, since you answered some of my questions, I will give you something, which may be useful to you. After hearing the first half of Su Lang's words, Chi Yun sighed with joy. But when he heard the next half of Su Lang's sentence, Chi Yun was suddenly excited in joy. This kind of excitement hadn't appeared for a long time. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for more than 1 billion years. Apart from helping him improve his realm in this world, it is estimated that there is nothing in this world that can make him so excited. Ji Yuling next to him heard Su Lang say that he would give him a treasure to his master, and he was extremely excited. You know, this is a treasure from the Supreme Emperor. The two were excited. With a thought, Su Lang took out something from the storage space. This thing is like a colorful soap bubble, but if the ordinary Emperor Wu sees it, he has to be dizzy on the spot. Because this thing is the original, Hua Dao Great Emperor Sutra, that specializes in the path of soul fusion. On this thing, the Great Emperor Hua Dao Jing. This exercise is a Great Emperor level exercise that specializes in soul fusion. Su Lang threw the dishwashing liquid bubble to xianxia. Now I don't use it anymore. If you and I have a chance, I will give it to you. What? The Great Emperor Hua Dao, specializing in the method of soul fusion. Furthermore, it's the original technique. Seeing the colorful bubbles floating over, xianxia was instantly stunned. Although he has been rolling in the land of exile for more than 1 billion years, he has seen countless exercises, and he has also seen a lot of Emperor-level exercises. However, it was the first time he saw the original of the Great Emperor ranked Soul Universal Fusion Technique. Chapter 1406, Yuan Sanlin to know. Every reincarnation in the land of exile must prepare for the final war. Many high-level exercises have been released by big forces, allowing stepping stones to practice hard. So that the war of the end can generate strong enough humane will to lead to the coffin of the 9 dragons. Among them, there are many great Emperor-level exercises, but there is no great Emperor-level exercise that combines soul and universe, and there is no original exercise. This shows how precious the Hua Dao Great Emperor Jing, sent by Su Lang is. Only if he has the ability to synthesize this abnormal ability, he can give away the Great Emperor-level exercises as Chinese cabbage. Oh my god, Senior is worthy of being the Supreme Emperor. The treasures you give away can scare you to death. Ji Yuling next to him was also stunned and horrified. He even couldn't help but think of, why my master is not Senior Su Lang. Of course, this kind of thought only flashed past, and Ji Yuling loved his master very much. At this moment, but I saw that the dishwashing liquid bubble had floated in front of xianxia. Xianxia held bubbles in a daze, and then bowed deeply to Su Lang. Thank you seniors for the kindness and great virtues. The juniors will not forget them until death. The seniors are useful, the juniors will never give up. Thank you senior for your generous gift. Thank you senior for your generous gift. Ji Yuling, who was beside him, immediately bowed deeply, and the whole person was almost 180 degrees. It's just a gadget. I still have many such things. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Unfortunately, the fate of you and me is exhausted, so I can't send you off. It's getting late, so I'll leave. Senior. Xianxia and Ji Yulingge raised their heads and stretched out their hands, with the intention of holding back, but they dared not say anything. Especially Ji Yulingge was very reluctant to give up Su Lang, the Supreme Emperor who had saved him. But Su Lang just smiled, then turned to leave. But at this moment, ha 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 ha, dare to kill me Cicada Dragon Clan Tianzhao, I really do not live or die. However, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have never imagined that Emperor Dingtian was hiding here. With a sneer, a thin and slender white-faced old man walked slowly from a distance. At the same time, there is a breath of horror that is suffocating. This incomparably huge gas machine directly enveloped the area of tens of light years. Everything within this range is imprisoned. Not only is it difficult to move, but even space shuttle is difficult to display. It seems, our fate is not over yet. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately opened the attribute panel of the visitor. Properties panel, name, Yuan Sanlin race, Cicada Dragon qualification level, unparalleled realm level, Quasi-Supreme Emperor attack level, Quasi-Supreme Emperor defensive level, Quasi-Supreme Emperor Shenfa level, Quasi-Supreme Emperor endurance level, Quasi-Supreme Emperor mastering techniques, Hualong Heart Sutra, Hualong Great Emperor Sutra Great Emperor level, consummation, Luoho Tianlong Ben Great Emperor level, consummation, Shocking Dragon Baodian Great Emperor level, Dacheng. Another quasi-superior emperor. However, it looked like Xianxia was also a martial artist who had perfect fusion of soul and body, but had not embarked on the path of soul fusion. Just when Su Lang looked at Yuan Sanlin's attribute panel, Ji Yulingge jumped up and pointed at the white-faced old man and yelled, "You hybrid snake, stinky old rice eel are so bold, you dare to be presumptuous in front of your seniors. I tell you, you'd better kneel down and beg for mercy from your seniors immediately, otherwise the void taught everyone will not be able to save you." Not bad. Xianxia also had a confident expression. "Wan Lin Tiandi, standing in front of you is the great Supreme Emperor, you dare to offend, you really do not live or die." The two of them looked like they were not afraid of words, and they directly frightened the old white-faced man Yuan Sanlin for a while. "What? The Supreme Emperor? This is impossible. Our Xinghai domain does not have the Supreme Emperor at all, how could he be the Supreme Emperor?" Yuan Sanlin looked at Su Lang in surprise, and saw that Su Lang's body was exuding quasi-emperor level cultivation fluctuations, but it was filled with the power of the sixth great emperor, and he couldn't help but be even more puzzled. "Short-sighted waste stuff, your pattern is limited to the Xinghai area." Qi Yung sneered, "There is no Supreme Emperor in the Xinghai region, and is there no Supreme Emperor in the other regions?" "Ah, bull old man, listen carefully. This is one of the clones of the Supreme Emperor, and Senior has thousands of such clones. Some of the trash from your family who chased and killed me were directly scared to death by the clone of Senior, ha ha ha." Ji Yuling laughed presumptuously, and it felt so cool to scold a quasi-superior emperor. This, Yuan Sanlin's body tightened, his brows frowned and he looked at Su Lang, his old eyes gleaming with extremely jealous. Yuan Sanlin. Su Langfeng and Yuan Sanlin looked at each other lightly, calling out the other's real name in a strange tone. It was these three words that directly scared Yuan Sanlin into a wild spirit. "Danger, danger, danger. He actually called out my real name. Also, this horrible feeling, what kind of weird means is this?" Yuan Sanlin only felt an unknown breath enveloped his body, and a huge danger, appeared on his head. After three thoughts flashed in his mind, Yuan Sanlin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately retreated to the distance, still shouting for mercy. "Junior is blind, Senior raises your hand high, raises your hand high." Chapter 1407. Scare away the quasi-superior. The speed of quasi-supreme is very, very fast. As soon as Yuan Sanlin's voice came, the others had run away. "Yes, I bluffed another quasi-superior, just scared away." Su Lang slowly shook his head with his hands behind his back. Young people nowadays, they are too timid, they don't have the courage to challenge authority at all, unlike us back then. Humph. Ji Yuling, who was next to him, sneered, "Old hybrid snake, if you run fast, otherwise you have to be skinned and boned." Snapped. The evildoer. Qi Yung snapped on the back of Ji Yuling's head. "What makes that old guy run fast? It's obvious that Senior Su Lang disdains to kill him, otherwise he can run away. Yes yes yes. Ji Yuling chuckled at the back of his head and said, the master is right, it is the disciple who made a mistake in his words and said the wrong thing. Your masters and apprentices are less silly. Su Lang rolled his eyes, I can help you for a while, but I can't help you for the rest of your life, so please do it yourself in the future. Finished. Su Lang put his hands behind his back, leaving this void like this. Senior Su Lang is gone. Oh, master, why don't you keep seniors? Ji Yuling sighed very regretfully, with Senior Su Lang here, the dogs of the void cult will definitely not dare to move us. The evildoer. Senior Su Lang met us peacefully, not only saved your dog's life, but also gave me the exercises, what else do you want? Xianxia pointed to Ji Yuling's nose and cursed, don't you still want Senior Su Lang to be your nanny? But in fact, he was a little bit sad. Where can I look for a good-tempered Supreme Emperor like Senior Su Lang? I'm afraid this generation will meet this kind of Supreme Emperor. Ji Yuling curled his lips, Master, what shall we do now? How to do? Although there is deterrence from Senior Su Lang, the void cult will still not let it go. What's more, Senior Su Lang, the Supreme Emperor from other big realms, wanders in the Xinghai realm. The void sect and the palace of origination will definitely be extremely nervous. So, the void cult will not let this matter go easily, at least it will carefully investigate it secretly. The two of us will not give up tracking the void cult, maybe because senior void cult of Su Lang dare not do it, but who knows if they will go crazy. Now we can't completely rely on the deterrence left by Senior Su Lang, we have to work hard ourselves. Let's go, let's get out of here first, and then I will go to ponder the Wadao Great Emperor Jing, hoping to embark on the path of soul fusion. A gleam of hope rose in Qi Yun's solemn expression, at that time, my strength will gradually become stronger, and the Void Master will no longer be afraid. Yes yes yes, we must be self-reliant. Ji Yuling nodded in agreement, and immediately said, Master, please hurry up and think about the exercises, I will wait for you to learn. You think the Great Emperor rank technique is so easy to study? You have grown up now and can practice independently. Qi Yun said angrily, so, starting from today, you have to study the Wadao Great Emperor Sutra with me. Okay. Ji Yuling nodded helplessly, saying in his heart that I should be a miserable disciple, and I still have to figure out how to cultivate. Where did Qi Yun know that his apprentice was complaining about himself, and immediately after speaking, he dragged Ji Yuling to the distance and flew away, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. At the same time, Su Lang had already reached a remote void 300,000 light-years away through the Avatar Dispatch Replacement function. Void Cult, Cicada Dragon Clan, Yuan Longli sent my images to his elders before, and I am holding a talisman certified by the Void Teaching, and I have also been to Swanfang City. If the Void Sect is not a waste, I should soon discover that my identity is not the Supreme Emperor of any other realm. At that time, the Void Cult will definitely pursue and kill me, and I must improve my strength as soon as possible. Su Lang thought silently, but he didn't worry much. Chapter 1408. Refining the Gate of Exile. After all, he now has the strength of the Sixth Great Emperor. If you use the Swallowing Clone, you can reach the Quasi-Superior. Taking advantage of this period of time, he can completely improve his strength, and the highest combat power that will erupt at that time will be even more terrifying. Put aside the things taught by the Void. Su Lang took out a jade slip and a storage ring from the storage space, which were exactly what he got from Xianxia. The recipe for the banished land. Su Lang took out the jade slip, read it carefully, and kept it in his heart. Immediately afterwards, he opened the storage ring again and took out all the materials inside. These materials are all Great Emperor grade materials. In addition to various gems and precious materials, the most is a kind of biological material. This biological material is like the corpse of a large tortoise tens of meters in size. The back shell is gone, and some of the rest are also used. But the chassis remains intact as a whole, and even the long or short Xuanwu head is still there. Lost Xuanwu. Su Lang put the broken wreck in front of him and examined it carefully. Through the remaining breath, Su Lang discovered this lost Xuanwu was at least the 9th Great Emperor when it was alive, and it is very likely to be the Quasi-Supreme Emperor. And in the existing wreckage, there is a frightening and different aura, which is the aura of time rules that Su Lang has never seen before. Time rules. I don't know if I can comprehend it. Su Lang took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming slightly. Without relying on the system, Su Lang had done the things that he understood the rules by himself. When the soul was burned, he would enter the realm of enlightenment where things are forgotten. Su Lang comprehended a lot of remote rules by virtue of this state. It is a pity that as the soul develops and grows, burning soul has gradually become useless. After all, that's just a fairy-level technique. However, the materials containing the time rules were in front of him, and Su Lang didn't want to try and gave up. Soul burning. Without hesitation, Su Lang immediately started to burn his soul. The world of knowledge of the sea is enveloped by endless golden mist, and the whole world is like chaos. A trace of invisible flames began to appear, trying to burn the golden mist. Unfortunately, the soul-burning fire can no longer ignite the golden mist. If you can't burn your soul, you can't enter a state of epiphany. Failed. Su Lang sighed and shook his head slowly. Soon, he tried to scan the wreckage of the lost Xuanwu with mental power, trying to explore the rules of time. But this approach still has no effect. The rules of time are completely invisible, you can only feel that it is there, but you can't see, touch. After some toss, Su Lang still gave up the idea of relying on the wreck of the lost basalt to understand the rules of time. After all, xianxia is not bad at all. It has been 30 million years since he got lost Xuanwu. Xianxia must have tried to comprehend the rules of time. However, with his cultivation as the supreme emperor, he could not comprehend a trace for 30 million years, which shows how terrifying the difficulty is. Still can only hope to synthesize time rule exercises. Su Lang sighed, temporarily set aside the idea of comprehending the rules of time, and then selected a copy of the materials for the Gate of Exile and placed it in front of him. The conditions for refining in the Gate of Exile are much more relaxed than those in the Gate of Reverse Exile, and the quantity and preciousness of the materials are far less. System: use these materials to refine the Gate of Exile. Su Lang took a deep breath and gave instructions to the system. Ding. Consume the soul of the lost Emperor 20, basalt bones 50, thousands of velvets 100, if you succeed in refining, you will get the Gate of Exile 1. The material disappeared out of thin air, and replaced by a gold-rimmed black tortoise-shaped treasure. This object is the Gate of Exile, exactly the same as the one xianxia took out. The Gate of Exile looks a lot like a tortoise shield, and it does have a strong defense capability. After all, it is a treasure made from the lost Xuanwu of the Great Emperor. But in fact, its role is the Gate of Unicom's exile. At first, Su Lang didn't check it for a while, and as a result, the three of Chu Xiaobei were exiled by the way of xianxia. Chapter 1409. It's been a long time since I saw these two girls. The tortoiseshell Gate of Exile consists of 99 pieces of armor. Each piece of armor can form a small door of exile. You can also use multiple pieces of nails to form a larger door of exile. The largest door of exile is formed with 99 nail pieces. The more nail pieces used, the more stable the Gate of Exile formed. Therefore, if it is to kill people, it is natural to choose the smallest exile door. That's how xianxia did it. Correct. It's been a long time since I cared for the tortoise son xianxia. By the way, you can also explore the strange power in Su Ling, maybe you can gain something. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and directly entered the Dantian universe. In the huge universe of life, the magnificent sun slowly rotates in the center, emitting endless light and heat. In the distance, the blue star slowly revolves around the sun, absorbing a huge amount of energy. The blue star at this time has changed a lot. The volume is a full half, and the surface area is much larger. The blue star's surface has been completely covered by various treasures, and the sea, which occupies most of the surface area, has been filled with only a small piece of land. The concentration of aura in any place has risen tens of thousands of times, and even a pig can gradually turn its wisdom into a demon. This is the demeanor of the core of Infinity Realm. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and immediately came to the land of Blue Star. He did not conceal his aura, so Su Linger, Xiaomei and xianxia who lived on the Blue Star immediately felt Su Lang's arrival. It's Su Lang who has descended. Great. Xiaomei's eyes gleamed, like a crazy fan who lost her mind, and flew towards Su Lang's direction like crazy. Xiaomei, slow down, take me, Su Linger yelled and chased her, feeling a little excited. She thought Su Lang had forgotten herself if she didn't come again. Oh, miss, I'll take you. Xiaomei remembered that her lady's cultivation was very weak, and immediately turned around and hugged Su Linger, and continued to rush towards Su Lang. Seeing this scene in the distance, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. It's been a long time since I saw these two girls. Su Lang stopped and stood there waiting for the second daughter to arrive. Xiaomei had the strength of a quasi-celestial rank, and soon brought Su Linger to Su Lang. Your Majesty Su Lang, you finally came to see me. It's so good here, but there are only two of us, so lonely, so empty. Xiaomei was so excited that she gleamed with tears, and slammed Su Linger aside, knelt directly at Su Lang's feet and hugged his thigh. Vomit. Xiaomei, you dead girl, I'm almost fainted. Su Linger couldn't stand at all, as if she was sick, and she swayed in circles with her hands and feet, and she also let out waves of retching. After all, she was only at the martial arts level, and she was sprinting frantically by the quasi-Xian level Xiaomei, and it was already very powerful to be able to insist on not getting dizzy. You two, you really are living treasures. Su Lang smiled, and directly expanded the Mingguang 10,000 realms. Immediately, a warm and comfortable light shined on Su Linger and Xiaomei. So comfortable, Xiaomei closed her eyes intoxicated, like a fold-eared cat that was stunned. Su Linger will not be assimilated by the Mingguang 10,000 realms, but she can get benefits. In other words, she can prostitute Su Lang's Mingguang 10,000 realms for nothing. Therefore, she quickly returned to normal. Linger has seen His Majesty Su Lang. Su Linger took a deep breath and bowed to Su Lang. Don't be polite, how are you feeling lately? Can your cultivation base grow? Su Lang asked softly, have the mysterious power in the body ever appeared? Return to your Majesty Su Lang's words. Blue Star's cultivation environment is getting better and better, and I absorb more and more spiritual energy, but the cultivation base is still motionless. As for that mysterious power, it hasn't appeared before. Su Linger said, but it appeared just now, and it counteracted the confusion and assimilation effect of Mingguang 10,000 realms. I can feel that it has become stronger. Perhaps he is already familiar with Su Lang. Therefore, Su Linger's highly socially impaired facial stiffness syndrome, referred to as high cold syndrome, actually relieved a lot, and said so much in one breath. Chapter 14:10. Su Linger, the son of the wound of the world. Is it stronger? This thing is not under control, you have to figure it out. Su Lang frowned slightly. Su Linger, let me check again. Okay. Su Linger nodded and did not resist. Su Lang immediately unfolded his mental power, enveloped Su Linger, and immediately saw through everything. At this time, Su Lang was countless times stronger than when he checked Su Linger last time, and his observation ability was naturally stronger. Coupled with the small mystery method, the observation power has almost reached the level of the Supreme Emperor. In Su Lang's eyes, Su Linger had become a molecular combination, and his mental power shuttled between the molecules, searching for suspicious energy and signs. Because of the need to resist the Mingguang myriad realms, that mysterious power was manifested at first. Su Lang's mental power caught its little tail for the first time, and he sensed the horrifying breath. It's a twisting power, similar to the twisting power in the wound of the world. Feeling the breath carefully, Su Lang was surprised. He never expected that force turned out to be a distortion of the rules. Moreover, it is not a single distortion rule, but a general chaotic, special distortion force in which many distortion rules are integrated. This kind of power is very powerful, and it can distort the normal avenue of endless rules of the universe. No wonder this power can resist even my Mingguang 10,000 realms. This is clearly distorting the avenue of rules in my bright world, making it lose its original function. Su Lang was horrified, and he could feel that the twisting power hidden in Su Linger's body was very advanced. At least, the Emperor level can't master this kind of power. The power of twisting. World wound. Son of the world. Understood. Su Linger is the son of a special world conceived from the wound of Jingtian star world. Su Lang looked at Su Linger in surprise, and muttered, unexpectedly, you are such a son of the world. Su Linger listened to Su Lang's whisper, and her brain went blank. The identity of the son of the world has shocked her very much, son of the wound of the world. Unexpectedly, after the horror, a question appeared in Su Lang's mind. The emergence of the son of the world is already very difficult, and the world consciousness has to go all out to urge it. And the world wound has no world consciousness. Even if there is, it must distort the chaos, and there is no consciousness at all. Not to mention guiding the birth of the son of the world, I am afraid that he does not even have the most basic logic and communication skills. So, how did the son of the wound of the world bred? It can't appear out of thin air. The probability that the sun of the world wound will naturally appear is too low and too low. So, is it possible that it is man-made? Someone used some means to urge the sun of wound of the world for some purpose. Thinking of this, Su Lang suddenly felt terrified. He looked at Su Ling. This girl with only the martial arts level seemed to be covered in countless mysterious thick fog suddenly. Your Majesty Su Lang. Seeing Su Lang staring at herself like this, Su Ling couldn't help being a little scared. Sorry, Su Ling, I found out that you are actually the son of the wound of the world. All your cultivation results are nurturing the twisting power hidden in your body. I suspect that your experience was man-made. Someone was secretly manipulating everything for some ulterior purpose. And this twisting power is very terrifying. If it grows to a certain extent, even I can't fight it, and even less for you with a low cultivation base. So, you don't want to practice for the time being, so as not to increase the twisting power and cause irreversible serious consequences. Su Lang pressed Su Ling's shoulders with both hands, and solemnly instructed her. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. Su Ling obediently agreed, but the loss in her eyes cannot be concealed. For a martial artist, depriving her of the right to practice is tantamount to the most painful. Especially for Su Ling. You know, even in the case of no reward, she insisted on practicing for a full 10 years. And now, she was forced to give up. Chapter 14:11. I don't want to take a shower these days, do not worry. I will definitely find a good way to rescue you from the predicament. Seeing that Su Ling was lost, Su Lang patted her on the head to comfort her. Su Ling nodded heavily. Really good. Su Lang smiled and patted her on the head again. Su Ling, a very reliable girl, is reassuring. This made Xiaomei next to her enviable. If it wasn't for Su Ling to be her young lady, she would have to be so jealous that she couldn't be separated. Xiaomei. Just when Xiaomei was envious, Su Lang's gaze turned. Ah, Your Majesty Su Lang, Xiaomei agreed with surprise, her eyes shining brightly. It looks like you have broken all the restrictions. Su Lang glanced at Xiaomei. I will help you improve. Yes. Xiaomei was trembling with excitement. Xiaomei thanked Su Lang for pity. The foundation of Wuxian rank is the power of rules. Today, I will instill some rules for you. While talking, Su Lang held down Xiaomei's forehead and activated one key empowerment. When the one key empowerment function reached the 15th level, a new function was given called, being a good teacher. Therefore, Su Lang has reached 32 initiations at this time. Wow, 32 rules were instilled, and Xiaomei's breath continued to rise, almost surpassing the Wuxian rank. Don't break through the Wuxian level, these rules are not enough. Su Lang patted Xiaomei on the head, breathlessly breathless. Soon, Su Lang set up a new restriction for Xiaomei. You will be more careful in the future, don't accidentally hurt Xiaomei, you know. Xiaomei nodded and agreed. I see, Your Majesty Su Lang. Okay, you guys go and rest. Su Lang smiled, his body moved and left directly. What? The taste of Your Majesty Su Lang. Xiaomei covered her mouth and took a breath, and said intoxicated, Miss, I won't take a shower these few days. Su Ling's mouth twitched, speechless. The other side, because of the twisting power in Su Ling's body, coupled with the realization that there might be a strong behind-the-scenes hand. So Su Lang has no enthusiasm to torture people. And Xianxia also almost lost himself under the influence of incense willingness, and torturing him has no meaning. So Su Lang casually killed Xianxia and the believers left for him, and left the universe of life. At this point, Xianxia completely fell. After leaving his Dantian universe, Su Lang randomly found a place in the void and threw it out of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Rumble, the black magnificent palace emerges, like a mysterious continent floating in the stars. Immediately after, Su Lang flew into the palace and let the spirit chase the soul activate the hidden function. Suddenly, the huge and incomparable soul-chasing Emperor Palace gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared in this world. After entering the quiet room, Su Lang took out the cauldron and refining materials, while refining the parts of the super-humanoid weapon, while accumulating cultivation skills, at the same time. Somewhere near the center of the star sea, a huge dark red planet was slowly spinning. Here is the base camp of the Cicada Dragon clan, Cicada Dragon Star. Cicada Dragon Star is very huge, 3 or 4 times larger than Dark Sky Star, and 30 to 40 times the size of Kenglin Star. However, like Kenglin Star, Cicada Dragon Star has world wounds, and it is not small. Of course, with the great efforts of the Cicada Dragon clan in the past, the wounds of Cicada Dragon Star's world have long been healed. Although it only treats the symptoms and not the root cause, at least it seems that Cicada Dragon Star is intact. In order to speed up the wound healing of the Cicada Dragon Star world, the Cicada Dragon clan migrated the Cicada Dragon Lord City to the original wound site of the world, and established various spirit-inducing formations, gathering spirit formations, and transforming spirit formations to improve this land. Up to now, Cicada Dragon City has become the most prosperous city on the planet. Countless warriors live here, including the mighties of the Cicada Dragon clan. Yuan Sanlin is naturally one of them. At this moment, Yuan Sanlin was sitting in the quiet room, his face uncertain. Outside the door of his quiet room, there was a sixth great emperor who gave information carefully. Chapter 14:12. Unable to accept this fact. Is that one really the supreme emperor of other big realms? What's his personality? Is he bloodthirsty? Will he be reported? Is he tough? Yuan Sanlin took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse, with a hint of anxiety. That's the supreme emperor. Although he said that Yuan Sanlin had escaped, the supreme emperor didn't make a statement at all, just watched him leave with cold eyes. As a result, Yuan Sanlin had the illusion of leaving without authorization, making himself very nervous. If the great emperor was upset and wanted to kill him, he would really be dead. Don't look at the sight of the supreme emperor now. But in the eyes of the supreme emperor, where can he escape? Don't say he can run away from Cicada Dragon Star and the monk can't run away from the temple. Even if Yuan Sanlin flees desperately, he can't escape the pursuit of the supreme emperor. Then, Yuan Sanlin has been trembling after returning home, very irritable and very disturbed. Finally, he couldn't help but muster the courage to investigate the supreme emperor. But he dared not do it himself, so he could only instruct a foreign emperor who was secretly controlling to investigate this matter. And this time, this foreign emperor came to see him with intelligence. Enlightened master, the foreign emperor replied with a weird look, the servant has already investigated part of that person's information from the Void Cult Information Office. Hurry up, say it. Yuan Sanlin held his breath, his pores tightened slightly. The host. According to the information obtained by the servant, that person should be called Su Lang. The foreign emperor replied, but he is not a supreme emperor at all, but an ordinary emperor who is remote and active in a remote galaxy. What? Su Lang, an ordinary emperor active in a remote galaxy? How could it be possible? That person's temperament and conversation all mean that he is a real strong man, otherwise it would be impossible for the Dingtian emperor and his disciples to respect him so much. Yuan Sanlin felt incredible about the information reported by his subordinates. His eyes widened, his uneasy and irritable mood became worse, and an unknown rage could not help but burn. You trash, that is obviously a clone of the Supreme Emperor, it cannot be the ordinary emperor in your mouth. Yuan Sanlin was furious, with blue veins on his forehead violently, smashing the quiet chamber door with a palm. The foreign emperor, who was kneeling outside the door, was affected. He vomited blood for 3 liters and was seriously injured. The host, listen to me, the Void Sect has been monitoring the entire Star Sea area, and there is no Supreme Emperor coming. Furthermore, young Master Yuan Longli once sent back an image before his death. The one who killed him was Su Lang. Su Lang holds a communication hand charm certified by the Void Teaching, and he has also been to Suyanfang City. It has already been recorded in the information database. Everything is right. The foreign emperor resisted the pain, got up from the ground and knelt down, and explained tremblingly. No, you are talking nonsense, you are not right at all. Yuan Sanlin trembled and finally realized something was wrong, but he could not accept this fact at all. Tianel, the patriarch of his dignified Cicada Dragon clan, a quasi-superior emperor-level powerhouse, and one of the elders of the Void Sect, was turned around by a little emperor in a remote area. Is this okay? Speaking out may make others laugh to death, and make him Yuan Sanlin become the laughing stock of the entire Xinghai domain high-level managers for thousands of years. Therefore, Yuan Sanlin was instinctively unwilling to accept this conclusion. The host. The foreign emperor's voice trembled in horror. Roll. Yuan Sanlin was furious and kicked the foreign emperor away. You trash, get out of here, I want to investigate myself. Although if he investigates the actions of the Supreme Emperor himself and leaks out, it is very likely that he will be killed immediately. But Yuan Sanlin can no longer manage that much. Next, He immediately took out his own hand talisman and entered Suyanfang City. As one of the elders of the Void Sect, Yuan Sanlin almost possesses the highest authority. Quickly, he got a lot of information from the intelligence department. Chapter 1413. Yuan Sanlin's silly old hat. That person is really Su Lang. Looking at the intelligence in his hands, Yuan San scales thunderously. I saw the information showed that the Supreme Emperor he encountered was really exactly the same as the Su Lang in the information, even the temperament was the same. Immediately after, Yuan Sanlin also discovered a detail. That is, Su Lang once purchased many Emperor-level materials and some of the Emperor-level materials in Suyanfang City. This shouldn't be something a Supreme Emperor would do at all. After all, will the Supreme Emperor lack the Emperor-level materials? Will not. From a remote area, I also bought some relatively low-level materials. It seems that the person is really not the Supreme Emperor, or Su Lang from the remote place. At that time, Emperor Dingtian must have known that he could not fight me, so he deliberately said that Su Lang was a clone of the Supreme Emperor. The patriarch of the dignified Cicada Dragon clan was scared away by this group of bastards. Yuan Sanlin's face was purple with anger, and his body was trembling. His eyes were so wide that his sockets were torn apart. As the patriarch of the Cicada Dragon clan, one of the top masters in the Xinghai domain, when did Yuan Sanlin suffer such humiliation? The sudden shame made Yuan Sanlin almost explode on the spot. Dog Chow, Yuan Sanlin, will smash your corpses into thousands of pieces, frustrate your bones and ash, and then imprison your soul in a cage to tortured for 1 billion years. Yuan Sanlin squeezed his fists fiercely, his knuckles became pale and he made a creaking sound, which showed how angry he was at this time. Soon, he immediately withdrew from Suyanfang City, got up and walked out of the quiet room, into a side hall. In the side hall stands a huge cauldron. But this cauldron was not used for alchemy, but a peculiar treasure, with a level of 9 great emperors, and one of the treasures of the Cicada Dragon clan. One of the functions of the cauldron is to track the target breath. Yuan Sanlin relied on this treasure to find Su Lang. Hunyuan Tianyuding, Kai. Yuan Sanlin activated the 9 great emperor soldiers and performed a tedious operation. However, this time, Hunyuan Tianyuding did not have a trace of achievements. What? Obviously, I tracked that little bunny's location last time, so why didn't it work this time? Yuan Sanlin frowned in disbelief. Could it be that the little asterisk has also entered the restricted area of the star field? Thought of this. The more Yuan Sanlin thought about it, the more he felt so. Because Emperor Dingtian was hiding in the forbidden area of the star field, he couldn't search hard. Humph. Enter the restricted area. Okay, Yuan Sanlin, will close the door to beat the dog today. All Yuan Sanlin's anger and shame turned into sneers and murderous aura. Immediately after, he immediately summoned a large number of Cicada Dragon clan powerhouses, and went to the forbidden area of the star field that he had fled before. But Yuan Sanlin didn't even know. Su Lang didn't rely on the restricted area of the star domain to avoid Hunyuan Tianyuding's tracking. Instead, relying on the soul-chasing Emperor Palace to shield all exploration. In addition, Yuan Sanlin also didn't know about Qi Yun's master and apprentice leaving the restricted area of the star field. Therefore, he was destined to only make a trip for nothing. And just when Yuan Sanlin found out that he had been deceived and came back with a fierce pursuit, chasing the soul in the palace, Su Lang put down the materials in his hand and looked at the mysterious space. The cultivator has completely turned golden, which means that as long as he is willing, he can immediately break through to the level of the Emperor. Full again, it seems that it is not only full, but also a lot of savings. The corner of Su Lang's mouth grinned, and a smile appeared. It's cool to have automatic cultivation, and you can become stronger by lying down. At this time, Enlightened Master, chasing soul felt peeped, so he blocked it. The spirit of the Imperial Palace emerged from the soul, and said to Su Lang, chasing the soul is cold, stupid, without any wit, but it is still possible to feed back some information to Su Lang. Someone is watching. Not many people can spy on me. It is estimated that Yuan Sanlin's silly old hat found something was wrong and began to search for me. Su Lang smiled coldly. It's a pity, I have a soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Unless you are the Supreme Emperor, I won't come out, and no one will even want to find me. Chapter 1414. He really can't figure it out. But Su Lang did not intend to keep hiding. He wants to improve his strength and completely eliminate the troubles such as Yuan Sanlin. At the same time, the efficiency of Yuan Sanlin and the others was terrifying, and in a short period of time, they assembled a great Emperor-level team and rushed towards the restricted area of the star field. They possess a powerful space treasure that can span a very long distance in an instant. With this item, Yuan Sanlin brought dozens of people to outside the restricted area of the star field. The star territory forbidden zone is formed by the fall of the planet, so it is not very large. Dozens of people can use their mental power to monitor it quickly. The Great Emperors and Quasi-Great Emperors brought by Yuan Sanlin surrounded the restricted area of the star field. Got it all to me. Yuan Sanlin let out a low cry, and everyone around him tremblingly did not dare to come out. Soon, Yuan Sanlin rushed straight into the restricted area of the star territory, and a large amount of twisting force surged in, making him look violent. If this distorted force is taken head-on by the ordinary emperor, he will be seriously injured directly, and then sink into it, and it will be difficult to extricate himself. However, Yuan Sanlin was no weaker than xianxia. The body of the soul body was fully opened, and terrifying power burst out. Coupled with the power of sweeping avenues, it offsets the powerful twisting force. With the continuous force of distortion, Yuan Sanlin began to search for xianxia's figure in the forbidden area of the star field. Here, even the spiritual avenue is distorted, and the detection range of mental power is extremely small and very vague. Yuan Sanlin could only search the past inch by inch. Time passed slowly. Hoop. Yuan Sanlin rushed out from the restricted area of the star field. Patriarch. The surrounding emperors gathered one after another, showing concern. But Yuan Sanlin said nothing. His expression was extremely ugly, because he didn't find xianxia outside the restricted area of the star field. Could they have escaped? It is very possible, but it is also possible to hide deeper, just to hide my pursuit. Yuan Sanlin frowned, his eyes flickering. Otherwise, that little Su Lang would not have escaped the search of Hunyuan Tianyuding. Thinking of this, Yuan Sanlin became more determined that Su Lang, Emperor Dingtian and others were very likely to hide in the depths of the forbidden area of the star field. Once he took someone away, he fell into the other side's tricks. Keep on guarding, Yuan Sanlin sneered. Today I have to find these 3 cunning dogs. Talking, he swallowed a pill and rushed into the restricted area of the star domain again. The other emperors looked at each other, with a trace of worry in their eyes. If you enter the depths of the forbidden area of the star field, even the Emperor Quasi-Supreme will take a big risk. However, Yuan Sanlin's decision is not something they can change. Those of them who are juniors and subordinates can only surround the restricted area of the star field, and beware of the warriors who may escape inside. Time passed like a white horse, and a whole little day passed quickly. The Cicada Dragon Clan emperors who were guarding outside became more worried and nervous. At this time, a figure rushed out of the restricted area of the star field. It was Yuan Sanlin. I saw that he was frightened with a bleeding in his mouth and nose, his clothes were torn and shabby, and his body was covered with all kinds of weird scars. The Patriarch, all the emperors greeted him instantly, and various healing treasures were offered. Get out of here, Yuan Sanlin roared frantically, his entire face twisted and hideous, like an evil ghost. What made him unrecognizable was not only the scars brought by the restricted area of the star field, but also the shame of his own judgment. He finally found out, Su Lang and Qi Yun did not hide deep in the restricted area of the star field at all. And, he rushed in and looked around as he thought it was. Not only did he get nothing, but he hurt himself and consumed a lot of precious healing materials. Even, he encountered an extremely terrifying twisting force that almost made him capsize in the gutter and fell here. Why, except for the 3 treasures in the Qinghai region, only the forbidden area of the star region can withstand the exploration of the Hunyuan Tianyu Ding. The other star domain restricted areas are far away from millions of light years away. The only place they can stay is the star domain restricted area in front of them, but why are they not here? Yuan Sanlin let out a hoarse cry in his heart. He really couldn't figure out why the other party could disappear out of thin air. Chapter 14:15. Attack Level 7 Great Emperor. The surrounding Cicada Dragon Clan emperors looked at Yuan Sanlin, who was sulking alone, with very complicated hearts. They could say that it was really embarrassing to watch Yuan Sanlin make a big ugly here. Roll. Yuan Sanlin looked around the crowd and shouted violently, "Go back immediately and mobilize all strength to check for me." The emperors of the cicada dragon clan suddenly dispersed. Yuan Sanlin stood alone in the void, like an injured drowning dog. After a long time, Yuan Sanlin barely suppressed the anger and shame in his heart, took out the Space Emperor soldiers, and returned to Cicada Dragon Star. He has already decided. From now on, he didn't dare to do anything, so he stood by the side of Hunyuan Tianyu Ding, waiting for Su Lang to appear. Unfortunately, he still made a mistake. If he searches for the whereabouts of Qi Yunkai's master and apprentice now, he will surely get useful information. However, Yuan Sanlin instinctively believed that Su Lang and Qi Yun were together as their masters and apprentices, so he did not do nothing more. Then he just stayed beside Hunyuan Tianyuding and waited. At the same time, in the Chasing Soul Emperor Palace, Su Lang has refined 4,000 new immortal parts. The cultivation base has also accumulated nearly 11 hours, and the cultivation base he has obtained is already unimaginable. The system uses the power of the avenue to condense the avenue for me. Su Lang collected the cauldrons and materials on the ground and gave instructions to the system. Suddenly, with the assistance of the system's functions, Su Lang spent a lot of cultivation base, condensing the uncommon rules into Dao. This time, a total of 85 remote roads have been condensed, plus the 45 roads that have been condensed before. The total number has reached 130. This number is almost the limit of quasi-great. However, Su Lang felt that his foundation was not perfect, and he could continue to consolidate it. For the sake of a higher and far-reaching realm, temporarily endure a wave without breaking through. Su Lang knew very well that the higher the martial artist's realm, the stricter the breakthrough conditions. He didn't want to cause future troubles because of his negligence at this time. Look at how powerful it is. With a thought, Su Lang opened his attribute panel. Properties panel. Name: Su Lang. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbidity realm level. Quasi-Great Emperor attack level: 7 Great Emperor defensive level. 6 Great Emperor plus Shenfa level. 6 Great Emperor plus Endurance level. 6 Great Emperor plus Spirit level. Realm of Broken Nirvana. Mastering the exercises. The Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 laws into one. Unnamed. Great Emperor level. Founding. Activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 39, 1 key martial arts function level 39, clone dispatch function level 37, 1 key treasure hunt function level 37, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key mixer function level 15, 1 key array refining function level 15, 1 key synthesis function level 15, 1 key empowerment function level 16. The combat power has increased to a small level. Not bad. At this level, you can guarantee that you can reach the quasi-supreme emperor in all aspects after using the devouring clone. According to the information provided by Qi Yunkai, 30% may pass the gate of exile smoothly. Unfortunately, there is only one door of exile. If there are many, I can try my luck to enter the land of exile by replacing me with death. By the way, the planets recently earned may have unused Baoyu. If you add Mei Li Baoyu, I will be able to pass the gate of exile smoothly. Thought of this, Su Lang's eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately took the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, dispatched a clone, and prepared to go to the east. Just then, Cicada Dragon Star, in the palace. Yuan Sanlin stared at the cauldron in front of him, his eyes unblinking. Buzzing. The 9 Great Emperor soldier Hunyuan Tianyu Ding suddenly hummed strongly. Found it. A strong surprise burst out of Yuan Sanlin's eyes. Immediately, he learned the coordinates of Su Lang through Hunyuan Tianyu Ding. Caught you. Yuan Sanlin gritted his teeth, sneered again and again. Dogs, today is your death date. He picked up Hunyuan Tianyu's, and took out the Space Emperor soldier to start chasing and killing immediately, but something unexpected happened. Chapter 14:16. Self-brain supplement is the deadliest. Buzz. Hunyuan Tianyuding hummed again. What's the situation? Yuan Sanlin's complexion changed, and he looked down at Hunyuan Tianyuding. Immediately afterwards, he discovered that Su Lang's coordinates had moved 150,000 light-years in an instant. Instantly spanning 150,000 light-years. This distance is longer than the farthest distance my space element Great Emperor can shuttle. Yuan Sanlin's eyes were shocked. Could it be that they have even more powerful space-type Emperor soldiers? But then, something more shocking happened. I saw that Hunyuan Tianyuding showed that Su Lang had continuously surpassed 150,000 light-years at a frequency of 2 seconds. In a short period of time, he has already advanced a distance of 1 million light-years. This How is this possible? Yuan Sanlin patted the cauldron in disbelief. Hunyuan Tianyuding, are you broken? Master, I'm fine, the spirit of Hunyuan Tianyuding replied, but the person you let me track does indeed have such a fast space shuttle speed. Yuan Sanlin took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. Could it be that they have the space system quasi-superior soldiers? Should be. The spirit of Hunyuan Tianyuding agreed. Hiss. Quasi-supreme soldier, from the space department. Yuan Sanlin's eyes burst into intense greed. If the opponent has an offensive and defensive type of quasi-superior soldier, then he really dare not just catch up like this. But what the opponent has is an auxiliary space emperor soldier. This is simply a piece of fat. Hunyuan Tianyuding, continue to locate them for me. If you lose me, you will only ask. Yuan Sanlin smiled grimly. Even if he activated the space system emperor soldier in his hand, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Although his speed could not keep up with Su Lang's speed. But Yuan Sanlin was sure that Su Lang would definitely find a safe place to hide. As long as the opponent stays a little longer, he can catch up with the opponent. Not to mention, the energy required to mobilize the space system emperor's soldiers is very terrifying. In Yuan Sanlin's mind, the quasi-superior emperor soldier should be controlled by Dingtian Emperor Qi Yunkai. Qi Yun was seriously injured and in poor condition. He would definitely not be able to maintain the quasi-superior soldier for a long time. Therefore, in Yuan Sanlin's view, the opponent is destined to be caught up by himself. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Yuan Sanlin couldn't help laughing. Unfortunately, he didn't know a famous saying that self-brain supplement is the most deadly. The other side, Su Lang sent and replaced his clones, and continued to advance, and soon arrived at the nearest planet, the Star of the Sky. Li Qiwei pays respects to the Lord. Yi Chen pays respects to the Lord. As soon as Su Lang arrived, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen rushed over to see them. Have you used Baoyu, the vow to cover the world? Su Lang looked at Li Qiwei and asked straightforwardly. Mei Li Baoyu, this, has been used up. But it is not used by the servants, but by the masters of the servants. Li Qiwei sneered, the servant master is really guilty of death. He actually dared to use the Lord's vow Baoyu in advance. Okay, don't deceive the master and destroy the ancestor there. Su Lang rolled his eyes, and said to his heart, why this guy has become so flattering. Immediately, he looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, where is your Hongtian world? Gone. Hong Tianxing's vow Baoyu was used by the servant's old opponent, but he has been killed by the servant. Yi Chen's face was full of apologetics. The servant left a whole body for the man, and I will immediately smash him with a word from the Lord. Quote. No, you guys take good care of your injuries. Su Lang waved his hand helplessly, and then planned to go to other planets under his command. But at this moment, click, click, a burst of space cracks emerged from the sky, and in a blink of an eye they connected into a giant black fierce net. Immediately after, an extremely majestic breath came from the cracks in the space. This is Quasi-Supreme Emperor. Li Qiwei and Yi Chen's pupils suddenly shrank and their scalp exploded. However, they still stayed loyally by Su Lang's side, and even took a step forward, faintly protecting Su Lang behind them. Next moment, I saw a white-faced old man flying out of the space crack. It was Yuan Sanlin. Chapter 14:17. I have never seen this before, ha ha. Have you come after? The corner of Su Lang's mouth sneered. In fact, he had always known that Yuan Sanlin was watching him, so Yuan Sanlin caught up with him completely unexpectedly. Su Lang, a mere ant, dare to coax me with the master and apprentice of Emperor Dingtian. You are so bold. Yuan Sanlin walked slowly out of the cracks in the black space, and every step he took, it was like a giant hammer falling, smashing waves of terror in the void. And these ripples alone have already caused countless huge waves on the sea on the obscuring star. Countless creatures covering the sky felt the crisis coming, and a powerful figure spontaneously gathered and flew to the clouds. The weak and small are crawling on the ground, silently praying for the blessing of His Majesty Su Lang. Faced with the big battle that Yuan Sanlin launched, Su Lang sneered again. Yuan Sanlin, who gave you the courage to be rampant in front of me? Furious, you are the one who is crazy. I swear, I have never seen such an arrogant person. Yuan Sanlin showed fierce anger, gritted his teeth and said, a mere emperor dares to pretend to be a clone of the Supreme Emperor. You are the first person in the Xinghai domain since ancient times. You, Su Langfeng smiled lightly, you are so angry because you were terrified by me before. Humph. The old man didn't check it for a while, but he was fooled by you. But your struggle will end here. Ask Dingtian Emperor Master and disciples to come out, so I can send the three of you on the road together. Yuan Sanlin carried his hands on his back, his nostrils raised up, a gesture of charity aloft. Do you think the master and apprentice of Emperor Dingtian is with me? Then you are so wrong, I am alone. Besides, I was merciful and let you go before, but I didn't expect you to come to the door if you didn't know what to do. Then, I'll give you back what you said. Your struggle ends here. Su Lang looked at Yuan Sanlin faintly, and immediately thought, System, activate the swallowing clone. In a flash, the aura on Su Lang's body began to rise. 7 Great Emperor, 8 Great Emperor, 9 Great Emperor, Quasi-Supreme Emperor. The majestic breath expands wildly, and the vision of the endless road of rules seems to swallow the starry sky. Yuan Sanlin's momentum was immediately driven to one side, and the two were fighting against each other, each occupying half of the starry sky. Next to him, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen couldn't bear the aura of the confrontation between the two quasi-superior emperors, and they were directly forced to land on the star covering the sky. Because of the confrontation between the two powerful men, Zhetianxing and Baiyu have produced various visions, such as storms, bright lights, sand, tsunamis, and earthquakes, endlessly emerging. It's the breath of the great Langdi. His Majesty Lang has descended, and the evil demon outside the heavens will definitely come down. Praise your Majesty the great Langdi, he is the Lord of all worlds and the loving Father of all living beings. On the earth, countless creatures worshipped Su Lang with a fanatical and pious look. At the same time, as the person confronting Su Lang, Yuan Sanlin was stunned and dumbfounded, almost falling out of his eyes. You unexpectedly reached the quasi-superior emperor's combat power in an instant. How is this possible? It's impossible, no secret method can do this. Yuan Sanlin's face was unbelievable, and his voice was trembling. Su Lang, who are you? Yuan Sanlin has lived for countless years, but this is the first time he has seen such an unthinkable thing. This completely unreasonable thing caused a serious impact on his worldview. Su Lang faintly laughed, I am me, a different kind of firework. Immediately, he waved his hand and activated the clone dispatch and buying clone. In an instant, 37 avatars appeared out of thin air, and directly differentiated into 3,705 great emperors. Rumble, the breath of a 5th-level emperor fell into the void, as if to crush the starry sky. At this moment, the world of obscured the sky, which was born with multiple visions, was immediately affected as never before, and the operation of the entire planet seemed to stagnate. The ordinary void beyond the stars is like a battlefield transformed into an ancient power. A stream of horrible aura permeates, even a trace is enough to be suffocating. Chapter 14:18, Annihilation in the Universe. What? 3,705 Great Emperors. And every Great Emperor is exactly the same, it's Su Lang. This is impossible, this is not true, this is not true. Yuan Sanlin's complexion changed drastically, his heart was screaming hysterical, heart-piercing. If Yuan Sanlin's worldview was severely impacted before, now, his 3 views have almost been shattered. He even suspected that he was experiencing an extremely realistic nightmare. But the only remaining reason tells Yuan Sanlin that all this is true. The identical Emperor-level clone reminded him that his previous inference was completely wrong. All are Su Lang, all are the clones of the Supreme Emperor. They are really clones of the Supreme Emperor. Why am I so stupid? Just by telling me my real name, I should be sure that he is a clone of the Supreme Emperor. Not to mention this, from the fact that he can block the search of Hunyuan Tianyuding, he is not an ordinary emperor at all. Furthermore, with Dingtian Emperor's arrogant character, it is impossible to go with an ant even in acting. For Su Lang, Dingtian Emperor is truly convinced. I was so clever, I was confused for a while, and when it was over, I provoked the Supreme Emperor, I am completely finished. For an instant, a lot of thoughts flashed through Yuan Sanlin's mind. His white face has turned blue, and his muddy old eyes are full of panic and despair. At this time, Yuan Sanlin, Su Lang smiled and asked softly, do you want to live? His voice was very gentle, even with a hint of kindness. But it fell into Yuan Sanlin's ears and it became the bell of Suohen. Dangerous. A terrifying life and death crisis enveloped his body. Yuan Sanlin felt like he was falling into an ice cave, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He knew that although he really wanted to live, once he agreed, he would immediately fall into Su Lang's secret technique, and he would definitely die miserably by that time. As a result, Yuan Sanlin was trembling, afraid to make a certain noise. Even the dumb fart was not released. Don't answer. It seems you want to die. Seeing Yuan Sanlin not speaking, Su Lang suddenly shook his head helplessly. Seeing this scene, Yuan Sanlin couldn't help but feel frustrated and wanted to vomit blood. He had promised to die, and if he didn't, he would die too. In fact, there is no choice at all for others. Okay. Yuan Sanlin still didn't dare to accept Su Lang's words, for fear of being caught accidentally. This feeling of being able to be recruited at any time is simply suffocating from the bottom of my heart. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Su Lang showed impatience, stretched out his hand and waved, stopping the sky with one thought. Moment. Nianfeng space pulled Yuan Sanlin in to prevent the aftermath of the attack from spreading to the star. What's this trick? Yuan Sanlin felt that he had cut off contact with the outside world all at once. Even with the exception of Su Lang, everything in the outside world turned grayish-white, and he couldn't help but sweat coldly. Immediately after, he saw Su Lang's eyes condensed and slowly raised his right hand. I saw that Su Lang raised his right hand very slowly, as if carrying an unimaginable force. A terrifying aura became stronger as Su Lang raised his right hand. This breath has surpassed the ordinary quasi-superior emperor. Yuan Sanlin stood upside down with vellus hair, his eyes burst, and immediately turned and ran. But he has been sealed off by the Nianfeng space, and he can't escape Su Lang's palm at all. No, don't kill me. Looking at Su Lang, who completely raised his right hand behind him, Yuan Sanlin's complexion was grim and his liver and gallbladder were cracked. However, his unwilling roar could not stop Su Lang from releasing that terrifying move. The world, death means. Su Lang raised his right hand, and suddenly extended his middle finger. Boom boom boom. At this moment, it seemed as if a sun exploded. An endless energy storm erupted from Su Lang, flooding the entire Nianfeng space in an instant. Chapter 14:19. The secret method of transforming a dragon into a dragon. This move means that all the energy of Su Lang was released in an instant. You know that he has practiced a lot of exercises to improve battery life, and he has also practiced innate qi. The energy stored in his body is thousands of times more than that of the emperor of the same level. Such majestic energy bursts out in an instant. Continuous and endless, it is simply the power of star bursting. The terrified Yuan Sanlin was immediately overwhelmed by the power of the universe nirvana finger. His whole person seemed to be a corpse buried by the wind, being torn apart in the violent and devastating energy. The emperor's defensive vestments were directly shattered and turned into beggar costumes. The emperor-level defensive weapon only persisted for 3 breaths, and then died directly with the miserable howling of the spirit. An unusually terrifying force fell on Yuan Sanlin's body, tearing his skin and destroying his muscles. Bloody scars appeared on every part of Yuan Sanlin's body. The great emperor Huolong. At the critical juncture, Yuan Sanlin instantly activated the great emperor-level secret technique. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of the trembling world, the human-shaped Yuan Sanlin unexpectedly began to mutate. The whole person stretched and stretched again, turning into a 10,000-meter-long snake-like creature. Cicada dragon, I want to see if you are qualified to be called a dragon. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, while frantically grabbing solar energy to restore his emperor, while staring at Yuan Sanlin in the violent energy waterfall. I saw the dragon Yuan Sanlin transformed as long as 10,000 meters. Its dragon head is like a bull's head, with long pitch-black corners, and its 2 eyes are like protruding bulbs, full of strange looks. The dragon's body is covered with a black shiny carapace, layer by layer like a centipede. 4 pairs of slender limbs grow from its abdomen, and large translucent cicada wings grow on its back. This is the cicada dragon. A strong majesty radiated from cicada dragon. Even Su Lang was stagnant. Is this Long Wei? Su Lang frowned slightly. Although he looks very ugly, I didn't expect that there is really a trace of dragon blood. After Yuan Sanlin turned into a cicada dragon, after paying the price of a pair of cicada wings becoming broken, it was gradually supported by the energy torrent. However, holding on, he has no power to fight back. Humph, I see how long you can resist. Su Lang smiled coldly, and immediately looked at himself, and found that his energy had recovered 1/10. There is the sun as a power melting pot in the cubic universe, and the energy recovery is too fast. If someone else uses the universal annihilation finger, I still don't know how long it will be empty. His deity is not going to do it. This is great. If I fight to the death, there is no chance of escape. Amidst the torrent of energy, Yuan Sanlin's desperate eyes rose with a hint of fierceness. Luohu Tianlong, the shocking dragon. In a moment, Yuan Sanlin activated two great emperor-level secret methods at the same time. I saw that Wanmalong's body changed again. The carapace all over his body quickly turned into scales, and the cicada wings on his back turned into two sharp long knives. On the dragon's head, fangs grew, shining with a chilling light. Soon, under the effect of the second secret method to startling the dragon, the eyes of the cicada dragon that Yuan Sanlin's transformed into a dragon suddenly brightened, as if they were shot from the eyes of a wild beast at the source of time, overlooking everything and ruling everything. Of course, this technique cannot be as simple as bright eyes. I saw that the cicada dragon transformed by Yuan Sanlin exploded once again with a deep dragon power, which was thousands of times stronger than before. The biting dragon power spread, and even affected the creatures on the sky shielding star and the white moon through the Nianfang space. The creatures of countless races were frightened under this majesty, stiff, shivering, and bilious. But Su Lang didn't feel more. Damn it, he doesn't seem to be suppressed by Longwei. How is this possible? Yuan Sanlin looked at Su Lang, who was still indifferent, and a storm suddenly rose in his heart. You know, he has never been disadvantaged by the combination of Hualong, Tianlong, and Jinglong. In particular, the last move, shocking the dragon, can completely urge the majesty of the dragon and cause a terrifying suppression of the enemy. However, this shocking dragon Baotou actually failed on Su Lang. Yuan Sanlin can't figure this out. However, Luohu Tianlong alone has also increased his strength a lot, allowing him to completely support him in the destructive energy of the universe annihilation finger. Chapter 1420, Kunlun is invisible, hidden scales hunt west. The means of the Supreme Emperor are beyond my imagination. At this time, the best way is to find a chance to escape. Having survived Su Lang's move, Yuan Sanlin no longer had the idea of dying, but started looking for a chance to escape. He constantly speculates about the weird Nianfang space, and secretly uses various avenue rules to test. As a quasi-superior emperor, the patriarch of the Cicada Dragon clan, and one of the elders of the Void sect, Yuan Sanlin's methods should not be underestimated. And the thought of function is only an emperor-level technique. Yuan Sanlin, with the vision and experience of Gao Wujianling, even touched a tiny bit of clues. Just then, energy recovery is complete. Su Lang looked at himself internally, the corner of his mouth tickled, and his right hand gently moved towards the star covering the sky. Come on. On the star covering the sky, one of Su Lang's clone came straight to Li Qiwei and grabbed the saber heart at his waist. Immediately after, seeing Xinju Wufeng appeared in Su Lang's hands. Xinju Wufeng's ability to conquer the spirit is more powerful than Yutian's Furzagod slashing, and it is not bad. Su Lang held a sword in his right hand, a little under his feet, and flew towards Yuan Sanlin's cicada dragon by breaking the void. He came. Yuan Sanlin couldn't help feeling panicked when he saw Su Lang rushing here. Because he only fumbled a little bit of the fur of Nianfang space, which could not be removed temporarily. And just when Yuan Sanlin was panicked, Kunlun is invisible, hidden scales hunt west. Su Lang's figure flashed, and at the same time he activated the Emperor-level body magic secret technique and assassination secret technique. The speed of hidden Lin Chisho was terrifying enough, and coupled with the invisible Kunlun, Su Lang's speed was far faster than Yuan Sanlin. Su Lang's figure suddenly appeared in the void. The figure is endless, spreading along the huge body of the cicada dragon. Each figure makes a different assassination action. Between milliseconds, thousands of Su Lang's figures were covered with the dragon body of the cicada dragon, and the center of his hand was absolutely assassinated and killed. Initiating an assassination with hidden scale West Hunter, every attack of Su Lang increased by half a small realm. And launching an attack with the heart and no front, can condense Su Lang's broken nirvana spiritual power and carry out a terrifying mental power attack on Yuan Sanlin. You know, Su Lang's own mental power has reached the edge of breaking through. But the realm of broken nirvana is a special mental state. It exists exclusively for the fusion of soul, body and soul, and it must not be easily broken through, so Su Lang did not break through the spiritual power to a higher realm. In other words, Su Lang's mental power has reached the peak of the broken nirvana realm. Coupled with the previous soul gathering and burning soul, the quality of spiritual power far exceeds that of a warrior of the same level. All in all, Su Lang's mental power far surpasses Yuan Sanlin in terms of level and quality. Even more, this terrifying mental power is integrated by Shinju Wufeng's sword, immediately exerting unbelievable power. At this moment, every sword of Su Lang penetrated deeply into the body of the cicada dragon transformed by Yuan Sanlin, bringing a double blow to the body and spirit. Thousands of swords were stabbed in the blink of an eye, and Yuan Sanlin was instantly horrified. What? My dragon body, my soul, stop, stop, quote. Yuan Sanlin let out a painful howl. The Luohu Tianlong he transformed was completely wounded, and tens of thousands of huge blood holes appeared. A stream of blood is constantly pouring out of the blood hole like opening a floodgate. But compared to the physical injury, the mental injury made Yuan Sanlin more painful, and the damage caused was more serious. Yuan Sanlin had a headache at this time. The perfectly fused soul body was also traumatized by mental power, and was unable to exert its maximum power. It can be said that Su Lang's assassination caused Yuan Sanlin to lose 1/3 of his combat power in an instant. Stop. If you say stop, I'll stop, don't I lose face? Su Lang smiled faintly, and continued to use hidden scale West Hunt, poking more blood holes in Yuan Sanlin's body. Although Yuan Sanlin tried to avoid it, it was of no avail. After more than a dozen breaths, there is no more intact skin on his body, and even his eyes are blinded by Su Lang. Chapter 1421, Quasi-Superior Level Dog. Great Langdi, His Majesty the Great, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to kill me, I am willing to agree to any conditions. No, don't stab me anymore, please, please. Quote. Yuan Sanlin finally collapsed, he begged for mercy hoarse, crying. Now I know to beg for mercy. Why did you go before? I gave you a chance. Su Lang cut off Yuan Sanlin's dragon wings with a sword, with a hint of sarcasm hanging at the corner of his mouth. Ah, it hurts. The villain knows he is wrong, just beg you not to kill me. I am willing to pay all costs, I am willing to be a slave and a servant, and be a bull and a horse for you all my life. Please, be merciful. Yuan Sanlin cried out and begged for mercy, his voice no longer hoarse, because he had been seriously injured and was short of breath. Well, who made me feel too soft, just forgive you once. However, you have to keep your promise and be a bull and a horse for me forever. If you dare to play any tricks, I promise not to kill you. I will let you live forever in endless pain and suffering. Su Lang squatted between the horns of the cicada dragon that Yuan Sanlin had transformed, and his long sword was nailed to the center of the cicada's eyebrows. Originally, Su Lang was going to kill Yuan Sanlin. After all, this old guy scolded people many times and didn't accumulate morality at all. He was really damned, but then I thought about it, using Mingguang to assimilate it, isn't it a harsh punishment that lasts for a lifetime? Moreover, Su Lang's plan to keep Yuan Sanlin was also useful. He knew that he would be able to go to the exile soon, and keeping Yuan Sanlin guarding the gate would make people feel at ease. In addition, Yuan Sanlin is an important figure in the Void Sect, and it will be useful to deal with the Void Sect one day. Therefore, Su Lang changed his attention and ended up killing him. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, the Supreme Emperor, for his mercy and spared the life of the villain. Yuan Sanlin nodded with the excitement of the rest of his life, the villain will give up his soul and heart. Immediately after, Yuan Sanlin was very consciously forced out of his soul, and handed it to Su Lang. So far, his life and death have been controlled by Su Lang. If he wants to get rid of Su Lang's control, he can only do it until the day when the soul body is perfectly integrated and the soul is completely integrated. Because the soul body and soul universe are completely integrated, the soul no longer exists as a single entity. The soul is completely integrated with the body and the universe of life, and it is considered reborn, and it is no longer controlled by the soul's fire. You are very acquainted, I don't need to kill you. Su Lang squeezed Yuan Sanlin's soul, and stepped on his head with his toes. Now you are safe, let go of all defenses, and I will help you heal your injuries. Yes, Your Majesty the Great Supreme Emperor. Although Yuan Sanlin was very worried, he had to follow suit and let go of all defenses. Don't kill me, don't kill me. In Yuan Sanlin's prayers, the brilliant light shone on him, and it was Su Lang's bright world. The surrounding Nianfang space was also broken every inch. 3,705 Great Emperor clones flew over, surrounded Yuan Sanlin, and at the same time displayed the Mingguang myriad realms. Suddenly, a shining sun appeared in the void. This scene really resembles a large group of eminent monks crossing into an evil super monster. And Yuan Sanlin could naturally feel the insidiousness behind the gentleness and comfort of Mingguang Wanji. He was very frightened and regretful, but for the sake of his life, he did not dare to resist a little bit, so he could only let Mingguang myriad realms corrode his mind. If you don't resist, this erosion is irreversible. No matter how much Yuan Sanlin used, he couldn't change the result of becoming Su Lang's loyal servant. Unless, like Su Ling there is a distorting force in the body, the assimilation effect of Mingguang 10,000 realms can be gradually eliminated. Under the control of Su Lang and 3,700 Great Emperor level clones, Yuan Sanlin, who was seriously injured, gradually turned back to the shore, and completely converted to Su Lang. The servant Yuan Sanlin, knock on the Lord. Yuan Sanlin turned into a human body again, kneeling at Su Lang's feet, and respectfully kowtow. Compared with the anger and resentment before, his eyes are soft at this time, as docile as a dog raised since childhood. Quasi-Superior Level Dog, Chapter 1422, 40 Level 1 Key Training Function. Tisk tisk, it's really spineless. Su Lang looked down at Yuan Sanlin and shook his head disdainfully. At the beginning, Li Qiwei and Yi Chen could both summon the courage to fight to the death, but in the end there was really no way to be overcome by Su Lang. As for Yuan Sanlin, there are actually a lot of whole cards that are useless, such as the power of the world, such as the power of willingness. But he was scared, begging for mercy. Keep on knees. Su Lang condescendingly looked down at his willingness. In addition, hand over all your wealth. Yes, master. Yuan Sanlin knelt down in front of Su Lang with a pleasing eyebrow, and then took out all his wealth. Suddenly, a large nebula of treasures appeared in the void. Shanyuan, Shanyu, various alchemy materials, various refined products, and some rare exercises. With a wave of his big hand, Su Lang collected all of it into the storage space, and then ordered the Shanyuan and other currencies he obtained to be deposited into the system. Ding! All Shanyuan Shanyu has been deposited. With the sound of the system prompt, the currency balance in the mysterious black space has directly skyrocketed by more than 100 million. In addition to killing Yuan Longli and Yi Jin to get more than 20 million and the remaining 3 million of the previous upgrade function, the total balance of Su Lang has reached 130 million, the superior fairy source. My fork, there are more than 100 million, Yuan Sanlin is too fat. Su Lang's eyes brightened, and he said excitedly, the system, immediately upgrade the avatar dispatch function, 1 key empowerment function and 1 key treasure hunting function. Ding! Consumption of 10 million high-quality fairy sources, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 38, the number of clones plus 1, the current number of clones is 38, and the number of clones is 38. Ding! It consumes 10 million superior Shanyuan, the one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 38, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 733.184 billion. Ding! Consumes 10 million high-quality fairy sources, the one-key empowerment function has been upgraded to level 17, the current empowerment efficiency is 100%, and the number of daily empowerments has increased to 34. There are more than 100 million left. You can upgrade 1 key training and get new bonus features. An excited smile appeared on Su Lang's face. System, upgrade the 1 key practice function. Ding! Consumes 100 million superior immortal sources, the 1 key training function is upgraded to level 40, and the training speed is increased to 146,368,800,000 times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the 1 key training function to level 40. You have obtained the new bonus function, 10 realms is 1. Ding! When the first 4 main functions are all upgraded to level 40, you will get the new function unlock permission. Hiss! A cultivation rate of 14.66 trillion times. Although in the top martial arts realm, the gap between the unparalleled aptitude and the indispensable aptitude will become larger and larger, and can even reach a gap of 10,000 times, but even then my cultivation speed is 14.6 billion times that of the peerless genius. I practice for 1 day, which is equivalent to 14.6 billion days of cultivation for an extraordinary genius of the same level, which is about 40 million years. What's more, the difference of 10,000 times is still bigger. Under normal circumstances, there should be no such exaggeration as 10,000 times. In other words, I practiced for 1 day, which is almost equivalent to the cultivation of other martial artists of the same level with unparalleled qualifications for 100 million years or more. Su Lang's mind was full of thoughts, and he kept tweeting while smiling excitedly. The lifespan of a Wudi was about 50 million years. In other words, a Wudi who has cultivated for a lifetime will die of old age if he cannot break through to the emperor rank, so he hasn't been able to catch up with Su Lang's cultivation for a whole life. It can be seen that one key training at level 40 is really scary. After a while of excitement, Su Lang's gaze fell on the new bonus feature, 10 realms as one, quickly. Su Lang understood the function of this function. The 10 realms as one is the advanced function of the 10 directions inner realm. It takes a certain amount of cultivation to activate the 10 realms as one. Once activated, the 10 life universes currently created by Su Lang will be interconnected to form a whole. But each life universe maintains the characteristics of independent existence, and will not merge into the same life universe. Chapter 14:23. Talk about your internal situation. At present, my 10 inner circles are fighting separately, and they have provided me with a lot of combat power. If they are connected, they will definitely make up for each other and exert a stronger force. Su Lang thought in his heart, and then immediately issued an order. System, start the 10 worlds as one function. Ding. The current cultivation base is not enough to connect the universe of life. Wow, is it another big family who eats cultivation base? Su Lang glanced silently at the mysterious black space, and found that all the villains had turned golden. In other words, the amount of cultivation that can make a quasi-great emperor promote to great emperor rank is actually not enough to connect the two life universes. This made Su Lang helpless, but at the same time he produced a trace of curiosity and expectation. What kind of huge gains will Thetan realms as one, that requires a lot of cultivation base bring? Never mind. Anyway, I am practicing very fast now, so wait and wait. Su Lang curled his lips, and decided to activate the 10 realms at the back, condensing the power of the Great Tao, of course. Su Lang has just gathered the power of the 85 Dao Dao in the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. At this time, the cultivation base is not much, and you can wait. Put the matter of system function aside. Su Lang once again overlooked the cautious and cautious General Yuan Sanlin. Yuan Sanlin, as the elder of the Void Cult, you must know the Void Cult very well. Come and talk about your internal situation. Yes, Master. The Void Sect is a large and loose organization formed by the strongest forces of the 6 cantilevers, Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, and Si, which is equivalent to a joint force established by the 6 major forces. There is one leader in the Void Sect, one deputy leader, one elder on the left and one elder on the left and right. The servant serves as one of the elders of the left senate in the Void Cult, ranking 5th among the elders. The leader of the Void Church is named Cheng Wuji, the deputy leader is named Lei Yi, the left and right elders are Mei Shu and Zhu Anhe, and the left and right elders are the subservient and Yao Zi. The strongest person of the Void Cult is that I am waiting for the 6 quasi-superior emperors, but the 6 forces actually have hidden quasi-superior emperors. For example, although the servant is the head of the Cicada Dragon clan, there is actually a quasi-superior emperor Yuan Feiyu in the Cicada Dragon clan. Yuan Feiyu is the opponent and enemy of the servant. Both of me broke through to the quasi-superior emperor level. Later he lost and retired. The rest of the forces also have similar characters. They only seek to break through to the level of the Supreme Emperor, and they will not easily appear. And in the Void Sect, there are also factions. The subordinates have a lot of friendship with Lei Yi from the Lei Kong tribe and Mei Shu from the Supreme tribe, and they stand on the same line. The leader Cheng Wuji and the other 3 are standing on another front. Before I waited for the 6 people, there was a big disparity, but it was very small, so the forces on both sides were considered balanced. Yuan Sanlin respectfully informed Su Lang of the high-level information of Zhukangjao. Oh, unexpectedly, your Cicada Dragon clan actually has a quasi-superior emperor. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, then why didn't you ask Yuan Feiyu for help just now? Return to the Lord. One is that the servant does not have the opportunity and time to ask for help, and the other is that it is useless to ask for help. The Cicada Dragon clan's only space element great soldier is in my hands. He has to rush over for several months. What's more, in front of the Great Master, Yuan Feiyu is dead when he comes, because he is not stronger than the servant. Yuan Sanlin explained respectfully, not forgetting to offer a flattery. That's it, Su Lang pondered, then you have all the assets of the Cicada Dragon clan. Yes, Lord. Yuan Feiyu only wants to step into the threshold of soul and universe integration, and has no interest in foreign objects. Yuan Sanlin replied, everything of the Cicada Dragon is taken care of by the servants, and the resources are also in the hands of the servants. Well, it seems that Yuan Feiyu has nothing good about him. Su Lang shook his head with some regret, and continued to ask, you come to chase me down, can the Void Teacher know about it? Informed. Yuan Sanlin said embarrassedly, the servant has inquired about your information in the Void Education Information Department. Chapter 1424, Searching for the Jewel, it's okay. My side will probably go to the exile soon. You just pretend to be successful and return to Cicada Dragon Star, remember to behave as usual. Su Lang said lightly, in addition, you secretly pay attention to these planets under my command, and don't let them have any accidents. My servant, please follow orders. Yuan Sanlin knelt to lead the command. In fact, he was very shocked at the place where Su Lang was going to exile. After all, it was a place where almost everyone would die. However, he did not dare to speak at all when he asked where a servant had the qualifications to be beaked. Correct. Su Lang suddenly asked, do you Cicada Dragon Star have a wish for Li Baoyu? No, Lord, may Li Baoyu, an emperor-level treasure, don't know how many people are staring. Once there is a wish for Li Baoyu, the world ruler will definitely use it as soon as possible. Our wish Li Baoyu of Cicada Dragon Star has long been used up, and the new wish Li Baoyu has not yet condensed. Yuan Sanlin replied, under normal circumstances, only extremely remote planets where few people set foot on it, can it be possible to retain the wish for Baoyu. That's it, it seems that Tiankin waits for 6 planets to be out of play. These 6 planets even know the coordinates of a small chamber of commerce like Guchen, and they have long been exposed to the starry sky. It's strange that Li Baoyu can retain the wish. Those outside world powers who are unable to seize the wish Li Baoyu of the world's consciousness can instruct and cultivate the local indigenous people and use them as tools for capturing wish Li Baoyu to achieve their goals. At this time, the best way is to find a planet farther away than Kanglan Star. Only in this way can we get the wishing treasure. Su Lang nodded slightly, thinking in his heart, however, those 6 planets can still ask, what if there is a wish for Li Baoyu? Thinking of this, Su Lang gave a wry smile, sighing inwardly that it is really difficult to go to the exile. Yuan Sanlin. Su Lang looked down at Yuan Sanlin, you go back to Dragon Star now, and behave as usual. A few people here will take care of it. The servant understands. Yuan Sanlin kowtowed his head, please rest assured, master. Go ahead. Su Lang waved his hand, put the Shinju Wufeng sword into the storage space, and dispatched a clone to replace it with Tian Kansheng. Soon, Su Lang went all the way through Tiankin, Dongzhen, Jijun, Anshan, Lanling, Judu, and all the planets under his command. The result was as expected, and there was no wish for Baoyu. Hiss, I found 20 or so planets, and there is no one piece of wish Li Baoyu. At the beginning, Chu Xiaobei and the others were rescued by Kanglan Star consciousness with the wish of Baoyu. It was really lucky. Su Lang sighed, and then returned to Kanglan Star. Among the planets under his command, Kanglan Star is already the most remote planet. If you want to continue searching, you must go to the extreme east of the Star Sea. The star field in the extreme east is unknown to Su Lang. However, he wants to explore a star field, much easier than other great emperors. Clone dispatch, buying avatar. With a thought in Su Lang, clones and avatars emerged out of thin air, and then turned into 3,600 clones. Immediately after, Su Lang dispatched these avatars to explore the remote places in the Far East. In the middle of the Xinghai area, the distance between Emperor Wudi-class life planets is generally hundreds of thousands of light years. But in remote places, life planets are very rare, and one cannot be found far away. Even if Su Lang had more than 3,000 great Emperor-level clones continuously dispatching and exploring, it took 3 full minutes. 3 full minutes. An ice-blue planet appeared in the vision of a clone. Su Lang immediately used the clone to replace it and came outside of this planet. This is a planet smaller than Kanglan Star, and it is icy blue, and even the atmosphere is like ice fog. Compass. Su Lang took out the Xinghai Wanfangyi and asked, is this planet in the record? Enlightened Master, not here. The Spirit Compass replied respectfully, this should be a planet that is rarely discovered by outsiders. Chapter 1425. Quasi-superior level, maybe there is a wish for Li Baoyu. Su Lang nodded slightly, took the Xinghai Wanfangyi away, and flew straight to the planet. But the moment he flew into the atmosphere, where is the evil demon outside the territory, dared to break into my Feischwexing? A cold violent shout came from the planet, with endless anger and fighting spirit. Okay, quasi-supreme emperor level powerhouse. This extremely remote planet has a quasi-superior emperor level unexpectedly. Su Lang's eyes widened and he was surprised. He really felt a bit weird. After all, Su Lang, a quasi-superior level powerhouse, has now encountered two of them, and they are both awesome. One is Xianxia, a strong man who has returned from the land of exile, and the other is Yuan Sanlin, the patriarch of Cicada Dragon who has just been subdued. But this little seen Feishui star also has a quasi-great emperor level. Just when Su Lang was surprised, a perfect figure with muscles like a majestic man carved from marble rose into the sky, standing not far from Su Lang among the endless snow. This person is surrounded by terrifying power of the great Tao, and there are many more types than Su Lang condensed. A wave of powerful avenue power has stirred up countless rules and anomalies, making this sky extremely gorgeous. In addition to this man has a very strong incense willingness. Yes, this is a strong man in the world of harmony. A quasi-great emperor directly unites in the world, which is equivalent to the perfect integration of soul and universe, becoming a quasi-superior level powerhouse. This is the only way to explain why this little flying snow star can appear as a quasi-superior level powerhouse. Su Lang's eyes lit up, and it was the first time he saw a strong man in the Hidao world. So he immediately opened the opponent's property panel. Name: Mo Janbai Race. Flying Snow Qualification Level. Unparalleled Realm Level. Quasi-Great Emperor Hidao Attack Level. Quasi-Supreme Emperor Defensive Level. Quasi-Supreme Emperor Shenfa Level. Quasi-Supreme Emperor Endurance Level. Quasi-Supreme Emperor Spirit Level. Realm of Kongani Hidao Mastering Techniques. Bingshin Heart Sutra, Aurora Bingwa Forbidden Classic Emperor Level. Consummation Xuanjing Emperor Linglu Emperor Level. Consummation Chen Jin Piaoshuang Ming Axis Emperor Level. Consummation Guan Fengming Swordsmanship Emperor Level. Dacheng. The realm level is still the quasi-great emperor level. Moreover, there is no emperor level technique in the exercises. Sure enough, this is a quasi-great emperor who possesses quasi-superior level combat power through Hidao. Su Lang looked at the invisible attribute panel and nodded slightly in his heart. However, he is not insignificant. This person is equivalent to the perfect fusion of soul and universe, more powerful than the great emperor whose soul-body fusion is perfect. After all, people control the power of the great avenues of the entire world, and all kinds of avenues are easily picked up. And also has the incense aspiration power of the entire planet, inherited the incense that the world consciousness has accumulated for countless years. Don't be too cruel. And just when Su Lang was observing nothing, Mo Janbai was also observing Su Lang. Hiss. This extraterritorial evil demon is so tyrannical, reaching the same level as me. The key is that he has left his own planet and can still maintain such a combat power. Why is this? The wind was blowing, the snowflakes were flying, and Su Lang was staring at him in vain. His eyes were also full of shock. This is the problem caused by too little knowledge. In the invisible cognition, there is no way to merge the soul, body, soul and universe. It is the ultimate goal of the warrior to join the world and become the master of the great world. He didn't even know that the level he was at was called the Supreme Emperor Zun, above which there were Supreme Emperor and Taichu, and possibly even higher realms. The quasi-great emperor of the Hidao world cannot leave the Hidao planet, and has been completely tied to the planet, like an earth-bound spirit. Therefore, when Mo Janbai saw Su Lang, he was suddenly surprised. The two looked at each other and were silent for a few breaths. Su Lang smiled and said, "I can't see fellow Taoist by a head." "It's me." Mo Janbai nodded, and immediately said in surprise, You know my name. Who are you, and what is the ulterior purpose of coming to Fei Shuexing?" Chapter 1426. Self-esteem. As long as I have met, I know everyone. Su Lang smiled. "I came to Fei Shuexing without any malice, I just want to make a deal with you." Mo Jianbai was not easy to deal with, and Su Lang's own time limit for devouring the clone was not too much. In addition, Mo Janbai must be too poor to die, and it is useless if he wins. It is very likely that he will not even get the soul of the great emperor. What's more, the other party is very innocent at first sight and very easy to deceive. So, if you can't fight, you can't fight. Transaction. Mo Jianbai looked at Su Lang suspiciously. Not bad. At our level, only with the same level can we communicate with each other. Su Lang smiled. I have a lot of things you need here, and you may also have things I need. What I need? Hehe, I am the master of Fei Shui Star World, do I want anything? Mo Jianbai looked at Su Lang with surprise, and then said very bold words. Su Lang's mouth twitched, with black lines all over his head. Are you sure? Of course I am sure. Mo Jianbai nodded his head heavily. Please leave here immediately, I don't need anything. Ha ha, Su Lang couldn't help but sneered. Why are you laughing? Don't see Bai's face cold. If I don't leave, I'm going to do it. Oh, nothing. It's a pity that someone will soon be assimilated by the world consciousness and fall completely. Moreover, someone must have never taken a great emperor level pill, never used a great emperor level weapon, never seen a great emperor level technique, never played a great emperor level woman. The last item is deleted. Even, someone doesn't know that there is a more advanced realm above our level. Walking out of the planet and going to the stars is the real way. Forget it, anyway, someone is unlikely to have what I want, after all, it is too precious, too rare. Quote. Su Lang turned away with his hands behind his back, speaking in his mouth, as if talking to himself. The cold-faced Mo Jianbai heard Su Lang's words, suddenly thunderous, and a huge wave rose in his heart. Because the second sentence that Su Lang said came to his heart. After becoming the lord of the world, he did feel that his consciousness was strongly affected, and there was no way to eliminate these effects. If things go on like this, in the end he will completely lose consciousness and head towards the abyss of fall. After Su Lang's words, Mo Jianbai also choked silently. It was the first time he heard the word Great Emperor, but he could guess that the Great Emperor should be the level he was at now. And he really hadn't seen the Emperor level exercises, pills, weapons, etc. At most, he had a few grade level stones, and he didn't know how to refine the tools, so he could only put them there to eat ashes. As for the Emperor level woman, Mo Jianbai has never seen it. He couldn't help but feel a little excited when he thought of this, because those Emperor level women were useless at all, and many more. Mo Jianbai took a deep breath and stretched out his right hand to detain Su Lang. But Su Lang turned a deaf ear, and continued to move forward, shaking his head and sighing, or letting out a few sarcastic laughs. That, fellow Taoist, wait a minute. Seeing that Su Lang was about to get out of the atmosphere, he couldn't help chasing after him and stopped him not far away. What happened? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Don't you have everything? Ahem, not seeing the white cough. I don't know what your friend said, but are they true? Is it good to lie to you? Su Lang rolled his eyes and walked away in another direction. Friends, wait. Mo Jianbai stopped Su Lang again. That fellow Taoist really has those emperor-level pill techniques and weapons. Su Lang dangled his eyelids and glanced at him. Do you like talking nonsense? Really, hearing is false, seeing is believing. I want to see and see if what you say is true. Mo Jianbai's sarcasm towards Su Lang went in and out of his left ear, and looked at Su Lang with a look of scrutiny. Although moved by a few words from Su Lang. But it's hard to see that for a long time, I have regarded myself as the lord of the world and the strongest person in the world, so I am very proud and will not easily and completely believe other people's words. Besides, is it Su Lang, a stranger from outside? Ha ha, I talked to you well before, you don't believe it. Now that I have stopped me many times, do I really have no temper? Su Lang sneered. Now if you really want to have a long experience, it's not that simple. You have to prove that you have something. What? Mo Jianbai squinted his eyes and asked. Mei Li Baoyu. Su Lang waved his hand, and an image of Jewel appeared. Chapter 1427. What a wish Li Baoyu. Mei Li Baoyu. It turns out this thing is called wishing Li Baoyu. Mo Jianbai looked at the precious jade that Su Lang had transformed, and took out a piece from the universe of life. His face showed a sudden realization. This wish Li Baoyu was exactly the same as what Su Lang had seen from Kenglin Star's world consciousness. There was a strong incense and willingness on it, and even Su Lang was a little dizzy when he saw it. Yo, you really have it. Su Lang looked at Mo Jianbai's wish Li Baoyu, and a deep excitement rose in his heart. However, He was calm on the surface and did not show his urgency. Humph, I have nothing, Mo Janbai sneered, and tossed Baoyu's wish. I took out the things, it's up to you now. It is good, then I will let you know about it. Su Lang nodded non-committal, and immediately tossed it. A large amount of Great Emperor grade materials emerged. I saw a piece of material floating beside Su Lang, slowly turning up and down, surrounded by various rules and anomalies. It was so bright. Seeing this scene, Mo Janbai, who was still sneered, couldn't help but instantly widened his eyes. My Feishui, he actually has so many Emperor-level materials. Mo Janbai himself also possessed some Great Emperor-grade materials, but they were very few, not more than the number of his hands. But the Great Emperor-grade materials that Su Lang took out at random were as many as tens of thousands. With so many rare materials appearing together, it is the first time I have seen Bai in this life. Don't be shocked, it's just a trivial matter. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and waved his hand again. Suddenly a large number of pills appeared out of thin air. These pills were all made by Su Lang with systematic alchemy and synthesis functions, and they were all of perfect quality. Some of them are the Emperor-level pill, and some are the Emperor-level pill. Compared with the unprocessed materials, the rhyme of these materials is stronger, and the rules and visions they cause are more brilliant. There was even a trace of medicinal fragrance spreading, making Mo Janbai dumbfounded, and drooling. Goo, unexpectedly, there is such a perfect and unimaginable pill in the world. Mo Jianbai looked around, only to feel the dazzling array. His eyes are almost full of flowers. Regarding these rare pill, Mo Janbai thinks that those Emperor-level pill are rare enough, and those Great Emperor-level pill are not even dreamed of. Tisk tisk, this is only the tip of the iceberg of the pill that I have. Su Lang smiled faintly. Next, let you see my weapons. Talking, Su Lang took out the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and Shinju Wufeng. These two are my Great Emperor soldiers, the former is the 9 Great Emperor soldiers, the latter is the 6 Great Emperor soldiers. How about it, haven't you seen it? No. Never seen. When Mo Janbai saw the 2 Great Emperor soldiers in Su Lang's hand, he couldn't help but think of the 7th rank Emperor soldier he solemnly collected, and his face turned red. Ha ha, oh, there are other exercises, let me show you too. The corner of Su Lang's mouth was raised, and once again used a large number of Emperor-level exercises. Many of these exercises are synthesized, so they are all original, and the Dao Yun above is not inferior to those of the Great Emperor's soldiers. In addition, there are a lot of exercises that are not the original, but also contain a strong Taoist rhyme. The key is that there are many exercises. Hundreds and thousands of books. Mo Janbai has seen so many exercises. His entire Fei Shuixing's Emperor-level exercises add up to less than 20, some of which are still fragments. I'm a good boy. Mo Jianbai couldn't help but breathe in cold air. There are so many exercises in the world, I really am the frog at the bottom of the well. Tisk tisk. Su Lang smiled faintly. Now that I know I'm shallow. Understood. It turns out that the world is much bigger than I thought, and the highest realm of the martial artist is not the level 1 am now. Mo Janbai whispered while looking at the densely packed treasures. His eyes were full of complex emotions such as expectation, shock, curiosity, and shame. Ha ha, just know it, now let's trade. Su Lang smiled. Wish Li Baoyu can come into my eyes on you, and you can exchange it for a treasure from me. Chapter 1428. Su Lang turned into a big flicker talking. Su Lang put away the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and Shinju Wufeng. These 2 Great Emperor soldiers could not be exchanged. Mei Li Baoyu can only change one. Unexpectedly, he moved his gaze away from the countless treasures with difficulty, but I can feel that my wish for Baoyu is higher than yours. How can I just change one? Ha ha, wish Li Baoyu is indeed a rare nose tip, but it is the cohesion of incense and the power of desire. You also know that the incense aspiration power is very easy to erode the martial artist, and even under normal circumstances, as long as the slightly smarter Emperor Wu, he will not choose to absorb the incense aspiration power. Su Lang smiled earnestly. So, I hope that although Li Baoyu has levels, its side effects are too strong and too significant to sell for a high price. Humph, we have asymmetric information now. Of course, what you say is what you say. I'm left here. If I just change one, I won't change it. Mo Janbai closed his eyes and forced himself to stop looking at the precious materials, pills and exercises. I'm telling the truth. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, then how many pieces do you want to change? 100 pieces. Without thinking about it, he blurted out. 100 pieces. Su Lang gave a shocked expression. You are robbing the money, you have said that Li Baoyu has a big defect. 50. Oh no, 30. Seeing that Su Lang was shocked, he really thought that his offer frightened Su Lang, so he hesitated to bargain for himself. Little did he know that when Su Lang heard 100 pieces, he was already happy. Later, when I saw the price of 30 pieces, I almost laughed. How could this be so stupid? Cough. 30 pieces are too much, 10 pieces. Know that you can choose all of these things. I promise that if you take out any of them, you will be robbed of your head. You make little money without loss. Su Lang frowned slightly, and even reached out his hand, pretending to leave with something when he couldn't agree. 10 pieces. Unexpectedly, his eyes flickered and he spoke quickly. 15 pieces, this is my bottom line. Forget it, you are so insincere, it's a waste of time. I'll go to other planets. Su Lang immediately collected various treasures and turned to leave. Wait, friends, wait a minute. 10 pieces are 10 pieces. Seeing that Su Lang was gone, he suddenly felt a sigh, secretly wondering if he was dying. So he quickly retained Su Lang. Humph, I didn't agree before, now it's not the price. Su Lang turned his head blankly, and said with a gesture, 8 pieces, don't pull it down. What? Down again. Mo Jianbai shocked all over, wishing to slap himself. Su Lang looked impatient. If I don't do it, I can leave. Okay, 8 is 8. Mo Jianbai nodded without tears, and immediately said with a nervous expression, however, besides the Mei Li Baoyu deal, I also want to make a few other deals, how about it? Okay. Su Lang hesitated, then nodded. Mo Jianbai immediately smiled upon hearing Su Lang's words. The Taoist friend, please take out those treasures just now. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and he waved his hand to take out all those things. I want this one, and this one, no, this one, I want this one, oh, so many babies, so hard to choose. Unexpectedly, he kept picking up the baby, and couldn't wait to use the avatar technique. But that would be too shameful. Time passed slowly. I said you have finished your election. Su Lang said impatiently, pick 8 things, are you as long as the ink is so long? It's good soon. Mo Jianbai looked at the 2 babies in his hands, tangled up about vomiting blood, he wanted both, and he couldn't bear both. I'll leave if I can't finish the election. Su Lang rolled his eyes and said, I shouldn't have come to you. Hee. Immediately, Mo Jianbai was ridiculed by Su Lang. Although he was upset, he could only lick his face to please. Chapter 1429. Being poor is the original sin at last. He selected 8 objects. There are pills, exercises, and refining classics and materials inside. Except for classics, everything else is of the emperor level. Su Lang glanced casually, smiled inwardly, and nodded on the surface. Although his knowledge is a bit poor, he chose not bad things. Bai Haha smiled, exulting with praise. Immediately, he readily handed Wish Li Baoyu to Su Lang. What other deal do you want to do? Su Lang casually accepted Wish Li Baoyu, and asked lightly. I want to use these treasures in exchange for something more. Unexpectedly, with a wave of his big hand, Bai suddenly saw a lot of treasures in front of him. It is really a lot of treasures, almost all piled into a mountain range, unfortunately. Although these treasures are large in number, they are almost all of the emperor level, and even the quasi-emperor level accounts for a good part. That's it. Su Lang glanced at a lot of treasures in disgust. Let's go together, you can exchange for a great emperor level treasure. Just 1 piece. Mo Jianbai stopped doing it immediately. I also have 3 great treasures. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't pay attention, so let's go, 5 pieces. Su Lang nodded noncommittally. In addition, I will give you a set of emperor level incense Dao technique, which may be helpful to your plight. 5. Okay, so be it. Mo Jianbai still wanted to bargain, but didn't dare to accept the price. Well, this is the incense technique. You choose 5 more things, and the transaction is complete. Su Lang took out the incense techniques such as feeding all living beings, Baishandi, Xianxia, etc., burned them into copies and gave them to Mo Jianbai. Now he is no longer the same. It is too easy to burn the emperor level exercises. If it is to burn the emperor level exercises, it will take a lot of effort. It is good. Unexpectedly, he nodded excitedly, and chose 5 great treasures. Looking at the remaining cherished baby, Mo Jianbai was really reluctant. really wanted to have it all, but he was poor. Being poor is simply the original sin. After the election, I will take the things away. Su Lang waved his hand and put all the things that Mo Janbai had taken out into the storage space. Seeing all his belongings were taken away, Mo Janbai sighed again. Gone. Goodbye. Su Lang showed a faint smile and disappeared from the spot instantly. Seeing Su Lang running so fast, there was something wrong in Bai's heart, but because he was too excited, he ignored it. The other side, Su Lang has directly returned to Kanglan Star through the clone replacement. The moment he fell on the ground, the aura on his body directly dropped to a normal level. Your sister. Su Lang rolled his eyes and said, I have chosen something for nearly half an hour. Had it not been for the time to swallow the clone, he wouldn't have left in a hurry. Next, Su Lang returned to the main city of Hot Summer. In the Langdi Palace, come and see me. Su Lang sat on the emperor's seat and spoke softly, his voice spreading throughout Kanglan Star. His Majesty Langdi is back. Oh my god, it is His Majesty Langdi who is back, great. Quickly, go and see your Majesty Langdi. Yan Engxing, Si Yushao, Zhu Lan Zushen, Yaoqi Yan Fa, Qingqiu Zhaoqin and other old men put down their business and immediately rushed to Langdi Palace, quickly. Emperor Su Lang knelt down under his seat. I will leave the boundless universe for a while. It's not certain when I will be back. Su Lang looked down at everyone. During this period of time, you must not relax. I hope I can see you when I come back. Yes, servants, please follow the Lord's teachings. The subordinates kowtowed one after another. Take all these resources to use, and withdraw. Su Lang nodded, and rewarded a large number of emperor-level pills. Everyone once again thanked them all, and then disappeared like a tide. But some of them took the initiative to stay. Yan Engxing, Zhu Lan Zushen, Qingqiu, Si Yushao, Wangfukan. Chapter 1430. Arrangement before leaving, why don't you wait? When Su Lang looked around, they were all old men who could be named. The star swears to follow the patriarch. Yan Xingxing knelt on the ground, with his head against the ground. The patriarch wants to leave the boundless universe, and the stars must go together. The same goes for the servants. The others kowtow in unison. I see your loyalty, but the place I am going is a place of exile. You are not suitable to go with it. Su Lang shook his head and said, you can cultivate and develop with peace of mind. I have already taken care of the Kanglan Star, and there will not be anyone who has no eyesight coming to invade. Su Lang's tone was very firm. Although Yan Xingxing and others really wanted to go with Su Lang, they didn't dare to refute and could only remain silent. Okay, deal. Su Lang stood up and reported directly from the place. When he appeared again, he had come to the tallest incense statue. Part of the Wuyu tea tree is planted in this statue, and there are 24 Wudi souls undergoing evolution. Very strong incense willpower. Su Lang walked in the inner space of the statue. The incense around him rushed crazily, but he could not get within an inch of him. In the sky of the inner space, 24 Wudi souls floated. They have undergone a lot of positive incense aspirations to purify, have completely eliminated negative emotions, and become absolutely good people like Zanhu. Of course, Zan's subjective consciousness is very strong, and these Wudi souls have no subjective consciousness, but they are like miniature versions of world consciousness. The swallowing clone still has half an hour to cool down. Since the spirit of Emperor Wu has been purified, we might as well set up Theshiver first. Su Lang stretched out his hand, and 24 Wudi soul fell into his hand. Immediately after, Su Lang's figure flashed, and he came to the Five Elements Heaven. This newly established Five Elements Heaven has already laid out everything for the spiritual internet and the transportation network. The only thing missing is the server. However, through the Sulanfang City and Void Duchao, Su Lang has quite experience in the establishment of virtual reality space. Therefore, he decided to update and iterate Wuxingtian. A thought is formed. Su Lang thought. One by one new formations were embedded in the original vacancies. Immediately, a space similar to Suyanfang City was established. Immediately, 24 Wudi souls were thrown into it. These Wudi souls are almost exactly the same, and once they enter the Five Elements Heaven, they completely merge into one, forming a huge spiritual body. The spirit body accepted the guidance and change of the formation, and soon became what Su Lang expected. A huge, completely kind spiritual server appeared. It is like the world consciousness of the Five Elements sky, which can control everything in the five elements sky and virtual reality space, and serve all the creatures of the entire Kanglan star. But Su Lang did not stop there. The five elements heaven will also be admired by people and absorb the power of incense. Therefore, in order to prevent Thesherver from being invaded by filthy incense and willingness and turning into a moody or even irrational killing machine, some means must be arranged. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately set up an incense collection system in the five elements heaven to transfer the incense willingness he collected to the statue. Immediately, after these incense aspirations have been purified by Wu Ti tree, a part of them will be allocated to the spirit server again. So far, the entire five elements heaven is complete. It contains defense and offensive capabilities, and directly brings Kanglan Star into the era of globalization. My people, Wu Xingtian has updated and iterated, establishing a spiritual internet and a transportation network. Everyone can use mental power or personal terminal to connect to the five elements and live online. You can build your own special home in the five elements heaven, store private information, communicate with Taoist friends, and you can go anywhere on the Kanglan Star through the five elements heaven. Quote. Su Lang was suspended in the five elements sky, so it spread all over the planet. This announcement immediately caused countless heated discussions, and the entire Kanglan Star was completely boiling. Chapter 1431, The Boiling Kanglan Star. His Majesty Langdi has updated the five elements heaven. I can connect with the five elements heaven with mental power, communicate with each other, and even teleport. Oh my God, the whole world is closely connected all at once, and I know that every appearance of His Majesty Langdi will bring us endless benefits. Worship Your Majesty Langdi. Quote. All the creatures on Kanglan Star knelt down to worship, and suddenly a large amount of incense power poured into those incense statues. Among them, the warriors of the human race are the most excited and excited. Spiritual Internet. The great patriarch built the ancient Internet. Great, how brilliant the ancient Internet civilization is, and it will reappear on this huge Kanglan Star. According to ancient data, the Internet can develop many incredible things, such as novels, TV, comics, Ivy. Wait, what is Ivy? I don't know, I only know that it is related to the posture. Could it be the ancient body forging technique? Well, it's very possible. Quote. In short, Terran warriors dug up from the ground, and the information handed down in ancient times by Blue Star knows that the Internet is a very beautiful thing. As the survivors and heirs of the Internet civilization, Terran warriors believe that the important task of developing the Internet is to do their part. Then, soon someone started trying to connect to the spiritual Internet. A Terran Valkyrie was the first to connect to the spiritual Internet, and a whole new world suddenly appeared before his eyes. At the foot is the lowest land, surrounded by green mountains and green waters, and various strange vegetation. Terran Valkyrie tried to touch these objects, and it felt very real. At this time, a warrior appeared in front of him, a warrior of other races. When the Valkyrie saw the human race martial god, he immediately saluted. I have seen the human race martial god lord below. Don't be polite, human race martial saint asked, where are you from? The **** of war replied, under the Bayou Emperor clan or the people of the Shanming clan. Under the Bayou Emperor clan? Isn't that equivalent to the extreme west? Terran Valkyrie said in surprise, you and I are in the extreme west and the other in the south, so you can meet here. The warrior god of the Shanming clan nodded with deep approval and said, yes, the spiritual Internet set up by the great Emperor Lang is really amazing. Haha, of course, Terran martial god smiled. By the way, are you interested in coming to the main city of Hot Summer? Of course, the martial god of the Shanming clan said, it's just that it's too far away, and the transmission cost is too high, so I haven't been able to go south. Have you forgotten that His Majesty Langdi also established a transport network? The Terran Valkyrie laughed, as long as you use this transportation network, you will be able to reach the south in an instant. Yes indeed, I forgot about it. The **** of war of the Shanming clan suddenly realized, so he began to explore the teleportation skills. Soon, he discovered that he could communicate with the heavenly will in the spiritual Internet and choose the teleportation coordinates on Kanglan Star. Naturally, the transportation network is not capable of transmitting at any coordinate, but has established 1 million transmission destinations on Kanglan Star. When transmitting, you can choose from 1 million destinations. Of course, there is also a teleportation destination outside the main city in the summer. The Valkyrie of the Shanming tribe quickly selected a destination and teleported to the outside of the main city in the summer. Lord Human Race, I've already arrived here, now outside the main city in the summer. The ***** of War of the Shanming tribe has contacted the ***** of War of the Human Race in the spiritual internet. So fast, it deserves to be the transmission network arranged by His Majesty Langdi. Terran Martial God said in surprise, "Wait, I will pick you up." Standing in the cloud, Su Lang could see clearly the process of these two Valkyrie faces, and couldn't help but smile. He also saw various operations of other warriors. There are people who are not right in their minds and want to do bad things through the mental internet and the transmission network. The result of course is to be warned by the kind and upright server, and in serious cases will be directly expelled. No matter how serious it is, it will be titled, and you will not be able to use the spiritual internet for a lifetime. Of course, this is the era when all people believe in Su Lang, and disputes have been reduced by 99%. Most people will not do bad things. Some of them exchange their experience, experiment with the power of magic, or set up a stall to start selling goods, and even accept disciples to find objects. In a short period of time, all kinds of tricks have emerged. The whole world instantly entered the right track of high-speed communication, high-speed development, and crazy integration. The Pandora's box of the internet has opened. Su Lang smiled slightly. I just don't know, what will it develop into when I come back? Turning his attention away from the spiritual internet, Su Lang took out Wish Li Baoyu from the storage space. Next, we are going to the exile. Chapter 1432, Open the Door of Exile. Mei Li Baoyu. The whole body is light blue, a Supreme Emperor-level treasure condensed by world consciousness with endless willpower. Mei Li Baoyu have the omnipotent effect, and can even fight the power of time, which is very rare and rare. This piece of Wish Li Baoyu in Su Lang's hands is not big. When Kenglin World Consciousness rescued Chu Xiaobei and others, he used more than one Wish Li Baoyu. Therefore, Su Lang did not have full confidence in the safety of this trip. Call. After taking a few long and deep breaths, Su Lang looked at the mysterious black space, and saw that the clones had reunited. Therefore, Su Lang immediately issued an instruction to the system, start the swallowing clone function. Wow! In a flash, Su Lang's aura began to surge rapidly and directly reached the realm of Quasi-Supreme Emperor in all directions. But let him not open the door to this exhibition, because Su Lang did not intend to break through the door of exile. By relying solely on his own strength, Wish Li Baoyu is made of countless aspirations. If he personally urges it, he will definitely get incense. Therefore, Su Lang must use Kenglin Star's consciousness to motivate Li Baoyu. I saw Su Lang holding Wish Li Baoyu in the palms of his hands, lifting it up to the sky, and directly spurring the way of fate. Suddenly, Su Lang felt that he had come into contact with an extremely majestic soul-life body. It is vast and chaotic, with a trace of goodwill. It is the world consciousness of Kenglin Star. Same as last time, this time it was in contact with the Kenglin Star world consciousness, and it still very much hoped that Su Lang would be in harmony with it. And this time the intention of world consciousness is stronger. I don't know if it was because Su Lang created the spiritual internet and transportation network, which directly brought Kenglin Star into the era of globalization and produced more merits, of course. He Dao Su Lang did not do it, and directly began to communicate with his thoughts. Kenglin Star, I am leaving. Kenglin Star's consciousness unexpectedly produced a feeling of reluctance, which was very difficult for it, which showed that it really didn't want Su Lang to leave. Next, I want to open the door of exile. That's the door to the turbulence of time and space the last time. Su Lang solemnly said, I hope you can use this piece of auspicious treasure to help me pass the gate of exile smoothly. Although Kenglin Star's world consciousness was still reluctant to give up, he immediately conveyed the idea of agreeing. Obviously, it has already responded to Su Lang's request. In that case, then, let's get started. Su Lang took a deep breath and threw his Wish Li Baoyu into the sky. Boom! Kenglin Star's consciousness manifested, and countless regular visions suddenly appeared in the entire Kenglin Star's sky, which was brilliant and dazzling. However, Su Lang didn't drag his feet and took out a tortoise shell that looked like a shield, and poured countless innate chi into it. In a flash, the gate of exile was fully urged, and even exceeded its limit. Immediately afterwards, a dark spot appeared on the Gate of Exile, and it instantly expanded into a 3-foot black hole. The black hole is bottomless, and there is a palpable breath coming from it, as if to chew some blood bowls. This is the gateway to the exile. Su Lang did not enter the passage immediately, but released the 3, sealed, of Yudian sword, Zhanxian cannon, and Li Shenyang. Master, you finally remembered me. Li Shenyang knocked on the Lord, thanked the Lord for saving the lives of his subordinates. Fire! Fire! As soon as the 3 appeared, I was suddenly very excited. They have been imprisoned for too long, how can it be unhappy to see the sun again? But their happiness was broken in the next moment. I saw a strong gloom burst out of them, and a terrifying turbulence of time and space emerged, to swallow them, but the door of exile on his body is formed by one of 99 tortoise shells, and the force of exile is many times smaller. Therefore, as soon as they were released by Su Lang, the door of exile on their bodies was immediately absorbed and swallowed by the black hole, strengthening themselves. Go in and hide again. Su Lang waved his hand and immediately put the 3 into the storage space in the mysterious space. Kenglin, get ready, I'm going to rush. Su Lang's eyes condensed, a little under his feet, soaring into the air, and soon rushed to the edge of the Gate of Exile. Chapter 1433, It really is a place of exile. Boom! The violent turbulence of time and space is coming. The defensive mask on Su Lang's body showed signs of disintegration in an instant. The smell of death caught on his mind, and Su Lang couldn't help his pupils shrink suddenly, and his whole body was in cold sweat. Space Avenue. Su Lang immediately unfolded the Space Avenue rules, and the powerful space power suddenly rushed out. Last time Su Lang had not yet condensed the avenue of space, and only using space rules to fight the turbulence of time and space was of no avail. This time it was different. He had already condensed the Space Avenue, which was close to perfect. In addition, this time the Gate of Exile was more stable, so the Space Avenue took effect, smoothing out the strong spatial turbulence in most of the time and space turbulence. However, the deadliest thing about the Gate of Exile was the turbulence of time, and Su Lang was powerless at all. At this moment, the horrible time turbulence hit. Su Lang's figure was constantly changing, suddenly looking old and young, very strange. And Su Lang also felt that his body had suffered a terrible torture, and part of his emperor's body was directly necrotic. The situation is very critical. Fortunately, Kenglin Star's world consciousness took action at this time. I saw the majestic world consciousness carrying Wish Li Baoyu directly into the Gate of Exile. May the Li Baoyu collapse immediately, and the omnipotent aspiration power will turn into a stable space-time force to resist the tsunami-like time turbulence. Although I wish there was only one piece of Li Baoyu, the turbulence of time in the Gate of Exile had been calmed for most, reaching the range that Su Lang could bear. Soon, Su Lang's figure disappeared into the dark Gate of Exile. Your Majesty Langdi must arrive safely in the place of exile. His Majesty Langdi is invincible, and soon, he will return with Chu Guliang and the others, for sure. Quote. Each of the emperors on Kenglin Star watched the gradually closing black passage, kneeling in prayer silently. The other side, Su Lang only felt that a long time had passed, and it seemed that after only a moment, the turbulent flow of time and space around his body had completely disappeared. Arrived in the exile, Su Lang frowned, tried to open his eyes while holding back the pain, but found that he couldn't do it. Because his eyes are completely necrotic. In addition to the eyes, other parts of the body have also been severely traumatized. Moreover, these are traumas caused by the turbulence of time and space, which are difficult to treat. It seems that I can only commit suicide. Su Lang sighed in his heart and thought, clone dispatch. Wow, a clone appeared in front of Su Lang. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang smashed his head with a palm, triggering death replacement. The mysterious power that transcended everything came and made Su Lang reborn, and all his injuries disappeared. The good could not be better. Hiss. I didn't expect to have suffered such severe trauma, and I don't know if Chu Xiaobei and the others were injured. Su Lang frowned slightly. At that time, Kenglin Star used more than one piece of Wish Li Baoyu, at least 7 or 8 yuan. It should be able to ensure their safety and worry-free. Suppress the slightest worry in my heart. Su Lang unfolded his mental power and looked around, and a brand new scene appeared before his eyes. This is a huge circular valley with 5 terrifying hooks on one side. At a glance, it was as if some unimaginable behemoth reached out and took a piece of the land, causing this deep pit to appear. At least it is a giant creature of the same level as my world, and the remaining aura is very strong, reaching the level of the 9th Great Emperor. Su Lang took a deep breath, and only from this deep hole could see the tip of the dangerous iceberg in this place. Immediately after, Su Lang's mental power continued to spread out, and soon reached the limit of the detection range more than a dozen solar systems the size. But the edge of mental power detection is still a thick land. Su Lang's figure flashed, and he flew away in a random direction, and the detection range moved accordingly. But the Earth is still within the range of perception, as if the Earth is endless and without edges. Such a vast land, it really is a place of exile. Su Lang was completely sure of this in his heart, and couldn't help feeling happy. Chapter 1434, Jade Charm of the Great Emperor. The most urgent task is to find Chu Xiaobei and others. The flow of time in the exile is about 10,000 times that of the infinite universe. It's been about 5 days since they entered the place of exile, the timeline of the boundless universe. So, they should have been here for more than 100 years, and I hope nothing happens. The worry in Su Lang's heart rose again, and he couldn't help but immediately dispatch the clone and avatar. Master. As soon as Li Shenyang appeared, he knelt on his knees. Another avatar and 38 avatars saw this scene, and they knelt on the ground to bow. It seems that this special avatar of Li Shenyang can serve as a good example for other avatars. You immediately start buying's clone. First look for local powerhouses around to understand the current situation. Su Lang assigned tasks to Li Shenyang and other avatars, but remember, hide your figure, there are a lot of big guys here, don't make trouble at will. Yes, Li Shenyang took the lead, and all the clones responded in unison. Immediately, they used 100 Shadows clones, incarnate into 4005 Great Emperor clones, spreading towards the surroundings. These avatars all inherited Su Lang's spiritual power of the broken Nirvana realm and the subtle mystery method, with first-class exploration ability. After a few breaths, the clones have explored large tracts of land and discovered a large number of intelligent creatures. The Kanglan continent is known to be full of thousands of races, but compared to here, it can hardly be regarded as root hair. So far, hundreds of thousands of intelligent creatures have been discovered on the land that Su Lang has detected. Most of these intelligent creatures are humanoids with some alien characteristics. There are also beasts and plant creatures that are fully enlightened. There are also such creatures in the more than 20 planets ruled by Su Lang, but they are very rare. But here, it is very common. Unfortunately, although there are many intelligent races, there are not many strong ones. These races are probably the descendants of the people who were exiled. After a long time of reproduction, they eventually formed the natives of the exile. Well, the strength is too low, I probably don't have much insight, and I can't get any useful information from them. Su Lang thought silently and ordered the clones to continue exploring. At last, after dozens of breaths, the clones found a great emperor-level warrior who was cultivating hidden in the mountains. It is not easy to find a great emperor-level warrior in the Xinghai domain. It takes dozens of planets to appear one. But in this place of exile, Su Lang found a great emperor-level powerhouse in less than a minute. This can be seen. The average combat power of the exile is simply terrifying. A warrior who is practicing outside alone. Presumably it should be Arancho, similar to xianxia. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately used the clone replacement to come to the vicinity of this great emperor-level warrior. Take a closer look. This great emperor-level warrior is actually a female warrior, which is even rarer. This female emperor looks very sexy, full of allure, but does not give people a gaudy feeling. This may be the show is very temperamental. Su Lang immediately opened the opponent's property panel. Name: Yume race, Guanghan qualification level, unparalleled realm level, 3 great emperors attack level, the 3rd level emperor defensive level, 3 great emperors Shenfa level, 3 great emperor plus endurance level, 3 great emperor plus spirit level, realm of broken nirvana mastering techniques, Guanghan Heart Sutra, watching Pushuo demon axis great emperor level, Shaocheng Pu Wo Wuji great emperor level, beginner. 3 great emperors, good at physical fitness and endurance. Su Lang smiled playfully, then his figure flashed, and he approached the mountain where Yume was practicing. Although the cultivation base of this jade charm is not very high, it is probably the middle and lower level in the place of exile. But she must have practiced for a long time, and she should be relatively clear about the current situation in the exile. So Su Lang decided to ask her about the news. Well, It's best to take in an obedient subordinate and act as a temporary guide. Then, Su Lang floated outside the mountain, summoning all the clones, preparing to display the Mingguang world. Chapter 1435. I ask you a few questions. The other side. Yume is a master of escape, and his anti-reconnaissance ability has exploded. Although he can't find Su Lang's existence at all, he feels a hint of crisis. Damn, I must have been targeted. Yume didn't hesitate, and immediately hid her figure before fleeing. But the moment she appeared outside the mountain, an extremely bright light shone. At the beginning, Yume only felt that she was at ease physically and mentally, and she had an urge to groan. But then she found 4,000 great emperors floating in the air. Which power is this? It sent 4,000 great emperors to arrest me with such great fanfare. Yume was horrified, and while madly resisting the light of Mingguang 10,000 realms, she fled towards the distance. However, her physique is very powerful at the same level, but it is not worth mentioning in Su Lang's eyes. No matter how Yume escaped, she was always within the range of Mingguang 10,000 realms. Quickly, she didn't run away anymore, because she had become Su Lang's fourth servant of the great emperor. Your servants pay homage to the great Lord Lang. Yume came to Su Lang's face very obediently, and Yingying bowed down. Stand up. I ask you a few questions. Su Lang looked indifferent, and asked straightforwardly, are you a casual cultivator? Are you from the boundless universe? Have you heard of Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Marangshan, 3 women? How is the situation in the exile now? How many powers are there? How strong is the strongest? How long is the final battle? Faced with Su Lang's problem, Yume replied systematically. Enlighten the master, the servant is a casual cultivator, the boundless universe Yuqing Dairen, who lived in exile 600 million years ago. The 3 women you are talking about have never been heard by the servants. The place of exile was too vast. The greatest power the servant had ever heard of was the palace of Chang'an, which was built by the supreme emperor Chang'anzi. In addition, there are the Bright Church, the moon-constructing Moth clan, and the Fatian sect, the 3 godless forces. It's just that, except for Chonghenzi, a godless powerhouse who has a clear face in Chonghen Palace. There are no godless powerhouses in the Bright Church, the Moon Moth, and Fatian sect. Of course, they are also prestigious godless forces, because they have the 3 godless soldiers of the Supreme Emperor's army: Bright Sword, Moon Constructing, Mother's Nest, and Dead Man's Sutra. The servants have shallow knowledge, and there are only these 4 god-level forces that know the place of exile. The biggest power within a radius of 500,000 light-years is Qi Shaodian, which was established by the quasi-superior Emperor Huowu. In addition, there are a large number of forces of all kinds, countless. And the quasi-god-level force is simply a stone in the river compared to the entire exile. The lower powers are pebbles, completely inconspicuous. As for the strongest person in exile, the servant had heard of Chonghenzi, and the rest had never heard of someone stronger than him. But there are too many strong people hidden in the place of exile. Although Chonghenzi is recognized as the strongest, there are definitely stronger people in secret. In addition, the servants have no way of knowing how long before the final battle. According to the information left over from the last war of reincarnation, the signs of the final war have always been unclear. Under normal circumstances, it is a certain strong man who thinks he has the ability to overwhelm the crowd, and the overall strength of the exile is strong enough. When it can lead to the coffin of the 9 dragons, he will take the initiative to provoke a world war. At present, the overall strength of the exiled land is probably close to the last war of reincarnation, and it is estimated that a war may break out in a few 100 million years. In the end, even if the war of reincarnation broke out, it does not mean that the coffin of the 9 dragons could be drawn out. Many wars of reincarnation were useless massacres. For example, the last time the war of reincarnation broke out 1.5 billion years ago, and the entire land of exile was beaten to mountains, blood flowed into rivers, and the 9-dragon coffin was not drawn out. The remaining strong men fought to despair, and finally chose to stop the war, and then lurked again, waiting for a new era to come. And these remnants of the strong, even the old people remnants of the previous wars of reincarnation. They have gone through wars of reincarnation again and again, and their strength is unfathomable. Some can wait until the arrival of the great era and continue to fight in reincarnation. Others can't wait for the new era, they can only run out of life and fall completely. Chapter 1436. No, I must be that genius, as far as the servant knows, a total of 9 wars of reincarnation have successfully led to the coffin of the Kowloon. The victors of these 9 wars of reincarnation all left their own mark in the place of exile before leaving, forming the current 9 restricted areas. It's just that the time when the 9 wars of reincarnation broke out is undocumented, because it's too old and time has almost wiped out everything. Speaking of this, Yume is no longer speaking, obviously she already knows everything. After listening to Yume's words, Su Lang suddenly raised countless thoughts. War of Reincarnation, in this era, is the final battle called the Battle of Reincarnation. Chonghen Gong, Chonghen Sun, it sounds related to Chonghen Woman, is it the legacy of Chonghen Woman? But Chi Yunkai has spent 30 million years in the boundless universe, and 300 billion years have passed since this place of exile. Can the inheritance of the long-hating girl be passed on for that long? In addition, I originally thought that every time in the battle of the end of the exile, one person was taken away by the 9-dragon coffin, and the entire exile was completely rebuilt from the beginning, but now it does not seem to be the case. I have received a little news from the endless universe. Error. Perhaps because the time flow in the place of exile is too fast, and the total number of wars of reincarnation is only tens of billions of years, and it is only tens of millions of years in the endless universe. This time is not long in the eyes of the experts of the infinite universe, so the experts of the infinite universe regard many wars of reincarnation as one. Then, judging by the information now available, the sinister level of the exiled land is even higher than imagined, 10 levels. There are a large number of strong people who have cultivated for countless years here, as well as powerful weapons built by strong people in the past. There are so many powerful people hiding in the dark that it is unimaginable, and so strong that it is desperate. Under the pressure of these former waves, the new waves of exile have no hope at all. Unless there is a real genius, a genius who is the best in the world in terms of cultivation aptitude and combat talent, it is possible to overturn those super old men who have spent countless years. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help but ask himself, am I the genius? But then, Su Lang had another resolute thought. No, I must be that genius, otherwise don't talk about rescuing Chu Xiaobei and the others, even I will get in. Thinking of Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters, Su Lang was a little worried again. But on second thoughts, they are protected by treasures such as the 5 Elements Imperial Soldier, the 5 Elements Heaven Formation, the Slaughter Sky Scabbard, the Space Rubik's Cube, and the White Jade Emperor Palace. According to previous explorations of a large area of land, the only situation in which the Emperor-level powerhouse is Yume alone, the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei are more cautious, and it is still possible to ensure safety. Unless they are very unlucky, the place of exile will encounter an overwhelming storm. So, there are also big benefits to having a big place of exile. As soon as a person enters, it is like dripping into the ocean. As long as you are willing, the chance of survival will be greatly increased. Chu Xiaobei and others are not reckless people, they can definitely protect themselves. Su Lang took a deep breath and immediately took out a piece of clothing from the storage space. This dress was worn by Chu Xiaobei, and it has her breath. System, dispatch the treasure hunt flying gliders. Su Lang thought, and suddenly a large number of treasure hunting flying appeared. These treasure hunting flying gliders collected the breath on the clothes, and immediately disappeared. In order to increase the probability of finding everyone, Su Lang took out a few more things and asked the treasure hunt flying glider to collect the breath of Ji Rushui, Marong Shenxian, and even the 5 Elements Emperor Soldier and Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath. Suddenly, more than 300 billion treasure hunting flying around Su Lang spread wildly, at the same time. On a huge peak in the place of exile, layers of white cobwebs were covered one after another, turning the entire huge peak into snow white. I don't know, I thought it was a super snowy mountain. The top of this white giant peak is a nest made up of countless crystal clear spider silk. Although it is a lair, it is very luxurious and majestic than any palace. In the lair, there were bursts of women's laughter. Chapter 1437, that feels even more explosive. Ha 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 ha, so funny, so funny. This novel is better than the previous book. The Emperor Weaving is not easy to promote. Lord Langdi, please take the move. Bei, Rushui, Slim, you 3 are so talented. In the spacious and luxurious bedroom built by snow-white spider silk, a 6 or 7-year-old girl with pink jade carving is lying on the soft spider silk jade bed, holding a paper book and reading with relish. Take a closer look, and the title on the cover of the paper book turned out to be, The Emperor Weaving, It's Too Tender to Take a Long Emperor. I don't know if Su Lang will vomit blood when he sees this book. On the side of the spider silk jade bed, there are 3 beautiful girls sitting, including Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian. We are really excited to be praised by Master Yuji, and we have the motivation to create new works again. Master Yuji, take your time, we will soon be able to write a new chapter for you. The finale is already being conceived, it will definitely explode. Yes, and we have already thought about the creativity of the next book. The name is Langdi. He became the white moonlight of the sick Zhaoji Emperor. This book will be more interesting, and you are guaranteed to be satisfied. Well, we also thought of a theme Caldi Mei, which feels even more explosive. Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters tweeted, and said to the little the spider silk jade bed to please. Really, Yuji said in surprise, you really have you, I am looking forward to it. And the story of Chu Xiaobei and the little girl Yuji started more than 100 years ago, then. The 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei, the White Jade Emperor Palace, the 5 Elements Emperor Soldiers, the Slaughter Sky Scabbard, the Space Rubik's Cube, and some of the warriors who guarded the 5 Elements Heaven, all fell into exile. As a result, they were unfortunately discovered by a local emperor-level force. We must know that although the land of exile is vast, its resource consumption has been very serious for a long time, so the warriors who have flowed from the boundless universe here are easily coveted. Especially Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters are not even Wushan. Thus, the emperor-level forces sent a large number of powerful men to besiege and kill them. However, with the help of the Heavenly Slaughter Sword and other emperor soldiers, the 3 women stubbornly resisted the pursuit of the emperor-level forces, and designed traps to wipe out the high-level forces of the emperor-level forces. Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters originally thought it was safe, but they didn't expect that the extinguished force would leak the news, attracting a more powerful force, Greed Wolf Palace. Greedy Wolf Palace is a great power, far from what Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters can resist. When Greed Wolf Palace sent warriors to chase Chu Xiaobei and the others, Yuji had to follow it because he was bored, which was a relief. As a result, Yuji met the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei. Under the siege of the powerful warriors of the Greed Wolf Palace, the warriors who protected Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters couldn't resist, and died instantly. Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters are also at stake. But at this moment Yuji discovered the difference between Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters. Chu Xiaobei is a quasi-immortal, but there are dozens of hundreds of rules in his body, which is really rare. However, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian are both quasi-immortals, but they only have a few rules, which is also very rare. So Yuji got interested and saved Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters. Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters were originally killed because of their subordinates, and they felt very bad for Yuji, and they didn't appreciate Yuji's life-saving grace. But after Jiu Mountain, they knew that Yuji was not actually a person who was greedy of Wolf Palace. On the contrary, Yuji hates people who are greedy of Wolf Palace. It's just that the relationship between the two has never been mentioned, and the 3 girls are not easy to ask, which has become a mystery. In short, after Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, and Mirong Shenxian realized this, their ill feeling towards Yuji disappeared a lot. Moreover, relying on Yuji, they are considered safe in the exile. After all, although Yuji looks like a little girl, she is actually a very powerful quasi-superior. But, because Yuji is very powerful, his interest in Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters came and went quickly, and he threw them aside in a blink of an eye. In Jiu Mountain, not only Yuji lives alone, there are also a large number of female warriors of various races who serve Yuji. Chapter 1438, Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters made a beast. These waitresses are all quasi-emperors. Therefore, the 3 quasi-immortals of Chu Xiaobei are here, walking on thin ice, frightening. During the period, there were also some female waiters who bullied the 3 women's cultivation base and instructed them to do this and that, which was very annoying. Fortunately, Yuji was temperamental, and those waiters were afraid to bully Chu Xiaobei's 3rd daughter too hard and provoke Yuji to get angry, so they didn't dare to go too far. Therefore, although the 3 women have to do some unnecessary things every day, they have not encountered more difficult situations. Moreover, this life did not last long. Everything turned out because of a book. The title of this book is 3 Misses Against the Heavens, Emperor Su Lang is Too Powerful. It is a novel created by Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Marong Shenshian in Jiu Mountain because they missed Su Lang too much. When the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei were on Kanglan Star, they liked to read the ancient books dug up from the Blue Star the most. Therefore, the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei actually wrote this book in a decent way, as well as a variety of peculiar concepts and stocks, which is very interesting. The three daughters of Chu Xiaobei were also very satisfied with this book, made a paper book specially, and read it with them every day. As a result, the book was seen by Yuji one day, and when he took it over, he screamed, his eyes brightened, and he was addicted to enter. Yuji read this book utterly intoxicated, day and night, reading it over and over again, with endless aftertastes. But finally one day, she gradually felt dissatisfied, so let the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei write another book of the same series. The three daughters of Chu Xiaobei never expected that they would turn around with a novel, and since then they have become Yuji's queen writers. Although they don't want to use their master Su Lang to write books to other women, although it looks like a little girl, they have no choice. So in the absence of choice, in order to brush up a higher degree of goodwill on Yuji, the three girls decided to take a risk and join the heroine based on Yuji. Finally, the three girls racked their brains and began to serialize the new book, The Emperor Isn't Easy to Be Provoked, Lord Langdi, please take it. And after reading this book, Yuji shouted wonderfully and madly about satisfaction, and completely brought herself in. It was so cool. Then this book officially became Yuji's spiritual food, and he had to eat it every day, and he felt uncomfortable if he didn't eat it. So Yuji reminds you every day, every day. Chu Xiaobei's three daughters saw Yuji's reliance on themselves, so they took another gamble to reduce the amount of daily updates on the grounds of maintaining the quality of their works. In this way, not only can you hang Yuji's appetite, but also prevent Yuji from leaving them to work in the corner when they are tired of seeing them. This strategy finally succeeded. Although Yuji was too impatient, he also asked others to imitate the works of Chu Xiaobei's three daughters. But how can those simple people ever write about the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei? In the end, because the works were too ugly, all were punished by Yori. Among them, there are waitresses who have bullied Chu Xiaobei's three daughters. Next, Chu Xiaobei's three daughters' dragging plan was on the right track, one update every day, and nearly 20,000 chapters were written before finishing the book. This writing is nearly 50 years. In these 50 years, no one dared to provoke the three daughters at all, and they had a very happy life. Don't be too proud. Immediately afterwards, under the urging of Yuji, the three daughters opened a new work, The Emperor Weaving, taking a Langdi as too tender. It was at this moment that Yuji held the one in his hand. This book has been updated with more than 30,000 chapters in the hands of Chu Xiaobei's three beasts. It has been written for more than 80 years, and it is almost finished. Therefore, they will prepare the new book, Langdi. He became the white moonlight of Emperor Zhaoji. In short, the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei intend to maintain their current relaxed and happy life by writing books to improve their favorability. Of course, I still miss Su Lang's third daughter very much. They knew this was a place of exile. Basically there was no hope of returning to the boundless universe, but the more so, the more they missed Su Lang. Chapter 1439, Hit the Saliva into Minced Meat. At night, the three of them cried and wet their pillows from time to time. The three flying treasures created by Su Lang himself, and the three women often show them and think about people. When writing a book, it is precisely because of the true feelings that he can write a profoundly emotional book, and sometimes I see Yuji with red eyes. At this moment, they didn't know that Su Lang had already come to the exile and was looking for them frantically. The land of exile, in a plain of thorns. Have you finally found the general direction? A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. He was suspended in the air, surrounded by jade charms standing upright, and beneath his feet was a plain of thorns full of pink and purple flowers. In the distance, the treasure-hunting flying gliders finally found the exact direction after the initial great diffusion, all gathered together, and flew in the same direction. That direction is at least the direction where Chu Xiaobei's three daughters have been. They must be alive. Su Lang took a deep breath and waved his hand to collect jade charm into the Dantian universe, and then dispatched the clone to the direction of the treasure-hunting flying wing. After the clone appeared, Su Lang immediately used the clone to replace it, and then released some treasure-hunting flying gliders again to search for the correct direction. In this way, it is much faster than the silly following the treasure-hunting flying gliders. After all, the speed of hunting flying gliders is not as fast as Su Lang's clone dispatching replacement. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang moved 300,000 light-years away. Along the way, I also saw all kinds of intelligent races, and all kinds of incredible racial customs. Of course, all of this is just taking a look. Su Lang will not waste time in these places, at this time. Ahead, a large swath of treasure-hunting flying gliders determined their direction and flew forward again. Su Lang is also preparing to dispatch a clone to move on. But at this moment, where did the little bug come from? How dare you stop in Lao Su's way? A loud shout came, and the terrifying Great Emperor level aura descended, crushing hundreds of thousands of treasure-hunting flying to death in an instant. Okay, who is not so long-eyed? Su Lang frowned in an instant, and a dangerous light spurted from his eyes. Immediately after, he saw a man with triangular eyes flying from a distance, falling to the ground, kicking the treasure-hunting flying corpse on the ground with his toes. Strange. The triangular-eyed man was surprised. Some little bugs without spiritual power have reached the level of the Emperor in a faint speed. Soon, he picked up a treasure-hunting flying corpse from the ground, intending to study it on the spot. Suddenly. Chapter Triangle, put it down. A faint voice came. Who? Triangular Eyes heard someone calling his name. He was shocked, and he turned his head and saw Su Lang, whose face was as deep as water. At this time, Su Lang still maintained the state of swallowing the clone, with the terrifying breath of Quasi-Supreme Emperor lingering in his body. Quasi-Supreme Emperor. Within the territory of our Shishao Palace, when did the Supreme Emperor come in? It doesn't matter, the Emperor Quasi-Supreme is not something I can provoke, I can only bow my head to my ears. The triangular-eyed man named xianxia was under the pressure of Su Lang's aura, and his hair was standing upright, shouting danger in his heart, and immediately decided to admit counsel. Then, Honorable Senior, the junior is the deacon of Qi Shaodian. I offended you, please forgive me. Xianxia was full of flattery, nodded and bowed down and put down the treasure-hunting flying corpse in his hand. Junior, let it go, the junior, let it go. But the closer the flying squirrel corpse in his hand is to the ground, the more dangerous Zhang Triangle feels. However, he didn't dare to disobey Su Lang's order, he could only continue to put down the flying squirrel corpse in his hand. Call. Xianxia carefully let out a sigh of relief, and completely put down the treasure hunt flying corpse. And at this moment, a mysterious and terrifying force of causality is surging, and instantly wipes out Zhang Triangle. Ding! You have the soul of the Great Emperor 1, Daojing of the Great Emperor 1, Life Universe 1, and the Superior Shanyuan 985,689. Pooh! Dare to kill me, the treasure-hunting fly, really tired of living. Su Lang looked at Zhang Sanjiao's corpse coldly, and spit in disgust, smashing it into meat. Chapter 1440. Who dares to kill him in my place? After hearing the system prompt, Su Lang disgusted even more. This product is also a 5 Great Emperor at any rate, and there is only less than 1 million superior immortal sources, so poor. After killing Zhang Sanjiao, Su Lang continued to send his clone to rush forward, at the same time. Okay, in the Qishao Palace, the Great Emperor Zhenwei Huowu looked surprised. Because he discovered that through the soul fire, his subordinate Zhang Triangle suddenly fell. Zhang Triangle is dead, I just sent him to do something, why suddenly he died? Who would dare to kill him in my place? The eyes of Emperor Huowu were full of resentment, and his bright red hair almost stood up because of his anger. And at this moment, enlighten your majesty, the Great Emperor Huowu. A great emperor flew over and knelt outside the door. The subordinates just discovered that many unfamiliar 5 great emperors suddenly appeared in the Western Territory. These people actually look exactly the same, and the leader is a quasi-supreme emperor. The subordinates guessed that those 5 great emperors should be the clones of the supreme emperor. Originally, the great emperor Huowu was in anger. Seeing that his subordinates who came to enlighten him were so reckless, he wanted to vent his anger. But after hearing the information reported by his subordinates, he suddenly looked surprised. A quasi-superior emperor appeared in our sphere of influence. But the surrounding allies, Emperor Xianxia, Emperor Xuanshao, and Emperor Kunyu have never mentioned this person. Could it be that he appeared out of thin air? The great Emperor Huowu was surprised. Could it be that he is a quasi-godless powerhouse from the boundless universe? Thought of this, the astonishment on Emperor Huowu's face suddenly turned into surprise, and a greedy light spurted from his eyes. The natural resources of the exile are barren, and the martial artist's cultivation basically depends on penance. Even the master of a big power does not cherish the resources much. But people from the boundless universe are different. Compared with the warriors in the exile, the warriors of the same level in the boundless universe are about 100 times richer. This is a heart-pounding wealth. Moreover, based on the information brought back by his subordinates, the quasi-superior emperor also possesses a rare avatar technique, which can create multiple emperor-level avatars. This level of clone art is definitely the top emperor level, and it may even be a godless secret art. Compared to those wealth, the great emperor Huowu valued the clone secret technique more. Once he gets that clone secret technique, he can definitely increase his combat power. In addition to various training resources and rare secret techniques, the corpse of a warrior who has turned into godless grade is an extremely rare treasure. In a place of exile lacking all kinds of materials, the body of warrior is a great material for building weapons. If there is a person with advanced refining knowledge, he can even create a weapon of the same level with a corpse of a warrior. The great Emperor Huowu was greedy and cruel. If you dare to kill my subordinates, then I will take all of you. Enlighten your majesty, the great Emperor Huowu. The emperor who reported the letter reminded, when his subordinates came to report, the quasi-no-god class was constantly shifting positions and was about to leave the Shishao Palace site soon. What? Emperor Huowu's face sank slightly. Which direction has he gone? Go north. The emperor reporter replied. At this time, it is estimated that the territory of Emperor Xianxia is almost approaching. Damn it, how could it be so fast? It's too late for me to intercept now. He will definitely enter the territory of Emperor Xianxia. The Emperor Huowu frowned, and immediately took out a jade plaque dedicated to the exile. Anyway, I will fight him alone. It's better to unite with the other three to kill this emperor of the boundless universe. Thought of this, the Emperor Huowu immediately sent the message. The three powers of the great Emperor Xianxia, Emperor Shenxiao, and Emperor Kunyu, who were 500,000 light-years away in Shishao Palace, received the message immediately. What? A quasi-superior emperor is about to enter my territory. This person is Huowu's enemy. He wants me to help intercept and kill, and give a generous return afterwards. Chapter 1441. Su Lang is all ill. Oh, I'm willing to produce so many things. Huowu really lost his blood. HMPH, what kind of enemy does this old man have? He has never seen rabbits or hawks. He probably fell in love with other people's treasures. Emperor Huowu has produced many things, but he has no sincerity at all. It is okay to ask me to help intercept them, but I must add money. In the mountain cave north of the Qi Shaodian, the great emperor of the mountain looked at the message in the jade plaque and showed a cunning smile. While replying to the message, he left the lair to intercept Su Lang. Yes, the great Emperor Shandi was unwilling to let the big sheep run away while arguing with Emperor Huowu. At the same time, Emperor Xiao Xiao and Emperor Kunyu had similar reactions. The four quasi-no-god classes gathered on Su Lang's only way through the ultra-long teleportation while discussing the price. Su Lang, who knew nothing about this, continued to move forward. At last, a clone was dispatched by Su Lang to the encirclement formed by Huowu and the other four. Coming. 5 Great Emperor. Don't worry, this is his clone. It seems that he is very cautious, and he knows how to use his clone to explore the way. Hide it away, wait for his deity to come over, don't be stunned. Don't worry, my ending cover is a hidden treasure handed down from the wars of reincarnation in the past. It must be a god-level invisible treasure. Quote. The Emperor Huowu, Emperor Xuanxiao, Emperor Kunyu, and Emperor Xianxia, who had negotiated the price, were communicating in secret, waiting for the rabbit. Su Lang did not allow the clone to observe the surroundings carefully because he was in a hurry, and he did not notice the existence of Huowu and others. Next moment, he uses the clone replacement to exchange positions with the clone. As soon as he appeared, Su Lang immediately smelled a hint of danger. It's not good, someone is ying me. It's probably the old yin from Zhang Sanjiao that I killed before. As soon as Su Lang's thoughts turned, he immediately replaced it with a clone, and wanted to leave this place. It takes time to replace the clone, although it is only 0.1 seconds. But at the quasi-no-god level, 0.1 second is enough to accomplish many, many things. Do it. The Emperor Huowu rushed out from the dark. With a violent shout, his hands turned into crystals, and he killed Shang Su Lang fiercely. Emperor Xiao Xiao, Emperor Kunyu, and Emperor Xianxia are also unambiguous. They made their strongest blows one after another, and must kill Su Lang. Grass mud horses. 4. Su Lang saw that he was squatting in the grass by the 4 big men, and the corners of his mouth twitched. However, Su Lang reacted immediately. Function with a thought. With a thought in his heart, Su Lang will pull the leading red-haired emperor into the Nianfeng space, causing a silent effect on the other 3. At the same time, various defensive secrets burst out from Su Lang. Especially the Aotian god of war art, countless golden flames lingering and rising, causing Su Lang to dance wildly, his eyes condensed, and the momentum is overwhelming. That special effect is simply against the sky. Su Lang's defense was fully open, but he didn't intend to be beaten. He folded his hands into swords, and displayed the hidden scale Chisho at the very moment of his death. Next moment, rumble, there was an extremely terrifying loud noise. Su Lang and Huo Wu slammed into each other fiercely, exploding countless battle ripples, instantly tearing a large area of space. In the sky, the aftermath of the endless battle forms a ring wave, like a violent hurricane blowing around. Everything I went was razed to the ground, scraping the ground. A vast crater appeared on the earth, as if it had been hit by an asteroid. In the battlefield, Su Lang's firepower is full, and the great Emperor Huowu has a blow. Originally, his combat power was already at the forefront of the quasi-no-god class, and coupled with the increase of hidden Linksisho, the combat power immediately increased. But the great Emperor Huowu, only the soul and body were perfectly fused, had not yet entered the stage of soul fusion, and the secret method was no better than Su Lang. So after a trick, damn, he is so powerful. The Emperor Huowu directly rushed with blood and retreated madly. Carrying the terrifying power of Su Lang on his body, the space where he passed was like an old wall peeling off, forming a palpitating spatial gully. But Su Lang couldn't take advantage of the victory to pursue it. Because the 3 Emperor Xianxia and others are not the Emperor-level exercises that can fight for a long time with one thought. With just one move, the Nianfeng space was broken immediately. Su Lang was exposed to the siege of the 4 again. Chapter 1442, Shifeng Universe, the Power of the World. This person is too strong to fight him alone. The 4 of us must go all out and don't think differently. Take advantage of his and Huo Wu's hard work, let's go together. Quote. Without any words, the 3 quasi-superior emperors who exchanged their eyes instantly reached a consensus, and Chi blocked all the retreats of Su Lang, and the strongest killer move suddenly broke out. In an instant, various rules anomalies erupt, turning the center of the battlefield into a colorful chaotic turbulence. The 3 quasi-superior emperors' soul-body fusions are completed, and they have unimaginable terrifying power. One punch is enough to blow up an asteroid. The terrifying mighty force of such a 3-person attack, even if Su Lang's defensive power is bursting, he must temporarily avoid the edge. For the other quasi-superior emperors, it was too late to escape at this time. But Su Lang is different. Kunlun is invisible. At the moment, Su Lang launched a great emperor-level escape technique. You know, the side effect of the ordinary great emperor's use of this secret technique is to directly drop a great realm, from the great emperor level to the quasi-great emperor level. From this it can be seen how terrifying the addition of this exercise method to the body method is. Su Lang, who unfolded Kunlun's invisible steps, immediately got out of the encirclement of the 3 people including Emperor Xianxia. Next moment, the attack of the 3 quasi-superior emperors such as Xianxia Great Emperor fell to Su Lang's original position, causing a terrifying spatial scar. What's the situation? How could he have such a fast speed, 10,000 times faster than shuttle space? That must be a very terrifying secret art of body type, so strong. No, he didn't run away, but went to chase and kill the great Emperor Huowu. This person's courage is so amazing that he was besieged by the 4 of us and dared to take the initiative to hunt down. Quote. The great Emperor Xianxia and the others saw Su Lang dodging from his attack, and they suddenly felt very incredible. Then they saw that Su Lang went after the great Emperor Huowu, and they were even more unbelievable. And just when the thought of the 3 quasi-superior emperors flashed, Su Lang has come to the front of Emperor Huowu. Damn, he is so powerful. The Emperor Huowu had been reluctant to defeat Su Lang with one move. At this time, seeing Su Lang's unreasonable body speed, his scalp was numb with fright. At this moment, he was already seriously injured. If Su Lang were to come again, he would definitely die. Therefore, the frightened Emperor Huowu burst out all his whole cards instantly. Burning Lamp Dafa, the power of the world. Sword of evil incense. As soon as the 3 trump cards were played, Emperor Huowu instantly aged, like a dry wooden stake. But there was a more terrifying aura from him, and the whole person seemed to have become a humanoid giant planet. There is also a grey long sword condensed with endless evil and filthy incense, exuding a creepy aura, and it stabs Su Lang fiercely. Shifang Universe, the power of the world. Kunlun is invisible, hidden scales hunt west. Facing Emperor Huowu with all his cards open, Su Lang directly unfolded the power of the Shifang life universe. Suddenly, an immense power of the world poured into Su Lang, making him faster and the damage even more terrifying. This person is really perverted. The great Emperor Huowu also noticed the drastic change in Su Lang's aura, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart screamed badly. But at this time, both sides have attacked with all their strength, whoever dares to retreat will undoubtedly die. Therefore, even if the great Emperor Huowu knew he was likely to lose to Su Lang, he could only bite the bullet and brandish the sword of evil incense and slash towards Su Lang. The next moment, the sword of evil incense and the sword of heart absolute strike violently collide. Rumble, it was like the sound of the earth breaking apart. Su Lang's mindless attack of condensed spirit power and the increase of hidden scale Chisho fiercely smashed the sword of incense, and fell on the Emperor Huowu. However, the sword of incense broke directly, and the evil incense's willing force turned into various weird powers, unable to defend against, directly attacked Su Lang's body. With this move, both sides exchange injuries for injuries. Zaihua Hengsha, Immortal Emperor. Su Lang could clearly feel the horror of the power transformed by the incense. If he didn't use more whole cards, he would definitely not be able to resist it with the Aoshan War God art. Therefore, he directly launched the 2 great Emperor-level secret methods. Chapter 1443. Wait for me to solve this red hair killer mad in a flash. Su Lang's body turned into countless fine gravels, exploding fiercely, like an invisible firework blooming. The Hengsha he transformed into could not be detected by the naked eye of the Supreme Emperor, so he had to explore carefully with his spiritual power. But the great Emperor Huowu was already at a loss under Su Lang's attack, feeling powerless, unable to control the broken incense sword. Therefore, Su Lang easily avoided a lot of attacks by using Zaihua constant sand. Even if a small part of the permanent sand of the physical body is destroyed, it can be instantly reborn under the influence of the undead emperor. The 2 great Emperor-level exercises allowed Su Lang to almost avoid 99.9% of his injuries under the full blow of Emperor Huowu. The remaining 0.1% was restored all at once. In the end, he didn't suffer any injuries, and only consumed a lot of energy. Possibility for Su Lang who has the sun, he can sway it at will. On the other hand, Emperor Huowu, although various defensive secrets were also launched, and even a 9-pole defense Emperor soldier was taken out, it was unable to withstand Su Lang's damage. Stabbed, the sword of Shinju Wufeng instantly pierced the body of Emperor Huowu. The mental attack erupted, causing the Emperor Huowu's soul to be distorted, and the pain was unbearable. The perfectly integrated soul body was affected, unable to exert his peak strength. Hidden Scale West Hunter erupted, instantly knocking out a big hole in front of and behind the body of Emperor Huowu. What? Rao Yiwo, the will of the great emperor, suffered such a serious injury, and couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. Not far away. Hiss. Emperor Huowu is not this person's opponent at all. 2 times, 2 consecutive defeats. If the great Emperor Huowu meets this person alone, he will definitely die. Yeah, let alone the great Emperor Huowu, I will definitely lose if anyone is singled out against this person. This person is really powerful enough to be in the forefront of the quasi-superior emperor in the land of exile. The 3 Emperor Xianxia, Xiaoxiao, and Kunyu who failed in a single shot couldn't help being shocked, and there was a groan in their hearts. The secret path bit hard bones this time. Of course, the 3 quasi-superior emperors wouldn't just give up so easily. This person has already exploded with his whole cards. It must be consumed intensively and has unimaginable side effects. I am waiting for the opportunity to come. Yes, the stronger this person is, the higher his status and wealth in the boundless universe. While his secret technique just broke out, let's go. After Xianxia, Xiaoxiao, and Kunyu were defeated, they completed the exchange in an instant, and once again killed Su Lang. This time they all launched a large-scale attack, covering all tens of millions of miles in a radius, and be sure not to let Su Lang escape. Humph, if it is the strongest single attack, I will temporarily avoid the edge, such a wide range of attacks, ha ha. Wait a minute, when I solve this red-haired killer Matt, I will kill you one by one. Su Lang sneered in his heart, revoked the secret of self-human sand, and changed back to human form. Next moment, he once again used Kunlun invisible steps to kill the terrified Emperor Huowu. Burning Lamp Dafa, the great Emperor Huowu dared not ignore Su Lang's attack on the friendly forces. This secret technique at the expense of lifespan is very scary, but the effect is also very good. After the display, the injuries on the Huowu Great Emperor's body immediately disappeared, and the combat power returned to its peak. However, he has already lost to Su Lang once in his peak state. How can he counterattack the second time? Forn la la, Su Lang's hand-centered absolute edge longsword pierced the void, dragging a long black tail, and instantly fell on the Emperor Huowu. Puff, although the great Emperor Huowu resisted with all his might, he was still severely injured by Su Lang, and his body almost became two pieces. However, the ranged attacks of the three of Xianxia, Xuan Shao, and Kunyu fell on Su Lang, and also severely suppressed Su Lang from the sky to the earth. Rumble, there was a loud noise, and the land centered on Su Lang sank 5,000 feet, turning into a giant basin. The entire basin has formed a variety of crystal-clear ores because of the tremendous pressure. Su Lang was suppressed deep underground, but the three-person range attack could not form a fatal attack on Su Lang. Chapter 1444, The World's Death Means Reappearance. Boom, a violent explosion sounded from the ground, and Su Lang carried endless rubble and smoke into the sky, like an underground volcanic eruption. I saw a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but his expression was still indifferent. After breaking out of the ground, Su Lang still turned a blind eye to the three people including Shanqi, and went straight to kill the great Emperor Huowu. He was determined to defeat them one by one. Boom, the great Emperor Huowu, who was already seriously injured, was hit by Su Lang again. His body was riddled with holes and rags, and he was about to fall apart. Lan Lan, Lan Lan, Lan Lan. The three of you, Xianxia, Xiao Xiao, and Kunyu have not played the cards. The Emperor Huowu was desperate, and he continued to use the secret technique of burning lamps when he screamed, consuming his life crazily to maintain his life. And this kind of secret technique consumes a full 100 million years of life. The quasi-no-god class generally has a lifespan of 2 billion years, and the Emperor Huowu has already walked halfway. If he frequently uses the lamp-burning secret technique, he will die of old age. I have to have all the cards in my hole, and I can't let this person defeat us one by one. But this person is too fast, our single assault can't hit at all, and the range attack is of no avail. He must first limit his range of action. The three quasi-superior emperors Xianxia, Lao Shao, and Kunyu have reached a consensus and immediately unfold the universe of life and release the power of the world. In addition, there are a lot of explosive secret techniques, and they are no weaker than the great Emperor Huowu, who uses Lanlan Dafa. The breath of the three quasi-superior emperors skyrocketed, triggering the eruption of the rule of thousands of miles, turning the whole world into a quagmire of energy. Immediately after, the three of them each occupy one side, surround Su Lang in the middle, and at the same time perform blockade secret techniques. The secret art of the star prisoner of the mountain. Space convergence Dafa. Secret of the dark vortex. Three great emperor-level secret techniques all appeared together. Suddenly, the ground that had sunk 5,000 feet and turned into a crystal-clear ore basin suddenly rose up from 10,000 high mountains, and the peaks of the mountains closed in the clouds to form a fortress-like cage. The space in the cage was folded layer by layer, forming a series of weird and twisted fish-scale waves, spreading towards Su Lang from all directions. More dark auras condensed and turned into black whirlpools, flooding the cages, swallowing all living things like quicksand in the desert. With these three quasi-no-god tiers joining forces, Su Lang's range of action was immediately limited to 1,000 miles, and it was still being narrowed. But Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, the clouds were calm and breezy, and he constantly wielded terrifying attacks. Emperor Huowu was miserable. He has performed the secret technique of burning lamps 6 times in succession, consuming a full 600 million years of life, and is about to reach the end of his life. Moreover, the great Emperor Huowu was also sealed by the great Emperor Shanqi and the other three together with Su Lang, and his intentions were not sinister. Lao Shanzi, Xiao miscellaneous. Kun you old dog, you want to kill me together. The great Emperor Huowu sensed his own crisis, and he was so frightened. Immediately after, fellow Taoist, stop, the three of you will kill me. We should abandon the previous suspicions and join forces to fight back. While desperately resisting Su Lang's attack, he shouted to Su Lang, as long as the two of me work together, we will be able to stop them. Friend Huowu Taoist, you misunderstood. We will let you out now. Huowu Dao friends, don't think about it. The eyes of Emperor Xianxia and the others flashed, immediately relieved Emperor Huowu. They had really planned to kill the great Emperor Huowu before, but the other party already has a tendency to join forces. If the other two are really allowed to join forces, they will get nothing. Therefore, the three Emperor Xianxia immediately gave up their unrealistic plans and used secret methods to separate the Emperor Huowu. But at this moment, universal annihilation means, Su Lang launched the most terrifying attack without warning. In an instant, a force that caused the collapse of space, the collapse of heaven and earth, the destruction of everything, and the despair of the Emperor burst out. Wow! The torrent of terrifying energy followed Su Lang's finger gently, and instantly flooded Emperor Huowu. Then broke through the triple seal, and hit the stunned three of the three people. Chapter 1445, The Death of Emperor Huowu. Dafa, the Emperor Huowu, who was the first to take the brunt, couldn't take care of everything, and once again used Lanlan Dafa. However, under the guidance of Su Lang's full card and the world's nirvana, his struggle was in vain. The terrifying torrents of energy contained the power of countless great avenues, consuming the body of Emperor Huowu crazily. No, don't kill me. I know I was wrong, Taoist friend, spare my life. The great Emperor Huowu completely lost the heart to resist, and he made a stern begging for mercy. But Su Lang was not interested in this quasi-no-god class who was about to die of old age at all, and did not intend to accept him as a subordinate. After just 1 second, the Emperor Huowu was wiped out in the world's nirvana. Ding! You have the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the Daojing of the Great Emperor 1, the Universe of Life 1, the Wall of the Great Emperor's soldiers rejecting the sky, broken, *1, the Supreme Shanyuan 16,985,689. Okay. Didn't this person use incense? He didn't even leave behind the incense avenue. Su Lang's thoughts flashed, and he soon tossed it aside. The top priority was to deal with the remaining three enemies. On the occasion of the death of Emperor Huowu, the three Emperor Xianxia and others were also within the attack range of the Universe Nirvana finger. Even if the attack they have suffered has been partially offset by the prisoner star, space accumulation and dark vortex, it is still very terrifying. The three emperors of Xianxia had to display all their defensive cards and paid a great price to block the impact of the universe annihilation finger. At this moment, annihilation in the universe means that the torrent of energy is gradually weakening, and Emperor Xianxia and others finally stabilize their figures. The three were standing in a tripod floating in the sky. They all looked towards the center and saw Su Lang at a glance. Then the three of them were dumbfounded, surprised and delighted. He didn't run away. With such a terrifying secret technique, the consumption is almost deadly enough, he didn't even escape. Perhaps it is because of the excessive consumption that he has been unable to escape. Yes, that must be the case, otherwise he cannot escape. Walk around, it's time to harvest. The three Emperor Xianxia communicated secretly, and rushed towards Su Lang in the next instant, be sure to kill with one blow. But at this moment, wow, one by one, perfect quality of the Emperor-level pill appeared out of thin air, and then was swallowed by Su Lang. What? I am not wrong, right? What he ate was the Great Emperor-grade pill. Each of those pill is more perfect than the pill that I have seen in my life, and I cherish it more. He even swallowed at least 100 in one breath. Violence against the heavenly things, against the heavenly objects, if you give me such a precious pill. Quickly, it takes time for him to refine the pill, I will kill him quickly. Don't give him a chance to breathe. This person is too rich, ha ha ha, kills. Xianxia, Xiao, and Kunyu saw the pill that Su Lang had eaten. They were so distressed that their internal organs were trembling, and they were almost stupid with joy at the same time. Simultaneously, the three of them moved faster, and they rushed to Su Lang without a millisecond. Next moment, the three of them all worked together and once again began to perform the secret technique of blockade and imprisonment. And Su Lang, who used the universal annihilation finger, was indeed empty in his body, but his recovery ability could not be calculated by common sense. He not only has a steady supply of energy from the sun, but also has a one-key practice function that can instantly refine the pill and replenish energy. In an instant, Su Lang recovered a lot of energy. Although this part of energy is not a lot, it is more than enough to use Kunlun's invisible steps. Kunlun is invisible, hidden scales hunt west. As soon as the two great secret techniques came out, Su Lang immediately broke out at the fastest speed. But he did not choose to attack, but to retreat strategically. After all, he attacked at this time, and most of them could not cause fatal injuries to the enemy, but would be entangled. The safest way is to run to the side to take a few breaths, and then call back. At this moment, Su Lang exploded at the fastest speed, and immediately disappeared from under the noses of the great Emperor Xianxia and the others. What? He can burst out so fast. He is desperately trying to catch up, he will definitely not be able to hold it. Xianxia, Xiao, and Kunyu immediately concluded that Su Lang had performed some kind of self-harming explosive secret technique, and while horrified in his heart, his sneer became more vigorous. In their opinion, the more Su Lang struggles, the faster he will die. Chapter 1446, Eyes are so greedy. Chase. The figures of the three of them did not pause, and they chased Su Lang frantically. Chasing the soul, immediately expand the shielding ability. On the way to the strategic retreat, Su Lang took the time to take out the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and flew in his xianxia. Yes, chasing soul instantly opened the shielding function. Suddenly, Su Lang disappeared directly from under the noses of the three others. Not only the people disappeared, but even the breath disappeared. What's the situation? What secret technique is this? I can't see it through. It's not a secret technique, it's an Emperor's soldier comparable to mine. Hurry up and launch a range attack. Even if you can't kill him, you must find out where he is. Xianxia, Xiao, and Kunyu immediately began to perform the largest range of attacks. Countless energy spread out from the three of them, covering the sky and the sun, and earth-shaking. Although these forces cannot be aimed at the godless level to produce a threat, they are tantamount to destroying the world for weak creatures. I saw the three people's range attack wherever they passed, and all the creatures died. An intelligent race with a wide range of personalities instantly extinct the whole race, and there is no chance for even the slightest resistance. Su Lang has a hidden figure in the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, and he doesn't have to worry about being discovered. After all, the shielding and hiding ability of soul-chasing Emperor Palace can't even discover the mysterious and weird chaotic origin Tianyu Ding. How could this mere range of attacks expose the soul-chasing Emperor Palace? Damn it, no trace of the other party can be found at all. This person's great Emperor soldier is very powerful, and the shielding ability is not worse than mine. Damn, he must have escaped by this time, we can be regarded as empty. No, not necessarily. I caught a glimpse before and found that the Emperor soldier used by this person was not a godless class. It can have such a powerful shielding ability, there must be shortcomings. Once many of the shielding and hidden types of great Emperor's soldiers are deployed, they cannot move. This person may still be in place. Do it. Seeing that the range attack could not be achieved, the three exchanged in an instant, and then attacked again. This time, he attacked the place before Su Lang disappeared. Ouch, I was found. Su Lang's expression was startled, his eyes rolled, and he immediately dispatched an avatar far away. Apart from the aura, everything about this incarnation is exactly the same as Su Lang. The incarnation was not yet fully condensed, and it was noticed by the engrossed Emperor Xianxia and others. If Emperor Huawu was still alive, he would definitely suspect that this was Su Lang's clone. However, Emperor Huawu deliberately didn't tell the three Emperor Xianxia and others in order to swallow this unusually defying, clone secret technique. Therefore, the great Emperor Xianxia and others did not know that Su Lang had many clones. At this moment, after the clones are fully condensed, they immediately use various secret techniques to flee wildly. It's him, he is not in the same place, he is already far away. His breath is very weak, it has been reduced to the 6 or 7 great emperor, it is the end of the force. Quick, catch up. The great Emperor Xianxia and the three others were immediately attracted to their attention, forcibly accepted the attack, and chased the incarnation when they were crazy. And Su Lang temporarily hid in the soul-chasing Emperor Palace to continuously restore energy. Even if he didn't take a large amount of the Emperor-level pill, his recovery speed was unimaginable. If the general quasi-no god level completely consumes the energy of the whole body, it will take 10.5 months to fully recover. But Su Lang is different. In such a short period of time, he has recovered by half. Far away, the three Emperor Xianxia are like cats that have seen a mouse, their eyes brightened, chasing Su Lang's incarnation like crazy. During the period, the three even had a faint suspicion, separated from each other a certain distance, and started a speed race. The Avatar's body level is only the 6th Great Emperor, and it is soon overtaken by the three, and is imprisoned in the air with secret methods. Fellow, by now, you have no possibility of escape. The Great Emperor Xianxia looked down at Su Lang condescendingly. In order to avoid the suffering of torture, you still have to hand over your everything. Not bad. Great Emperor Xianxia smiled. You and I are also fellow Taoists of the same level. If you don't have to be a last resort, I won't insult you. Hurry up and hand over everything. Kunyu's face was cold, otherwise, you will be at your own risk. Chapter 1447, A Charming Smile. The three Emperor Xianxia and the others surrounded Su Lang's clone incarnation, looking salivating. Seeing this scene, Su Lang laughed secretly in his heart. And Su Lang's clone avatar said indifferently, I'm just a clone avatar, it's useless if you kill me, I have nothing. Cavatar, HMPH, whose clone can have the strength of the 6 extreme 7 Great Emperor. The Great Emperor Xianxia sneered, stop talking nonsense, and quickly hand over all your treasures, otherwise we will have to do it. Not bad, hurry up and hand over things. The Emperors Xianxia and Kunyu looked impatient, and they seemed to be unable to wait. You don't believe me how to say it. The Avatar shook his head helplessly, well, hearing is not, seeing is believing, you will know by looking over there. With that said, the Avatar pointed to the junction of heaven and earth. Humph, Emperor Kunyu sneered, don't want to distract us. The other two emperors also sneered again and again. However, the three of them still pulled out a trace of mental energy and looked in the direction the Avatar was pointing. This look, suddenly the three of them were dumbfounded, because they saw another Su Lang who was on the run. It was exactly the same as the one surrounded in front of him, and it was also the breath of the 6th Great Emperor. This one is of course the second clone incarnation released by Su Lang. What's the situation? The second person appeared. Is it really just a clone in front of you? Close to the clone of 7 Great Emperor in all aspects. What secret technique can do it? I heard that a secret technique can divide one's own deity into 3 avatars, each of which can retain very powerful combat power. That person should have used this secret technique. Hey, don't worry, hurry up, separate someone to chase, no matter which deity is, you can't let it escape even with a single hair. Leave one person to watch this person, who will catch that person with me. Quote. When the 3 Emperor Xianxia and others were horrified, they exchanged quickly. Immediately after, the Great Emperor Kunyu stayed behind to watch the first incarnation of Su Lang. The Great Emperor Xianxia and the Great Emperor Xianxia immediately set off to chase and kill the second incarnation. At the same time, the 3 of them did not forget to search around frantically to prevent the first 2 from being smoke bombs, and the deity of Su Lang would take the opportunity to escape. But Su Lang heard the unconcealed exchange between the 3 of the 3 emperors in anxiousness, and his expression suddenly moved. Because he really has a technique that can transform himself into 3 individuals. This exercise is called the 3 transformations, 3 body, 3 lives secret technique, and it is a synthetic emperor level exercise. But Su Lang had the function of dispatching clones, so he didn't like this technique at all. After being synthesized, he was thrown aside. Unexpectedly, this technique was very similar to the clone technique used by the Great Emperor Xianxia. Maybe, you can use this layout. The corner of Su Lang's mouth hooked, revealing a charming smile. The other side, the speed of the quasi-supreme emperor is terrifying. Although Su Lang's second avatar went all out, he was quickly caught. Really exactly the same as the first person caught. This person is very likely to possess the legendary technique of transforming one into 3 clones. The Great Emperor Xianxia and the Great Emperor Xianxia trapped the second avatar sent by Su Lang, and their faces showed shock and surprise. And just now, the avatar surrounded by them laughed and said, "You have caught the wrong person again. I am also a avatar. Our deity has run away." What? The eyes of Emperor Xianxia and Emperor Xianxia shrank, and their expressions sank. Then they immediately discovered that near the limit of the detection range of the mental power, there was really a Su Lang running away frantically. The third one was of course the avatar sent by Su Lang. It's just that this avatar flees, while frantically taking out all kinds of pills to eat. The cherished pill was eaten by the avatar one by one, and the great Emperor Xianxia and the others felt distressed. At the same time, they immediately cast aside most of their doubts, believing that the third one is Su Lang's deity. "I'll chase, you stay." Great Emperor Xianxia and Great Xianxia changed their minds and shouted in unison. Then the atmosphere became more embarrassing. Chapter 1448, Secret Technique of 3 Transformations and 3 Lives. Of course, the two would not fight because of this, and missed a great opportunity to pursue. As a result, there was a PY transaction between the two of them, and the result was that the great Emperor Xianxia was chasing them. Immediately after, "Ha ha ha, this must be the deity, I will make a lot of money." The great Emperor Xianxia chased him out like a chicken blood. The great Emperor Xiao was in a mixed mood when he saw this scene, while the great Emperor Kunyu looked dark. From the current point of view, he has not received any benefit at all. Simultaneously, Su Lang, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the sordidness between the three, while quickly regaining energy. At this time, the energy in his body was about to return to its peak state, far away. The great Emperor Xianxia came out with all kinds of secret techniques, and soon caught up with the third avatar sent by Su Lang. And this clone avatar received Su Lang's order, showing a posture of stubborn resistance rather than death. Boom boom boom. After the clone avatar was overtaken by the great Emperor Xianxia, he continued to attack, swaying all kinds of secret techniques desperately. But the 7 great emperors' attack level was like a tickle to the quasi-no-god level, and it was useless at all. "Ha ha ha ha, this fellow Taoist, this is the end of the matter, so just give up resistance." Seeing the avatar incarnate constantly resisting, the great Emperor Xianxia was suddenly so excited that he was almost certain that the third one was really the deity of Su Lang. After some struggle, this third avatar was very expensive, with an expression of anger and despair on his face. "Okay, really stop struggling, it's useless. The great Emperor Xianxia has an arrogant look in control of everything. Hand over the treasures on your body, and I will leave you a whole body." Wait, in the distance, Emperor Kunyu finally couldn't help shouting, "Emperor Xianxia, I can only win this person by working together. You can't take the victory alone." "Not bad." Emperor Xianxia also rolled his eyes and shouted, "Emperor Xianxia, the benefits you gave me before are far from enough, I'm not convinced." The dissatisfaction of the two great emperors is about to cause infighting. The great Emperor Xianxia glanced over the great Emperors Zunxiao and the great Kunyu, and the expressions on their faces were uncertain, as if opening a dying workshop. But he knows that he can't fight inward at this time. Otherwise, once the great Emperor Zunxiao and the great Kunyu jointly deal with it, he may not be able to keep the spoils in his hand. Therefore, it is better to separate some benefits and eliminate the risks invisible. Don't worry, too, is the great Emperor Xianxia the kind of person who eats alone? The great Emperor Xianxia laughed, "You quickly kill the 2 clones, come and share the results with me." This statement came out, the Emperors Xianxia and Kunyu suddenly stretched their brows and their complexions eased. Immediately after, the two were about to kill the avatar of Su Lang under their control. But at this moment, "Do not kill me," the 2 avatars shouted in unison. "Humph, 2 useless clones, kill them if you kill them." Great Emperor Xianxia smiled coldly, and was about to do it soon. "Stop." The great Emperor Shandi guessed one thing correctly, that is, we are all differentiated from the deity using the 3 transformation 3 body 3 lives secret art. We have inherited part of the deity's character, part of the combat power, and part of the property. In a sense, we are all the deity. The 2 avatars showed extremely nervous expressions, explaining in a hurry. 3 transformation 3 body 3 lives secret art. The great Emperor Xianxia was horrified. There is such a secret technique. Part of the character of the deity inherited separately. It's no wonder that these 3 people clearly have independent personalities and thoughts. It is impossible for the clone to maintain independent thinking with other clones' secret techniques. It is precisely because of this independent thinking that the first 2 clones made some unreasonable actions. Remind us that there are other clones, and even pointed out the direction of escape. All of this is due to jealousy, resentment, unwillingness to cause trouble in independent thinking. In this way, what these 2 people said is true. They have split into 3 independent individuals, all deities. The great Emperor Kunyu murmured while filling his brain, with an extremely excited expression in his eyes. Chapter 1449, Happiness comes too suddenly. Happiness came too suddenly. Originally, he thought the clone he had grasped was worthless. But now I find that this is also a deity, and has inherited part of the wealth of that quasi-no-god class. How could he not be excited about this? How can you not be excited? Suddenly. And many more. The great Emperor Xianxia suddenly yelled, "You two said that you are both deities and have inherited part of your wealth. How do you prove it?" "Yes." Emperor Xianxia sneered, "How do you prove it?" "Haha, it's very simple." The great Emperor Kunyu laughed and said, "As long as you can get valuable treasures, you can prove it." This statement came out. Su Lang's 3 clone incarnations suddenly sank. "It's okay for me to take out the treasure." One of the avatars incarnate said, "After you get the treasure, you must let me go safely, and you can't chase it." "Me too." The second avatar also said immediately, "After we hand over the treasure, you must let us leave safely, and you must not chase us down." "Naive. Childish." The third avatar sneered, "I hope they let you go. It is better to expect the dog not to eat shit." "To shut up." The great Emperor Xianxia roared in a low voice, and the powerful quasi-no-god breath pressed on the body of the avatar, causing it to creak. However, the third avatar pierced through the last layer of membrane, revealing the end of the 3 avatars definitely dead. "It's really impossible to let you go." Emperor Kunyu showed a sincere expression, "But I can guarantee that I can give you a decent way to die and have a thick burial. I can also satisfy you with other conditions that are not excessive. I won't let you go. But I can promise you to build an incense ancestral hall for you, and send you on the road when there is enough incense." Emperor Xiao looked at the avatar he grabbed. "This way, you can be reborn. This condition is very relaxed, right? I can promise you both of them." The great Emperor Xianxia looked at the third avatar incarnation and said lightly. "Humph." An avatar sneered and said, "The best ending is not to be your prisoner." The 3 Emperor Xianxia were silent. They could not give better conditions. "Okay. If it is these 2 conditions, I agree." One avatar sighed, his eyes were dull, and his face laughed at himself. "I didn't expect that I was in the Xinghai domain, but I won't live here for 10 days. The world is so cruel." Emperor Huowu regrets losing to the hands of fellow Taoists, and he is immediately destroyed. The great Emperor Xianxia smiled and said with emotion, "And fellow Taoists are sorry to lose the hands of the 3 of us. Although the defeat is honorable, but I can still embark on the incense road. The ending is already very good." Man of few words, I hope you keep your promise. While talking, the first avatar took out something the 9 great emperors' army Tianju 8-sided shield. This is the 9 great emperors' heavenly armor and 8-sided shield. Its characteristic is that it can block any attack close to him, without exception. It's a pity that its level is a little lower, and the deity didn't use it. The avatar lowered his head, and introduced in an unlovable tone, "However, I inherited the master's refinement skills. If the cultivation base and materials are sufficient, it is enough to refine a quasi-godless weapon. Hear this, 9 great emperor soldiers. Furthermore, you have inherited the skill of refining. You can refining a quasi-godless weapon." "Oh, you said so early, fellow Taoist, you have such superb refinement skills. How can I kill you?" The great Emperor Kunyu instantly showed ecstasy, and immediately took the Xianxia 8-edged shield into his hands. A pair of eyes stared at the avatar who was trapped by him, his heart beating frantically, almost exploding. The great Emperor Kunyu has decided not to kill this avatar at all, but to put it under house arrest and provide a delicious offering, and let him refine weapons for himself. Not to mention using it for yourself. If you refine it and exchange it for cultivation resources, it's a big profit. Chapter 1450. Stupefied as a wooden chicken. What? The first clone actually inherited the 9th great emperor army, and also inherited the refining skills. Their deity was originally a great emperor-level refining master. Emperor Xianxia and Emperor Xiao immediately jealous. Although they also have their own emperor soldiers, and the great Emperor Xianxia also has a quasi-godless ice, the value of a 9 great emperor soldier is already considerable. The most important thing is that the clone has inherited extremely advanced refining skills, which is of greater value. You know, because of the scarcity of materials in the place of exile, there is nothing for refiners to practice, and advanced refiners are very rare. The characteristics of the exile place determine that battles are more likely to occur here, and weapons are even more important. The value of the crafting master has also risen and become more noble. But now, Emperor Kunyu is so lucky. The clone he caught inherited the profound refining attainments. Looking at Emperor Kunyu's pleasantly surprised look, Emperor Xianxia and Emperor Xianxia could hardly wait to grab someone. And at this moment, what's so strange about refining tools? There are some great Emperor-level perfect pill. The second clone suddenly sneered and took out a bunch of pills. In addition, I have inherited the alchemy skills of the deity, and I can refine the Emperor-level pills of perfect quality. Looking at the great Emperor-level pill on the ground, listening to the trembling words of the second avatar, the Emperor Xianxia, who was extremely jealous, shook his whole body instantly, and his face bloomed with a smile like a flower. Yeah, the great Emperor Xianxia was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Taoist, rest assured, I will never kill you, you will be my good brother from now on. When this scene came out, Emperor Kunyu suddenly felt that although the clone in his hand was still very fragrant, it was not the most fragrant. Compared with fighting, cultivation is the eternal theme of the exile. Every warrior wants to climb the ladder of realm crazily and be the first person. The refining pill is just a means to maximize the effect of cultivation resources. With a powerful alchemist, his cultivation speed will be crazy doubled. At a higher level, you can get more powerful, your own mighty power, which is not comparable to foreign objects. At this moment, see that both Emperor Zanshao and Emperor Kunyu have reaped great results. The face of the great Emperor Xianxia turned black to the bottom of the pot instantly. Among the three, he was faintly standing in the position of the boss, but at this time he was stunned, lost face, and suddenly the boss was upset. Fortunately at this moment, ah ha ha, the third avatar laughed, what are weapons and pills? Cultivation is the right way, look at this. As soon as the voice fell, the great Emperor Xianxia turned his worries into joy, and the attention of the great Emperors Xiao and the great Kunyu was also attracted. Immediately after, they saw the third avatar shook his hands, expelling pieces of gadgets from the wide sleeves. But it was these gadgets that made the eyes of the three Emperor Xianxia fall out in an instant. Because these exercises are all the original exercises, not only Emperor level, but also Great Emperor level. All the exercises add up to 1,000. At this time, more shocking words came from the third incarnation. Do you know where these exercises originally came from? I won't sell it, let me tell you, it was created by the deity himself. And I happen to inherit the amazing talent of this deity, unparalleled intellect talent. I am very good at comprehending rules and cohesive avenues. I have comprehended many unfamiliar rules that you have never heard of. What I am better at is comprehending the exercises. I can comprehend an exercise in a very short time, and innovate and create stronger exercises. For example, this secret technique of 3 transformations, 3 body, 3 lives, is my own original technique. It's a pity that this technique is still a bit short. The split clones have independent wills, and even naturally hate each other, otherwise I won't let you catch them. Looking at a lot of exercises, listening to the words of Su Lang's avatar, the 3 Emperor Xianxia and the others were shocked and motionless. Chapter 1451, Please call me the director. Oh my god, this third clone is also a pervert. He has inherited such a powerful savvy talent, and can create the original Emperor level technique alone. You know, even a godless power cannot necessarily create the original Emperor level technique. Ha 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 ha, okay, great, you can rest assured, fellow Taoist, I won't kill you just with your savvy talent. From now on, you will be by my side to comprehend the practice for me, and I will give you the glory and wealth of your life. The great Emperor Xianxia picked up the secret technique of 3 transformations, 3 body, 3 lives, and took a cursory look. His dark complexion disappeared completely, and an old face was about to laugh. At first glance, he found that this exercise was indeed the same as the one he had heard of. Kunyu turned the deity into 3 independent clones. Therefore, he is already convinced that Su Lang has completely become these 3 clones, and there will be no more fish in the net. And when Emperor Xiao and Emperor Kunyu saw the bright and relaxed smile on Emperor Xianxia's face, they suddenly guessed it and smiled. At the same time, the great Emperor Xianxia and the other 3 were also very emotional. These 3 differentiated clones are so abnormal. Then, how amazing the deity before the split is. Quasi-no-god level refining skills, quasi-no-god level alchemy attainments, can create various Emperor level exercises, comprehend countless rules and condense countless avenues. Such a character, if it weren't very unlucky to meet them and cause halfway death, I'm afraid it is all right to be promoted to godless level. After sighing, I was deeply grateful. Fortunately, they killed all of Su Lang, otherwise it would definitely be ugly. Of course, They don't know. From the moment I caught my avatar, all my encounters were directed by Su Lang. They were controlled by Su Lang in the heart of the feat from beginning to end. At this moment, the three people including the great Emperor Xianxia were shocked by the clone captured by the other party, and were quite satisfied with the clone captured by themselves. Now that everyone is more satisfied, the spoil-sharing conference is over. Emperor Xianxia, Emperor Xianxia. The great Emperor Kunyu laughed and said, "Now I have to take fellow Taoists back to familiarize themselves with the new environment, how about the two?" "Me too, just go back and ask fellow Taoists to refine some pills for me." Great Emperor Xianxia also had a cheerful expression, "If you two want medicinal pills, you can bring resources to come to me for a deal. I'm going back too. You have to come to me sooner if you want exercises. Don't wait for me to practice all these techniques, you won't dare to choose." The great Emperor Xianxia smiled contentedly. "Also, let's divide the territory of the great Emperor Huowu into 3 and divide it equally." "Okay, that's it." Emperor Xiao Xiao and Emperor Kunyu nodded at the same time. At this time, they had harvested 2 extremely cherished captives, and they didn't care much about the territory left by Emperor Huowu. Immediately after, the 3 pretended to say goodbye to each other, and then took their captured Su Lang clone and flew to their lair. Seeing this scene, Su Lang didn't come out immediately, because he knew that the 3 emperors were all mature men. Although they are already very convinced that the 3 clones captured so far are all of Su Lang. But they will never be careless. Really, although the great Emperor Xianxia and the others flew away, their mental power had been scanning the battlefield crazily. Even the great Emperor Xianxia turned around and returned to the battlefield, and there was an all-round bombing. Fortunately, the soul-chasing Emperor Palace has been upgraded with the materials of the Void Chamber, and the concealment ability is strong enough, and the bombing of Emperor Xianxia has no effect at all. Wandering in place for a while, the great Emperor Xianxia couldn't bear the temptation of the pill, so he took the second avatar sent by Su Lang and left. The great Emperor Xianxia and the great Emperor Kunyu, who had been observing secretly, saw this and finally turned and left. None of the 3 who left knew. Their every move has been seen by some very humble flying squirrels. In the battlefield, Su Lang stayed in the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, sneered at the 3 people who left. Using the secret technique of 3 transformations, 3 body, 3 lives, he successfully tricked the 3 emperors into the game, playing around. And this time, the 3 emperors have dispersed, and carrying his clone avatar, which is equivalent to carrying an anchor that can be teleported at any time. The opportunities to break one by one have gradually matured. Chapter 1452, Dedication of Emperor Huowu. But Su Lang did not act recklessly immediately. Instead, continue to waiting for the end of the time limit for swallowing clones, waiting for the swallowed clones to cool down again. During this process, Su Lang did not stop searching for the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei. His remaining 30-odd avatars and countless treasure-hunting flying gliders are still advancing frantically, looking for the unknown 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei. Simultaneously, Su Lang also used this time to count the spoils obtained by killing Emperor Huowu. First, it is a martial spirit of the quasi-superior emperor's rank, and second is the Emperor Daojing and the universe of life. In addition, there is a broken defensive great emperor's army to resist the sky wall. In the end, there are less than 20 million high-quality fairy sources, various materials, and 2 emperor-level secret techniques, Randing Dafa, and Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven. Su Lang first took out the quasi-godless martial spirit. This martial soul is already different from the ordinary Emperor Wu and even the soul of the great emperor. It has turned into a misty smog, with a small golden crystal on the center of the eyebrow. This is the soul of the emperor, whose soul and body are perfectly integrated. Most of the souls in the broken nirvana have been integrated into the body, that is, the smoke-like part. And that small golden crystal is probably the remaining part after the emperor body is perfectly integrated into the emperor soul. This part should be used to integrate into the universe of life, but unfortunately there is too little to embark on the path of soul fusion. This is one of the reasons why it is difficult for the vast majority of soul-body fusion emperors to step on the path of soul-space fusion. At the quasi-no-god level, the soul has become a huge obstacle to the promotion of warriors. It seems that I still have to strengthen my soul a lot, and practice some new exercises to train the soul. The previous exercises are no longer good. While thinking about it, Su Lang put the quasi-godless soul into the storage space while taking out the second treasure, the life universe of Emperor Huowu. After being perfectly plundered, the life universe of Emperor Huowu also turned into a miniature version of the life universe sand table model. But compared to the ordinary life universe, it is not only larger, but also brighter, and the aura emanating from it is more perfect. Obviously, during the long years, the great Emperor Huowu has made great efforts to grow and develop his life universe. Open. With a thought, Su Lang opened the universe of life and sent a clone to come in. Suddenly, an extremely huge planet appeared before his eyes. This planet is huge, with a diameter of only 20 light years, much larger than the dark star. In addition, the great Emperor Huowu actually created 30 pure fire system avenue satellites for this planet. They are like 30 red moons hanging in the sky, and like 30 little suns. It's not small. A tick in the corner of Su Lang's mouth. The 30 little fire-type suns alone are equivalent to at least 300,000 fire-type avenues. Looking at the planet of life, there are also treasures of various attributes. Many of them are even rare treasures of rules that Su Lang has never seen before. Su Lang glanced over and made some rough statistics. With the addition of the 30 little suns in the sky, the total number of treasure lands has reached more than 2.3 million. But Su Lang was not very surprised about this, but had expected it. Rule treasures can be cast manually. As long as the power of the Great Avenue is used to cultivate ordinary land at all times, after a very long period of time, ordinary land will gradually become a treasure. It's not that this treasure in the universe of life was cultivated by Emperor Huowu. But in the land of exile, countless warriors grow, kill, and fall one by one. Throughout the ages, they have grabbed land from the land of exile to create their own universe of life. After death, if there is no accident, the land will return to the land of exile. The treasure they cultivated was inherited by future generations. In the long river of time, the warriors cultivated more and more treasures, and the later ones inherited more. Most of the treasures in the life universe of Emperor Huowu were not forged by himself, but ready-made. Chapter 1453, Quasi-No Gods Against the Sky Wall, Tisk Tisk. Just a quasi-no god level can harvest so many treasures. It seems that I will come to the place of exile, and at least I will be able to perfect the Shifang life universe. Su Lang looked at the supergiant planet slowly rotating, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, he once again sent a large number of avatars, used the buying avatars to become more than 3,000 great emperor-level avatars, and began to frantically explore the treasures of the universe of life. Because all the creatures on the planet of life have been squeezed to death by Emperor Huowu crazy, they have not encountered any unnecessary resistance. Let the shadow clones dig out the treasure. Su Lang put the life universe aside, and took out the third trophy, the Great Emperor Dao Jing. This Great Emperor Dao is crystal clear, with extraordinary Dao rhyme, and a large number of rules anomalies are triggered when it appears. It seems that the Great Emperor Huowu has a lot of power. The basic rules of the world have basically condensed the avenues, and the remote rules have also condensed some avenues. If you look at it roughly, you can see that there are at least hundreds of avenues in it, far surpassing my 130. In addition, there are many rules for comprehension. There are more than 1,500 in total that have not yet condensed, and they are about to approach me. These old guys can't be underestimated, they are even comparable to me who owns the system. Su Lang sighed. The secret path quasi-no god class should not be underestimated, and the true no god class boss can't easily provoke him. Immediately, Su Lang put the great Emperor Dao Jing aside. This thing is a great treasure for ordinary warriors, but it is useless to him. Immediately after, Su Lang brought the fourth treasure in front of him, that is, the broken Emperor-level defensive Imperial Soldier, the wall to resist the sky. Repelling the sky wall, 9 great Imperial soldiers, square transparent shields, with extremely strong defensive power, especially good at large-scale defense. But under Su Lang's fierce attack, it had already broken a big hole. The big hole runs through the front and back of the great Emperor's soldiers, and the surrounding area is covered with dense cracks, like bulletproof glass shattered by bullets. However, the heaven-repelling wall was not completely broken, and part of the spirit was still left, and it was already in a state of chaos. A wide range of defensive weapons. Su Lang frowned slightly, and after hesitating for a while, he decided to repair the great Emperor's soldier. After all, his xianxia 8-sided shield can only be regarded as a small range of defense Imperial soldiers, which is not suitable in certain application scenarios. If there is a large-scale defense of the emperor's soldiers, it can be considered as prepared. Moreover, Su Lang searched all of Yuan Sanlin's possessions, and there was no shortage of materials at all, and there was no need for decomposition. System: repair and evolve the repelling wall. After making up his mind, Su Lang immediately issued instructions to the system. Ding. Consume the soul of Emperor Wu 1000, the crystal of Emperor Qingguang 1000, the celestial demon soul 1000, the bone of Emperor Xuanlei 2000. The evolution of the heavenly wall is the supreme emperor soldier. Wow! A burst of light flowed from the surface of the wall. The original dilapidated heavenly wall was suddenly renewed, like a piece of the most perfect crystal. Its defensive power has also been upgraded from the 9th Great Emperor to the quasi-godless level, which can defend against ordinary quasi-godless attacks at the highest level, and it also adds a new blockade and seal function. If it is a relatively powerful existence in the quasi-no-god level realm, such as Su Lang who bursts out various secret techniques after using the devouring clone, it will probably be completely broken if it can't stop a few times. Of course, this defensive emperor soldier Su Lang was only used as a spare, he was more inclined to use the 8-sided shield. Judian Wall Tool Spirit, can't come out yet. Su Lang stared at the Judian wall and said indifferently, Judianqiang pays homage to your lord. Thank your lord for the grace of regeneration, the virtue of regeneration. Judianqiang's spirit came out immediately. From now on, adults are the rebirth parents of Sha slaves, and Sha slaves will follow life and death with no two intentions. The spirits are the same size as ordinary people, and the transparent edges and corners of the body are made of crystal, and there are no men and women. It knelt before Su Lang with a trace of tension and excitement, and bowed his head to Su Lang in the most respectful and sincere manner. Chapter 1454, Void Dragon Vein Heaven Secret Method. In fact, it came out the first time to thank Su Lang. The reason why it didn't come out in the first time was because it was completely shocked by Su Lang's magical refining methods. To know, it was not created by Emperor Huawu, but also passed down from ancient times. At the beginning, it was just an emperor soldier, and it has been in the hands of countless warriors in many hundreds of millions of years. After the promotion of countless refiners, it gradually reached the level of the 9 great emperor soldiers. Especially after reaching the emperor level, every promotion is extremely difficult, and the time of a cycle of exile is difficult for it to be promoted once. But now, Su Lang actually promoted it to the quasi-superior emperor level he dreamed of in an instant. This is really dreamy and incredible. Originally, it still had some resentment for Su Lang's crushing it, but now any resentment has disappeared, and his heart is completely full of shock and excitement. It has already decided that it must hug Su Lang's thighs and protect Su Lang desperately in battle. Okay, I'll give you a name, Shudian. As long as you are loyal, there will be opportunities for promotion in the future. Not to mention promoting you to the godless level, at least being in the forefront of the quasi-godless level is not a problem. Su Lang looked down at the guardian Wall Qi Ling at his feet, and said calmly. Yes, Judian kowtow again, the servant's loyalty to the Lord will never regret and never move. Don't just speak nicely, but just look at your performance. Su Lang waved his hand gently and put the Judian wall into his sleeve, making him self-defense. Next, Su Lang brought the 5th treasure, 2 great emperor-level secret techniques, Burning Lamp Dafa, and Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven. Burning the Lamp Dafa. It is the great emperor-level secret technique that the Emperor Huawu madly urges when he is dying to struggle. Holding the thick Burning Lamp Dafa books, Su Lang read it roughly and quickly grasped the general information. Using the light burning method once, you can directly fill the blood with blue and restore the peak state. But using this secret technique is very special. It does not consume energy such as Emperor Yuan, Qi and blood, but directly consumes Shou Yuan. This kind of consumption is like the consumption of mana to cast a spell, and it cannot be said to be a side effect. Therefore, Su Lang's function of, spit out the old and accept the new, cannot be eliminated. Very powerful secret technique. Unfortunately to me, it's totally tasteless. Su Lang curled his lips and put this secret technique aside. Immediately after, Su Lang took the 2nd secret technique to the Netherworld Dragon Vein Celestial Realm. After reading it roughly, Su Lang's eyes lit up. Because this is a very special incense technique, it not only includes a more efficient incense collection system. It can also make great use of the incense willingness without being contaminated by the incense. In fact, using incense without being contaminated by incense, Su Lang can do it with the avenue of incense. It's like using the incense avenue to ingest the negative incense power to torture xianxia. But this is only the simplest and most basic application. After practicing Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven Realm, you can use the incense aspiration power in another way to a deeper degree. The specific form of utilization is to establish a high-efficiency incense collection channel, Dragon Veins, and use Dragon Veins to collect incense power to create a special incense world. This world is all made up of incense aspiration power. Incense aspiration power is omnipotent, it is uncertain, it can change in the world, forming all kinds of magical energy. These endless magical energies are, to another extent, the power of an alternative world. When this incense world grows to a certain level, it will not be inferior to the life universe of the warrior. It's even worse. Of course, practitioners cannot directly use these special world powers. The last step is needed to turn this incense world into a special weapon with the methods in Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven. Yes, the world is a weapon. When the great Emperor Huowu fought Su Lang desperately before, he used 3 whole cards at a time, one of which was an evil incense sword that exuded endless filthy desire. Chapter 1455, Your Happy Time is Over Sword of Evil Incense. It is the incense weapon created by Emperor Huowu with Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven. The power of this evil incense sword is very terrifying, and it is by no means an ordinary quasi-no god level can resist, and because it is made of incense willingness, it is impossible to prevent. If Su Lang had not possessed Zihua Hengsha an Undead Emperor Sutra, and had been completely hit by the sword of evil incense, he would definitely have to die for half his life. This exercise is amazing. It just so happens that I have been troubled by the incense aspiration power, so I can practice this technique and create my own incense imperial soldier. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and immediately decided, Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven, is one of the exercises for the next practice. As for the Randing Dafa, it is naturally shelved. In addition, even though Su Lang had already possessed 9 non-synthetic Emperor level exercises, plus these 2, he had reached the number of 11. But he would not use these 2 exercises to synthesize godless level exercises. First of all, Burning Lamp Dafa is driven by the consumption of life, which is its foundation and is difficult to change. If it were to synthesize godless level techniques, it is likely to inherit this. Then for Su Lang, the synthesized godless level exercise method was abolished. Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven is the same, its foundation is after all the changeable incense power. If the synthesized godless level exercises had to be contaminated with incense aspiration power, it would also be useless for Su Lang. In order to be safe, Su Lang intends to exclude these 2 exercises from the list of approved methods. Anyway, there are 3 quasi-no gods waiting for me to hunt. From their hands, no matter how many great Emperor level exercises can be obtained. At that time, let's see if there is a suitable technique for synthesis. Su Lang thought silently, and put Ran Lantern Dafa and Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven into the storage space. Finally, his gaze fell on the harvested fairy source and materials. I won't talk about the materials, there is nothing commendable. There are not many Shanyuan, all converted, there is only about 20 million high-quality Shanyuan. Tisk tisk, you can't even upgrade a system function. The quasi-no god level of this exile is really poor, not even 1/6 of Yuan Sanlins. Su Lang complained that the resources contributed by the Emperor Huowu were too small, while depositing it into the system balance. And at this moment, the time limit for devouring the clone has also arrived. The aura on Su Lang's body began to weaken drastically, and gradually fell to the level of the 6 or 7 Great Emperor. Seeing this scene at the Judean wall hidden in Su Lang's sleeve, although he was surprised, he didn't think much about it. It still stared at the surroundings intently, ready to run out to defend against attacks. This is much better than Tianjia's 8-sided shield. The fellow Ajia was too timid, he was terribly scared of an attack, and he played supernormal if he didn't run away. Although it will be hit by an attack even if it escapes. When Emperor Kunyu is killed, he will take back the 8-sided shield of heaven to evolve. Maybe you can add some materials to change that guy's timid character. Su Lang thought silently, then took out the cauldron and materials, and began to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. Although Su Lang's combat power limit has reached the quasi-no god level. But he can still feel that once the super-humanoid weapon is built, it is absolutely no small thing. Therefore, Su Lang will not give up refining super-humanoid weapons. Time passed slowly. The clones swallowed in an instant have all cooled down. Oh, Emperor Kunyu, Emperor Xianxia, Emperor Xianxia, your happy time is over. Su Lang grinned at the corner of his mouth and put the materials, cauldron, and newly refined parts into the storage space. Soon, he looked towards the mysterious black space. After this period of savings, the cultivator became golden again, and he didn't know how much cultivation base he had accumulated. It should be enough to condense some avenues. Su Lang licked his lips and gave instructions to the system. The system, activate the power of the Great Tao function, and give me the power of the Great Tao. Ding. The rules of Sha have been successfully condensed. Ding. The rules of sorrow have succeeded. Ding. Chapter 1456. I don't know who killed who. The system prompts swish, and suddenly dozens of regular avenues are condensed. In addition to the previously condensed regular avenues, Su Lang controls 180 types of avenue power. This has improved Su Lang's strength a lot. Properties panel. Name. Su Lang race. Human qualification level. Turbidity realm level. Quasi-Great Emperor attack level. 7 Great Emperor plus defensive level. 7 Great Emperor Shenfa level. 7 Great Emperor's endurance level. 7 Great Emperor spirit level. Realm of Broken Nirvana mastering the exercises. The Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 laws into one. Unnamed, Great Emperor level. Founding activated system functions. 1 key training function level 40, 1 key training function level 39, clone dispatch function level 38, 1 key treasure hunting function level 38, 1 key empowerment function 17 levels, 1 key decomposition function no levels not bad. Half a small realm improved in all aspects. Su Lang grinned. Next, it's time to grab orders. Immediately after, Su Lang immediately used the perception sharing function to link to the avatar in the hands of Emperor Kunyu, waiting for the opportunity to replace the avatar. In a vast sapphire plain, exquisite and clear blue jade is everywhere, paved the beautiful blue jade plain. In this plain is the lair of Emperor Kunyu. Ha 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 ha, great, great, unexpectedly, this 9 Great Emperor soldier has such extraordinary characteristics, and it can catch any attack that approaches it. Emperor Kunyu's cheerful laughter came from a blue palace. If you listen carefully, you can hear it. The laughter is mixed with a timid cry. That's right, it was Xianxia's 8-edged shield spirit Ajia who exclaimed. The great Emperor Kunyu is experimenting with the 8-led sky shield, using various methods to attack the 8-led sky shield to see if it really has such a magical function. Obviously, the Tianfang 8-edged shield behaves very well, and Emperor Kunyu is very satisfied with the Tianfang 8-edged shield. Friend Shuiliang Taoist, the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao that you built is really the best in the defense of Emperor soldiers, you are so talented. The great Emperor Kunyu retracted the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao, stroking it lovingly, and said to the incarnation of Su Lang standing nearby. Shuiliang, split by the word, Lang, is the name of Emperor Kunyu who is casually perfunctory by this incarnation, but Emperor Kunyu's attention was all on the 8-sided shield of the sky. He did not notice that Shui Liang had a slight pause, and he had already become the deity of Su Lang. Humph, of course, facing the likes of Emperor Kunyu, Su Lang was not modest at all. After all, there is no need to be humble for a dying person. But Emperor Kunyu didn't think much of Su Lang's arrogance. In his opinion, people with ability should be so arrogant. Ha ha ha, Shuiliang Taoist is true temperament. And I don't like winding around. It's not that I spent most of my life saving up some materials, and I also asked fellow Taoists to help me build an attacking imperial soldier. Emperor Kunyu laughed. Well, at least it has to be the 9 great emperor soldiers. It would be more perfect if there were no god soldiers. After speaking, Emperor Kunyu looked at Su Lang lightly with a playful smile on his face. In his opinion, this quasi-godless crafting master has been choked by his fate, and he has no worries about the other party not agreeing. However, an unexpected thing happened. No, I refuse. Su Lang dismissed a smile, raised his chin, and pointed his nostrils at Emperor Kunyu. Ha ha, friends of Taoist, don't be kidding me. All the materials are here. Tao friends can figure it out. As long as the weapon level is high enough, I can accept any characteristics. The great Emperor Kunyu thought that Su Lang was just being self-willed, and he laughed disapprovingly. He also took out all the materials he had collected for most of his life and handed them to Su Lang. Ha ha, Su Lang sneered, This material also wants to build a quasi-no ***** soldier. You are just dreaming, fellow. You don't want to be too tight. Emperor Kunyu's face sank. The reason why I keep you is because you are still useful, otherwise I will kill you immediately. Kill me. Ha 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 ha, I don't know who killed who yet. A sneer of enchantment appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and his body was also filled with murderous intent, as if he had walked out of a sea of blood in the Dead Mountain. He wouldn't waste time talking nonsense with Emperor Kunyu. Using the time of this conversation, Su Lang has determined that there is only the quasi-godless Emperor Kunyu within a radius of hundreds of thousands of light years. However, Emperor Xianxia and Emperor Xuan Shao couldn't rush over in a short time. Not only because of the road, but also because of their two incarnations with Su Lang's avatars delaying time. Chapter 1457, and you are just prey. But Emperor Kunyu knew nothing about this. In his opinion, Su Lang is now an ant that will die with just one click. The great Emperor Kunyu was really unbelievable. Su Lang actually dared to talk back to him like this. Shuiliang Taoist, you are no longer the supreme emperor. You have to be self-aware and see where you are. You are my captive and my slave. You have to do whatever I ask you to do. Don't toast or eat fine wine. Emperor Kunyu stared at Su Lang with cold eyes, a trace of murderous aura spreading. Ha 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 ha, Emperor Kunyu, times have changed. Now, I am positioned as a hunter, and you are just a prey. Su Lang smiled coldly and directly swallowed 35 clones, and urged the heavenly wall in his sleeve. In a flash, in the incredible eyes of Emperor Kunyu, the sky-repelling wall rushed into the sky and turned into a sky, sealing off the entire sapphire plain. Su Lang's aura has risen from the 7 Great Emperor to the quasi-godless level. Moreover, the combat power achieved by using the devouring clone was higher than the previous time. All attributes have reached the quasi-no-god level plus, which has exceeded the quasi-no-god level where most souls and bodies are perfectly integrated. How can that be? How could you burst out with such great power? What kind of secret technique is this? Furthermore, you actually own the Judean Wall. And you are promoted to the godless Judean Wall. What is going on? The unprepared Emperor Kunyu was stunned and dumbfounded, and at the same time a rare fear rose in his heart. It is really hard for him to imagine that a 7 Great Emperor could explode with a quasi-no-god level combat power, and it is not an ordinary quasi-no-god level. Su Lang has a quasi-no-god level resisting wall, which also makes him feel unbelievable. Because that was the weapon of Emperor Huowu, and it was broken when he saw it with his own eyes. At this time, not only was it intact, but it was also promoted to a quasi-no-god soldier, which is incredible. And just when he was horrified and fearful, Shifang Universe, the power of the world. Kunlun is invisible, hidden scales hunt west. Without any hesitation, Su Lang immediately launched the strongest assassination method. I saw that the 10 major life universes in Su Lang burst out of the power of the world, making a new round of increase in combat power. In addition, Kunlun Intangible and Hidden Scale Chisho raised their body skills to an incredible level of quasi-godless level. Attack power also rose again under the influence of Hidden Scale Nishikari. In the attribute panel, the 2 attributes of Su Lang's attack level and body skill level have reached the level of quasi-no-god level ++. In the face of Su Lang's powerful aura, at this level, I can't resist, or even escape. Why is he so strong? This is totally unreasonable. The great Emperor Kunyu stood upside down instantly. His scalp was about to explode, his whole body was like falling into an ice cave, despair-filled. Of course, as a quasi-godless class, he couldn't be so scared. Instinct has already driven Emperor Kunyu to spread out all the trump cards that can be activated. The power of the world. Incense initiation. Escape the cicada. The jade and stone are burned. However, Emperor Kunyu completely broke out the power of the universe of life. Including the life planet and all the creatures living on it, all energy and vitality have been completely extracted. In addition, endless incense and desire power leaked from the universe of life, madly pouring into the Emperor's body of Emperor Kunyu. At the same time, the Emperor Kunyu's body was divided into 2, and a small piece of sapphire separated from the body and concealed into the void. The remaining quasi-superior Emperor's body immediately launched a self-destructive attack. Under all kinds of utterly desperate means, Emperor Kunyu also exploded with a combat power far beyond normal. Especially the trick of burning jade and stone. Directly sacrifice all the flesh and blood of the soul, mixing the power of the terrifying world and the power of incense that has accumulated countless years. Its power has surpassed the same desperate Emperor Huawu at that time. However, compared to Su Lang, he is still a step behind. Especially the body method, the difference is too far. No matter how powerful it is, if it can't hit the target, it will be in vain. Chapter 1458, Kill Emperor Kunyu. Haha. Su Lang disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he had avoided the Emperor's body left by Emperor Kunyu, and pierced the blue jade hidden into the void with a sword. Click. There was clearly a broken sound, which was mixed with screams that were hard to find. Immediately after, a piece of broken sapphire appeared from the air, covered with cracks, just like a broken sapphire. In the sapphire, there is a villain transformed by a soul whose figure, profile, and face are exactly the same as those of Emperor Kunyu. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me, I know I was wrong. Quote. The villain's face showed deep regret, panic and despair, like a poor and helpless drowning dog. Hidden scale hunts west, the heart is absolutely no edge. Su Lang turned a deaf ear to Emperor Kunyu's begging for mercy, and instantly activated the hidden scale Chisho with a long sword without any edge. Stabbed, the tip of the bladeless longsword hit the broken sapphire, and a condensed horror spirit force penetrated into it fiercely. What? No, I don't want to. Emperor Kunyu let out a screaming scream, then the sapphire was completely shattered, and the scream stopped abruptly. Ding! You have obtained the soul of Quasi-Supreme Emperor 1, Emperor Daojing 1, Life Universe 1, Emperor Bingyuhua Tianling 1, Superior Shanyuan 18,585,624. The system prompt came, representing that another quasi-godless class fell in Su Lang's hands. At this time, the power of the self-destroying emperor's body completely exploded, and the terrifying power poured down towards Su Lang, like a giant wheel rushing to a mantis. Kunlun is invisible. Su Lang didn't even think about it, and immediately avoided. Although he can use the universal annihilation to annihilate it, there is no need to do so. In a flash, Su Lang suddenly left the blue jade plane. The sky curtain formed by the Judean wall still enveloped the entire blue jade plane. Without Su Lang's order, it would not dare to leave at will. And Su Lang did not plan to remove the Judean wall, because he wanted to cover up this huge movement so as not to disturb the other two rabbits. Rumble. The horrible explosion sounded like two planets colliding into one. In the sky curtain formed by the Judean wall, an endless stream of energy swept and rolled, destroying all objects. The smoke billowed, the light was dim, and everything instantly turned into powder. Even the space is constantly distorted and broken one after another, forming small holes. Immediately, the small holes are connected together, and they become super huge spatial holes. The beautifully landscaped sapphire plane has turned into a bottomless supergiant pit, and a blue star is more than enough. But Judean wall was struggling to endure this terrifying power, and there were cracks in the sky. No, I can't give up. This is my first time to play, and I must have good enough performance. Even if I die, I won't take a step back. The heavenly wall Qi Ling had reached its limit, but still refused to take a step back. Su Lang saw his tough will. The mind is okay. However, if you continue to carry it like this, it is estimated that you will waste it again. The great Emperor Kunyu has accumulated a lifetime of strength, which cannot be carried by an ordinary quasi-godless weapon. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and his figure stepped on the sky screen formed by the Judean wall. Immediately after, a stream of sheer innate congenital energy blended into the sky, helping the heavenly wall to resist the explosive power inside. The master is here to help me. The heavenly wall tool was moved and more energetic. Under the joint suppression of Su Lang and Judianqiang, Emperor Kunyu's death blow was finally annihilated. Come. Su Lang waved gently, and Judianqiang immediately returned to its original shape and fell into his hands. Although there were a lot of cracks in the canopy, its body is still intact and does not need to be repaired. After the rejection of the wall, Su Lang didn't mess around at all, and directly used perception sharing to link to the clone incarnation of Emperor Xianxia. I saw that Emperor Xiao was making Su Lang's clone incarnation to refine the pill, a kind of medicine he dreamed of. This is the material. Friends, you have to be careful, don't ruin it. Emperor Xiao handed the alchemy materials he had collected so hard to Su Lang's avatar, his eyes full of tension and expectation. This pill is one of the key items for him to step into the avenue of soul fusion, and it is extremely important to him. Chapter 1459. Slay Emperor Yaoshao again, damn. Don't worry, Su Lang instructed the avatar to say, I will definitely refine these materials into the most perfect pill. Ha 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 ha, I believe in fellow Taoist, because fellow Taoist is the most powerful alchemist I have ever seen. Emperor Xiao Xiao laughed happily. He was already fantasizing that he would get the pill to take a step further, and then he was slamming the scene of dominating the wild. Taking advantage of Emperor Xiao Xiao's illusion, Su Lang immediately concealed his breath and used the clone to replace it. The great Emperor Xianxia didn't know that the alchemy master sitting in front of him had changed people. In his opinion, sitting in front of him is still his prisoner. Therefore, he did not deliberately observe Su Lang mentally. Just then, Su Lang grinned and smiled faintly, but what? Great Emperor Xianxiao was taken aback, and his smile narrowed slightly, but the refined medicine is not yours, but mine. Su Lang had discovered that there was only one person around him, and he suddenly showed a cold and cruel smile. Your Emperor Xianxiao's smile completely disappeared. Are you joking, fellow Taoist? Joke? You are not qualified to make me joke. Su Lang sneered. Emperor Xiao Xiao, today is your death date. The voice just fell. The repelling wall flew out again, turning into a sky curtain and blocking a radius of 100,000 miles. Rejection wall. Why do you have a repelling wall? Isn't that the defensive imperial soldier of Emperor Huawu? No, this heavenly wall is different, it's a quasi-no ***** soldier. Like Emperor Kunyu, Emperor Zanxiao was also shocked when he saw the Judean wall, completely puzzled. But immediately, the great Emperor Xianxiao showed a sneer. Friends, do you think that with this heaven-repelling wall, you can fight against me? I advise you to put out this little thought early and practice alchemy for me steadily. As long as I am happy, I will not treat you badly. Use Judean wall to fight against you. Hehe, that was just to prevent your screams from leaking out and disturbing the third rabbit. Su Lang sneered again, and suddenly launched an attack. The same as the power of the world and various secret arts exploded at the same time, raising the attack power and body speed to an abnormally abnormal level. Rumble. With Su Lang's attack, a powerful aura spread, instantly destroying everything around him. And Su Lang's attack had directly reached the front of Emperor Zanxiao. What? This level? How is this possible? Great Emperor Xianxiao faced Su Lang's sudden and powerful attack, and his brain went blank. Of course, like Emperor Kunyu, he also had countless combat experience, and instinctively activated all his whole cards. The power of the world, the power of incense, and all kinds of explosive secret techniques were all performed together, which made Emperor Xianxiao's combat power crazy. It's a pity that his desperate means are not even as great as Emperor Kunyu, and he can't even break out the power that makes Su Lang have to temporarily avoid the edge. Su Lang just pierced his sword with all the means of Emperor Zanxiao. The powerful innate qi, the turbulent rules of the Great Road, the deadly heart without a frontal mental power attack, directly kill it. Ding! You have the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the Daojing of the Great Emperor 1, the universe of Life 1, the seal of the Great Emperors Bingxiao Wanfeng 1, and the Supreme Shanyuan 20,384,731, too weak. Su Lang pulled a sword, put Xinju Wufeng and Judean Wall away, and continued to use the third avatar incarnation of the perception-sharing link. Compared with the first two avatars, the treatment of this third avatar is miserable. Because comprehending the exercises is a very private thing, and it is easier to do tricks compared to alchemy. Therefore, the great Emperor Xianxia was forcing Su Lang's avatar to surrender his soul. And also use various methods to monitor the thinking of the avatar. The soul heart fire thing, the clone incarnation is a complete warrior, there are also. But it is impossible for the avatar to hand it over, even if it is to kill them. Chapter 1460. I think about it, you just say to pay or not to pay. Anyway, I have got those exercises. The big deal is that I practice slowly by myself, I can cultivate to this level, and my understanding is not bad. I only give you one last chance. If you don't give up your soul, then go to death. The great Emperor Xianxia looked at the incarnation of Su Lang with a calm expression, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He never expected that he would be so disobedient if he obediently handed over a large number of prisoners who cherished the practice. You let me consider it alone. Su Lang instructed the avatar to say. While talking, Su Lang looked at Emperor Xianxia and decided to try if he could subdue him. After all, he now needs to swallow the clone to reach the quasi-no-god level. If there is a quasi-no-god level bodyguard, it would be much more convenient. Humph. Remember, this is the last chance. The Great Emperor Xianxia snorted, then picked up a Great Emperor level exercise technique and read it. At this moment, he really wanted to practice all the exercises he got immediately. Taking advantage of the Great Emperor Xianxia was fascinated by exercises. Su Lang immediately concealed his breath, replaced the clone with the clone avatar. Okay, I think about it. Su Lang looked around, his cold gaze fell on Great Emperor Xianxia. Okay, so fast. The Great Emperor Xianxia had just been immersed in the practice. When he was disturbed by Su Lang at this time, he was a little unhappy. Yes, I'm thinking about it. It's okay to surrender your soul. Su Lang smiled faintly. However, it is not me who handed over, but you. Presumptuous. The Great Emperor Xianxia was not very happy at all, and at this moment, after listening to Su Lang's words, his anger instantly went up and down. The presumptuous person is you. Who allowed you to yell in front of me? I only give you a chance. If you don't cherish it, you will end up just like Xian Shaokunyu. Su Lang slowly stood up. Two quasi-superior level souls appeared in his hands. It was the souls of Emperor Xian Shao and Emperor Kun Yu. You are simply looking for, what? This is the soul of Xian Shao and Kun Yu. This is impossible, this must be fake. After the fall of a quasi-no-god level, it is impossible to leave a soul. Even normal sitting is impossible, because the quasi-godless soul is already integrated with the body. What's more, you have always been under my nose. Where are you going to deal with Xian Shao and Kun Yu? Ha 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 ha, little bug, you dare to use small tricks to deceive me, you are really bold. Since you are so uninterested, don't blame me for killing you. Although I am also very distressed, I don't want to keep you as an uncontrolled fellow. The Great Emperor Xianxia was shocked and unbelievable at first, and then he filled up a lot of thoughts, and showed a thick sneer and killing intent. Sorry, I forgot to forget that your knowledge is too shallow and your knowledge level is too low. You don't believe the two souls of Quasi-Supreme Emperor are real, so, what about these two things? Su Lang showed a playful smile and took out the weapons of Emperor Kun Yu and Emperor Xian Shao. Respectively Yuha Tianling and Xian Shao Wanfeng Seal. As soon as the two great soldiers came out, the Great Emperor Xianxia was thunderous and dumbfounded. Yuha Tianling, Shao Shao Wanfeng Seal. These two treasures are the Emperor soldiers of Kun Yu and Xian Shao. How can they be in your hands? Could it be that you really killed them? No, it's impossible. You have been divided into three by using the three transformation, three body and three life secret technique, and were taken away by the three of us. It is impossible to merge into one. So, you can't kill Xian Shao and Kun Yu. What's more, even if those two clones really kill Xian Shao and Kun Yu, how can the spoils they get will fall into your hands? False, this must be false, this is your illusion. The Great Emperor Xianxia's eyes widened, and he staggered back 2 steps in disbelief. Is it an illusion? You should be very clear. How I killed Xian Shao and Kun Yu, I didn't bother to explain to you. The world is so big, there are too many things you can't understand. Now, you are the only one of the 4 who chased me. Whether you want to follow in their footsteps is all up to you. Su Lang smiled faintly. Come on, tell me, do you choose to surrender or die? Chapter 1461. Immortal Dream Flower. Great Emperor Dan. The voice did not fall. Su Lang's breath burst out suddenly, covering the Great Emperor Xianxia. There is no class. And more powerful than before. The Great Emperor Xianxia couldn't help opening his mouth wide, and his chin was about to fall. Under Su Lang's powerful aura and mysterious methods, and stimulated by the deaths of Huawu, Shenshao, and Kun Yu, the Great Emperor Xianxia was so timid without a fight. The violent heart palpitations made the Great Emperor Xianxia cold all over, his hair standing upside down, as if he was facing death. Speak your choice, be my running dog, or be my dead soul under the sword. Su Lang sneered again and again, holding up 2 souls of Quasi-Supreme Emperor, just like them. Looking at the 2 souls of the Great Emperor, the Great Emperor Xianxia trembled slightly. Although among the 4, his combat power faintly occupies the first place. However, it was only a little better than the other 3. Fighting alone, he couldn't kill any of the 3 of Huawu, at most he could defeat him. But Su Lang is different. The previous combat power alone can kill 1 person in a 4-person siege, and then use secret means to kill 2 people one after another. In this time, Su Langbao issued even more terrifying combat power. This is absolutely not something that the great Emperor Xianxia can resist. But, the great Emperor Xianxia is not reconciled. As the ruler and master of a territory with a radius of tens of millions of light years, he has long been accustomed to the life of a human being. To be someone else's running dog, he simply cannot accept it. And at this moment, the great Emperor Xianxia, remind you, after becoming a running dog, you can get a lot of bones. For example, this kind of medicine can make it easier for the Great Soul Fusion Great Emperor to step into the Great Soul Fusion Great Emperor. There are other bones, I won't say much, I will remind you of this. After 10 breaths, if you still don't surrender, then go to death with your dignity and pride. Su Lang took out 2 quasi-no-god level pills and shook them in front of Emperor Xianxia. They were made from alchemy materials collected by Emperor Xiao. This kind of pill is called Wu Shen Meng Hua, Su Lang Refined 5, which can greatly increase the soul power of the warrior. A great emperor with soul-body fusion, one of the big reasons why it is difficult to step into the path of soul-space fusion is that the soul-body fusion consumes too much soul power, resulting in insufficient soul power during soul-space fusion. After quasi-no-god level consuming the Wuji Dream Flower, the soul will swell and increase, and the soul power will increase, and the difficulty of entering the path of soul fusion will be reduced. It can be said, Wu Ji Yu Meng Hua Dan possesses unparalleled temptation for every great emperor whose soul and body are perfectly integrated. The great Emperor Xianxia is no exception. In fact, it has been a long time since his soul and body have merged perfectly, but he has been unable to step into the path of soul fusion. As if this life has come to an end, that feeling is desperate. And now, the dawn of the road ahead has appeared. If it retreats, it would be an abyss of 10,000 meters wide, and there is still a demon with its mouth wide open below it, and it will almost certainly die if it falls into it. Moving forward requires a huge price, but you can continue to live and may get huge benefits. After several hesitations, in Su Lang's playful smile, the great Emperor Xianxia still made a choice. Without any words, he closed his eyes, sealed his unwilling gaze in the darkness, and forced his soul out. Haha, this is yours. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and threw the Chinese medicine out of his hand. The great Emperor Xianxia caught the 2 pills, and a thick surprise and eagerness appeared in his heart, which even dilutes his unwillingness and resentment a lot. Immediately after, the idea of escaping appeared in the mind of Emperor Xianxia. As long as he flees with these 2 pills, he will definitely be able to step into the path of soul and universe fusion, and gain complete personal freedom. But the question is, can you escape? The great Emperor Xianxia did not escape in the end. He closed his eyes and threw his soul to Su Lang. After doing this, deep bitterness and regret suddenly appeared in the heart of the great Emperor Xianxia. A quasi-no-god class who ruled tens of millions of light years in a radius, chose to become a servant running dog. This kind of thing is really touching. Of course, Su Lang didn't sigh, and the quasi-great emperor level servants were not absent. Yuan Sanlin had already set the stage. Besides, being Su Lang's slave is not a bad thing. Chapter 1462, The Second Quasi-Godless Servant. I know you are very unwilling now, very regretful, very painful, and very resentful. But, you can immediately become a very happy person. Su Lang played with the soul of the great Emperor Xianxia and collected it into the world of knowledge, with a slight smile on his face. When the great Emperor Xianxia heard this, his whole body trembled, feeling that something was wrong. Immediately after, Su Lang dispatched all clones and clone avatars, activated buying clones, and transformed them into 4,106 great emperors. Oh my god, so many clones. And, all of them are at the emperor level. The great Emperor Xianxia looked at the dense Su Lang in front of him, almost immediately stunned. He knew that Su Lang was mysterious and powerful, but he never expected that Su Lang could have so many clones. In the eyes of Emperor Xianxia, this level of avatar technique must at least be at the godless level. The great Emperor Xianxia, who had this idea, trembled all over, and some of the unwillingness and resentment that had originally existed in his heart dissipated for the most part, as if he had encountered the grease stains of detergent. Seeing that he had just summoned the avatars, Su Lang had completely frightened the great Emperor Xianxia, and couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly, revealing a touch of playfulness. Immediately after, Santa, remember to give up all resistance. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately launched the Mingguang 10,000 Realms. The 4106 Great Emperor clones also expanded the Mingguang 10,000 realms at the same time. In a flash, the extremely bright light burst out, and all fell on the body of the Emperor Xianxia. An extremely comfortable feeling hit the whole body, and the great Emperor Xianxia almost exhaled a breath of invigoration. But he soon felt something was wrong. The seemingly comfortable light was actually eroding his mind and distorting his thinking. Let him become a true slave of absolute obedience from the spirit. The great Emperor Xianxia had to resist instinctively, but he immediately saw Su Lang's cold eyes. Then, he touched the two immortal dream flower Great Emperor pills in his hand, and sighed in his heart. Never mind. Anyway, the main will not be lost, but there is a master who must be loyal. Such a result is even better than most of the emperors who took the incense path and were eroded by the incense aspiration. It may be a good thing to be the servant of this mysterious lord. Maybe I will be promoted to godless one day in the future. Quote. While comforting himself, the great Emperor Xianxia completely gave up all resistance. At this time, the light of Mingguang 10,000 realms was able to truly penetrate the body and mind of the great Emperor Xianxia, transforming him into Su Lang's most loyal servant. Time passed slowly. With the active cooperation of the great Emperor Xianxia, Su Lang took him into a slave with a lot of effort. The lower servant knocks on the lord. The great Emperor Xianxia had a gentle expression, kneeling in front of Su Lang respectfully, just like Yuan Sanlin before. You will continue to call Xianxia from now on. Santa, hand over all the treasures and exercises on your body, I have great use. Su Lang looked at his second quasi-godless servant, and gave the instructions lightly. Yes, Lord. The great Emperor Xianxia immediately executed the order and took out all the treasures he had accumulated for hundreds of millions of years. Suddenly, a lot of treasures appeared in front of Su Lang, piled into a real giant mountain. All right, next I will leave here. Now go and clean up the 3 sites of Emperor Huowu and theirs. Su Lang nodded indifferently. I will send a clone to help you and give you half an hour. Can you do it? Can do it. The great Emperor Xianxia knocked his head to lead his orders and went straight down with the clone sent by Su Lang. I believe that with his leading the way, the main wealth among the 4 major forces cannot escape. After the great Emperor Xianxia went down, Su Lang's gaze fell on the treasure piled up in front of him. The collection of Emperor Xianxia is a little better than the other 3 quasi-no-god levels, but it is only in large quantities and not much better in quality. There are not many high-quality Shanyuan, only 20 million. The only commendable ones are the 2 exercises in a quasi-no-god soldier. Chapter 1463. Xiaoyu still has to work hard on the surface. The curtain is like a black scarf, there is nothing special. But it is a quasi-no-god soldier with powerful concealment ability, and it is difficult for anyone at the same level to see its disguise. Su Lang is one of them, but he has to scan carefully with micro-mystery to see the clues faintly. The most important thing is that you can move without affecting the concealment state after concealing with the curtain. This is something that soul-chasing Emperor Palace cannot do. The level is quite high. It's a pity that the functions of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace are somewhat duplicated. Test this guy first. If you have a bad attitude, kill him. Su Lang thought silently, and then tapped the curtain with his finger. Little guy, come out and meet your new master. The curtain did not respond. So Su Lang poked the curtain again with his finger. Who do you call the little guy? The old man has lived for tens of billions of years. How old are you? To use the power of the old man, you have to show respect to the old man. The curtain shivered slightly, and a long-bearded grandfather appeared with an unhappy and helpless face. Yo, you are so old-tempered. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, revealing a sneer. The old man has a good temper. In a place of exile where materials are scarce, which quasi-god soldier has no temper? Closing screen. Qi Ling sneered, if we are unhappy, is it not a matter of getting the master to death by doing tricks during the battle? Hiss. This is more than a bad temper. It's all about riding on the owner's head to ****** and p. Su Lang sneered even more. Also listen to your tone of voice. Killing the master, you did not do less, right? Humph. The old man is already a real creature. The curtain snorted coldly. If you don't get along with the old man on an equal footing, and use the old man as a tool all the time, it will be difficult to predict the end. Tisk tisk. It really has a temper. Su Lang kept tweeting, you know what I hate most is that you are a dead old man with a bad temper. Humph. A mere child who dares to be so arrogant. he has never seen the world before. Closing Shaker Ling shook his head and said, "Well, since you don't like me, and I don't like you, then you can find me a new owner in exchange for some resources." "Find you a new owner?" Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth. "No, no, no." "How?" The old man Qi Ling sneered. "I compromised you." "What's the compromise?" "I won't find you a new owner, because you will never have a new owner anymore, you are going to be silly." Su Lang grinned, showing a malicious smile. Immediately after, he used the one-click decomposition function. "What?" Closing Blind Ling only felt a life and death crisis, and instantly frightened and desperate, and wanted to ask for mercy. Unfortunately, Su Lang had already sentenced him to death. One-click decomposition starts, and the curtain ends only before it can make a scream before being broken down into various materials. Ding! You get the soul of the Great Emperor 3, the soul of the Emperor Wu 10,000, and the soul of the Wushan 100,000. The Emperor-level material Zan Kai Yuyu Stone 500, the Shuangguang Magic Stone 1000. Emperor-level materials, Yuanli Yuanjing 100000. Haha, these are called babies. What's the matter with a screaming and clamoring tool spirit? Su Lang looked at the pile of advanced materials in front of him, and couldn't help but smile with joy. The material is really getting more and more. Next, use these materials to upgrade my weapons. Su Lang licked his lips and took out his own weapons and treasures, including Yudian Sword, Jexian Cannon, Shinju Wufeng, and Tianjia 8-edged Shield. Wow, haha, Master, you finally let me out. Why did you just let me out for a while, and then stuff me in again? Master Badass, Xiaoyu misses you so much, does Master miss Xiaoyu? The Master probably didn't think about Xiaoyu. After all, there are so many big beauties outside, Xiaoyu can't use it, why does the Master miss me? Hey, Xiaoyu still has to work hard to become a usable Xiaoyu. Quote. As soon as Yudian Sword appeared, Xiaoyu, a beautiful girl in black robe and white skin, ran out and talked a lot, chatting a lot. Although Su Lang had been mentally prepared for a long time, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Chapter 1464. Quasi-no-god soldier Yudian Sword. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Su Lang patted Xiaoyu on the head. It would be terrible if a river crab beast was brought in to eat us. What is a river crab beast? Xiaoyu suddenly asked with a dazed expression. It's a monster that specializes in eating old drivers. Su Lang smiled. It's a crooked question. Get back to business, you stay obediently, I want to upgrade for you. Oh, but, what is the old driver? Xiaoyu's face was unclear and violent, and she looked in a trance. But Su Lang has already begun to prepare various materials. He had used the system just now and learned the materials needed to upgrade Xiaoyu to quasi-godless. Although Su Lang was very wealthy at this time, he not only scoured Yuan Sanlin's wealth, but also killed 4 quasi-godless in the exile lands. But Xiaoyu is not an ordinary weapon. To upgrade her, she must spend some very special materials. And a lot of quasi-no-god level materials are needed. Some of these materials are not available in Su Lang, so I can only try it slowly with the one-key synthesis function. Fortunately, there is no cooling time limit for one-key synthesis and one-key decomposition, and it can be used many times instantly. Therefore, Su Lang was able to gather the materials to upgrade Xiaoyu in a very short time. There are more than 30,000 kinds, including all kinds of materials from the imperial level to the quasi-no-god level. System. Su Lang, who had prepared the materials, grasped the hilt of the Yudian Sword, only retained the current characteristics, and evolved the Yudian Sword into a quasi-no ***** soldier. Ding. Consumes the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the soul of the Emperor 5, the soul of the Emperor 10,000, the soul of the Wushan 50,000, the Emperor-level material Heaven and Earth White Keel 100, the soul Broken Purple Feather Cream 100, Yin Green Rainbow Light Stone 100, Promise Breaking UNU 200. Yudian Sword has evolved into a quasi-no **** soldier. I saw a burst of brilliance sliding across the body of the Yudian Sword. Ah! So amazing, Xiaoyu has become stronger. In Xiaoyu's exclamation, Yudian Sword turned pure jet black from beginning to end. Only the 2 motionless eyes at the sword grid maintained their original colors. In addition, there is also a cold streamer circulating constantly on the black blade, which is very strange. Naturally, Xiaoyu, the weapon of Yudian Sword, had undergone some changes. Xiaoyu was originally the image of a beautiful young girl. Wearing a loose and delicate black robe, it contrasts sharply with the white and delicate skin. At this time, her image has not changed much, but her whole person looks more real. In the past, no matter how exquisite it was transformed by the spirit of the instrument, and there was a sense of emptiness. But now, it gives people a very real feeling, as if standing in front is a beautiful girl with flesh and blood. It seems to be evolving from a spirit creature to a physical creature. Su Lang looked up and down Xiaoyu, nodding constantly while watching. Master, does the master want to use Xiaoyu? But Xiaoyu doesn't know if she can use it now. Does the master want to try it? Seeing Su Lang looking at herself, Xiaoyu suddenly blushed on her face, and she whispered something unintelligible. Okay. I do not know what you're talking about. Su Lang rolled his eyes, and then, regardless of Xiaoyuki's bulging mouth, turned his attention to the body of Yudian's sword. While only retaining the current characteristics, the Yudian sword has not added new functions. It still has the three characteristics of breaking defense or death, slashing the gods, and indestructible. But these three characteristics have been strengthened to the extent that they are not the same. Even if it is a quasi-no-god level, if Su Lang breaks through a trace of defense, then it will be announced. Just like the great Emperor Huowu, if Su Lang had a quasi-no-god level Yudian sword in his hand, he would never have been struggling for that long. The best weapon is back. Su Lang stroked the sword body of Yudian's sword, showing a satisfied smile. Xiaoyu immediately answered, the master hasn't used Xiaoyu yet. How do you know that Xiaoyu is best to use? Su Lang rolled his eyes, and immediately put Xiaoyu into the storage space. But Xiaoyu seemed to have discovered Su Lang's intentions and quickly begged for mercy. Master, no, Xiaoyu is already out of breath. Don't stuff Xiaoyu into that dark world anymore. Xiaoyu promises not to talk nonsense. Chapter 1465. Ajia and Li Xinju hear this. Then let you stay outside. Su Lang moved for a while and said, but don't forget what you said. It is indeed the cruelest punishment to keep a conversation in a closed space alone. Su Lang feels that he still has to treat Xiaoyu a little bit better. Good. Xiaoyu loves her master the most, Mew. Xiaoyu was very happy when he got Su Lang's answer. But she didn't dare to speak any more, and immediately returned to her body obediently. The two eyes at the sword grid began to turn steadily in an instant, extremely flexible. It's naughty. Su Lang smiled and threw it to his left hand to hold it. Then, Su Lang took the xianxia 8-sided shield in front of him. The characteristics of this shield are very powerful, but the level is slightly lower, which makes it difficult to use it in the previous quasi-no-god battle, because it can't hold the power of the quasi-no-god. Therefore, it is time to upgrade it now. Ajia, I will upgrade you again today. Su Lang tossed the small black round shield in his hand, and said, I hope you can be bolder in the future, and don't be so timid. Yes, master, Qi Ling Ajia cautiously replied tremblingly. Okay. Su Lang nodded slightly. The system only retains the current characteristics, upgrades the heavenly 8-edged shield to a quasi-no ***** soldier. Ding. The soul of the great Emperor 1, the soul of Emperor Wu 2000, the soul of Wushan 10,000, the empty cicada plum blossom gold 200, the carved bone ***** wind ice 100, the fire sun ridge jade 200, the purple sun silent stone 200. Ding. Tianjia's 8-sided shield has evolved into a quasi-no ***** soldier. A brilliance flashed on the small black buckler. Immediately afterwards, the quasi-godless breath came from the sky above the 8-sided shield. The defense ability has reached the level of quasi-no-god. Moreover, it is stronger than the defense ability of the Tianqi wall, that is, the defense range is not large, and it can only defend 100% against attacks with a radius of 100 meters. Su Lang nodded slightly, and then called out Qi Ling Ajia again. Ajia pays respects to the master. Ajia's black misty body seemed to be firmer, but still hazy. In addition, he was rickety, cowering, and looked alive as a coward. It seems you are still so timid. Su Lang curled his lips silently. Forget it, because of nature, I won't blame you. Talking, Su Lang put the Tianjia 8-sided shield into the storage space. Next, the heart has no sharp sword. Su Lang took the black long sword without the edge in front of him. Xinju Wufeng is as dark as Yudian sword, but Yudian sword at least has a blade, This guy doesn't even have a blade, just a black stick with a handle. Moreover, after Yuan Sanlin's first battle and the previous quasi-no-god level battle, only the 6th Great Emperor soldier's heart Zhu Wufeng had been severely damaged. The body of its sword was covered with a lot of cracks, as if it would break when touched. Apparatus spirit. Su Lang stretched out his hand and patted the blade of Shin Zhu Wufeng. Li Xinju pays respects to the Lord. The spirit of Shin Zhu Wufeng flew out and knelt in front of Su Lang. This was the first time Su Lang saw Shin Zhu Wufeng's spirit, slightly surprised. Because it actually looked exactly like Li Qiwei, with white hair and red robe, very handsome. Li Xinju, have you changed like Li Qiwei? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. It looks like you and Li Qiwei have a deep relationship. Return to the Lord. Yes. Wufeng was created by Li Qiwei himself, and he has grown from an immortal weapon to a 6th Great Imperial soldier. Li Qiwei was seriously injured and unable to recover for a short time, and was unable to fight with the Lord, so let Wufeng work for him. Qiling Li Xinju knelt in front of Su Lang, saying every word in a sonorous tone. Haha, I get what you meant now. Su Lang smiled faintly. Although you agree that I am your master, in your heart, you are more willing to be held in Li Qiwei's hands, right? Return to the Lord. Yes. Li Xinju trembled slightly. He knew that he was angering Su Lang, and he was very likely to be disintegrated in the end. It's like Ming Hong weeping, it's like closing the curtain. Chapter 1466. Upgrade Jie Xian Cannon. I know. Don't worry, I admire you very much and won't kill you. Su Lang nodded slightly. He knew that the reason why Li Xinju was like this was mostly similar to his own characteristics. The characteristic of Shin Zhu Wufeng is that it can condense the spiritual power of the Kongani realm, gather together, and cause a terrifying mental attack on the enemy. This requires that the weapon spirit of the weapon possesses extremely tough and unimaginable willpower in order to obtain all the spiritual power that bears the empty space. Therefore, Li Xinju's mentality is exceptionally tough, which is normal and is determined by his characteristics. Moreover, Shin Zhu Wufeng is a weapon made by Li Qiwei himself, and of course it is more suitable for Li Qiwei. It seems that Yudian Sword and Su Lang are the best match. At this time, Su Lang used Shin Zhu Wufeng, just as a transitional spiritual weapon. Shinju kudos to the Lord for mercy. Li Xinju was let go by Su Lang and was immediately very grateful. Just as you said, you, fight with me for Li Qiwei. After returning to the boundless universe, I will let you return to Li Qiwei's hands. Su Lang smiled. Next, I plan to help you get promoted, how about? Wufeng is grateful. Qiling Li Xinju kowtowed his gratitude. I will die for the Lord, even if my body is broken and the catastrophe is over, I will never regret. I believe you. Su Lang smiled slightly and gave instructions to the system, keep the current characteristics, and promote Shin Zhu Wufeng to quasi-Wu God Soldier. Ding. Consumes the soul of the Great Emperor 1, the soul of Emperor Wu 5000, the soul of Wushan 10,000, the Great Emperor Grade Material Desperate Jiaoshan Jade 100, the Heavenly Fallen Maple Heart 100, and the Soul Breaking Heavenly Jade 100. Evolve into a quasi-no ***** soldier. A mysterious brilliance flowed by, and the severely damaged sword body of Shin Zhu Wufeng healed instantly, and a more fierce aura bloomed, which made people tremble at first glance. At this level, the body of Shin Zhu Wufeng suddenly became extremely tough, and would never be easily damaged again. Its main feature, the ability to condense the spiritual power of the void state, has also become stronger. Not only that, the Shin Zhu Wufeng long sword also has an extra mental protection ability. That is, its body can absorb the attacking mental attack, and cut off the connection between this part of the mental power and the attacker, so that it cannot steal the chicken. Shinju Wufeng was promoted to a quasi-no-god weapon, and Li Xinju, his weapon spirit, naturally got a huge improvement. Shinju Kao, thank the Lord for the grace of cultivation. Li Xinju felt her own strength, and she was grateful. He will fight for the Lord to the last moment in his life. Although his own characteristics made him the most suitable for Li Qiwei, at this time he also completely accepted the weapon in Su Lang's hands. What Su Lang was referring to was his goal to destroy. Since you have mental protection capabilities. Su Lang smiled, then I will put you outside and do a good job of protection. Yes, Li Xinju kowtowed, I will live up to the Lord's expectations. Su Lang nodded slightly, and put the Shin Zhu Wufeng long sword around his waist. At this moment, with a sharp sword in Su Lang's hand and a bladeless sword at his waist, it became more and more like a sword repairer. Next, Su Lang brought the Jianxian cannon in front of him. Fire! The little dragon button Yushi opened her dragon's mouth in front of Su Lang and shouted out her own mantra. After being promoted to the Imperial Soldier, the roar of the Jixian artillery brought a mental attack effect, and it was not weak, which could create a very powerful deterrent for the same level. If it was promoted to the Emperor level, it must be a very rare Emperor Soldier. The other weapons have been upgraded, so I can't forget you. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately issued a promotion order. Suddenly, a burst of brilliance flashed, and the Fenxian artillery was upgraded frantically, directly promoted from the Imperial Soldier to the quasi-no ***** soldier. Su Lang used the weapon recognition function to immediately gain insight into various information about the Xian cannon. First of all, Qi Ling has grown many times, but Lingzi remains the same. In addition, the function of the Xian cannon itself has undergone earth-shaking changes. Its base, Dragon Nest, has powerful defense capabilities, and can absorb the enemy's attack energy and turn it into its own use. And it really inherited the powerful mental deterrence ability, which can carry out a strong mental deterrence to the warriors of the same level. The most important thing is that every time it fires, it can perform a mental deterrent. How fast is the Xian cannon's attack speed? It can spray many times a second. Chapter 1467. Just counted 3. Therefore, mental shock can be said to be endless. Although this kind of mental deterrence is not fatal, it can cause great distress. In the quasi-godless battle, the slightest gap can turn the situation, and the continuous spiritual shock really cannot be underestimated. Tisk Tusk, it combines attack, defense, energy absorption, and interference. It is simply the best auxiliary weapon. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, then put the Xian cannon into the storage space. Immediately, Su Lang took out the 2 great Emperor soldiers. They are the Yuha Tianling from Emperor Kunyu and the Yinxiao Wanfeng seal from Emperor Xianxiao. These 2 great Emperor soldiers have the 9 great Emperor ranks, which are very good weapons. However, these 2 weapons did not react at all in front of Su Lang, and they looked the same as the curtains, and there were opinions. Where is the tool? If I can't count 1, 2, 3, you are dead. Su Lang frowned slightly, and a number popped out, 3. The weapon spirit of the 2 weapons was about to wait for Su Lang to count 2. Tuan ran out to beg for mercy, so that he would not appear too spineless or arrogant, but they never expected that Su Lang would not play cards according to common sense at all, and directly counted 3. He did it intentionally. The 2 great soldiers felt awkward in their hearts. However, the 2 of them have been kept in the storage space, and they have not witnessed the tragic end of the curtain being broken down, so they are not very desperate. But the next moment, making them palpitations and fear, the breath of panic and despair directly enveloped them. Ding! The decomposition is successful. You will get the soul of the great Emperor 1, the soul of the Emperor Wu 5000, the soul of the Wushan 20,000, and the Emperor level materials. Ding! The decomposition is successful. You get the soul of the great Emperor 1. With the notification of the system, the 2 great Emperor soldiers were immediately broken down into various materials by Su Lang. Sorry, who let me have enough quasi-no **** soldiers? Besides, upgrading all kinds of weapons used too many materials, and they are out of stock. I feel very insecure. Su Lang muttered a few words, and then happily scanned the materials obtained by decomposing the weapon. These materials are all prepared for Yutianjian's promotion to Godless Soldier. Let's look at the exercises next. Su Lang looked away from the material and took out the 3 exercises. It was the Great Emperor level exercises obtained from the Emperors Xianxia and the Xianxia. The 3 exercises are named, the Record of Destroying the Great Luo Rong's Soul, Book of 9 Aggregates and Infinite Celestial Body, and the Diagram of Emperor Tianxia Wanlian. Among them, the Record of Destroying Da Luo Rong's Soul is a very evil secret technique. Its function is to massacre creatures on a large scale, grab and swallow their souls, thereby accelerating the speed of their soul-body fusion. Under normal circumstances, the less grievances of the creatures killed, the better the effect after swallowing. Therefore, most of the exercises are used on their own believers, using all kinds of deceptions to make believers dedicate themselves, and they are still happy. This exercise in the Spirit Devouring and Casting the Devil's Scripture, by the Origin Demon Emperor Wu Boruo are even more domineering and cruel. But its effect is more direct and quicker than Wu Boruo's exercises. What's more, for a quasi-no-god class, the creatures in the universe of life are simply leaks, and one stalk will soon grow again, of course. Su Lang would not use this kind of evil technique, nor would he bother to use it. Its biggest role is to be used as a synthetic material for godless level exercises. Next, Su Lang put aside the record of destroying great Luo Rong's soul, and brought the Book of Nine Aggregates Infinite Body in front of him. This exercise was obtained from the great Emperor xianxia. It is a very orthodox great emperor level practice exercise, which can be called grand and grand. It is precisely because of this that there is nothing special about it. Su Lang decided to use it as a synthetic material for godless level exercises. The third exercise, Tian Evil 10,000 Evil Refining Emperor. This is a great emperor level body refining exercise that masters the avenue of evil spirits. The principle is to use the evil spirit of heaven and earth as a catalyst to accelerate the speed of soul-body fusion, which was obtained from Emperor Xianxia. This technique can be regarded as a slant sword, but there are no side effects. On the contrary, it will obtain many peculiar methods because of the evil spirit. Of course, no matter how peculiar means, in the face of absolute power, there is no great use. Therefore, Emperor Xianxia was easily beheaded by Su Lang. Chapter 1468. Back to the basics. This 10 Evil 10,000 Refining Emperor picture should also be used as a backup synthetic material. Su Lang nodded silently, and then put all the non-synthetic Great Emperor level techniques in front of him. They are no Si Shuiyu, Great Emperor Sutra, Cast Body Melting Soul Record, Drinking Star Sea, Independent World, Huntian Combination with Human Figure, Devouring Spirit and Casting Demon Sutra, Wanwa Demon Body, and No Shackles. As well as the Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven Realm, Burning Lamp Dafa, Tiansha Wanlian Great Emperor Picture, World Extinguishing Da Luo Rong Soul Record, 9 Condensation Endless Celestial Body Book, Watching Shushuo Demon Axis, and Pawo Wujun. Above, a total of 16 books. Aside from the previous exclusions, Su Lang selected 10 Emperor level exercises to synthesize the godless level exercises. They are the Great Emperor Sutra, Cast Body Melting Soul Record, Huntian Heron Picture, Tiansha Wanlian Great Emperor Picture, 9 Condensation Infinite Celestial Body Book, World Exterminating Luo Rong Soul Record, Watching Shushuo Demon Axis, and Pu Wo No Trace, Wanwa Devil Body, Independent World. Most of them are soul body fusion cultivation techniques, and only 3 are Great Emperor level secret techniques. I hope to come up with a godless level exercise that is unified. Su Lang took a deep breath and gave instructions to the system. Start one-click synthesis. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will get the godless grade technique, returning to nature and returning to one godless record. Suddenly, a synthetic technique originally appeared in front of Su Lang, exuding a mysterious and obscure aura. The technique of returning to innocence without God was originally like a crystal ball. But when you look closely, it gives people a feeling of change, which is very elusive. Return to nature. It is said that if a monk cultivates to a very high level, he will return to the basics, which seems to be true. Su Lang nodded slightly before taking the crystal ball in front of him to check it carefully. After just one glance, I felt dizzy, my soul tingling, and it was very uncomfortable. Hiss. It deserves to be a godless technique. Even I can't bear such a strong mental power. Other quasi-no-god level people don't cry and cry. Su Lang took a breath, but didn't give up, but bit his scalp and began to ponder this godless level technique. Even if you don't understand, you have to read them all. Otherwise, there is no way to practice with the one-click martial arts function. Time passed slowly. Su Lang quickly scanned the return to nature without God. Immediately after, he also put out a lot of exercises, Emperor level, Immortal level, Holy level. Half of these exercises were obtained from Yuan Sanlin, and half were obtained from 4 people including the great Emperor Xianxia. They were also collected by them for hundreds of millions of years. At the level of the Emperor, although most emperors will concentrate on soul-body fusion, but the development of the universe of life is not ignored, and various exercises will be collected to comprehend the principles and principles. Perfect rules can make their life universe more perfect, and there will be more powerhouses, which indirectly improves their strength. The 4 people including the great Shandi collected a lot of exercises in their lives, but they are still not as good as Yuan Sanlin on their own. If all 4 people add up, it's almost the same. After all, Yuan Sanlin is one of the big brothers of the Void Cult, and he has a large share of the resources of the entire Xinghai domain. But the great Emperor Xianxia and others are just the Earth Emperors who live in a corner of the exile. At this moment, Su Lang produced a total of 1,780 exercises. These exercises have different levels, good and bad, but all correspond to the unfamiliar rules that Su Lang has not yet understood. 1,780 books. If all this is understood, the number of rules I have understood can reach 3,900, which is infinitely close to completion. Unfortunately, the 8 great emperor level exercises previously practiced will take some time to complete. I can only endure it for a while. Su Lang greedily touched a lot of exercises in front of him, and then put them into the storage space. Just then, the Emperor Xianxia is back. Chapter 1469. The battlefield 100 years ago, the next servant worships the Lord. Fortunately, I have completely cleaned up the background of the 4 major forces. He took the 4 quasi-no-god level forces to accumulate many billion years of wealth, and knelt at the feet of Su Lang. Well done. Su Lang nodded slightly, and soon ingested the space treasure from the great Emperor Xianxia. Sweep away mentally. It has been packed with various materials, and the quantity is so large that it can fill the Pacific Ocean. Of course, these materials are all low-level materials. Just kidding, there are 4 quasi-no-god levels on the top. It's strange that the people below can keep the high-level treasures. However, these low-level materials are also great treasures to Su Lang. Who told him to have a key to synthesize this unreasonable abnormal function? Okay, really good, I will reward you with a pill. Su Lang smiled slightly and rewarded the great Emperor Xianxia with an immaculate dream flower great Emperor pill. The lower servant thanked the Lord for the gift. The great Emperor Xianxia received the great pill happily, and banged his head 3 times with gratitude. It's over here, Su Lang said lightly. Next, leave here with me. Yes, Emperor Xianxia kowtow again. Therefore, Su Lang took the great Xianxia into the universe of life, and then gained the vision of a treasure-hunting flying stray by sharing perception. During the period when Su Lang fought against the 4 great quasi-superior emperors, killing 3 and dropping 1, the treasure-hunting flying far away. Moreover, the treasure hunt flying glider at the forefront is very excited. It seems that he is about to find his target. Are you going to find it soon? Su Lang had a premonition of this, and was slightly excited. He continued to use clone dispatch and clone replacement, and soon arrived at the treasure-hunting flying spot at the forefront. Followed the treasure hunt and flying gliders for a while. A huge battlefield relic appeared in Su Lang's field of vision. This is a big city, equivalent to an imperial city on Kanglan Star. It can be seen from the dense ruins that this place was once prosperous. But now, it has become a dead place. There are tragic traces left by the battle everywhere, and the bones left by many warriors still exude a trace of spiritual power. Treasure hunting flying into the remains of the city, then hovering around, hesitating to leave. This, here is. Su Lang's heart squatted, his expression gloomy. It's a battlefield for the dead, Chu Xiaobei and others. No, it won't. Take a deep breath. Su Lang fully expanded his mental power and began to scan the entire city with the mysterious method. The city was full of dense bones, and Su Lang didn't let it go, scanning frantically, quickly. Su Lang was shocked because he found a special skeleton. There is a small blue crystal on the brow of this skeleton, which is the corpse of Wu Sheng of the Yaoqi Saint clan. They really experienced a life-and-death battle here. It looks like it was more than 100 years ago, when they first fell into exile. Su Lang took a breath and continued scanning the battlefield after a while. Gradually, he found more and more skeletons of Wu Xingtian guarding Wusheng. There are Yaoqi Saint clan, Qiri clan, Chu Shui clan, very many, reaching tens of thousands. This number is probably all the 5 elements heaven guarding martial saint. Could it be that the 5 elements heaven guarding saint martial arts has all fallen here? They must have encountered an overwhelming enemy. Su Lang thunderously thundered, trembling all over, his eyes were dark, and his spirit was slightly tranced. But at this moment, squeak, squeak, the treasure-hunting flying gliders seemed to have found new clues, and they gathered together and moved on in a certain direction. Seeing this scene, Su Lang couldn't help but shocked. Yes, there is no corpse of Chu Xiaobei and others here, that is to say, at least they did not fall here. I hope they escaped. Su Lang's eyes lit up, only to feel that the willows were in the dark, and he immediately followed the treasure hunt and flew away, of course. The flowers at this time were still not very clear, but at least Su Lang saw a glimmer of hope. Under the condition that the two functions of treasure hunting, flying, drifting and duplicate were used repeatedly, Su Lang spanned a large area in a short time. Even if he met some guys who didn't have long eyes on the road, Su Lang didn't bother to care about it. At this time, his heart was full of eagerness, and he couldn't care about anything else. And just when Su Lang was so anxious that he wanted to destroy the world. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.